Yu Qing unexpectedly saved a girl with a scarred face, only to be tragically stabbed to death by assailants. To his astonishment, this girl turned out to be his deskmate and the belle of his middle school years, Yang Yuzi. After being heartlessly abandoned by Wang Lili, the girl he had persistently pursued since high school graduation, he came to realize that Yang Yuzi was always present during his mundane joys and sorrows. He regretted missing the opportunity with the girl who had always cared for him. In a desperate attempt to save him, the girl carried his lifeless body in search of nearby households to call for help. However, during her frantic journey, she tragically stumbled and fell into a field, striking her head against a sharp stone, ultimately succumbing to eternal slumber while cradling Yu Qing's corpse. When Yu Qing opened his eyes once more, he discovered that he had been reborn, astonishingly as Yang Yuzi. In order to atone for the debt he owed her and to uncover the mystery behind her scars, Yu Qing resolved to bear all the hardships of her past life in her stead. Chapter 1. In the next life, I shall protect you well. On a night of torrential rain, a frail figure knelt before a boy who lay motionless on the ground. A dagger had been deeply plunged into the boy's chest, the mingling of blood and rainwater staining the earth crimson. The girl gazed intently at the boy's face, her heart aching to the point of breathlessness. He was her deskmate of 3 years in middle school, her classmate in high school, and the one etched in her heart, Yu Qing. While driving past a village, Yu Qing noticed 3 elderly men harassing a masked woman in the field. As an exemplary teacher, he instinctively stopped to intervene. Upon seeing the girl, Yu Qing instantly recognized her as the proprietress of a fruit tea shop near the high school entrance. It turned out that the 3 elderly men, having drunk too much, had set their sights on the enchanting young woman they encountered on the path back to the village and decided to tease her. After assessing the situation, he immediately subdued the drunken men, but unexpectedly, one of them wielded a knife and, in a fit of drunken rage, plunged it into Yu Qing's chest while he was unguarded. The elderly men, realizing they had committed a grave act, hurriedly fled the scene. Yu Qing could only manage to utter, "It's you," to the girl, marking their final encounter. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Yang Yuzi's beautiful eyes as she frantically picked up her phone from the ground, attempting to dial for help. However, the device, soaked by the rain, refused to turn on. Staring at the perpetually black screen of her phone, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over her, leaving her momentarily disoriented. With trembling hands, she hoisted Yu Qing's body onto her back, cautiously avoiding the glinting blade embedded in his chest. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, and flashes of lightning illuminated the distant lights of the village. Gazing at the faint glow ahead, Yang Yuzi trudged forward with heavy steps. "Yu Qing, please wake up. The village is just ahead. They will surely save you." As Yang Yuzi spoke, Yu Qing's spirit floated behind her. How could she possibly know his name? Reflecting on his tenure as a teacher, he recalled how he had always found the masked proprietress of the fruit tea shop to be quite lovely, though they had exchanged little conversation. In the midst of his reverie, the girl spoke again. "Yu Qing, do you know? I liked you back in middle school. Whenever my classmates bullied me, you always protected me. Yet, you were too oblivious to notice my affection." Stumbling along, Yang Yuzi reminisced about the past, a subtle smile gracing her lips beneath her mask. Middle school? Protection? Yu Qing was taken aback. Could it be? Was it really her? Before he could fully recall her image, the girl continued. "The pearl you gifted me in high school, I transformed it into a bracelet that I still wear." As she spoke, she lifted her right hand to reveal a delicate bracelet of white pearls threaded with red string, her face lighting up with a sweet smile that could not be concealed by the mask. This pearl was intended for Wang Lili, the belle of a neighboring class, during Yu Qing's second year of high school. However, when Wang Lili rejected it for being unattractive, he later gifted it to Yang Yuzi during a casual stroll by the river. Ironically, something that Wang Lili had scorned was regarded as a treasure by Yang Yuzi. Seeing this pearl, Yu Qing found it hard to believe that she was indeed Yang Yuzi, the very girl who had been his deskmate for 3 years in middle school and later became his classmate when she transferred in her senior year. Back in middle school, Yu Qing was still innocent and oblivious to Yang Yuzi's feelings. He had not appreciated her ethereal beauty and merely regarded her as an ordinary deskmate. It was only during his second year of high school that he began to awaken to his feelings, but by then, Yang Yuzi had not yet transferred. Instead, he pursued Wang Lili, and when Yang Yuzi finally joined his class in their senior year, it was too late. He had already fallen. It was only after graduating that he discovered Wang Lili had become involved with a wealthy heir, nonchalantly informing Yu Qing that he was merely her wallet for snacks, which shattered his heart completely. Reflecting on the memories of his former deskmate, he belatedly recognized the subtle hints of affection she had shown him in the little things, yet it was all too late. As he gazed at the girl's radiant smile, Yu Qing felt a pang of anguish, while Yang Yuzi, smiling through her tears, continued. "Yu Qing, do you know? After graduating from high school, my father fell ill and passed away. My mother, unable to bear the blow, descended into madness. I supported her through university, but she too left me after I graduated. I am so sad, truly, so very sad. Yu Qing found it difficult to fathom what transgressions the girl before her had committed to incur such divine retribution. One could only imagine the depths of despair that Yang Yuzi must have felt as each beloved companion departed from her side, as if the entire world conspired to forsake her. Was it truly just for the heavens to punish her so mercilessly? Yang Yuzi spoke once more. Later, I inadvertently discovered that you were teaching at a high school. The mere thought of seeing you every day would bring me immense joy. So I opened a fruit tea shop at the school gate. Every cup of fruit tea you've enjoyed was crafted by my own hands. As she spoke, Yang Yuzi couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. Yet, she soon sensed the chilling coldness emanating from the body on her back. Momentarily taken aback, an ominous feeling surged within her. Yang Yuzi cried out with a heart-wrenching plea. Yu Qing, I beg you, please don't fall asleep. Wake up, please wake up. Stumbling forward, she fell onto the narrow dirt path, her mask slipping off to reveal the two long, jagged scars that it had concealed. A flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, followed by the thunderous roar of rolling clouds. The icy raindrops struck the girl's trembling body like a multitude of sharp daggers. Yang Yuzi staggered to her feet, casting a glance at the distant lights that had become more pronounced. With great difficulty, she lifted Yu Qing's body, gazing upon the face she had long yearned for, a sweet smile breaking across her features. Yu Qing, please wake up. The village lies just ahead. Yangji cannot bear to be without you. Yu Qing was rendered speechless. Why did she bear scars upon her face? What had she endured? In the past, when visiting the shop to purchase fruit tea, she had inquired of Yang Yuzi why she always wore a mask, to which she had casually replied that it was for hygiene, without further thought. Little did she realize that beneath the mask lay two grotesque scars. Watching Yang Yuzi's frail, trembling body struggle to hoist her own lifeless form once more, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over her. How foolish! She was truly foolish. What was there about herself that warranted such love? When she had pursued Wang Lili in front of Yang Yuzi, how heartbroken must she have felt? Yang Ji, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Please stop carrying me. I do not deserve your devotion. Yu Qing repeated over and over, but no matter how fervently she called out, the girl before her did not cease her forward march. The biting cold of the torrential rain, coupled with her exhausted body, caused Yang Yuzi's steps to falter increasingly, yet she persisted. On her back was the person she cherished most, someone she never wished to relinquish. Yang Yuzi's gaze was fixed intently on the distant lights, oblivious to the half-meter-wide drainage ditch that lay just ahead. Yang Ji, don't go. Stop. There's a ditch ahead. You will fall. Observing the drainage ditch not far off, and the 2-meter drop on either side into the fields, Yu Qing desperately attempted to grasp Yang Yuzi's body, yearning to halt her relentless advance. Yet, in her current ethereal state, she could only pass through Yang Yuzi's form, unable to impede the girl's forward momentum. Why? Why must you treat her this way? Yu Qing raised her eyes to the pitch-black night sky, screaming in madness at the streaks of lightning that illuminated the darkness, posing her anguished questions repeatedly. It was as though she were declaring war against the heavens. But the only response she received was the chilling wind and the relentless rain. Turning to the girl who stood just a step away from the drainage ditch, her heart felt as though it were being torn asunder. If I could turn back time, I would willingly bear all of this for her. In the depths of despair, as the girl carried the lifeless body of her beloved, she stepped into emptiness. By the time Yang Yuzi realized what was happening, it was already too late to retreat. Exhausted, she could not step back. In that fleeting moment of falling, she summoned all her strength to shield the body behind her with her own. At that instant, time seemed to slow to a crawl. The girl gazed at the boy in her embrace, his face devoid of color, yet bearing the faintest hint of a smile as he murmured softly, "This time, let me protect you." In a whirl of chaos, Yang Yuzi crashed heavily into the field, her head striking a jagged stone, blood streaming from the wound. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, she held tightly to the person in her arms, determined to shield him from any harm. Yang Yuzi struggled to open her eyes. At that moment, the world felt eerily quiet, as if everything had come to a standstill. With great difficulty, she managed a faint smile, leaning closer to the face so near to her own, her lips gently brushing against the boy's lifeless mouth. Yu Qing, Yang Ji is so tired, I want to sleep. If there truly is a next life, then let it be my turn to protect you. With that, she peacefully succumbed to sleep upon Yu Qing's cold chest. No, Yu Qing's heart shattered. But was there truly a next life? In the distance, the faint sound of bells echoed from the horizon. Yu Qing's spirit began to dissipate slowly. Chapter 2. Is it really you? No. Yu Qing jolted upright from her bed, gasping for breath. She surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in a bedroom. Where am I? Wasn't I just in the fields? This room bore no semblance of familiarity. As she pondered her situation, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a middle-aged woman with a concerned voice. Xiaozi, what happened? Yu Qing looked up at the woman, momentarily stunned. Who is this? Is she calling me? A flicker of recognition sparked within her. She swiftly searched her mind for the face before her. Memories crystallizing on the mother-daughter pair she had seen at the parents' meeting during her 3rd year of junior high. Suddenly, it dawned on her. This woman is Yang Yuzi's mother? Yang's mother, Xiao Yao, observed her daughter's bewildered expression and couldn't help but chuckle. She approached the bedside, gently wiping the beads of sweat from her daughter's forehead. Did you have a nightmare? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I believe my little Z is the best. It's almost 7. Your father and I are heading to the shop, and don't forget you have to report to your new school at 8. With a pat on Yu Qing's shoulder, Xiao Yao stood and exited the room, closing the door softly behind her. New school? Could it be that today is the day Yang Yuzi transfers to Yu Qing Middle School? Which means it is now September 2nd, 2008. I have been reborn as Yang Yuzi? How is this possible? Recalling the words spoken that night, vowing to bear everything for her. She never imagined she would truly become Yang Yuzi. Yu Qing lamented. What had she done in her past life to warrant such a miraculous rebirth? Allowing time to rewind 16 years? Reflecting upon her previous existence, she recalled how she had disappointed her parents and sister. The only achievement being taking over her parents' business after graduating from university and teaching for a decade at Yu Qing Middle School. But that hardly seemed a reason for fate to bestow such favor upon her. Yu Qing mused on the capriciousness of destiny, which had caught her off guard while simultaneously offering her a chance to rewrite her life. The regrets of her former life now held the potential for redemption. With this in mind, she resolved to embrace Yang Yuzi's identity and live a life of extraordinary brilliance. All right, Yang Yuzi. Realizing this, Yu Qing looked down at the body that once belonged to a girl. At that moment, Yang Yuzi was clad in a white t-shirt, with only a pair of blue panties below, revealing her shapely, long legs. Her former desk mate from junior high had certainly blossomed beautifully by the time of high school. In her past life, when Yang Yuzi transferred, she had been seated next to the class monitor, Zhou Ci, while Yu Qing sat in the last row, too preoccupied with Wang Lili to pay much attention to Yang Yuzi. Just then, a voice from outside echoed Xiao Yao's departing words. Xiaozi, remember to wash up and have breakfast. Don't be late. Make a good impression on your teachers. Yu Qing responded with a faint She sprang up, grabbed the school uniform from the nightstand, and quickly donned it. Glancing around the 2-bedroom apartment, along with a kitchen and bathroom, she estimated it to be about 80 square meters. The simple yet warm decor featured a family portrait in the living room, where her parents' smiles remained as comforting as ever. In the bathroom, she washed up and tied her hair into a high ponytail in front of the mirror. The girl reflected back had delicate features, fair and radiant skin, yet carried a hint of maturity and resolve that seemed beyond her years. Like a celestial being descended to earth, she was truly breathtaking. Leaving the bathroom, she hastily ate a bit of breakfast, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and stepped outside. Upon reaching the bottom of the building, she familiarized herself with the surroundings. The streets were well known to her. Yu Qing Middle School was merely a few hundred meters away, about a 20-minute walk. Setting off towards the school, she soon spotted the familiar gates. Having entered and exited for nearly 20 years in her previous life, she couldn't help but reflect on the passage of time. Glancing at the shops across from a school gate, she noted that the well-known Qing fruit tea had yet to be established. It would not open for several more years. She wondered whether the girl from back then would still create it in this life. Perhaps she would witness its beginnings. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the school gates. The familiar security guard was still present. As her gaze drifted behind her, she was momentarily taken aback. A familiar figure came into view, a face she had yearned for over a decade. A wave of guilt washed over her, and her eyes began to sting. The person had spotted Yu Qing too, pausing momentarily before approaching her. Welcome to Yu Qing Middle School, Yang Yuzi. The individual was none other than her former homeroom teacher and her biological mother, Tang Xuejuan. During her high school years, Yu Qing had excelled and gained admission to the prestigious Yu Qing Middle School, prompting her mother to request to teach the first-year class and arrange for Yu Qing to be placed in her class. However, no one could have foreseen the fierce rebellion of youth. In her second year, Yu Qing had befriended a group of wayward youths, becoming addicted to the internet and engaging in fights, all while developing a crush on the school's heartthrob, Wang Lili, leading to a dramatic decline in her grades. Tang Xuejuan and Yu Qing's father, Yu Shusheng, had tirelessly lectured her, even resorting to disciplinary measures, but the rebellious Yu Qing had remained obstinate, digging her heels in. Ultimately, during the college entrance examination at the city's first high school, she had clashed with a classmate, resulting in a fight that led to her being taken away by the police. When her parents learned of it, they rushed to the scene. But due to the urgency and their anger, Yu Qing drove recklessly and tragically met with an accident, both losing their lives. As for the girl standing before her, Tang Xuejuan had always held a fondness for her, having seen her several times at the junior high parents' meetings. She was beautiful, academically outstanding, and possessed a delightful personality. In contrast, Tang Xuejuan found herself lamenting her own wayward son. With a sigh, Tang Xuejuan attempted to steady her emotions as Yu Qing longed to call out mom. The term felt both familiar and foreign, and their reunion was marred by the inexplicable role reversal, as she now bore the identity of Yang Yuzi, not her son. Tang Xuejuan observed the girl before her, noticing her unusual demeanor. "What's wrong? Are you feeling upset?" "And no, I'm just too excited," Yu Qing managed to reply, stifling her tears with a smile. Tang Xuejuan regarded her with a hint of confusion, but chose not to pry further. After all, everyone has their secrets. "Let us head to the classroom. You'll need to introduce yourself to your new classmates." All right. The two made their way towards the academic building. Class 1, the third year, was located on the innermost part of the second floor, with classes 3 and 2 situated nearby. By now, the first period had already commenced, and as they passed by the doors of classes 3 and 2, students near the entrance gasped in admiration upon seeing Yu Qing. "Wow, this classmate is stunning. Never seen her before. Is she new?" Someone remarked. "She is 10 times more beautiful than Wang Lili." This comment elicited a chorus of agreement from the male students, ignoring the whispers from the other classes. Yu Qing lowered her head and followed Tang Xuejuan into class 1 of the third year. The first 2 periods were Chinese lessons taught by Tang Xuejuan. Upon fetching Yu Qing, she had instructed the students to study independently. As soon as they entered, dozens of eyes turned towards Yu Qing, a collective gasp filling the air. The boys' eyes widened in astonishment, while the girls looked on with envy. Tang Xuejuan ascended the podium and clapped her hands vigorously, signaling for silence. "This is our new classmate, Yang Yuzi. Let's extend her a warm welcome." Applause surged like a tidal wave, and Yuzi nodded, a smile gracing her lips. As she glanced towards her former seat, she was met with a face so familiar it seemed to echo through time. Yuzi froze. The boy seated there was equally taken aback. Yet, in the next moment, he stood up and, amidst the puzzled gazes of the entire class, strode towards the podium, embracing Yuzi tightly. "It really is you," he murmured. The classmates gasped in astonishment, while Tang Xuejuan looked on in bewilderment. Chapter 3. As Deskmates. On the podium, Yang Yuzi enveloped that slender figure in a fierce embrace. Inhaling the scent that was all too familiar, she was transported back to that stormy night in the fields, where she had desperately shielded the boy from the downpour. In her previous life, the boy had unwittingly sown a seed in her heart during their middle school days. When she enrolled in the prestigious city high school, she believed they would never cross paths again, only to serendipitously reunite at a riverside park in their second year. The boy gifted her a white pearl, causing the seed within her heart to take root and blossom into an unprecedented array of emotions. As her final year of high school commenced, she made the decision to transfer to the school where he studied, yearning to be closer to him. Yet, fate seemed to play a cruel jest. She discovered that he had fallen for another girl, and the flower of her heart withered instantly. She bore this anguish in silence, choosing to remain a quiet guardian in his shadow. Each night, she would take out the white pearl, caressing it gently, as if drawing forth strands of courage and resilience from it, despite her heart being riddled with wounds. However, destiny, like a sharp dagger, struck her once more. In the second semester of their senior year, her father, Yang Yuzi, was diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer. The exorbitant medical expenses loomed like a mountain, swiftly depleting their family savings. Yang Yuzi had a wealthy suitor at her school named Li Jia. Upon learning of her predicament, he approached her ailing father in the hospital, offering to cover the medical bills on the condition that Yuzi become his girlfriend. But her father vehemently refused, understanding that his daughter's happiness outweighed any financial gain. Faced with overwhelming medical costs and determined that his daughter should have the means to attend university, Yang Yuzi chose to end his life one fateful night when no one was around. The following day, when the family learned of the tragic news, Yuji's world shattered in an instant. Her mother, consumed by grief, succumbed to mental instability. Gazing at the farewell letter left by her father, Yuji felt her heart tear apart. The words drenched in boundless sorrow and guilt. The line wishing her the pursuit of true love and happiness pierced her soul like a blade. Yet, Li Jia continued to pester her during the holidays, relentlessly attempting to get closer to Yang Yuzi. She was tormented within, powerless to escape his clutches. His obsession became a haunting nightmare, ultimately leading her to carve 2 ghastly scars across her face with a dagger in front of him, a desperate declaration of her resolve. To care for her mother, Yuji enrolled in a university while working tirelessly, living a life fraught with hardship yet unwavering in her strength. But misfortune seemed to favor the unfortunate. After graduating, her mother also passed away due to health complications. Returning to her hometown to handle her mother's affairs, she inadvertently passed by her high school campus and glimpsed the figure who had forever etched himself in her memory. Inquiring further, she learned that the boy had returned to teach at their high school, still single. Yuji traced her fingers over the scars on her face, hesitant to reveal herself. With her earnings from university, she rented a storefront across from the school and opened a bubble tea shop, aptly named Qing Fruit Tea. Each day, watching the boy come and go became the highlight of her existence. She buried her emotions deep within, quietly cherishing this distant happiness. Whenever he entered her shop, she would meticulously prepare a cup of his favorite fruit tea. Day after day, year after year, Qing Fruit Tea became the vessel for her sentiments. Then, one fateful night a decade later, while negotiating with local farmers for fruit supplies in a rural area, Yuji was caught in a torrential downpour. Seeking refuge under the eaves of an old house, she found herself surrounded by a group of drunken men who began to harass her. In her struggle, a familiar voice broke through, and the boy stepped forward, driving the drunken men away and shielding her. Just as she began to express her gratitude, a knife plunged into his chest. This time, she refused to let her beloved slip away again. The resilient heart forged through her parents' demise felt shattered anew. She longed to follow him into the afterlife. Upon awakening, Yang Yuzi was astonished to find herself reborn as that very boy. Soon, she found peace within herself, recalling the words spoken in the fields. If there truly is a next life, let Yuji protect you well. Grateful for a second chance bestowed upon her, she gazed into the mirror, uncertain if the soul inhabiting this body was truly his. It was only when the homeroom teacher, Tang Xuejuan, introduced a new girl to the class that everything changed. Gazing into those eyes, brimming with familiarity, Yang Yuzi realized that the soul residing within this girl was none other than Yu Qing. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she approached the podium and embraced her tightly. The classmates were left speechless, while Tang Xuejuan was furious. After finally getting such a promising student in Class 1, how could my foolish son cause such a commotion? She yanked Yang Yuzi away, delivering a sharp rap on her head. Yu Qing, what are you doing? It's one thing to not pay attention in class, but to constantly disturb your female classmates. What kind of behavior is that? The students, intimidated by her authoritative presence, fell into silence. Tang Xuejuan was the strictest teacher in their senior year. Even the principal treated her with deference. The gentle warmth she had felt evaporated, and the teacher's scolding pulled her back to reality. Yang Yuzi rubbed her head and apologized. I'm sorry, Teacher Tang. After all, she was her own flesh and blood and wouldn't truly harm her. Tang Xuejuan shot her an admonishing glare. Return to your seat. As Yang Yuzi walked back to her place, Yu Qing finally processed the overwhelming information from moments ago. She quickly added, it's nothing, Teacher Tang. The word mom almost slipped out, but she managed to stifle it. However, the classmates had heard it and began to murmur among themselves, filled with curiosity. What is the relationship between this new student and Yu Qing? After an embrace, she says it's nothing. Could it be? Some recalled that Yu Qing was pursuing Wang Lili. As the whispers circulated, Tang Xuejuan cleared her throat, prompting the students to quiet down and focus on Yu Qing. Yang Yuzi, why don't you introduce yourself to the class? After speaking, she stepped aside, leaving the center of the podium open for Yu Qing. Having taught for over a decade, Yu Qing felt no anxiety about this simple act of self-introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Yang Yuzi. She wrote her name on the blackboard with chalk. Yet, Yu Qing realized she knew little about Yang Yuzi's life details in her previous life and pondered what to say. Turning around, she contemplated for a moment. Yu Qing and I were classmates for 3 years in middle school. Then, she nodded at Tang Xuejuan, indicating that she was finished. Tang Xuejuan paused for a moment, then quickly responded, aren't you going to share any hobbies or interests? Yu Qing couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to herself, pondering her lack of understanding regarding hobbies and interests. Her only pursuit was her studies, and beyond that, there was nothing else. Tang Xuejuan, with a hint of exasperation, remarked on the peculiarity of such a self-introduction. All right, let's all applaud and warmly welcome our classmate Yang Yuzi to Class 1. The students erupted into applause. Tang Xuejuan surveyed the classroom, noting that only a few seats remained in the back, with some clutter strewn about, but the space next to her son was relatively tidy. However, she hesitated to let the two sit together, fearing that her mischievous son might influence her. She turned her gaze to a student seated next to the class monitor in the front row. Wang Jin, why don't you move to the back and sit with Yu Qing? Let Yang Yuzi take your place. Yu Qing was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? He had so many questions to ask Yang Yuzi. Turning to his mother, he inquired, Teacher Tang, may I sit with Yu Qing? Chapter 4, Brother. You finally come to your senses. Tang Xuejuan was taken aback. They were already in high school. Why did this child still want to be desk mates with her son? Had they forged such a close bond in middle school? Yu Qing glanced at his mother, slightly bewildered, and explained, "Teacher, Yu Qing and I were desk mates in middle school, and sitting together facilitates our learning." As a person in their 30s, he spoke lies with a calm demeanor, weaving convincing tales with ease. Tang Xuejuan regained her composure. Upon reflection, she found some merit in his reasoning. Perhaps this could indeed be beneficial for him. Very well then, mutual assistance is indeed a good thing. Yu Qing settled into his seat and organized his desk. Tang Xuejuan, now at the podium, commenced the lesson. Yu Qing turned to glance at Yang Yuzi, only to find her gazing intently at him. Her striking features left him momentarily stunned, and coupled with her somewhat alluring gaze, he began to think that perhaps he had been rather handsome after all. He quietly asked, "What is the matter?" Yang Yuzi leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, "What did you do this morning?" "Nothing," he replied. Yang Yuzi raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "Really?" Yu Qing nodded. "Then why did our bodies," she gestured between them. Yu Qing was equally bewildered by the inexplicable situation. This was a scenario that seemed to belong solely to the realms of fiction, yet here they were, experiencing it firsthand. Moreover, he was reluctant to divulge the truth about their reincarnation, as the peculiarities of their circumstances were more than enough to warrant a Guinness record. "I don't know. I just woke up as you, I swear." Observing Yu Qing's innocent expression, Yang Yuzi feigned contemplation, but internally, she was elated. "I certainly know why. It must be that I moved heaven to fulfill my wish. Yes, I should pay my respects and thank the heavens when I have the chance. Long live reincarnation." However, their little exchange did not escape Tang Xuejuan's notice. Clearly, the bond between these two was extraordinary, but their close proximity during class raised her suspicions that her son was up to no good. "Yu Qing, what are you doing?" Whispering during class. "If you keep this up, you'll be standing outside for the rest of the lesson." All eyes in the classroom turned toward them, witnessing the two as they leaned in closely, their intimate posture inciting envy and resentment among the boys. How infuriating. Isn't he fond of Wang Lili? Why does he need to flirt with a new girl too? Yang Yuzi straightened up, as though nothing had transpired. "Never mind, I'll ask her later. There is plenty of time." For now, she needed to adjust to her male identity. Yet, the more she looked at her new face, the more she appreciated it. It was undeniably handsome, and his body felt so comfortable in every movement. Unable to suppress her glee, she smiled. Yu Qing glanced at Yang Yuzi, observing her focused demeanor during class. Yet he had a nagging suspicion that she was hiding something mischievous. Once the teacher and classmates turned their attention elsewhere, he sighed in relief. So much had transpired that morning, it was overwhelming for him to process. Resting his chin on his hand, he contemplated the absurdity of their situation, while several boys nearby couldn't help but admire her. As the long break approached, students at Yu Qing High School enjoyed a 30-minute respite. One by one, they began to trickle out of the classroom to engage in outdoor activities. "King Yi," a male voice called out. They looked up to see a boy of average height, around 1.7 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique and short hair, approaching with a playful grin. Wang Jin, with a cheeky smile, asked, "So, is the new classmate your middle school buddy?" Just as Yu Qing was about to respond, he suddenly remembered he was now in Yang Yuzi's body. He nudged her with his elbow. Yang Yuzi paused for a moment before realizing. She knew that in their previous life, Wang Jin had been a close friend of Yu Qing, the only one he could truly bond with. "Yes, an old classmate," she replied. Wang Jin, with a look of envy, teased, "No wonder you two are so chummy. I saw you hugging the new classmate earlier. Is something going on?" Yang Yuzi cleared her throat, attempting to mask her embarrassment. "Don't get the wrong idea. We were just reminiscing." Wang Jin looked puzzled. "Hugging is just reminiscing? You two were desk mates in middle school, and now you're desk mates in high school too, right?" Yu Qing could only chuckle helplessly. There's really nothing to it. "Please don't overthink it." Wang Jin, now slightly disgruntled, retorted, "So, she has called Yuji now, huh? But your names are quite compatible, both containing the character Yu." "Enough of your nonsense." Yang Yuzi shot him a glare. Yu Qing was taken aback. The Yang Yuzi he remembered from middle school was a quiet girl, and he had never seen her so assertive. Had her personality changed after the swap? That seemed unreasonable. But then again, with their bizarre experiences of swapping and reincarnation, a change in character might not be so far-fetched. The truth was, Yang Yuzi had observed the dynamic between Yu Qing and Wang Jin for an entire year in her previous life, understanding Wang Jin's character traits well enough to navigate conversations naturally and avoid any awkwardness. Seeing his best friend's impatience, Wang Jin shifted the topic. "King Yi, what if Wang Lili finds out about you and the new classmate?" Wang Lili? Yu Qing was momentarily puzzled, recalling who she was after a moment's thought. In his previous life, he had been entangled with Wang Lili for quite some time. Just when he was about to give up, she would entice him with sweet nothings, reigniting his hopes. Now that he was living anew, he remembered her true colors and had no intention of giving her any grace. He felt it necessary to caution Yang Yuzi about this woman's maliciousness. Yu Qing, you should keep your distance from that Wang Lili. Yang Yuzi couldn't help but chuckle softly. So, her clueless deskmate was aware of Wang Lili's true nature. Yet, why had he been entangled with her until the last year of high school in their previous life? Don't worry, I won't have anything to do with her moving forward. Now, it was Wang Jin's turn to be dumbfounded. Wait, what? Are you seriously saying you won't pursue her anymore? Just like that? You're a man. This isn't like you, Qingge. However, it is for the best, sparing me from being exploited by her once more. I had already discerned her intentions to ensnare you. I recall spending money on her last year. Before I could finish my sentence, I was hastily interrupted by Yu Qing. Stop. Let us not mention her. It's annoying. Wang Jin stared blankly at Yu Qing, who appeared both fierce and adorable. Wow, our new classmate is quite charming. She could easily outshine 10 Wang Lilis. Wang Jin, why is your face so flushed? Yu Qing observed Wang Jin, who was lost in thought while gazing at her, with a hint of confusion. It's nothing. Wang Jin responded awkwardly, quickly turning to his good friend. He patted Yang Yuzi on the shoulder, smiling. It seems you've finally woken up. I can rest easy now. A new student had transferred to Class 1, reportedly possessing beauty akin to that of a fairy, and this news swiftly spread throughout the senior year. During the large break, groups of boys from other classes would occasionally stroll by the entrance of Class 1, pretending to pass by while actually stealing glances at the legendary new student. This rumor reached Wang Lili in no time. A fairy? More like a wild chicken. Chapter 5. I'll make sure you go hungry. This is what I can spare you. Class 6 of a senior year was located on the rightmost side of the second floor. Inside the classroom, Wang Lili felt somewhat vexed. After the first class, she began to hear whispers about the new transfer student from Class 1, who was said to be extraordinarily stunning. Wang Lili dismissed these rumors. Surely, she was merely somewhat attractive, but in comparison to herself, there was bound to be a disparity. Every boy in school would be left speechless upon seeing her. As the flower of Yu Qing High School, Class 6 of the senior year, why would she care about a newcomer? Until just now, during the large break, she overheard a few boys passing by Class 6 on their way to the restroom conversing. Bro, I'm telling you, that transfer student is the most ethereal woman I've ever seen. Are you exaggerating? Is she really that beautiful? Absolutely. Even Wang Lili pales in comparison. No way. Better than Wang Lili? She could outshine 10 Wang Lilis. At this point, Wang Lili's sense of superiority began to wane. Were these boys blind? If so, they ought to donate their eyes. Just then, Yang Zhonglan returned from the restroom and noticed her best friend looking dejected at her desk. Lili, what is wrong? Who upset you? It's those boys. They say the new transfer student is prettier than me. Yang Zhonglan had also heard about this matter, but felt indifferent. Let them say what they wish. Don't be upset, Lili. Those boys are simply drawn to novelty. They'll forget about it in a few days. Besides, you're already beautiful enough. Why let such trivial matters affect your mood? Upon hearing her best friend's comforting words, Wang Lili felt somewhat better. Yet, she still wanted to see just how beautiful that transfer student truly was. Lan, will you accompany me to Class 1 to take a look? Yang Zhonglan was a bit speechless. Really, you want to compare? Wang Lili, seeing her best friend's nonchalant demeanor, grabbed Yang Zhonglan's arm and shook it. Come on, Lan, just go with me, and I'll treat you to something delicious later. Yang Zhonglan raised an eyebrow. What did you bring? I didn't bring anything. Didn't Yu Qing say, she bring me snacks today? Important ones too. Yu Qing? Young Zhonglan scoffed. He is quite handsome, but unfortunately, he is a sycophant with no backbone. Fine, I'll go with you. With that, the two of them left the classroom. At that moment, a crowd of students had gathered at the entrance of Class 1, all secretly observing the transfer student. Indeed, she was extraordinarily stunning. Her captivating face was adorned with a gentle smile, making it impossible to look away. Some people walked back and forth several times, just to catch another glimpse. The students of Class 1 wore proud expressions. Our class has a new school flower. Yu Qing was taken aback. It was still early in the morning, and she had hoped to bask in the sun in the corridor. She didn't expect so many people to be congregated at the entrance of Class 1. It was so crowded that not even a sliver of space could be found. Yang Yuzi noticed Yu Qing's discomfort and inquired with concern. What's wrong? Yu Qing sighed. I wanted to soak up some sun, but it's packed outside. Yang Yuzi chucked. I remember the last life when I first transferred here. It was a similar scene. Only a certain fool thought nothing of it, obliviously asking what everyone was looking at. Let us go. We can still catch some sun. Yu Qing, feeling helpless, replied, it's so crowded. Do you still want to go? Yang Yuzi didn't mind at all. With a smile, she said, Girls need to soak up the sun to stay healthy, and besides, I'm here. No matter what danger we face, I will protect you. She flexed her arm, showcasing her meager muscle. Yu Qing glanced at her slender arm and couldn't help but laugh. With those skills, you think you can protect me? Yang Yuzi blinked, glanced at the nearby classmates, and leaned in to whisper, "This is yours. Do you think it's weak?" Yu Qing was momentarily taken aback by her words. How could her 18-year-old body possibly be weak? All right, you're impressive. Fine. Yang Yuzi felt a bit smug. Are you going or not? Glancing at the corridor, Yu Qing was internally reluctant. She despised crowds. However, before she could finish her thought, Yang Yuzi took her hand and pulled her outside. Stop hesitating. You're acting like a woman. Yu Qing. The onlookers in the corridor were astonished by this scene. What on earth was happening? Had she just arrived and already been whisked away? The classmates in Class 1 were unfazed. They had witnessed even more shocking events. Yang Yuzi, however, was unperturbed, guiding Yu Qing through the throng to a less crowded spot. She leaned against the railing. Sunlight bathed the two of them, and Yu Qing squinted slightly, relishing the long-lost warmth. Yang Yuzi turned her head. See? Now we're basking in the sun. You're quite the heroine, Yu Qing complimented. Just as the two were enjoying the sunlight, a commotion erupted behind them. Hey, Yu Qing, what are you doing here? They turned to see Wang Lili and Yang Zhonglan approaching. Wang Lili scrutinized the girl standing next to Yang Yuzi, her eyes narrowing. Her tone turned sharp. And who might this be? In the next moment, she deduced that this was indeed the new transfer student, who was quite alluring. Yu Qing felt a wave of misfortune wash over her. How could she encounter this person here? Yang Yuzi also displayed an expression of annoyance. Do you have something to say? Yang Yuzi, of course, wouldn't he show any friendliness towards Wang Lili. Wang Lili was momentarily taken aback by the question. What do you mean, do I have something to say? She was infuriated. Yu Qing, didn't you say you'd bring me something to eat yesterday? Where is it? Bring you something? Yang Yuzi pondered. In her past life, someone had often delivered treats to Wang Lili. But what did that have to do with her in this life? We're not that close. If you want something to eat, go buy it yourself. With that, she took Yu Qing's hand and prepared to leave. You. Wang Lili was incensed by this remark, but thankfully, Yang Zhonglan was there to support her. Yu Qing, you stop right there. Watching the two hold hands, she pressed further. What is your relationship with her? The unfolding drama quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Many who recognized Yu Qing wore expressions of schadenfreude, eager to witness the spectacle. Yang Yuzi, growing increasingly impatient, replied, of course, we are desk mates. Why are you asking so many questions? Are we familiar with each other? Wang Lili was taken aback. As for the onlookers, wasn't it said that Yu Qing was pursuing Wang Lili? It certainly didn't seem that way, Zhou Wei observed. As whispers began to circulate among the crowd, Yu Qing truly wanted to give Yang Yuzi a thumbs up. Individuals like this deserved to be confronted head-on. After a moment, Wang Lili finally regained her composure. Familia, didn't you say last year that you liked me? And now you claim we aren't familiar? She then pointed at Yu Qing. What about your relationship with her? Yang Yuzi scoffed. Why does it concern you? Besides, I don't recall ever saying I liked you. You. Then why did you give me so much food last year? Wang Lili was fuming. The person who once catered to her every whim was now acting aloof. And how could she not be infuriated? Oh, that? I just gave it to you casually. I saw you always calling for someone to bring you meals, and thought you might be struggling to afford decent food, so I showed a bit of kindness. A boy, who had once been pursued by Wang Lili, couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly covering his mouth. The crowd erupted in quiet chuckles. Many were aware of Wang Lili's true nature. Listening to the murmurs around her, Wang Lili trembled with rage. Fortunately, Yang Zhonglan was there to hold her back, just in time. Otherwise, it seemed she might have lunged at Yang Yuzi. After a while, Wang Lili managed to calm down. Glaring at Yang Yuzi, you wait and see. With that, she dragged Yang Zhonglan swiftly out of the crowd. Watching Wang Lili leave, Yang Yuzi sighed in relief. At last, she was gone. Today, I truly shone. Chapter 6. I quite like this version of you. Wait, Qinggu, did you just stand up to Wang Lili? Wang Jin exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face after hearing the recent events. Yang Yuzi, however, appeared entirely unfazed. Is that surprising? Goodness, you really don't like Wang Lili anymore? Was this still the Yu Qing he knew? Wang Jin thought of a plot from a novel. Have you been possessed by something unclean? Nearby, Yu Qing, who had been drinking water and enjoying the spectacle, nearly choked at that remark, coughing several times before recovering. Yang Yuzi quickly pulled out a tissue from her bag, offering it to help wipe his mouth. This intimate gesture left Wang Jin momentarily speechless. Thankfully, most of their classmates were not in the classroom. Otherwise, it would have caused quite a stir. Once Yu Qing caught his breath, he remarked, Wang Jin, what sort of absurd thoughts are you entertaining? Wang Jin chuckled awkwardly. No, Yang, don't glare at me like that. I just feel that Qing's sudden shift in affection is a bit abrupt. Something feels off. Yang Yuzi playfully slapped Wang Jin on the back. What do you mean by me shifting my affections? Wang Jin frantically pleaded. No, in fe. Please don't hit me. I was wrong, just speaking nonsense. With that, he took off running, realizing that Qing had been quite ruthless today. Watching Wang Jin's clumsy escape, Yu Qing found it amusing. His good friend was still as cheeky as ever. Turning to Yang Yuzi, he reflected on how her recent demeanor had been completely unexpected. The confidence she displayed when confronting Wang Lili and her interaction with Wang Jin made it hard to reconcile this persona with his previous impressions of Yang Yuzi. Although a change in gender might bring some personality shifts, this starkly different aura left him feeling slightly alienated and curious. Yet, he knew that regardless of how Yang Yuzi transformed, they would always remain the best of friends. Perhaps everyone harbors a hidden side that seldom sees the light of day. Believing that Yang Yuzi would never harm him was sufficient. Suddenly, a hand waved in front of him. What are you daydreaming about? You look so enraptured. Then, in a hushed tone, this is your body. And you're so captivated by yourself? Yang Yuzi was taken aback. Boys can be enthralled by other boys? Is that really true? Yu Qing snapped back to reality, scratching his head. Not really. I just think you seem particularly different today. Yang Yuzi smiled slightly, resting his head on one hand, striking a seductive pose. Oh really? Do you think this version of me is more charming? Yu Qing rolled his eyes. Charming? Please. Before long, it was noon. Where are you going for lunch? The cafeteria or outside? Wang Jin scampered over to ask. At AI Qing High School, day students could return home during lunch, while only boarders had the option to eat out in the evening. Wang Jin, you go ahead and eat, Yu Qing replied. Wang Jin looked puzzled. Huh? Didn't we always eat together before? Suddenly realizing there was an additional person, he quickly corrected himself. Oh, Yang is here too? You two chat. I'll head out. Hey! Yu Qing wanted to say something more, but Wang Jin had already vanished. Yang Yuzi teased. What are you sighing about? Have you fallen for your good buddy? Yu Qing was shocked. What? No. How could a manly man like me possibly have issues with his sexual orientation? Yet, glancing down at certain protruding features, he reconsidered. But then again, with his current body, it seemed entirely possible. An internal wave of disdain washed over him. That line of thought was rather unsettling. Cough, I'm not. Don't say such things. Yang Yuzi lo get skeptical. Then why is that? Yu Qing explained. Isn't it normal to eat with my buddies? You're a girl now. My soul is male, but you're a girl now. Yang Yuzi ceased her teasing, adopting a serious expression. Yu Qing, Wang Jin mentioned that I might be possessed by something. Do you think he could suspect anything? Yu Qing paused, contemplating for a moment. Not a chance. He probably reads too many novels. I know what kind of person he is. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they were met with a veritable sea of students. With dozens of people lined up at every serving window, Yu Qing felt somewhat disheartened. It had been so long since he had dined in a student cafeteria. He reminisced about the days spent at the faculty cafeteria on the second floor. Fewer people, better taste, and larger portions. There are just too many people, Yu Qing complained. Yang Yuzi, however, was unfazed. It's just a 10-minute wait at most. Observing Yu Qing's furrowed brow, Yang Yuzi chuckled lightly. Let us hurry. The lines will only get longer. They chose a window with a comparatively shorter line, and soon it was their turn to receive their meals. Each selected one meat and one vegetable dish, spending 8 yuan in total. However, Yang Yuzi opted for an additional chicken fillet. Finding a spot to sit, Yu Qing glanced at the chicken fillet on Yang Yuzi's tray and quickly deduced her intentions. Just so, you're eating that chicken fillet by yourself. You're not allowed to give me any. Yang Yuzi was slightly taken aback that her thoughts had been so easily read. That one tea do, you paid for it. So you should eat. As she spoke, she promptly picked up the chicken fillet, preparing to place it on Yu Qing's plate. Yu Qing, quick with his chopsticks, intercepted her. Then I'll just use your money as well. We'll call it even. And besides, you're a girl. You should eat more. Yang Yuzi laughed at his words. It seems like you're the one who is a girl now. You'd better adapt to your new identity quickly. Yu Qing found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was caught in thought, the chicken fillet had already been placed in his bowl by Yang Yuzi. You're not allowed to take it back. However, during their playful banter, they were being watched from a short distance away by Wang Lili. In the morning, the mocking words of Yu Qing reverberated in her ears like a lingering melody. Not only did she dare to engage in an emotional affair, but she also publicly humiliated her. As she watched Yang Yuzi serve food to Yu Qing, the sense of humiliation from earlier washed over her once more. Sitting beside her, Yang Zhonglan observed the changing expressions of her friend and, following her gaze, quickly understood the situation. Yu Qing's reaction that morning left him somewhat incredulous. Just yesterday, at the onset of the school year, she had been fawning over Wang Lili. Yet today, it seemed as if an irreparable enmity had developed between them. Was it all because of that transfer student? It baffled him. He turned to comfort Wang Lili, saying, "Lili, don't pay him any mind. Just eat your meal. It will be fine if you ignore him from now on." Wang Lili replied with a frosty tone. "Ignore him? Lan, with so many people watching this morning. Yu Qing dared to treat me like that. This matter is far from over. No, I cannot let it go like this. I must do something to make everyone aware of the consequences of offending Wang Lili. Cursed Yu Qing, how long could you revel in your triumph? For the sake of that vixen, you would treat me in such a manner? And that wretched girl pretends to be innocent while secretly employing all sorts of underhanded tactics." Suddenly, she recalled a particularly formidable ally among her admirers. Gazing at Yu Qing's stunning visage, a thought flashed through her mind. So you think beauty grants you immunity? Oof. Just wait and see. Chapter 7. Will I be mistaken for a freshman? The two emerged from the cafeteria, casually picking up 2 bottles of water from the convenience store. Upon reaching the intersection of the teaching building and the school gate, Yu Qing halted. Yang Yuzi, perplexed, inquired, "What's the matter? What did you usually do during lunch breaks?" Yang Yuzi pondered for a moment before responding. "I generally return to the classroom to read or take a quick nap at my desk. How about you?" Yu Qing smiled. "Of course, I also head back to the classroom to read." Yang Yuzi cast a sidelong glance at the boastful individual beside her. In her previous life, this person would vanish during meal times, only to rush back to class in a flurry for the afternoon lessons. Curiously, Yu Qing asked, "Don't you go home?" In AI Qing Middle School, day students were allowed to leave the campus during lunch breaks. With a soft sigh, Yang Yuzi replied, "There's no one at home during lunch. My parents are busy at the shop." The mention of her parents sent a jolt through Yang Yuzi. In her previous life, her father had been diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer during the 2nd semester of his senior year, and the doctor had said that if discovered 6 months earlier, he could have been treated. Now, if she could intervene and guide him to seek timely medical attention, the timing would be just right. "Yu Qing, could you help me persuade my dad to go for a checkup tonight?" Reborn. Yang Yuzi understood the weight of this matter, but felt hesitant to divulge too much to Yu Qing, opting instead to guide her in what to do. Furrowing her brows, Yu Qing asked, "Is her father unwell?" In her previous life, she had indeed heard about Yang Yuzi's father falling ill, although she had not known the specifics. "Perhaps it was nothing serious at this moment, but I fear my dad has been coughing intermittently for a year or 2, always dismissing it as a minor issue and just picking up some medicine from a small clinic, yet never seems to improve. I have this nagging feeling he should go to a major hospital for a thorough examination. Could you help me talk to him?" Gently squeezing Yang Yuzi's palm, Yu Qing felt the coolness of her fingertips and the tremor in her voice, tugging at her heartstrings. "Don't be afraid. Isn't your dad also my dad now? Leave this matter to me." Indeed, what minor ailment could persist for 1 or 2 years without improvement? Even chronic illnesses should have been treated by now. Yang Yuzi reflected on her father's stubborn nature, merely saying it might not compel him to go. "Perhaps we should wait until the weekend. If not, you could drag him along." Yu Qing nodded. "I'll do as you say." Noticing that her mood had improved considerably, Yu Qing asked, "Would you like to join me?" Yang Yuzi's eyes brightened, only to dim again. She hadn't seen her parents in over a decade. Now that she had been reborn, naturally, she wished to spend quality time with them, but "I am currently inhabiting your body in this hairy form. If I go, will my dad mistake me for a freshman and chase me away with a broom?" Yu Qing paused, imagining the scenario, and her lips twitched. Oh dear, that might actually happen. A high school girl suddenly bringing a male classmate home to meet her parents. What a disastrous swap. With a resigned sigh, she said, "Well then, perhaps it's best to let it go. Who knows if our identities will revert in the future." Upon returning to class, most students had retreated to their dorms for rest, leaving only a few scattered groups chatting or napping. Just as Yu Qing intended to sit back in her seat, the class monitor, Zhou Ci, approached. "Yu Qing, Teacher Tang wants to see you in the office." Yang Yuzi, perplexed, asked, "Did the teacher mention what it was about?" Zhou Ci shook her head slightly. Teacher Tang didn't specify. "All right then." Waving goodbye to Yu Qing, she said, "I'll head to the office first." Yu Qing nodded gently, watching her leave. Once back at her desk, she felt a sense of apprehension. In her 2nd year, after getting into a scuffle with classmates and playing the role of Wang Lili sycophant, her mother had frequently summoned her to the office for reprimands. She wondered what the reason was this time. Could it be that her earlier altercation with Wang Lili had reached her mother's ears? Lost in her thoughts, Zhou Ci plopped down in Yang Yuzi's seat beside her. Yu Qing looked up and took in the class monitor's appearance. Zhou Ci wore a pair of black glasses, her long hair cascading down her back, and her features were quite refined. She was indeed a lovely girl. Zhou Ci beamed, extending her hand with an open demeanor. "Hello, Yang Yuzi. I'm Zhou Ci, the class monitor." Yu Qing returned a polite smile, shaking Zhou Ci's hand. "Yu Qing has already introduced you to me. Zhou Xi seemed a bit surprised, though. What did she say? Yu Qing felt a wave of awkwardness. In her previous life, she had had little interaction with Zhou Xi, only knowing that she and Yang Yuzi were desk mates. However, she remembered that this class monitor was quite capable, managing various matters within the class herself. With a smile, Yu Qing replied. She said you were quite competent and that aside from teacher Tang, the class relied on you. Puffed, as if I would believe him. Suchi scolded, then pulled Yu Qing along to her seat. Come, try the snowflake cake my mom made. We're going to be good sisters from now on. If you need anything, just come to me. By the way, Yuji, your skin is truly beautiful. What is your secret to maintaining it? Yu Qing. The teacher's office of AI Qing Middle School was located on the first floor of the teaching building. Yang Yuzi gently knocked on the door and entered upon hearing the invitation. Tang Xuejuan was organizing her lesson plans. In the senior year, there was hardly any new material taught. Most of the time, she focused on explaining difficult questions from the exam papers and reviewing key points. Yang Yuzi surveyed the office, noticing only Tang Xuejuan present. Upon seeing her, Tang Xuejuan paused her work, gesturing to a nearby chair. Have a seat. Her tone was somewhat stern. Yang Yuzi felt a flutter of anxiety. Was this about her altercation with Wang Lili? Looking at the stern expression of her mother, Tang Xuejuan admonished, You little rascal. Explain yourself. What happened this morning? Embracing the new girl in front of everyone? Huh? Tang Xuejuan's voice grew increasingly agitated. Do you have any idea how detrimental this is? What will the other students and teachers think? If the administration finds out, a mere reprimand would be a light punishment. What have I taught you? School is a place for learning, not a playground for mischief. Are you bored with your allowance and looking for trouble? And what's going on with you and Wang Lili? I heard it got pretty heated. I have yet to settle the score regarding those past events. Today, I demand clarity. Last year, Tang Xuejuan overheard students discussing how Yu Qing was pursuing a girl named Wang Lili. Upon investigation, she discovered the rumors were indeed true. She could easily discern the type of person Wang Lili was. The mother and son often quarreled over this matter. Today, upon hearing whispers of an argument, Tang Xuejuan was rather taken aback. Yang Yuzi lowered her head, appearing remorseful. Teacher Tang, I apologize. My impulsiveness got the better of me. I have been desk partners with Yuji for 3 years in middle school, and our relationship has always been amicable. Today, upon seeing her unexpectedly, I was simply too thrilled and lost control. I caused you and the class trouble, and I assure you I will be more mindful in the future. She continued. I did indeed have a slight altercation with Wang Lili. Primarily, I cannot tolerate some of her actions. However, we have resolved our differences, and there will be no further conflicts. You need not worry. Tang Xuejuan felt a twinge of surprise at her son's obedient demeanor. Typically, he was audacious and rebellious, often sparring verbally. His behavior today was decidedly unusual. Moreover, the school was abuzz with rumors of him pursuing Wang Lili. Yet today, he seemed to disapprove of her. Nonetheless, this could be beneficial. If Wang Lili were to become his daughter-in-law, she would be the first to oppose it. After delivering a stern warning about maintaining appropriate boundaries between male and female classmates, she concluded with a reminder that while romance could wait, it should be postponed until after graduation. With that, she sent Yang Yuzi back to the classroom. Chapter 8. My poor grades are all an act. Yu Qing exerted every effort to extricate himself from a group of girls. He recalled how Zhou Xi had dragged him to enjoy some handmade snowflake pastries. As they indulged, their conversation drifted to various topics, such as favorite foods and hobbies. Several nearby female classmates, drawn in by the gossip, eagerly joined the discussion. However, the conversation took a turn for the worse, veering into topics that left Yu Qing feeling quite alarmed. Questions about body maintenance and skincare flooded in, with some girls even daring to reach out and touch him. Yu Qing felt as if he might perish from embarrassment. What could he possibly know about such matters? Noticing Yu Qing's discomfort, Zhou Xi swiftly changed the subject. But seriously, Yuji, is there really nothing between you and Yu Qing? The way he hugs you doesn't seem like that of mere classmates. To Zhou Xi's inquiry, Yu Qing could only dryly repeat, there's truly nothing. We're just old classmates. He must have been overly excited. Finally, he excused himself on the pretext of needing to use the restroom, escaping the throng of girls. It was utterly terrifying. They were like a pack of female wolves. Upon reaching the restroom around the corner, he instinctively headed towards the men's room, only to quickly realize his error. Now, as a girl, entering the ladies' room was entirely reasonable. However, it was his first time in a women's restroom, and he felt a curious sense of intrigue. Yet, upon squatting and witnessing certain anatomical features, his heart raced with an unfamiliar sensation. This scene was something he had never encountered in his previous life. After finishing, Yu Qing mused that it was no wonder girls needed to carry toilet paper. Being a boy certainly had its advantages, where a simple shake would suffice. Returning to his seat, he glanced at the clock on the blackboard, reading 1:10 p.m., with half an hour remaining until class commenced. Oddly, Yuji had been gone for quite a while. It had been 20 minutes, and he wondered what his mother could possibly need to discuss. Could there have been another incident? A wave of unease washed over him as he struggled to recall whether he had made any mistakes at this time in his previous life. Just then, Yang Yuzi entered through the back door and plopped down in her seat. Tilting her head to scrutinize Yu Qing, she smirked playfully. "Oh, why is our Yuji's face so flushed?" She then leaned closer, lowering her voice to inquire, "Had you been engaging in mischief while I was away?" Yu Qing was momentarily taken aback. The images he had seen in the restroom caused his face to redden, though he remained oblivious to this fact. He instinctively attributed it to the earlier conversation with Zhou Ci. What nonsense! What mischief could I possibly engage in? I was merely pulled aside by Zhou Ci and the others for a chat. Yang Yuji's curiosity was piqued. "Oh? What did they ask? What could they ask?" "They inquired about our relationship, and I said we were classmates from middle school." "Oh, classmates from middle school, is it? Did the class monitor believe you?" Yu Qing shrugged. "Who knows? That is what I said." Yang Yuzi chuckled lightly, turning her gaze away. She felt somewhat exasperated. Having been reborn, she harbored no desire to maintain a purely platonic desk partner relationship. Yet, gazing at her former body, despite it housing the person she cherished most, she often felt an inexplicable barrier when contemplating taking a step further, akin to a shift in her sexual orientation. She pondered whether this simpleton shared such sentiments. Casting aside those peculiar thoughts, she recalled Tang Xuezhuan's earlier words. She was quite concerned about Yu Qing's academic performance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have displayed such a look of disappointment. Yang Yuzi retained confidence in her academic abilities, having once been a top student and a valedictorian, although she had not touched a textbook in over a decade. Foundational knowledge and study methods were ingrained in her being. Moreover, in her previous life, knowing Yu Qing taught at AI Qing Middle School, she often sought his guidance on high school topics, hoping to draw closer to him. Gradually, she hadn't forgotten too much of the content, and with a little review, reclaiming her former academic prowess would not be difficult. Glancing at the class schedule on the blackboard, she retrieved her mathematics textbook and began to study. Beside her, Yu Qing appeared astonished. Why the sudden interest in studying? Yang Yuzi shot him an exasperated look. "Of course, it's to improve my grades. Your mother just scolded you again for your poor performance. I certainly don't want to be berated daily by your parents, and you, as a university slacker, must not tarnish my reputation." Yu Qing felt a surge of pride. "In truth, my poor grades were all an act. I excel academically." After over a decade of teaching, his reservoir of knowledge was formidable. Yang Yuzi regarded him with skepticism. In her previous life, he had never performed well academically, and she did not believe he could be as capable as he claimed. With a doubtful expression, she asked, "Really? Why did you pretend to have poor grades? To annoy your parents?" Yu Qing cleared his throat, pondering how to clarify this. He couldn't possibly reveal that he had been reborn and had been a teacher for years, making academic challenges trivial. He barely understood the circumstances of their identity swap, let alone the notion of reincarnation. Thus, he offered a convenient excuse. "I merely wished to experience the life of a bad student. That was my only intention." Yang Yuzi bowed, considering the possibility. In her previous life, she had been unaware of Yu Qing's true potential, as her thoughts were consumed with worries about her father's illness. Since he had become a teacher in his previous life, perhaps he had indeed concealed his academic capabilities. However, it did seem rather burdensome on their parents. Reflecting on this, Yang Yuzi found herself more inclined to believe him. Yu Qing, noticing her skeptical expression, added, "If you doubt me, I'll prove it during math class." Very well. As class time approached, students gradually returned to the classroom. Upon seeing Yu Sheng at the podium, he announced, "Class is in session." Zhou Ci immediately called out, "Stand." "Hello, classmates." "Hello, teacher. Please be seated." Following this, they pulled out the second-year final exam papers to begin a lesson. Today, we continue to elucidate the complex problems at the end of the exam paper. The students seated below are listening attentively. As the class nears its conclusion, we finally arrive at the last major question. Yu Sheng glances at the students in the audience and remarks, for the final question, "No one in our class got it right. You all made mistakes in the second part." Many students could determine whether the numbers were odd or even, but the proof process was flawed. At this moment, Yang Yuzi nudges Yu Qing, her gaze discreetly pointing towards the problem on the blackboard, her meaning unmistakable. Yu Qing immediately comprehends and raises her hand, saying, "Teacher Yu, I can solve this problem." The entire class turns their heads in disbelief, and even Yu Sheng on the podium is taken aback. "Very well, then, Yang Yuzi, please come up and explain to everyone." Yu Qing strides to the podium amidst the incredulous stares of her classmates. They all understand the difficulties inherent in this problem. As Yu Qing explains while writing, the students are left in awe. Many display expressions of realization. Even Yu Shusheng, standing at the side, is somewhat astonished. The girl's method of solving the problem is no less impressive than his own as a teacher. It seems that Shui has indeed discovered a gem. Once Yu Qing finishes, Yu Shusheng addresses the class. Yang Yuzi's explanation is exceedingly accurate. Everyone should take time to digest these two approaches. Yu Qing returns to her seat. Her expression one of pride as she glances at Yang Yuzi, who merely shakes her head with a smile. Is she being coy? Just 2 days prior, Yu Qing had shared this problem with her at the fruit tea shop. Then, she raises her hand again, addressing Yu Shusheng. Teacher Yu, there's another method to solve this problem. At this declaration, the class falls silent. Many students begin to question if they are hearing correctly. Who is this? A perennial underachiever. How could she possibly know? Yang Yuzi pays no heed to her classmates' murmurs, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yu Shusheng. However, at this moment, Yu Shusheng is more astonished than anyone present. He knows very well how his son has been performing academically. He instinctively asks, Yu Qing, do you truly understand this? But he is met with a nod from his son. All right then, give it a try. No need to force yourself. 5 minutes later, as Yang Yuzi steps down from the podium, the dismissal bell rings amidst gasps from the class. Yu Shusheng trembles with excitement. Excellent. Yu Qing's method is also correct. Everyone should thoroughly contemplate these two approaches. The class sits dumbfounded, incredulously observing this once academically challenged student. Chapter 9. Caring for the single dogs is everyone's responsibility. At 5 in the afternoon, during dinner time, Yu Shusheng finds himself replaying the scene of his son explaining the major problem on the podium in his mind. Although the new student performed better, the number of students in the entire senior class who could solve that problem correctly could be counted on one hand. Yet, his son managed it with ease. This prompts Yu Shusheng to ponder. When did this boy acquire such knowledge? He has seen Yu Qing's math test paper. It was completely blank for the major problems, and he had no idea how many brooms were broken in frustration. To suggest that he could master it over a single summer vacation is something Yu Shusheng cannot fathom. This boy spent the entire summer fooling around. He would consider himself fortunate if he didn't get into trouble. After contemplating for quite some time, he could not arrive at any conclusion. He pulls out his phone and calls his wife, Tang Xuejuan. The phone rings twice before being answered. Hello, Xuejuan. Our son has been rather unusual today. He then recounts the events that transpired during math class. Tang Xuejuan, upon hearing this, is equally incredulous. She then shares what happened in the office, particularly regarding the attitude displayed. Oh, don't overthink it. This is a good thing. It shows our son has matured. Perhaps he has been diligently studying behind our backs. It is not uncommon for rebellious teenagers to engage in behavior that others may find incomprehensible. Listening to Tang Xuejuan's analysis, Yu Shusheng can only accept this rationale. Shusheng, why don't you prepare something delicious for dinner tonight to celebrate our son's transformation? Yu Shusheng agrees and hangs up the phone. He truly cannot comprehend this boy. In the second-floor corridor, Yu Qing, and Yang Yuzi turn around to see Zhou Ci running over with an excited expression. Ladies, do you have plans for dinner? Cafeteria or dining out? Zhou Ci is quite pleased with the new friend she made at noon. Not only is she beautiful, but she also excels academically. Zhou Ci wishes to cultivate a closer bond. However, what surprises her the most is Yu Qing's sudden transformation. Especially after hearing about the incident with Wang Lili in the morning, she had initially thought Yu Qing was an irredeemable sycophant, always appearing lethargic and indifferent to her studies. Yet, after a summer, Yu Qing seems like a different person, sparking Zhou Ci's curiosity. Yu Qing glances at Yang Yuzi. I'm fine with anything. What about you? Yu Qing? Just as Yang Yuzi is about to suggest going to the cafeteria, a male voice interrupts from behind. Class monitor, Brother Qing. Are you three chatting by the classroom door? It is Wang Jin who approaches. Zhou Ci looks at her deskmate. Wang Jin, we were just discussing where to eat. What? Do you want to join? Wang Jin glances at his class monitor with an expression of disbelief, wondering why he enjoys being a third wheel. No, Brother Qing, Yang. Aren't you two going to eat together alone? Yu Qing furrows her brow, perplexed by this comment, as if they were a couple. In high school, how can one date? As a former excellent teacher, he understands this all too well. Does his good brother truly not understand? Or is he pretending not to? He rolls his eyes at Wang Jin. Wang Jin, we're all friends. Why should we eat separately? Also, just call me by my name. Referring to me as young classmate feels too formal. Wang Jin gives a sheepish smile. Well, Yuji, weren't you and Yu Qing together at noon? I was just curious. Suchi, unable to bear it any longer, interjects. All right, Wang Jin, why are you being so nosy? With that, she turns to Yang Yuzi and asks, Yu Qing, where do you plan to go? Yang Yuzi shrugs nonchalantly. I'm fine with anything. Wang Jin suddenly brightens up. Hey, we forget along so well. Why don't we go out for a meal? To celebrate Yuji becoming part of our class, and to commemorate Yu Qing successfully shedding the sycophant label. Yuji, brother Qing. Class monitor, shall we go? The term sycophant pricks Yu Qing, but seeing Wang Jin's playful demeanor, she can't help but smile. All right, is Boss Wang treating us? Today's victory over the green tea types is indeed worth celebrating. Zhou Ci claps in agreement. Agreed. Wang Jin rarely treats. We must make the most of it. Yang Yuzi laughs. I'm with you guys. Wang Jin, no longer joking, thinks, why are these two girls so unreserved? After making plans, the four of them head off campus. During rush hour, the streets are bustling with vehicles. The four weave through the crowd, searching for a suitable restaurant. Hey, look over there. A newly opened hot pot restaurant. It looks pretty good. Wang Jin points to a hot pot place in the distance. Yu Qing follows Wang Jin's gaze. The restaurant looks decent, but it's nearly empty. Zhou Ci retorts. In this scorching heat, you want to eat hot pot? Aren't you afraid you'll die of heat? Plus, hot pot takes too long. What if we're late for evening self-study? Wang Jin chuckles. I just wanted to try something new. How about we go for barbecue instead? On a summer's day. Indulging in barbecue delicacies accompanied by frosty beer is a sheer delight. Yu Qing contemplated this notion and found the idea of barbecues appealing. However, he harbored a firm aversion to alcohol, a sentiment stemming from a past life where he met with his demise at the hands of a few inebriated men. Hence, he now approached the substance with trepidation. Zhou Ci delivered a swift kick to Wang Jin, exclaiming, You Wang Jin, even while studying, you indulge in drinking. I shall inform Teacher Tang about your antics. Wang Jin clasped his leg in a plea. Class monitor, spare me. I merely mentioned soda. Surely, drinking soda is acceptable. Upon arriving at the barbecue stall, the four of them gathered around a table, ordering an abundance of dishes. Wang Jin seized a bottle of Sprite, pouring each of them a glass. To welcome classmate Yang Yuzi, cheers. The four clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. As Yu Qing observed the trio before him, a wave of emotions washed over him. In his previous life, his sycophantic behavior had caused him to miss out on numerous sincere friendships. This time around, he vowed to cherish them dearly. Gradually, the grilled skewers were served. Yu Qing picked up a skewer of grilled squid and offered it to Yang Yuzi. Do give it a try. Yang Yuzi smiled and shook her head. You enjoy it. I am not fond of squid. Not deterred, he picked up a skewer of grilled yellow croaker. Then perhaps you might like this grilled fish? Yang Yuzi again declined. That's quite all right. I have my own. She gestured to a small fish on her plate. You should eat yours before it gets cold. At that moment, a cough interrupted them. You too, enough of your display. If you continue, I might end up full just watching. Wang Jin's face was filled with envy. His good friend was indeed fortunate. Not only did he have a fairy-like classmate, but she was also remarkably considerate. This could very well lead to a familial bond in the future. Zhou Ci beside them gazed with starry eyes. Yuji, pay no heed to Wang Jin. This is splendid. What a delightful feast. You all have gone too far. What nonsense about dog food. We are simply good classmates. What is wrong with looking out for one another? As Yu Qing fumbled through an awkward explanation, Yang Yuzi felt a warmth in her heart. This time, Yu Qing had matured, becoming more composed and no longer as impulsive as in his past life. The four of them continued to eat and converse, primarily discussing Yang Yuzi's transformation from an underachiever to an academic prodigy, a change that was somewhat hard to believe. As they praised Yang Yuzi, Yu Qing felt it was completely warranted. After all, she was an exceptional scholar. As they chatted, their camaraderie deepened. After an hour of feasting, they had another hour before evening study sessions began. The four of them, satisfied and jovial, strolled towards the school. Yang Yuzi produced a tissue and handed it to Yu Qing. Here, wipe your mouth. You've got grease on your lips. Yu Qing instinctively accepted it. Thank you. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Jin's exaggerated lament interrupted. Here we go again. Caring for single dogs is everyone's duty, isn't it? Suchi stifled that off. Just then, a sarcastic voice emerged from behind. Oh ho. Who do we have here? Is that not our infamous sycophant? Yu Qing, have you switched masters today? Chapter 10. The Power of 30 Years in a Kick. The four turned to face the source of the voice, Zhou Ci and Wang Jin displaying visible disdain. Yu Qing squinted at the speaker, feeling a sense of familiarity. Rapidly, he rifled through his memories, eventually landing on a name that surprised him. Huang Mingyang. If memory served him correctly, this individual was also a sycophant of Wang Lili. Unfortunately, he had been ruthlessly discarded by her. In their second year of high school, after Huang Mingyang discovered Yu Qing's infatuation with Wang Lili, he had confronted Yu Qing one weekend, delivering a thorough beating. Following this, he had approached Wang Lili, questioning why she was involved with other men. Wang Lili, wishing to keep matters discreet, explained that Yu Qing was merely her snack tool and that her true affection lay with Huang Mingyang. Thereafter, Huang Mingyang would mock Yu Qing whenever they crossed paths. Little did he know, he too was just another fish in the pond. At this moment, Wang Jin could no longer contain himself, recalling how this individual had persistently troubled him and Yu Qing over the past year. He angrily retorted, "Huang Mingyang, mind your language. Do you want to get slapped?" However, Huang Mingyang paid no heed to Wang Jin. His gaze was fixated on Yu Qing's striking visage, utterly captivated. "Is this the fox spirit that Lily speaks of? I might just have to ask for her contact information," he mused. "Hey, beautiful newcomer. Let us get acquainted. I'm Huang Mingyang, captain of the school basketball team. Let us be friends. I'll look out for you at school." He concluded with an exaggerated toss of his hair, believing himself to be quite charming. Yu Qing felt a wave of revulsion wash over him as he witnessed Huang Mingyang's lewd expression. The way this creep was leering at Yuji sent chills down his spine. The mere thought of Huang Mingyang daring to gaze upon Yuji's figure ignited Yu Qing's anger. Seeing that he was being ignored, Huang Mingyang continued, "Hey, gorgeous. Give me a chance." Just then, a figure stepped in front of Yu Qing. Yang Yuzi coldly interjected, "And who might you be? Get lost." In his past life, Huang Mingyang had been one of the two individuals Yang Yuzi despised during high school, the other still at the first high school in the city. In their final year, he would often seek to provoke Yu Qing, even teaming up with outside thugs to threaten him. Recalling this, Yang Yuzi felt a surge of anger. She would not permit Yu Qing to suffer any harm this time around. Huang Mingyang, observing Yang Yuzi's protective demeanor, wore a disdainful grin. "Oh, have you grown a backbone? How dare you speak to me like that? So this girl is your new master? You're quite the eager servant." Wang Jin seethed with anger, his fists clenching, itching to land a punch on Huang Mingyang's face. However, he refrained from acting out in the vicinity of the school. "Yu Qing, don't mind him. Let us go," he urged. Seeing that the group was ignoring him, Huang Mingyang escalated his threats. "Stop right there. Did I give you permission to leave? Yu Qing, it seems last year's beating didn't teach you anything. Your bones are itching for another." Yang Yuzi froze at this revelation. This person had actually assaulted Yu Qing last year. But with the situation unfolding, she found herself unsure of how to respond, a hint of fear gripping her. At that moment, Yu Qing discreetly tugged at Zhou Si's sleeve, whispering, "Class monitor, do you have your phone? I have a way to deal with him." Neither he nor Yang Yuzi possessed phones, and Wang Jin's family forbade him from bringing one. Without hesitation, Zhou Si pulled out her phone, unlocking it and handing it over. Yu Qing was taken aback. "Wow, it's the latest iPhone. I didn't realize the class monitor's family was so affluent." He promptly opened the voice recording function and nudged Yang Yuzi, signaling her to hand it over to him. Yang Yuzi was about to say something, but was stopped by Zhou Si. "Don't speak. Trust her." Yu Qing took a deep breath and walked a couple of steps closer to Huang Mingyang, putting on an act. "Huang Mingyang, you mentioned wanting to be friends with me?" Huang Mingyang, noticing Yu Qing's approach, felt a rush of satisfaction, believing she was indeed drawn to him. "Yes, friends. The more friends, the better, especially with someone like me." Yu Qing tilted her head slightly, feigning innocence, but teachers always say not to get too close to strangers. Huang Mingyang scoffed. "Do you really believe what teachers say? If we can't befriend strangers, then what friends are left in this world?" Yu Qing smiled gently, continuing, "Then, what do you think constitutes a true friend?" Huang Mingyang hesitated for a moment, responding without much thought, "Of course, it's someone who can help each other and trust one another." After a moment of contemplation, I spoke again. "How about I treat you to a meal to celebrate our newfound friendship?" At once, Yu Qing's face lit up with joy as she nodded. "That sounds wonderful. But I just had dinner, so tonight won't work." At that moment, Huang Mingyang was utterly enchanted by Yu Qing's radiant smile. He chuckled heartily at her response. "Then how about I take you out for some fun?" "Fun? Where to?" Yu Qing's unexpected question caught Huang Mingyang off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. He quickly recovered, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "How about a bar? We can sing and dance together." Yu Qing appeared flustered. "You mean those places, bars? I've never been to one." "Don't worry, with me around, I guarantee you'll have a splendid time," Huang Mingyang assured her. Yu Qing feigned being swayed by his words. "Really?" Huang Mingyang patted his chest confidently. "I promise you'll never forget it." Seeing her intrigued, Yu Qing feigned resolve, flashing a smile so sweet it left Huang Mingyang entranced. "All right then, but I need to let my friends know not to worry." With that, Yu Qing turned back to Yang Yuzi and the others, handed her phone to Zhou Si, and whispered a few words. Zhou Si's eyes widened in surprise before he nodded in agreement. Yu Qing then returned to Huang Mingyang's side. Huang Mingyang, captivated by Yu Qing's delightful smile, felt a sense of urgency. "Shall we go?" He reached out to take her hand, but Yu Qing evaded him, chuckling, "Not so fast. Let's wait over there for a moment. I just asked my friend to bring something over." Though slightly displeased, Huang Mingyang couldn't express his irritation and followed Yu Qing to the side. Meanwhile, Zhou Xi and the others were lurking in the shadows, listening to the recording on Yu Qing's phone, their faces adorned with smirks. Let us see how he wriggles his way out of this, Zhou Xi thought. Yang Yuzi's eyes were filled with disdain. It was infuriating that her dear friend had to resort to such tactics to extract information. Lost in his daydreams, Huang Mingyang suddenly spotted several figures rushing towards him. Accompanied by security, and realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Damn, you conniving witch, did you set me up? Your friends called the security. Before he could finish, Yu Qing's expression turned icy, accumulating the resentment of her past life and the fury of the present moment. She summoned all her strength and delivered a swift kick to the inner thigh of Huang Mingyang. A shrill wail echoed, distorted by pain. Huang Mingyang, struck down, collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony while clutching his groin. Yang Yuzi was the first to rush forward, pulling Yu Qing behind her, scrutinizing her closely. Are you all right? Did he touch you? Yu Qing smiled softly. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Wang Jin spat disdainfully at the writhing Huang Mingyang. Serve him right. That was a well-deserved kick. Yuzi, your kick was immensely satisfying. Zhou Xi let out a sigh of relief, giving Yu Qing a thumbs up. Well done, Yuzi. The recording captured everything. He's finished. The head of security glanced at the crumpled Huang Mingyang and signaled to his companions. Lift him up. Take him to the security office. After issuing the command, he turned to Zhou Xi. Students, I kindly ask you all to accompany us to clarify the situation and provide evidence. Yu Qing felt a sense of satisfaction. That kick was the culmination of 30 years of pent-up frustration. Take that for all the times you bullied me. As it was dinner time, a crowd of curious students quickly gathered, their chatter rising in a cacophony. Isn't that Huang Mingyang? He got beat up? I heard he tried to deceive the new transfer student into going to a bar and got recorded. Serve him right. Scoundrel. The school should have dealt with him long ago. Chapter 11. The Downfall of the Bully. The four of them followed the security officer to the office. Though the path from a school gate to the security office was short, it was ample time for the four to align their narratives. Two security guards escorted Huang Mingyang at the front. Wang Jin, witnessing Huang Mingyang's humiliating state, suddenly felt a chill in his pants. He couldn't help but feel anxious for his friend, realizing the dire consequences of crossing Yu Qing. He earnestly advised, listen, Qing Ge. You need to treat Yuji well from now on. If you ever provoke her, just look at what happened to him. Yang Yuzi Mreli Chuklet. Yu Qing, however, shot Wang Jin a serious look and suddenly remarked, Wang, do you want to give it a try? This sent Wang Jin into a panic. No. Yuji, I was just joking with Qing Ge. Don't take it seriously. Qing Ge, you have to help me out. Zhou Xi could no longer tolerate the banter. Shut up. This is no time for jokes. How do we explain ourselves in the office? Yu Qing pondered briefly before summarizing. Huang Mingyang first threatened me. Then he tried to coerce me into going to a bar, and when he attempted to forcefully take me away, I had no choice but to kick him in self-defense. Yang Yuzi glared at Huang Mingyang, who was being escorted, and added, he also hit me last year. We should mention that too. The memory of Yu Qing being bullied by such individuals in her past life ignited her anger. Wang Jin nodded vigorously. Got it. Damn it. He deserves every bit of this. Don't worry, I won't say anything out of line. I'll stick to what you both said. Zhou Xi waved his phone. I have the recording. I'll bring it out at the right moment. Wang Jin, control your emotions. Don't let him turn the tables on us. Having been a teacher for over a decade, Yu Qing was well aware of how to protect herself within the confines of the rules. The four exchanged knowing glances, swiftly reaching a consensus. In the security office, the atmosphere was tense. Huang Mingyang was placed on a bench by the security guards. At that moment, a bespectacled middle-aged man sat behind the desk, Director Qiu Wenqing. Standing beside him were the head of security and two other guards. Upon hearing that Huang Mingyang was in trouble again, Qiu Wenqing was filled with frustration. He had encountered Huang Mingyang almost every month during the previous year. Now, just days into the new school year, trouble had already arisen. If the situation wasn't handled properly, it could tarnish the reputation of AI Qing High School. Now, tell me what happened. There was a gathering at the school gate, and someone got hurt? Who initiated the violence? Huang Mingyang, hearing the question of who started it, seized the opportunity to shout, Director, they ganged up on me for no reason. Look at the state I'm in. He attempted to shift all blame away from himself. You're full of nonsense. Wang Jin nearly jumped up in anger, but Zhou Xi held him back firmly. Yang Yuzi stepped forward. Director Qiu, this is how it happened. After finishing our barbecue, the four of us were returning to school when Huang Mingyang blocked our way, harassing classmate Yang Yuzi and even threatening to hit me. Wang Jin and Zhou Xi can attest to this. Wang Jin immediately shouted, That's right. He was incredibly rude. Zhou Xi nodded, Yes, Director. Huang Mingyang instigated the confrontation, harassing classmate Yang Yuzi and threatening classmate Yu Qing's safety. Qiu Wenqing frowned deeply, turning to Huang Mingyang. Is this true? Huang Mingyang retorted defensively, I was just joking. What is wrong with joking among classmates? They started cursing at me first. Wang Jin called me a dog. A joke? At this moment, Yu Qing interjected. Director, if threatening to hit someone qualifies as a joke, then that type of humor is exceedingly alarming. Moreover, his jest was far from over. Turning to Huang Mingyang, Yu Qing pressed on. After you blocked my way, you said you wanted to be friends, didn't you? Huang Mingyang, caught off guard, instinctively nodded. Yes, yes. What is wrong with wanting to be friends? And then you suggested taking me somewhere fun, correct? Yu Qing continued to corner him. Huang Mingyang felt an ominous foreboding. Yet he found himself in a predicament from which there was no escape, forcing him to brazenly assert. So what if it is? Is the place you proposed not a bar? The office fell into an immediate silence. Qiu Wenqing and the security captain's expressions transformed into a visage of utter displeasure. Taking underage students to a bar? This constituted a grievous breach of conduct and a potential violation of the law. Huang Mingyang continued to feebly argue. I merely mentioned it casually. Who took it seriously? Besides, whether we go or not is entirely your choice. Your choice? Yu Qing scoffed, casting a glance at Zhou Ci. Class monitor. Zhou Ci handed his phone to Qiu Wenqing. Director, this is the complete recording from the moment he began to harass to the final act of coercion, every word intact. He input the password, bringing up the recording interface, ready to play it. Upon seeing the phone, Huang Mingyang's complexion shifted dramatically. It's fake. That recording is fabricated. They are framing me. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Yang Yuzi interjected, Director, this concerns not only my reputation and safety, but also reflects on whether our school harbors such undesirable behavior. He assaulted me last year for pursuing a female classmate. Wang Jin can attest to this. Wang Jin promptly stepped forward. Director, I can testify. Last year, one weekend, Huang Mingyang cornered Yu Qing in an alley and beat her up. It was over his infatuation with Wang Lili. Yu Qing bore bruises for several days, and many in our class are aware of it. The evidence was indisputable. Qiu Wenqing's face darkened ominously. He gestured for Zhou Ci to start from the beginning. As Huang Mingyang's greasy attempts at flirtation filled the air, the office atmosphere thickened with tension. The recording had not yet concluded when Qiu Wenqing slammed his hand on the table, startling Huang Mingyang into a shudder. Enough, Huang Mingyang. What else do you have to say? Insulting classmates, threatening physical violence, luring girls to a bar. There is irrefutable evidence. Do you dare to argue further? You are a disgrace to our Aiqing High School. He turned to Yu Ji, his tone softening slightly as he offered reassurance. Yang Yuzi, you performed admirably, calm and brave, knowing how to protect yourself and your classmates through legitimate means. However, while your kick was a desperate act of self-defense, the method was somewhat excessive. Considering the circumstances and Huang Mingyang's prior misconduct, we shall not pursue this matter further this time. You four, please leave your class names and return to your evening study. The school will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness and provide an explanation to all students. Thank you, Director. The four chorused, relief washing over them. As they exited the security office, the air was filled with Qiu Wenqing's furious rebukes and Huang Mingyang's desperate pleas. They exchanged glances, no words necessary, and headed towards the academic building. A crisis had been successfully averted. Huang Mingyang had undoubtedly fallen from grace this time. Chapter 12, but I promise to protect you well. The four walked back to the classroom. In stark contrast to the fervent solidarity of their earlier journey, the atmosphere now was subdued. Wang Jin scratched his head, attempting to lighten the mood. What a relief. Look at how pale Huang Mingyang has turned. Sister Yuji, that kick of yours was something else. He gave Yu Qing a thumbs up. Zhou Ci also breathed a sigh of relief. With Qiu Director's expression, Huang Mingyang won't emerge unscathed this time. His reputation is thoroughly tarnished. Yu Qing smiled faintly. It's mainly due to everyone's cooperation. She glanced at Yang Yuzi beside her, only to notice the slight furrow of her brow and her lip being nervously bitten. Gently nudging Yang Yuzi's arm, she whispered, it's all resolved. Everything is fine now. Yang Yuzi looked at her, unsure of how to respond. A sense of defeat and self-reproach lingered within her heart. She wished to say something, yet the words eluded her, prompting her to quicken her pace, leaving the other three slightly behind. Yu Qing was puzzled. What's wrong? Wang Jin and Zhou Ci exchanged glances, both confused. Zhou Ci quietly inquired, Yuji, what's the matter? Aren't you happy we won? Yu Qing shrugged. Perhaps she's harboring some frustration. After all, thinking about someone like Huang Mingyang is just repulsive. As evening study began, the classroom fell into silence. When the four pushed open the back door and took their seats, Dozens of curious eyes immediately turned towards them. Whispers about the conflict at the school gate had spread throughout the senior year, with countless variations. The new school belle, Yang Yuzi, had been harassed by the captain of the basketball team, Huang Mingyang, who had subsequently been knocked out. Now, seeing the parties involved return, the classmates were brimming with curiosity. Zhou Xi sat at the podium, supervising the class and urging everyone to focus on their studies. Yang Yuzi returned to her seat, avoiding eye contact with anyone, merely staring blankly at her desk. She felt utterly useless, realizing that when danger arose, it was Yu Qing who bore the burden alone. Recalling the words she had spoken in the field towards Yu Qing's lifeless body only deepened her guilt. In a fit of frustration, she slammed her fist on her thigh, drawing the attention of her classmates in the front row. Yu Qing's heart tightened painfully. He could only wonder what thoughts occupied Yang Yuzi's mind. Did her discontent stem from the fact that she had been attacked last year, leading her to feel this way? Yu Qing was perplexed. What was the situation? Or was it that after their bodies swap, she wished to protect herself, only to discover her powerlessness? After contemplating, Yu Qing concluded that this was indeed the case. It was the wish she had expressed before her demise. Thus, he retrieved a pen from his pencil case and scrawled a line on a piece of scrap paper before sliding it across to Yang Yuzi. The note read, "You have done exceptionally well. Standing in front of me, testifying against him was an act of great courage. Do not blame yourself." Yang Yuzi glanced at the note but offered no response, merely bowing her head further. Seeing her lack of reaction, Yu Qing added another line to the note. "Rooftop. I'll be waiting for you." Yu Qing patiently awaited a response. As the bell rang to conclude the first period of evening study, the classroom erupted into chatter. Yet Yang Yuzi remained frozen in her position, unyielding. Yu Qing stood up and gently tapped her desk. "Yuzi, would you accompany me to the restroom? I am a bit afraid of the dark." He fabricated the most awkward, yet least likely to be refused excuse. Yang Yuzi managed to lift her head. After a few seconds of silence, she followed Yu Qing out of the classroom, rather than heading to the restroom. She directed her steps toward the staircase leading to the rooftop. Yu Qing followed closely behind. Pushing open the rooftop door, Yang Yuzi approached the railing, gripping it tightly with both hands. "I'm sorry," she murmured. Yu Qing paused beside her, not looking at her, but gazing into the distant city lights. "Why say sorry?" Yang Yuzi choked on her words. "This morning, I promised to protect you. Yet what happened? I still let you face that scoundrel alone this afternoon. I made you resort to that kind of measure while I stood right there, powerless, like a complete failure." As she reached the end of her sentence, her voice quivered with emotion, and she struck the railing with her fist, producing a resounding clang. Yu Qing sighed. Indeed, it was for this reason. However, he had never noticed this strong-willed side of her back in middle school. Contemplating how to comfort her, he replied, "A failure?" Yu Qing turned her head to gaze at her face. "Yang Yuzi, look at me." Yang Yuzi stubbornly turned her head away, refusing to meet his eyes. "Look at me." Yu Qing's voice rose slightly. Finally, Yang Yuzi slowly turned her head, her eyes slightly reddened, filled with a sense of defeat. "Tell me." Yu Qing fixed his gaze upon her, asking each word deliberately at the school gate when Huang Mingyang charged at me like a rabid dog. "Who was the first to stand in front of me?" Yang Yuzi remained silent, listening quietly, when that mad dog spewed filth, insulting and threatening me. "Who acted like a wall, shielding me from behind and sternly admonishing him to leave." Yang Yuzi's expression shifted. "In the office, when that scoundrel twisted the truth, attempting to tarnish my reputation, who was the first to step forward, accusing him of all his misdeeds, even bringing up his past transgressions that left him speechless?" Though Yu Qing's voice was soft, it struck Yang Yuzi's heart like a hammer. "It was you, Yang Yuzi." Yu Qing's tone brimmed with certainty. "From beginning to end, you have been protecting me. You stood in front of me, spoke on my behalf, and shared my anger. Haven't you done enough? Isn't this protection?" "But," Yang Yuzi countered, "in the end, it still relied on you, on your risking yourself to extract his words, on you." "On me what?" Yu Qing interrupted. "On me kicking him? Or on me recording the conversation?" With a gentle sigh, he reached out his hand, hesitated for a moment, then gently placed it over the back of Yang Yuzi's hand, which was tightly gripping the railing. Once this familiar hand was now trembling. "Fool," Yu Qing's voice softened. "There are myriad ways to protect. It is not solely about throwing punches or taking bullets. You stood in front of me, enduring the first wave of malice and threats. That alone is the most potent form of protection. You have given me courage and confidence, allowing me to know that I am not fighting alone, that I have your support behind me. This reassures me far more than if you had rushed up to strike him." Chapter 13, Her Heart's Knot. Observing the complex emotions in Yang Yuzi's eyes, Yu Qing continued to console her. "As for the recording, that was merely a strategy. We are a team. You charge ahead." Drawing fire, while I look for opportunities to strike decisively. We complement each other splendidly, do we not? Without you standing in front, I would not have had the chance to even pull out my phone. If you hadn't accused him in the office, the recording alone would have been far less effective. We are indispensable to one another. Yang Yuzi still clung to her stubborn thoughts, but I promised to protect you well. Look, Yu Qing raised another hand, pointing to the luminous moon in the night sky. There is but one moon, yet it illuminates the entire night. To protect someone does not mean you must bear all the darkness and storms alone. True protection is mutual. It is trust. It is support. It is knowing that no matter what happens, the other is there, standing beside you. Yu Qing's voice was gentle. Yang Yuzi, you have done exceptionally well. I can feel your determination to protect me, and that is more precious than anything. That is enough. Do not berate yourself any longer, and do not doubt yourself. You have never been worthless. You are my most important partner. Moreover, Yu Qing squeezed her hand. Look, have we not won? The villain has been punished, and we are safe. Is this not the best outcome? Is this not a testament to our joint efforts? Under the moonlight, Yang Yuzi stared blankly at Yu Qing. Indeed, protection is reciprocal. Yu Qing is not a weakling needing her unilateral defense, but rather a partner who can fight side by side and even protect each other in return. Gradually, as she came to understand this, she relaxed, her grip on the railing loosening. But, I'm afraid it will happen again. Yu Qing gently patted her shoulder. No boots. Look, are we not doing well now? Your protection has always been there. It has just taken on a different form. Please do not blame yourself, all right? Let us return to the classroom. Wang Jin and Zhou Xi are still worried. Seeing Yu Qing's encouraging gaze, she no longer felt conflicted. All right. Upon returning to the classroom, the bell for evening self-study rang, just as the two took their seats in the back row. However, moments later, the front door of the classroom was gently pushed open, and Tang Xuejuan's figure appeared at the doorway. In the first class of the evening self-study, Tang Xuejuan had received an urgent notice from the school regarding a meeting with the homeroom teacher. The content of the meeting left her alarmed. Someone actually intended to harm her son. This made her very anxious, extremely anxious. Thus, as soon as the meeting concluded, she hurried back to the classroom. And upon seeing her son safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Qing, Yang Yuzi, Wang Jin, Zhou Xi, you four, step outside for a moment. The four exchanged glances, understanding the matter at hand. In the corridor, away from the classroom, they recounted the events at the school gate to Tang Xuejuan in detail. Tang Xuejuan furrowed her brows, and after listening, she sighed deeply. You are too reckless. In the future, if something like this happens, notify me immediately, understand? Your safety is more important than anything else. After giving them a few simple admonitions, she allowed Yu Qing, Wang Jin, and Zhou Xi to return to the classroom first. In the corridor, only she and her son remained. Tang Xuejuan asked, has Huang Mingyang bullied you before? Though her son often caused trouble, as a mother, she still cared deeply upon hearing about her child being victimized. However, as a teacher, she could not confront Huang Mingyang directly like other parents. Since the villain had already been punished, she chose not to dwell on it. Yang Yuzi nodded. It's all in the past. Teacher Tang, this time we have solid evidence. He won't escape. Tang Xuejuan looked at her son. The young man before her, now devoid of past impulsiveness, exuded a calmness that felt unfamiliar. Coupled with the stunning performance mentioned by her husband during math class and his manner of handling the crisis at this moment, she thought, well done, but be more careful in the future. Steer clear of such scum. Now go back to your studies. The mother and son returned to the classroom. Tang Xuejuan took her place at the podium. Back at her seat, Yang Yuzi's feelings of guilt under Yu Qing's guidance had dissipated significantly. She observed Yu Qing, who was diligently solving problems beside her, and her conviction to protect him for a lifetime grew stronger, yet it quietly transformed. It was no longer a solitary burden, but a trust in moving forward together. Yu Qing, glancing at Yang Yuzi, who had resumed her seat, curiously asked, what did my mom just say to you? Yang Yuzi smiled. Nothing much, just reminding us to stay away from such people and to be cautious. She paused, sincerely adding, but you can tell she genuinely cares about you. Reflecting on the unmistakable concern Tang Xuejuan had shown her moments ago, deeply touched Yang Yuzi. Indeed, she had always been this way. Watching her mother at the podium, focused on grading assignments, Yu Qing's heart swelled with gratitude. The love of a mother missed during her rebellious phase was only now fully understood in its weight. By the way, why did you pretend to be a bad student to annoy Teacher Tang? Yang Yuzi curiously inquired. She was filled with curiosity regarding the matter. Just moments ago, Yu Qing had observed Tang Xuejuan's expression, which was brimming with gratitude. Yet, one could not fathom why she would feign being a poor student, seemingly to provoke her. Yu Qing cleared her throat, her mind racing with thoughts. Finally, she discovered a plausible excuse. Wasn't she previously ensnared by Wang Lili? Good students are often monitored by their parents, whereas bad students are not. Yang Yuzi? But didn't you recognize what sort of person Wang Lili is? Yu Qing clarified. Yes, I did. Therefore, upon returning from summer vacation, I distanced myself from her. Yu Qing was somewhat intrigued. But you haven't even met Wang Lili. How could you possibly know what she's like? I could see it immediately. Unlike you, who seem rather dim-witted. As class came to an end, Yang Yuzi hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Yu Qing. Yu Qing turned her head, sensing the peculiarity in her tone. Thank you for today. Without your words, I might still be mired in a conundrum. Yu Qing smiled faintly. You found your way out on your own. I told you we are comrades. Yes, comrades. Yang Yuzi repeated the word, finding solace in it. So comrades then. When we head home after school, I entrust that strategic task to you. Yu Qing immediately understood she was referring to persuading Yang Wangking. Her expression grew serious. Don't worry, I will take care of it. The mention of her father caused Yang Yuzi's eyes to dim instantly. The memory of her father's passing in her previous life was one she could scarcely bear to recall. That dreadful outcome haunted her like a nightmare. After soothing Yang Yuzi with a few comforting words, she finally felt at ease. Chapter 14. Returning home. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the bell signaling the end of evening study rang. Many day, students rushed out of the classroom. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi were also organizing their books. At that moment, Wang Jin and Zhou Ci from the front row approached briskly, their faces etched with concern. Chinga, are you all right? Wang Jin, straightforward by nature, was the first to speak. Zhou Ci shared the worry. Yes, don't take to heart the words of scum like Huang Mingyang. He only seeks to provoke. Yang Yuzi felt her heart warm at this display of camaraderie. Thank you both. I was a bit upset by him earlier, coupled with, well, some other matters. My mood wasn't the best. But I'm fine now. I apologize for worrying you. Although her response was brief, it was enough to ease Wang Jin and Zhou Ci's minds. As long as you're fine. Wang Jin patted Yang Yuzi on the shoulder. That idiot. If we see him again, let's give him a good beating or report him. He quickly amended his statement, earning a roll of the eyes from Zhou Ci. Zhou Ci smiled. Yu Qing, if you encounter anything in the future, don't keep it to yourself. Tell us. Yes, I understand. Thank you both. Yang Yuzi expressed her gratitude once more. Wang Jin and Zhou Ci finally felt relieved and turned back to their seats. Observing Yang Yuzi beside her, Yu Qing gently remarked, See, everyone cares about you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's all behind us now. Yang Yuzi nodded, feeling warmth spread within her. The two finished packing their belongings and slung their backpacks over their shoulders. Shall we go? Yang Yuzi looked towards Yu Qing. The two of them fell into step amidst the throng of students leaving school. The early autumn night breeze carried a hint of coolness, dispelling the day's heat. The streetlights elongated and shortened their shadows as they walked in silence for a while. Yang Yuzi broke the quiet. By the way, my parents have been quite busy lately. I heard my mom mention that business at the clothing store has been good these past few days. However, my dad remains the same. He returns home at 8 and enjoys lounging on the sofa watching the news, and then, she hesitated for a moment. Then he can't help but crave a cigarette. My mom has scolded him about it numerous times. She sighed, genuine concern lacing her tone. For the past couple of years, my dad has had a cough, and because of this, my mom has forbidden him from smoking, being quite strict about it. Yet, sometimes he just can't resist sneaking a smoke on a balcony or in the kitchen. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled that her father had ultimately succumbed to lung cancer in the latter half of his senior year due to years of smoking. Therefore, Yang Yuzi halted, turning to Yu Qing with unwavering seriousness in her gaze. Tonight, I implore you, regarding my father, you must find a way to persuade him to go for a checkup. My mom's words sometimes fall on deaf ears, but he tends to listen to me a bit more. Yu Qing nodded emphatically. Rest assured, I shall handle it. I will employ every means at my disposal, presenting rational arguments and factual evidence. If that fails, he recalled how his sister used to act when she was younger, and thus, he began to imitate her, softening his voice and adding a hint of sweetness. He adopted a slightly aggrieved tone. Dad, just listen to me this once, for the sake of me and Mom. Won't you please go for checkup? The imitation was rather exaggerated. Yang Yuzi burst into laughter at his antics. Your whining has quite the impact. However, it's a bit too forced, not all natural. I would have done that before. Yu Qing was puzzled. What's unnatural about it? My sister has always done this. And it works like a charm on my dad. As he spoke, he provided a live demonstration, seizing Yang Yuzi's arm and gently shaking it, pouting slightly, striving to blink his eyes with feigned tears, elongating his voice. Yuzi, don't you think it resembles me? Yang Yuzi found herself both amused and exasperated by his antics. She had not anticipated this little fool could conjure such expressions, making it hard to watch. Stop, stop. It looks just like it. I have goosebumps. She scrutinized Yu Qing. You, a big boy, imitating a girl-less whining, have quite the flair. Of course, Yu Qing retracted his hand, a smug expression on his face. I've already seen through my sister's secret weapon. Suddenly, Yang Yuzi's mind flashed back to the girl from her university dormitory in her past life. A girl strikingly similar to Yu Qing, named Yuhanqi. During their casual conversations, they had bonded over their shared hardships and become good friends. It was only later that she discovered the girl was Yu Qing's sister. When Yang Yuzi sought to inquire about Yu Qing, she was met with the hatred reflected in Yuhanqi's eyes. Yu Qing seemed oblivious to her strange demeanor and continued, My sister has always loved to act spoiled, and our family dotes on her. Yang Yuzi snapped back to the present and softly inquired, What about your sister? I didn't see her this morning. Yu Qing smiled. She is attending another school and only comes home on weekends. Oh, I see. Yang Yuzi nodded. Speaking of my mom, you know Teacher Tang. She is strict at school, but at home, well, she can be quite talkative. Yu Qing recalled the trivial concerns expressed by Tang Xuejuan and couldn't help but chuckle. Especially my dad, who has taken a liking to fishing. Every weekend, he disappears early in the morning and often returns empty-handed. My mom always nags him, saying he wastes his rest time and should either relax at home or help my sister with her homework. My dad just chuckles and says he enjoys the process. But despite her nagging, my mom always prepares water and food for him before he heads out. Yang Yuzi listened quietly. It sounded rather heartwarming. Yu Qing nodded, his gaze drifting towards the glow of the distant streetlight. Indeed. Although my mom is strict and my dad sometimes indulges in frivolities, they both. The last 3 words hung unspoken in the air. This was a regret from his past life, and in this second chance, he would not allow his family to suffer the same fate. What's wrong? Yu Qing shook her head. They are quite affectionate. Suddenly, Yu Qing seemed to recall something. Regarding our soul exchange, we absolutely must not let them know. Yang Yuzi immediately nodded. I understand. It's far too bizarre. Revealing it would only terrify them. We should continue to play our current roles. Perhaps in the future, there will be a way to revert back. All right. At the fork in the road, I'll head back. Yu Qing indicated towards the direction of the Yang residence. Okay. Yang Yuzi waved at her. Be careful on your way. See you tomorrow. Standing at the familiar doorstep of Yang Yuzi's home, an unexpected sense of strangeness welled up within Yu Qing. After a moment of contemplation, she realized the source of this unfamiliarity. Stripped of Yang Yuzi's identity, this house felt foreign to her. Casting aside these disconcerting thoughts, Yu Qing mentally rehearsed various persuasive tactics. The key slid into the lock, turning gently. From within, the sounds of the television and faint laughter drifted out. As the door opened, warm yellow light and the comforting essence of home enveloped her. In the living room, Xiao Yao and Yang Wanqing were cozied up on the wooden sofa, engrossed in a family drama. Little Ji is back, Xiao Yao exclaimed, rising to take the backpack from Yu Qing's hands. You must be exhausted today. Come quickly. I bought some sweet red flesh dragon fruit and saved the biggest piece for you. She bent down to retrieve slippers from the shoe cabinet, continuing to chatter. Are you hungry? There's steamed corn in the kitchen. After changing her shoes, Yu Qing observed Yang Wanqing, who appeared to be in good spirits. Upon seeing his daughter return, Yang Wanqing smiled. You're back. Dad, Mom, Yu Qing greeted. Xiao Yao pulled her down onto the sofa. It was the first time Yu Qing addressed Xiao Yao and Yang Wanqing as mom and dad, and a peculiar sensation arose within her. Nevertheless, it mattered little to her. Yang Yuzi's parents were now her own, lending an air of role-playing to the situation. However, it was time to showcase her acting skills. Chapter 15, Persuasion and Explanation. Xiao Yao sliced the dragon fruit, skewering a piece with a toothpick and handing it to her daughter. Try it. It's incredibly sweet. Yu Qing obediently accepted. Thank you, Mom. As she took small bites, she kept a watchful eye on Yang Wanqing, who was chuckling at the television storyline. Although his laughter was punctuated by a couple of soft coughs, the moment had arrived. Recalling Yang Yuzi's remark about her father's smoking habit, Yu Qing seized the opportunity. Dad, have you been smoking again? I heard you cough a couple of times just now. Xiao Yao immediately shot him a glare. Yang Wanqing, how many times have I told you not to smoke? She feigned a move to search his pockets. No, I haven't smoked recently, Yang Wanqing replied innocently, allowing her to search without resistance. And indeed, she found nothing. Faced with a simultaneous attack from mother and daughter, he waved his hands dismissively. It's nothing. It's just autumn. The weather is dry, and my throat is a bit scratchy, an old issue that will resolve itself in a couple of days. Seeing that Xiao Yao found nothing, Yu Qing resolved to directly persuade Yang Wanqing to see a doctor. Dad, you've been coughing intermittently for 2 years now. It's not wise to let it drag on like this. How about I accompany you to the hospital for a thorough checkup this weekend? Yang Wanqing was reluctant. Why go to the hospital? I'm fine. It's just a minor cough. An old issue. Why waste money on unnecessary checkups? Besides, the store has been busy lately, and I have a shipment to oversee this weekend. There's no time. Yu Qing sighed inwardly. Just as Yang Yuzi had described, it seemed she would need to employ that tactic. She began to hold back tears. "Dad," she exclaimed, gripping Yang Wanqing's arm tightly and shaking it. "How can this be a minor issue? What if it's bronchitis or something worse? Early detection means early treatment. What matters more? Money or life?" Xiao Yao chimed in, her tone urgent and exasperated. "Old Yang, listen to how worried our daughter is. Your cough is audible even while you sleep at night. Let old Wang handle the shipment for a day." Yang Wanqing, softened by his daughter's fervor, hesitated. However, the thought of waiting in line at the hospital, undergoing tests, and possibly needing an X-ray filled him with resistance. More importantly, deep down, he felt a twinge of fear about what they might discover. He sighed and shifted his perspective. "Really, it's unnecessary. I know my own body. I'm strong. Besides, didn't Dr. Zhang at the clinic say it was just a bit of pharyngitis and advised me to smoke less?" Yu Qing was at a loss for words. Can pharyngitis persist for 1 or 2 years without improvement? What can a small clinic really diagnose? Suppressing her urge to critique, her greatest concern was the possibility of cancer. The longer such an illness lingers, the greater the risk to life. Reflecting on how Yang Wanqing had failed to heal over these past 2 years, she feared it might indeed be serious. Continuing her persuasion, she said, "Dad, how could it possibly just be pharyngitis? How can it not improve after 1 or 2 years? You need to go to a major hospital for a thorough examination. With you coughing like this, Mom and I are on edge every day. How are we supposed to live like this?" She laid bare her deepest fears. "Dad, I'm truly scared that if this continues, what if it's lung cancer?" The mention of cancer struck like an invisible icicle. Yang Wanqing es completion pallid instantly. The living room fell into a chilling silence, broken only by the background noise of the television. Xiao Yao grasped her husband's hand. "Old Yang, please listen to our daughter just this once. Let's get you checked out. All right? If something were to happen to you, what would little Ji and I do?" Seeing his wife and daughter on the brink of tears, Yang Wanqing's resolve softened. All right, I'll go, okay? Just this weekend." He raised his hand, ruffling his daughter's hair affectionately, making it a tousled mess. Yu Qing was taken aback by this sudden display of paternal affection. Having her 30-something soul treated like a child felt undeniably awkward. She could only maintain a compliant expression while internally rolling her eyes. A glance exchanged with Xiao Yao revealed a shared sense of relief. Yang Wanqing relented, unable to bear the anxiety of the 2 women he loved most. Seeing him agree, Yu Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. The mission had been accomplished. After chatting about trivial matters with Yang's parents for a while, she excused herself from the living room under the pretext of studying. Pushing open the door to her room, she sat at her desk. Everything that had transpired that day felt like a dream, both real and surreal, shrouded in a veil of mist. Not wishing to dwell further, Yu Qing retrieved her textbooks for review. Although she had been a teacher for over a decade, there were subjects she was less proficient in and needed to revisit. If she performed poorly on the upcoming monthly exam, it would be a disservice to her identity as Yang Yuzi, the academic prodigy. With that thought, Yu Qing glanced at the clock, nearly 10 o'clock, and her parents would soon be returning home. She wondered if Yang Yuzi could manage. Chuckling softly, she shook her head. Based on Yang Yuzi's performance today, handling her parents shouldn't be a problem. She would find out tomorrow during class. Meanwhile, Yang Yuzi was also in her room, diligently studying. In contrast to Yu Qing, she was investing even more effort into her studies. Suddenly, the sound of keys unlocking the front door reached her ears, causing her heart to flutter slightly. When Tang Xuejuan and Yu Shusheng gently pushed open their son's bedroom door, they were greeted by the sight of their son, deeply engrossed in his studies, his profile illuminated by the soft morning light. The couple stood frozen at the threshold, momentarily astonished. This scene had been nothing short of a fantasy for the past year. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Yu Shusheng was the first to inquire about the events that transpired at dinner, despite having heard Tang Xuejuan discuss the specifics after the evening study session. After all, he was their flesh and blood, and he felt compelled to ask personally. Upon hearing Yang Yuzi casually recount the series of events and their outcomes, he exhaled a sigh of relief. When he inquired about her performance in class that day, Yang Yuzi had already prepared a response. Having undergone some experiences, she had come to a realization. Her previous infatuation with a girl from another class during sophomore year was rather foolish. Being the subject of ridicule and struggling academically made her reflect. Observing her parents tirelessly laboring, particularly her mother who fretted over their family, she felt a surge of guilt for her past negligence. She resolved to no longer disappoint them, nor to harbor regrets in the future. Her earnestness in articulating this sentiment was palpable. Tang Xuejuan and Yu Qing were once again taken aback. Such words, especially the genuine remorse and understanding of her parents' efforts, were sentiments that the former Yang Yuzi would have never expressed. The transformation was profound. Though her reasoning was straightforward, it resonated with the psychological turning points typical of adolescence. More importantly, this change was positive, precisely what they had longed for. Observing the uncontainable smiles on Tang Xuejuan and Yu Qing's faces, Yang Yuzi felt a quiet sense of relief, knowing she had successfully navigated this first hurdle. Chapter 16. Have you not bathed? At 5:30 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Yu Qing groggily rose from his bed, having studied until 11 the previous night. He had initially intended to take a shower, but suddenly recalled that he was now inhabiting a girl's body. Certain images flashed through his mind, causing a wave of embarrassment to wash over him. Thus, he settled for merely brushing his teeth and washing his face before returning to bed. After stretching, he donned his school uniform and quietly made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. In the kitchen, Xiao Yao had prepared breakfast, steaming bowls of rice porridge. Several youtiao, fried dough sticks, and 3 fried eggs were already set on the dining table. Upon seeing her daughter emerge from the bathroom, a tender smile graced her face. Xiaozi, you're up so early. Won't you sleep a little longer? Mom, it's not early anymore. I have early study at 6:30. Yu Qing replied with a sweet smile, taking a sip of the porridge. After breakfast, Yang Yuzi yawned as he emerged from the bedroom. Spotting his daughter packing her backpack in the living room, he offered a gentle smile. Be careful on your way. Got it, Dad. Don't forget about the weekend plans. Yu Qing reminded playfully, noticing Yang Yuzi's hesitant expression. Can't forget. Your mother repeated it 1,000 times last night. Yang Yuzi waved his hand in exasperation. Xiao Yao approached, playfully patting her husband on the back. It's all for your benefit. Xiaozi, hurry along, don't be late. Yu Qing nodded in agreement, shouldering her backpack as she pushed the door open to leave. The accomplishment of persuading Yang Yuzi, combined with the refreshing morning air, made her steps light and buoyant. As she stepped out of the building, preparing to head towards the community gate, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a familiar figure standing beneath the tall pine tree beside the entrance. The boy stood tall in his I Qing middle school uniform. It was Yang Yuzi. What brings you here? Yu Qing asked, surprised, as she approached her. I just wanted to come back and take a look, Yang Yuzi replied softly, her eyes darting towards the unit door behind Yu Qing, as if trying to penetrate the walls to glimpse familiar figures and sounds within. Observing the subtle complexity and anticipation in her eyes, along with the faint dark circles from a night spent awake, Yu Qing instantly understood her longing. She wished to see her parents, even if only from a distance, or to linger near the home that bore the weight of her past suffering and present hopes. However, Yu Qing remained oblivious to these deeper feelings. Just one day without seeing them, and you're already like this? Such a clingy little thing, she teased, attributing her behavior to a simple attachment to her parents. I just had breakfast with your mom and dad. Your dad? Yu Qing paused deliberately, noticing the immediate concern in Yang Yuzi's eyes, then broke into a smile, relishing the moment. I got him to agree to go for a checkup this weekend. Yang Yuzi's eyes brightened instantly, her fatigue vanishing. Really? How did you manage that? My dad is so stubborn. Yu Qing proudly raised her chin. A little persistence, and perhaps a touch of acting. She refrained from mentioning the possibility of cancer, fearing it would frighten her. Upon hearing Yu Qing's words, Yang Yuzi's smile radiated with brightness, the most vibrant expression she had worn since her rebirth. Her heart brimmed with hope, and the enormous weight that had pressed upon her soul began to lift. Gazing at Yu Qing, her eyes sparkled with gratitude. Yu Qing, thank you. I can't thank you enough. Seeing Yang Yuzi's excitement filled Yu Qing with an indescribable joy. We are comrades now. She gently patted Yang Yuzi on the shoulder. Come on, let us head to school. Okay. Yang Yuzi nodded vigorously, walking alongside Yu Qing towards the exit of the community. After taking a few steps, a morning breeze swept by, causing Yang Yuzi to wrinkle her nose slightly. Instinctively, she leaned closer to Yu Qing and inhaled, her expression quickly turning into one of displeasure. Yu Qing, she halted, her tone turning serious. Do you smell? Huh? Smell? Yu Qing raised her arm to sniff, confusion etched on her face. I don't smell anything. What smell? The scent of laundry detergent? Yang Yuzi frowned even more tightly, her expression resembling that of a pouting child. It's sweat, and a bit of, the smell from sleeping in it overnight. Didn't you take a shower last night? Yu Qing was taken aback, an overwhelming wave of embarrassment flooding over him. His face flushed instantly, and his gaze darted about. Well, I stayed up too late studying and just... He couldn't admit it was due to his current psychological barriers that made him reluctant to engage with the body. In a moment of panic, he retorted, "Did you take one?" As soon as he uttered the words, he wished he could retract them. Unsurprisingly, Yang Yuzi paused. Then, upon seeing Yu Qing's crimson face, she quickly grasped the implication behind his words. Rather than feeling bashful, she crossed her arms, her demeanor exuding the confidence of someone who found the situation utterly unremarkable. "Of course I did. This is my body now. It would be uncomfortable not to shower. Besides," she lowered her voice, an air of assertive curiosity in her tone, "there are some areas I still need to figure out how to take care of. But you," Yang Yuzi raised her voice slightly, "you're using my body. How can a girl not shower and just go to sleep?" Yu Qing couldn't help but find her flustered expression, one of urgency, irritation, and a hint of shyness, both amusing and fascinating. He quickly reassured her, Okay, I understand. I promise I'll shower next time." "No next time." Yang Yuzi glared at him, as if guarding a rare treasure. "You must bathe daily. This is my body, and you must take good care of it." The seriousness in her tone made Yu Qing deeply appreciate the strong sense of bodily autonomy that young women possess. Yes, Miss Yang, I shall obey. I will certainly ensure that I keep myself impeccably clean from now on." Yu Qing raised his hands in surrender, both helpless and amused. This girl truly holds herself to a standard bordering on obsession with cleanliness. Yang Yuzi let out a reluctant hum, granting him a reprieve. Yet her gaze remained tinged with apprehension, as if she were supervising an unreliable steward of her own body. Only then did the two continue their walk toward school, with Yang Yuzi still murmuring about the importance of personal hygiene, leaving Yu Qing both exasperated and amused. After the second period of the morning, the bell for the long break rang. Normally, the third-year students were exempt from participating in morning exercises with the first and second-year students, except on Mondays. The seniors were filled with reluctance, for they typically enjoyed this precious time for self-study. However, when Tang Xuejuan entered the classroom to announce an important school notice, they had no choice but to resign themselves to the throngs heading toward the playground. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi followed the crowd downstairs, forming orderly lines in their designated spots. On the podium in front of the playground, the stern and resonant voice of the director of education, Yu Qing, reverberated across the entire field. "Students, silence. I will now announce a disciplinary notice." The previously noisy playground fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes curiously fixed on the podium. Yu Qing cleared his throat, his tone severe. "Huang Mingyang, a student from Class 7, has repeatedly violated school rules during his time here, exhibiting egregious behavior. Most notably, yesterday evening, during dismissal, he openly threatened and intimidated fellow students at the school gate, an act of extremely serious nature that has caused a profoundly negative impact, both within and outside the school. Following deliberation at the administrative meeting and subsequent approval from the educational authorities, Huang Mingyang will be placed under school observation. It is hoped that he deeply reflects on his actions and corrects his mistakes. Furthermore, this serves as a warning to all students. It is imperative to adhere to school rules, to be civil and disciplined, and to assist one another in friendship. Any act of bullying or endangering others will be dealt with severely, with no leniency." As the announcement concluded, the playground erupted in a clamor. "Under school observation? Such severity? I heard he threatened Yu Qing from Class 1 and that new transfer student. The school is truly taking this seriously." Whispers filled the air. Wang Jin excitedly raised his fist, murmuring to Zhou Ci beside him, "What a relief. Let's see if that brat dares to act so arrogantly again." So Qi nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction on his face. Standing in line, Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi listened to the surrounding chatter, their gazes momentarily meeting in the air. Yu Qing's eyes were calm, imbued with a sense of settled dust. This outcome was within his expectations. The evidence was irrefutable, the nature of the offense severe. The school could not possibly render a lenient judgment. Chapter 17, Just a Clown. Director Yu Qing, his expression grim, stood before the microphone and stated, "Next, Huang Mingyang from Class 7 will publicly reflect on his serious violations of school rules and his threatening behavior toward his classmates. And he will offer a public apology to Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi." Instantly, the entire playground fell silent, thousands of eyes fixated on Huang Mingyang, who was escorted to the stage by two teachers. At that moment, the once arrogant Huang Mingyang now appeared diminished, his head bowed and his steps dragging. Standing on the podium, he lowered his head even further, acutely aware of the disdainful, mocking, and gleeful gazes directed at him from below. Yu Qing handed the microphone to Huang Mingyang, signaling him to begin. Taking the reflection paper, he stuttered through his words, his voice muffled. The content was nothing more than a series of insincere platitudes about recognizing his mistakes, reflecting deeply, and promising not to repeat them. When he reached the crucial part, he nearly bit his tongue, forcing out a few words from the depths of his throat. Here, I sincerely apologize to Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi. I am sorry. The weight of those 3 words felt insubstantial, almost as if they were uttered under duress, devoid of any sincerity. He didn't even dare to glance toward Class 1. Xiao Wenqing frowned, evidently dissatisfied with this perfunctory display. Yet, the reflection had been completed, and he coldly added, I hope Huang Mingyang can truly recognize his mistakes and cherish the opportunity for redemption that the school has provided. With that, he announced the dismissal of the third-year students, while the first and second years continued their morning exercises. The lines gradually dispersed, and Huang Mingyang let out a sigh of relief, hastily fleeing the playground as if escaping for his life. He could not bear to remain on the podium any longer. On the edge of the crowd in Class 6, Wang Lili stood, her face paling. Upon hearing that Huang Mingyang had been placed under school observation, her heart raced. She had not anticipated the situation escalating to such proportions. This fool, Huang Mingyang, not only failed to avenge her, but also nearly implicated her. Watching him flee the podium in a state of disarray, she felt no sympathy. Instead, a surge of disgust and fear arose within her. This incompetent fool, incompetent at achieving anything, yet adept at causing trouble. Who knows if he has exposed me? What if the teachers question him, and he reveals that I incited him to trouble Yu Qing? Wang Lili shivered, unwilling to contemplate such terrifying consequences. Beside her, Yang Zhonglan was startled by her pallid complexion and quickly inquired, Lili, where are you going? Wang Lili did not hear her. She abruptly pushed through the crowd, disregarding Yang Zhonglan's calls, and pursued the direction Huang Mingyang had fled. Yang Zhonglan suddenly felt a chill. Could it be? The classroom for Class 7 was located on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. On the way back to the classroom, Huang Mingyang felt like a zombie. Just as he reached the 2nd floor, a voice called out to him. Huang Mingyang. He turned around to see Wang Lili, her eyes betraying a flicker of expectation and grievance. Lili, shut up. Wang Lili's voice was sharp, her face openly displaying her disdain and anger. After this, she pulled Huang Mingyang to a quieter corner of the building. Releasing his arm, Wang Lili's cutting voice rang out. Huang Mingyang, has water flooded your brain? Who told you to use such a foolish method, threatening Yu Qing? To provoke that vixen? Are you trying to hasten your own demise? Little did Wang Lili know that Huang Mingyang had indeed been deeply captivated by Yu Qing's appearance at that moment. Huang Mingyang, taken aback, was left dumbfounded by her barrage of accusations. Lili, I was trying to help you get back at him. That Yu Qing, help me get back at him? Wang Lili scoffed, cutting him off. Do I need your brainless assistance? Look at the mess you've created. As she grew increasingly agitated, her voice rose, attracting the attention of nearby classmates. Noticing the growing number of eyes upon them, she hastily lowered her voice. Do you realize that your actions nearly implicated me? If the school investigates and discovers that I sent you to trouble Yu Qing. She shuddered, unable to fathom the consequences. Lilia, Huang Mingyang attempted to defend himself, but was once again interrupted by Wang Lili. Enough. Wang Lili took a step back, her arms crossed, and spoke in a frigid tone. Huang Mingyang, let me make this clear. From now on, keep your distance from me. Our relationship is entirely severed. Do not tell anyone that you acted for my sake. I cannot afford such humiliation. After uttering these words, she glared at Huang Mingyang with disdain, as if even a moment's delay in departing would be revolting, before turning on her heel and merging into the crowd, her silhouette radiating an urgent desire to dissociate. Huang Mingyang stood frozen, disbelief etched across his features. He stared vacantly at Wang Lili's callous retreating figure as it vanished amidst the throngs of people, her icy, piercing words echoing in his ears. In his attempt to defend her honor, he had become the subject of ridicule throughout the school, bearing the stain of disciplinary action, and had apologized before thousands like a dog. The reward for his efforts? Her hasty repudiation and merciless humiliation. He recalled how Wang Lili had once praised him for his reliability, prowess, and charm. And now, why was it so different? What justified this? He had sacrificed so much, even wagering his future, merely to seek a semblance of justice for her. His genuine affection, dignity, and future were rendered worthless in her eyes, deserving only of the labels fool and shameful. And what of Yu Qing? What right did he have? What made him so entitled to flaunt superiority before Wang Lili? Causing her embarrassment? What granted him the privilege to be so intimately close to the new transfer student, the extraordinarily beautiful Yang Yuzi? What allowed him to stand there impervious, accepting Huang Mingyang's apology, looking at him as though he were a vanquished adversary? All the turmoil stemmed from Yu Qing. It was he who had provoked Wang Lili's ire. It was Yu Qing's closeness to Yang Yuzi that had incited this situation. It was Yu Qing's very existence that had led to Huang Mingyang's downfall, causing Wang Lili, whom he had cherished for so long, to unhesitatingly abandon him. Had it not been for Yu Qing, he would not have resorted to threats. He would not have been caught. He would not have faced disciplinary measures. He would not have been humiliated in public. And Wang Lili would not have cast him aside. Yu Qing. Huang Mingyang spat the name through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse with seething resentment. His gaze pierced through the crowd, fixating on Yu Qing in the distance, who was engaged in quiet conversation with a stunning girl, exuding calmness and warmth. That tranquility in Huang Mingyang's eyes at this moment was the ultimate mockery and provocation. Yet, he dared not act recklessly now. Having just been reprimanded, further trouble could lead to expulsion. Nearby, Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi were making their way towards the academic building amidst the throng. Yang Yuzi frowned sleekly. She had caught fragments of Wang Lili's voice echoing down the hallway, and though the specifics were indistinct, the attitude had left her feeling unsettled. She instinctively glanced at Yu Qing, who remained composed, as if the commotion at the podium and the distant altercation were merely whispers of the wind, stirring not a ripple within him. Sensing Yang Yuzi's gaze, he turned his head and offered her a gentle smile. Just a clown, observing the serenity in his eyes. Yang Yuzi felt the faint turbulence stirred by Huang Mingyang and Wang Lili dissipate instantaneously. She nodded, directing her attention towards the bright windows of the classroom. A new day had commenced. Their battlefield lay within the classroom, amidst textbooks, in the impending monthly examinations, and on the path of safeguarding their families. Chapter 18. She Stole a Kiss. Upon returning to class one of the third year of high school, the clamor following the intermission had yet to subside, with numerous students still engaged in discussion. As Yu Qing settled into his seat, Yang Yuzi wrinkled her nose, fanning her hand before her face, wearing an expression of distaste. Her gaze suggested that Yu Qing was now akin to a walking biochemical weapon. Yu Qing, taken aback, raised his hand to sniff himself. He smelled delightful. A hint of jasmine. Wasn't that the same scent she had once used? Was her reaction truly that exaggerated? His tone carried a touch of innocence and slight grievance. Yang Yuzi noted without hesitation. The scent. It lingers. As the rightful owner, I command you. After school, immediately, wash yourself. Yu Qing sighed helplessly. Understood. Understood. I will ensure to wash myself thoroughly for you. Yang Yuzi huffed, reluctantly allowing him some reprieve, though her eyes still bore a warning of, I'm watching you. At noon, the quartet of Yu Qing, Yang, Wang, and Zhou gathered to dine in the cafeteria. Yang Yuzi again ordered an additional meat dish, this time opting for braised chicken legs. As Yu Qing glanced at the array of food on her tray, he instinctively shifted away, nearly pressing against Zhou Ci. He subtly gestured towards Wang Jin and Zhou Ci, signaling to Yang Yuzi that there were others present. Observing Yu Qing's demeanor, Yang Yuzi found it amusing. His reactions, under his own control, appeared quite endearing. Shaking her head in exasperation at her own thoughts, she contemplated the food she would pass to this silly boy, knowing that the two beside her would likely react as they had the previous day at the barbecue restaurant. Seeing Yang Yuzi's resigned expression, Yu Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Sharing food in such a public setting would likely lead classmates to assume they were romantically involved. An esteemed teacher within him continued to shine brightly. After lunch, Zhou Ci and Wang Jin returned to their dormitory for a rest. The two re-entered the classroom. During the afternoon break, Yang Yuzi observed Yu Qing as he organized his notes, her curiosity reigniting about the sister he had mentioned the previous night. Hey, you mentioned your sister last night. What is she like? How should I interact with her? Yu Qing paused in his task, a hint of melancholy shadowing his eyes. At this moment, a significant rift existed between him and his sister. Noting the change in his expression, Yang Yuzi's curiosity deepened. It seemed the discord had begun long before their third year. Is your sibling relationship strained? Yu Qing, tinged with regret, replied, It wasn't always this way. My sister, Yu Hanshi, is my twin. I was born an hour earlier. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, a warmth emerging from within. She was quite attached to me as a child, like a little shadow, and we had an exceptionally close bond. He paused, his voice dipping lower. Until the second year of high school. The second year? Yang Yuzi detected a subtle shift in his tone. Indeed, this marked the origin of the intense animosity reflected in Yu Hanshi's eyes in the past life. Yu Qing remained silent for a few seconds before responding. Yes. It deteriorated. The cause was Wang Lili. Yang Yuzi said nothing, encouraging him to continue. At that time, I was infatuated with Wang Lili, consumed by my pursuit of her. To win her favor, I secretly took a few of the items that my sister cherished and gifted them to her. I thought being girls if my sister liked them. Wang Lili would too. When my sister discovered that I had stolen her things to give to Wang Lili, she was heartbroken for several days. Yu Qing hesitated. guilt weighing heavily upon him. Later, during the summer break, my sister and I were out when we happened upon Wang Lili. My sister immediately recognized that Wang Lili was stringing me along. In her frustration, she confronted Wang Lili, demanding to know why she toyed with my affections without reciprocating. Wang Lili had merely laughed, responding that it was I who was voluntarily and shamelessly pursuing her, and she had not asked for it. Yang Yuzi felt a tightening in her heart. She could vividly imagine that scene. My sister burst into tears on the spot, pleading with me to cease all contact with Wang Lili. But back then, I was oblivious, my mind solely occupied with Wang Lili, dismissing my sister as concerns, even scolding her to stop meddling in my affairs. Yu Qing let out a long sigh. Since then, Xiaoxi has never initiated a conversation with me again. Upon hearing Yu Qing's account, Yang Yuzi finally comprehended the origin of such bitterness, which stemmed not only from this foolish brother's infatuation, but also from his genuine trampling and wounding of his sister's feelings. However, unbeknownst to Yang Yuzi, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Yu Hanqi's resentment. The deepest scar was the tragic loss of their parents, who perished en route to the police station during the college entrance examination, a tragedy that ultimately froze the sibling bond. A surge of indescribably complex emotions welled up within her. Compassion for Yu Hanqi, disdain for Wang Lili, and exasperation towards this once insufferable brother before her. Yang Yuzi abruptly turned away, no longer wishing to gaze upon Yu Qing, emanating an aura of icy displeasure. Yu Qing, lost in regret, suddenly sensed a chilling presence around him. He turned in confusion, only to find that the face he once recognized was now contorted with anger. A pang of anxiety struck Yu Qing's heart, and he panicked. Yu Yuzi? What is wrong? Why do you look so dreadful? He was utterly bewildered. Everything had seemed fine just moments ago. Yang Yuzi remained silent, merely casting a fierce glance with those eyes that once belonged to him, then sharply turning her head away, presenting him with a profile that conveyed a silent warning of severe consequences for his actions. Now, Yu Qing was genuinely alarmed. He had no inkling of where he had stepped out of line. Yuzi? Yang Yuzi? Please don't be silent. Did I say something wrong just now? Or is it because I didn't shower yesterday? I promise I will wash tonight. 3 times. His urgency escalated, his body instinctively leaning towards Yang Yuzi, his face a canvas of anxiety, completely forgetting to lower his voice. Please don't be angry. I was wrong. Tell me what I did wrong, and I'll correct it. I'll rectify it immediately. His posture of supplication and the tone laden with evident attempt to placate him reached the ears of their classmates. In an instant, dozens of eyes in the classroom turned to them. What unfolded was the spectacle of an impossibly beautiful transfer, student repeatedly apologizing and coaxing a tall and handsome boy, particularly as Yang Yuzi deliberately averted her face, feigning anger and indifference towards him. The entire class was left in a state of stunned silence. Wow! Wang Jin was the first to exclaim, his eyes wide with curiosity, his face alight with gossip. Zhou Xi adjusted his glasses, his gaze flitting between Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi. Whispers and muffled laughter quickly spread throughout the classroom. Yu Qing felt his face flush with embarrassment, caught in the sudden spotlight, trapped in an awkward limbo, wishing he could dig a hole and disappear. Wang Jin conspiratorially nudged Yang Yuzi with his elbow. Hey buddy, what is going on? What did Sister Yuzi do? Hurry and tell us. How did you make her so furious? Facing Yang Yuzi, who was glaring at him, Yu Qing glanced at the flustered expression on his own face, and the remnants of his irritation were swiftly dissipated by the absurdity of the scene before him. An idea for mischief suddenly sparked in her mind. Clearing her throat, she adopted a serious demeanor and, in a tone just loud enough for their classmates to hear, declared, "Oh, it's nothing significant. My overly enthusiastic deskmate just attempted to steal a kiss from me, which I, of course, rejected. High school students should focus on their studies, not on romance." Yu Qing. He shot up his head, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief as he stared at Yang Yuzi, nearly choking on his breath. Systemnovel. Good grief, Yang Yuzi. This excuse was utterly absurd. However, he could not expose her ruse. Only glaring at Yang Yuzi in a mix of frustration and admiration. "You're ruthless," to their classmates. Yu Qing's current expression of restrained humiliation appeared as if he had been unmasked by Yang Yuzi, amplifying his embarrassment. The classroom erupted. Oh. The commotion drew the attention of students from the neighboring class, who curiously peeked in. Wow, Yu Qing is incredible. Stunningokish. How thrilling. I wish I could be kissed by the new school belle too. The male classmates gazed at Yu Qing with envy, while numerous female students gazed at him with the same starry-eyed admiration as Zhou Xi. Yu Qing, caught in a youthful form, felt the searing stares and murmurs from all directions. Overwhelmed by the absurdity of the admiration directed at him, he felt as if the world was fading to black, wishing he could vanish on the spot. He could only humbly nod at Yang Yuzi, forcing out a meek apology. Yes, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. Yang Yuzi, observing Yu Qing's utterly constrained and impotent demeanor, struggled to suppress a smile. While maintaining a facade of righteous indignation, she was secretly reveling in the amusement of the situation. The bell signaling the end of the second evening study session finally rang. This afternoon had been utterly torturous for Yu Qing. As he rushed out of the classroom, Yang Yuzi followed closely behind. She glanced at her own body beside her, leaned in, and took a deep sniff. Ugh! She immediately turned her head away in disgust. Yu Qing. He looked at her face, which was a picture of disdain, then smelled himself and realized, well, perhaps he did have a hint of sweat. Resigned. He nodded. Life after his rebirth was indeed full of surprises. Chapter 19. What is it that I truly love? Upon reaching a fork in the road, Yang Yuzi paused and reiterated her admonition about showering. Yu Qing, thumping his chest in assurance, promised to comply. They then waved goodbye to each other. Arriving at the Yang household, after spending an evening with Yang's parents, Yu Qing felt a growing familiarity with this family that had once seemed so foreign. Entering the house, he found Xiao Yao and Yu Sheng nestled on the sofa, discussing a new batch of autumn clothing that had just arrived at the store. Upon seeing their daughter return, Xiao Yao greeted her with the same warmth and concern as always. Yu Qing felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that the mundane routines of his household were steadily eroding the barriers he had felt as an outsider. After exchanging pleasantries with Yang's parents, he retreated to his room. Closing the door, he plopped down onto the bed, feeling as though the world had quieted. Yet, the image of that disdainful face kept replaying in his mind, reminding him of an undeniable truth. It was time to shower. After a moment of inner turmoil, Yu Qing finally stood before the bathroom door, informing Xiao Yao before resolutely stepping inside. Showering, Yu Qing found the act of showering more challenging than ever before. He inhabited the body of Yang Yuzi, a beautiful, youthful, and vibrantly spirited girl, an enticing prospect for a man who had been single for 30 years. Even the most casual touches sent tingles of sensation coursing through him. The soft, delicate texture, mingled with the faint fragrance unique to young girls, was remarkably intoxicating for his long-dormant senses. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly shed his clothing, completing the process with his eyes firmly shut. However, as his hand inadvertently brushed over the soft, supple curves of his chest, the warmth and elasticity triggered a rush of blood throughout his body, igniting a feverish heat. He quickly withdrew his hand, his heart racing at an alarming rate. No, you mustn't dwell on this. Yu Qing repeatedly reminded himself to maintain a simple thought of cleanliness. Yet, when his fingers grazed the more sensitive inner thigh, unbidden images from earlier invaded his mind, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. For heaven's sake, this was sheer torture. Swiftly cleansing himself, he turned off the faucet, reaching for the towel hanging on the wall to wrap certain areas securely. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld a misty mirror, where a graceful silhouette was faintly reflected. Hesitating for a moment, he wiped away the condensation. The mirror now clearly revealed Yang Yuzi's figure. Her damp black hair clinging to her smooth forehead and neck, droplets of water cascading down her fair, delicate skin, tracing the contours of her exquisite collarbone before disappearing into the depths of the towel. Yu Qing was momentarily mesmerized. Suddenly, an unexpected rush of heat surged into his nostrils. Hiss! He hurriedly lifted his head, but it was too late. A stream of bright red blood gushed forth. Yu Qing scolded himself internally. You truly are pathetic. Flustered, he clumsily dealt with the nosebleed, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. In his frantic state, the towel slipped away unbeknownst to him. After managing to clean the bloodstains from the sink, his gaze uncontrollably returned to the mirror. This time, no longer cautious, the desires buried deep within him surged forth. He stood transfixed for a moment, indifferent to the towel that had fallen to the ground, his eyes greedily drinking in the sight of the perfect body reflected before him. The skin radiated a pearly glow under the light, and the curves of the body, unobstructed by the towel, were breathtakingly beautiful. A sense of infatuation enveloped him. Yu Qing found himself entranced, as if time had slowed to a crawl. Just then, a sharp question erupted in his chaotic mind, like a volcano awakening without warning. In an instant, Yu Qing was jolted awake. Was it that I truly love? Is it this body before me? Or is it the spirit of Yang Yuzi, who sheltered me with her life amidst the torrential rains and muck? He questioned himself repeatedly. In his past life, it was not until that stormy night, when his life was on the brink of fading, that he realized the girl who had protected him with her very essence was indeed Yang Yuzi. In that moment, he was unequivocally certain that he had fallen for her. He loved her resilience, her deep affection, and her unwavering commitment to safeguard his soul even beyond death. Yet now, his current actions prompted a recollection of a line from a drama in his previous life. "You are merely lusting after her body. How base." Yu Qing's gaze shifted away from the reflection, piercing through the wall as if he could see the soul of the girl in the adjacent room, using his body to study. He asked himself, "Do I love her?" The answer was without question. Reflecting on the past few days, she had donned his face, the ordinary moments shared, and the careful protection she offered. The warmth emanating from the depths of his soul had never wavered. However, an indescribable sense of awkwardness quietly arose. Each time he watched her inhabit his body, an extremely peculiar feeling akin to repulsion washed over him. He knew that it was Yang Yuzi's soul dwelling within. Yet this feeling of resistance continued to trouble him. His gaze returned to the mirror, where the intense visual impact and the irresistible sense of infatuation surged once more. He could gaze at this body endlessly, even feeling an impulse to possess it forever. What I love, is it truly the soul of Yang Yuzi? Or is it this body that belongs to her, which I now occupy? This thought left Yu Qing in a state of confusion. He found himself grappling with unprecedented doubts about his feelings. If he loved the soul, why did this feeling of repulsion arise? If he loved the body, how was that different from his previous shallow admiration for Wang Lili's beauty? Would that not be a desecration of the pure and profound love he held for Yang Yuzi? The overwhelming contradiction and self-doubt dragged him into an abyss of darkness. Leaning against the cold tiled wall in despair, he allowed the mist to gradually dissipate, his body cooling while the fog in his heart thickened. Time passed unmeasured until he heard Xiao Yao's voice calling from outside. "Xiaoji, are you not ready yet? Don't catch a chill." Yu Qing snapped back to reality, hastily responding, "Oh, I'll be done soon, Mom." He picked up the towel from the floor, hurriedly drying himself, his gaze landing on the clothes that had mysteriously appeared on the sink. A pair of pale pink women's panties and a matching young girl's bra. Yu Qing's face flushed even more intensely than when he had experienced the nosebleed. Is this for real? For him, a man in his 30s, to don such delicate pink undergarments. Holding the tiny fabric, his fingers trembled as he battled internally for a full 5 minutes. With eyes closed, he clumsily slipped them on by feel. Back in the relatively safe confines of his room, the overwhelming sense of confusion had not dissipated. Rather, it weighed heavier upon him. Yu Qing sat despondently at his desk, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the surface. The paradox of body and soul stood before him like an unsolvable equation, obstructing his path to understanding his feelings for Yang Yuzi. He loved Yang Yuzi, that was indisputable. Yet this love, in the face of their soul-swapping reality, seemed to be cleaved into irreconcilable halves, filled with awkwardness and pain. While he pondered his existence, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the bookshelf. An inconspicuous, exquisitely crafted wooden box, tucked away in the corner, caught his attention. The box gleamed with a warm luster. Driven by an inexplicable intuition, Yu Qing reached for the box. Gently lifting the lid, he discovered a smooth, lustrous white pearl nestled within. A thunderclap echoed in his mind, and Yu Qing's breath hitched. This was the pearl he had casually gifted to Yang Yuzi when they met at the Riverside Park during their second year of high school. The pearl that Wang Lili had scorned, but Yang Yuzi cherished as a treasure. Trembling, he picked up the pearl. Its cool touch seemed to carry a unique energy, instantly piercing through all his inner turmoil. Chapter 20. Have I been bent? Staring blankly at the pearl, fragments of countless overlooked memories from his past life flooded Yu Qing's mind. Yang Yuzi in middle school, quiet as a mere shadow, possessed an ethereal beauty that seemed untouched by the world. Yet at that time, he, naive and unawakened, merely regarded his deskmate as a quiet, introverted good student, never noticing the beauty that bloomed silently. Their reunion in senior year revealed a girl who had shed her innocence. Now breathtakingly stunning, he was merely struck by her beauty for a fleeting moment, his thoughts consumed by Wang Lili. Who was it that, when he was forlorn due to Wang Lili's indifference, quietly slipped him a note that read, "Don't be sad"? Who was it that, after he was bullied by Huang Mingyang and injured, silently placed a band-aid in his desk drawer? And who was it that always seemed to cross his path, casting a warm glance just when he felt low? It was Yang Yuzi. It had always been Yang Yuzi. He had never been stirred by her beauty, yet he was unknowingly drawn to her soul through those silent acts of care, warmth, and tender protection. The pearl before him embodied the purity and dedication of her innermost being, regardless of whether the boy she loved was exceptional, handsome, or blind to her virtues. And what of himself? Yu Qing was engulfed by a profound wave of warmth intertwined with a deep sense of guilt. What I have always loved is Yang Yuzi's soul. I love her resilient spirit that endures through adversity. I love her silent guardianship without expectation of return. I love her ability to conceal a sincere heart within ordinary actions. The infatuation with this body stems precisely from its role as the vessel for Yang Yuzi's soul. It embodies all her beautiful worlds. The immense contradiction that had long plagued Yu Qing suddenly shattered into fragments. The discomfort he felt towards his original body was merely an instinctive reaction rooted in physiological and social identity awareness, which did not conflict with his deep affection for the soul of Yang Yuzi. A sense of relief washed over Yu Qing as he exhaled deeply. Although he had come to terms with this realization, the awkwardness would not dissipate instantaneously. At the very least, he now possessed clarity of thought. He understood that as long as Yang Yuzi's soul resided within, regardless of the guise she wore, his love would remain unwavering. Yet, overcoming this psychological barrier might require considerable time. With the greatest of his inner turmoil resolved, Yu Qing contemplated how to interact with Yang Yuzi in the future, how to assist Yu Hangxi, and how to safeguard both families. He clutched the smooth pearl, his eyelids growing heavier, drowsiness creeping upon him. These thoughts gradually faded, and, eventually, he unknowingly leaned over his desk, succumbing to a deep slumber, a trace of a relieved smile gracing his lips. As the night deepened, at midnight Xiaoyao, rising to use the restroom, passed by her daughter's room and noticed a sliver of light seeping through the door crack. She gently pushed the door open, revealing a touching scene. Her daughter lay on the desk, her profile pressed against an open book, soundly asleep. The soft light bathed her, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she tightly clutched an open wooden box, seemingly containing something precious. In an instant, Xiaoyao's heart melted into a pool of warmth. She tiptoed over, her gaze tenderly resting upon her daughter's weary visage, suffused with deep affection. "This child works so hard at her studies," she murmured softly, carefully lifting her daughter from the chair and gently placing her in bed, tenderly covering her with a blanket. "Sleep well." Morning arrived. As Yu Qing had anticipated, Yang Yuzi stood beneath the pine tree not far from the community entrance. After last night's contemplation, seeing his former body again, the discomfort in his heart had significantly lessened. At this moment, however, Yang Yuzi appeared quite cheerful. Yu Qing approached her quickly. "What's the matter? You seem in good spirits today." Yang Yuzi nodded. "I saw my mother today." Yu Qing suddenly recalled the image of Xiaoyao taking out the trash early in the morning. "Is that all? You really act as if you've been away for 10 years. One might think you've run away from home for a decade." He teased casually, unaware that he had inadvertently struck a chord of truth. Yang Yuzi shuddered slightly. "Well, it has indeed been over 10 years. Silly boy. I haven't seen my living parents in all that time. What do you know?" Of course, such sentiments remained unspoken. She rolled her eyes. "Why do you care? I just enjoy watching. Is that a problem?" All right, as long as you're happy." Yu Qing surrendered, empathizing with her longing for the familial bond she had lost. Suddenly, Yang Yuzi leaned closer to sniff him, a satisfied smile breaking across her face. "Now, that is more like it. Clean and fresh. Worthy of praise." She patted Yu Qing's shoulder, adopting the demeanor of a mentor. A mischievous thought surged in Yang Yuzi's mind. "By the way, how did it feel while you were bathing?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qing immediately recalled that heart-stopping moment, his cheeks involuntarily flushing. Yet, seeing Yang Yuzi's teasing smile, he quickly understood. "Ah, you're waiting for me to bite on that." Yu Qing feigned indifference. "Well, I felt much better after the shower. It was refreshing, quite pleasant." He perfectly sidestepped all pitfalls. Noticing that Yu Qing seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning of her words, Yang Yuzi felt a mix of frustration and amusement. "Are you trying to play coy with me? They say heroes struggle against the charms of beautiful women." She held a strong confidence in her appearance, remembering how in high school, she was the center of attention wherever she went. If she had sold her love letters, she would have surely made a fortune. Unfortunately, a scoundrel had ruined that for her. Shaking off those irrelevant thoughts, she returned to the matter at hand. She was determined to test Yu Qing's resistance to temptation, deciding to stoke the flames. "Who asked you about how it felt after the shower?" "I meant, what was it like during the process?" The latter part of her sentence made even her feel a bit bashful. Yu Qing was taken aback. "Why are you asking about this?" "The process? You know your own body. How did it feel when you bathed before?" Yang Yuzi was momentarily speechless. Did he genuinely not understand, or was he pretending? Yu Qing, of course, comprehended her insinuation. However, the mere thought of that moment left him at a loss for words. Yang Yuzi, refusing to relent, pressed on. "How's my figure?" Yu Qing found it amusing. Indeed, one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. He adopted a righteous demeanor and replied, "Your figure's quite nice, just a little small." "Small?" Yang Yuzi was momentarily puzzled. "What do you mean small?" Yu Qing lowered his gaze, gesturing discreetly towards his chest. Yang Yuzi followed his gaze and soon understood. Why do I feel a sudden itch in my hands? Seeing Yang Yuzi's indignant expression, Yu Qing cleared his throat and quickly reassured her at her young age. Why are you always thinking about these things? All right, it was just a joke. My point is, your body in my eyes is simply the best. Do you understand? Hearing Yu Qing say the best, Yang Yuzi felt somewhat appeased. However, she couldn't help but mutter internally, what young age? My mental age is 34, you know? Yet, why did this young lad seem entirely devoid of any improper thoughts about her body? A wildly implausible, yet seemingly perfect explanation for the current situation suddenly crossed her mind. Yang Yuzi's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Yu Qing, her expression filled with disbelief. No way. Could it be that I was so severely impacted by that green tea girl Wang Lili back then that it bent me? Once she had calmed the agitated Yu Qing, he finally let out a sigh of relief. But as he looked up, he was met with Yang Yuzi's astonished gaze, which sent shivers down his spine. Hey, what kind of look is that? Yu Qing felt thoroughly uneasy under her scrutiny, wondering what was going on in her head. Yang Yuzi quickly composed herself, cleared her throat, and forcefully changed the subject to him. Never mind. By the way, you said my mom helped make an appointment for my dad yesterday, right? What time is it for the hospital tomorrow? Yu Qing found her demeanor quite baffling, but still responded in accordance with her question. Yes. The appointment is set for 10 a.m. tomorrow at the city hospital. Are you truly okay? He remained unconvinced. Me fine. Let us go. We'll be late for school. Chapter 21. Sacrificing everything for a cure. On a sunny weekend morning, Yu Qing rose early to accompany the visibly anxious Yang Wanqing and Xiao Yao as they set out. Even Xiao Yao, usually full of jest, had fallen silent. Dad, relax a little. Yu Qing gently reassured Yang Wanqing from the back seat of the taxi. He was the pillar of the family. If anything were to happen to him, what would become of them? Yes, I know, Yang Wanqing nodded. It's just this cough. It never seems to go away. It's quite bothersome. Xiao Yao tightened her grip on her husband's hand. Her voice tinged with unease. Nothing will happen, I assure you. The people's hospital bustled with a throng of people. Registration, queuing, consultations, payments, and further queuing for various examinations consumed an entire morning. Yu Qing darted back and forth, adeptly managing a myriad of procedures. Her composure, transcending her years, offered Xiao Yao a semblance of solace amidst the chaos, leaving her to marvel at how her daughter seemed to have matured overnight. As noon approached, they finally reached the pivotal moment, the results. In the consultation room, an elderly doctor with graying hair examined a thick stack of reports and imaging films through his glasses. His brow furrowed ever deeper as he tapped a specific area on the CT scan repeatedly. He then removed his glasses, rubbed his temples, and let out a long, heavy sigh. This sigh felt like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing the already precarious hopes of the Yang family. Xiao Yao's complexion turned ashen as she hurriedly asked, Doctor, is the situation dire? Yu Qing felt her heart sink, forcing herself to remain calm as she looked at the doctor. Please, just tell us the truth. We can bear any outcome. She understood that the doctor's expression signified something far more serious than mere pharyngitis. The elderly doctor raised his gaze, scanning the three anxious faces before him, and spoke with a grave tone. The prognosis is not optimistic. Based on the examination results and imaging findings, the preliminary diagnosis is stage 2 lung cancer. Lung cancer? Cancer. Xiao Yao felt darkness envelop her, her body swaying as she nearly collapsed. Yu Qing was quick to catch her, urgently calling, Mom. Are you all right? Breathe deeply. Yang Wanqing sat paralyzed in his chair, his eyes suddenly devoid of light, mumbling. I knew it was cancer. A violent cough, accompanied by despair, swept over him. Doctor, are you certain? Is there a mistake? He is not even 40 yet. Xiao Yao regained her breath, gripping the doctor's hand as if it were a lifeline. We understand your emotions, the old doctor replied with sympathy. The results are quite clear. However, the silver lining is that it has been detected relatively early, categorized as stage 2. This means that with proactive treatment, there is still a considerable chance of recovery. Recovery? Xiao Yao seized upon this glimmer of hope, her eyes igniting with a flicker of optimism. Is it truly possible to be cured? Indeed, the doctor affirmed with a nod. Surgery combined with chemotherapy is currently the most effective approach. We recommend immediate hospitalization to arrange for the first chemotherapy session as soon as possible. Xiao Yao clutched Yang Wanqing's hand tightly. Old Yang, did you hear? The doctor said there's hope. A flicker of emotion finally appeared in Yang Wanqing's murky eyes as he gazed at the steadfast determination and tears glistening in the eyes of his wife and daughter. Ultimately nodding heavily, the instinct for survival and the unwillingness to part from his family overwhelmed his fear. Next came the payment process, hospital admission, and the signing of various consent forms. Upon seeing the lengthy bill, Xiao Yao's hands trembled. The figures nearly drained the Yang family's years of savings, pressing down like a heavy mountain. Yu Qing gasped as she examined the bill, recalling the night when Yang Yuzi had mentioned her father had died of cancer. Was this the source of her suffering? Thankfully, it had been discovered early. She could hardly imagine the heartbreak if Yang Yuanqing were to succumb to cancer in this life as well. Moreover, with their roles reversed, it meant that her own parents would also face the repercussions. Thus, come what may, she could not allow Yang Yuanqing to repeat the tragic fate of the past. Father, mother, do not worry about the finances. We can use the family savings for now. If that is not enough, we can sell the clothing store, and if still insufficient, we shall sell the house. Nothing is more important than father's health. Xiao Yao nodded vigorously through her tears. Yang Yuanqing gazed at his wife and daughter, his eyes reddening as he struggled to speak, only able to clasp his wife's hand tightly. Amidst panic and financial strain, the family found a profound strength in their shared resolve. Soon, a nurse arrived to prepare Yang Yuanqing for chemotherapy. Watching the cold medication poised to enter her husband's veins, Xiao Yao could not hold back her tears once more. Yu Qing stood by, his feelings tangled. He had fulfilled his promise to Yang Yuzi by identifying his father's illness in time. But this was merely the beginning of a long and arduous treatment journey. The exorbitant costs, the side effects of chemotherapy, the uncertain treatment outcomes, all loomed ahead like a field of thorns. He looked at his father lying on the hospital bed, a heavy sense of responsibility weighing down on him. Meanwhile, at the Yu family home, Yang Yuzi indeed encountered Yu Hanqi upon her return. Compared to the profound hatred she had felt during their university years, the girl before her now, although still aloof and treating her brother as if he were invisible, had, just before closing the door to her room, paused to cast a complex gaze in Yang Yuzi's direction. That look contained detachment, curiosity, and perhaps a hint of barely perceptible grievance. The hatred seemed less intense than before. Had that scoundrel Yu Qing done something even more outrageous during their final year of high school? Yang Yuzi pondered, Herr Bro Furoing. Regardless, this was an opportunity. It was far better than the completely frozen relationship of her previous life. Today being the weekend, Yu Shusheng and Tang Xuejuan had gone to school early to handle work, leaving only the siblings at home. Yang Yuzi resolved to take the initiative to mend their relationship, starting by catering to her sister's preferences. She recalled how, in their university dormitory's late-night conversations, Yu Hanqi had mentioned her fondness for milk tea, especially those with fruit pulp. A plan formed in her mind. She would use her signature fruit tea to win her sister's heart. This would be her opening salvo in the battle for reconciliation. She meticulously considered the recipe: succulent grapes, mango sago, and cheeseberry. Remembering that Yu Hanqi favored a sweet and tangy flavor, Yang Yuzi decided to first attempt a fresh orange jasmine green tea. The refreshing base of jasmine green tea, combined with ample fresh orange flesh, a touch of honey, and crunchy popping boba, should delight her sister's palate. Navigating the bustling market with ease, Yang Yuzi swiftly gathered the necessary ingredients, her hands laden with several plastic bags, her spirits buoyed with anticipation. Winning over her sister would commence with this epic-making fruit tea. The market buzzed with life, filled with the aroma of everyday existence. Yang Yuzi skillfully selected plump, juiji oranges, haggling with the vendors, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. However, just as she was about to head home with her bounty, a figure swaggered past her, flanked by two lackeys. It was a youth clad in trendy athletic wear, his hair slicked back, exuding a sense of arrogance. Lija. That face she would recognize, even in ashes. This was one of the two people she had despised most in her previous life. The privileged heir who, under the guise of offering help when her father was gravely ill, had made it a condition for Yang Yuzi to become his woman. The same person who, after her mother's mental breakdown, continued to cling to her like a parasite. The one who had forced her to resort to cutting her own face with a dagger. Oh, who do we have here? Lija sneered, scrutinizing the plainly dressed Yu Qing, who was carrying plastic bags. His gaze akin to that of someone observing refuse by the roadside. Aren't you the Yu something from AI Qing Middle School? Oh right, Yu Qing. What brings you here to buy groceries? TSK, how quaint. The two lackeys behind him joined in with mocking laughter, their eyes brimming with derision. Memories from her previous life, particularly those of her sophomore year by the Riverside Park, replayed vividly in her mind. It was this very person who had ordered his minions to beat Yu Qing to a pulp, merely because she had been conversing with her. For the first time since her rebirth, an overwhelming desire surged within her to charge at this scoundrel and tear him apart. Calm down, Yang Yuzi. Stay composed. You are Yu Qing now. Do not act impulsively. Lija, noticing that Yu Qing merely glared at him in silence, assumed she was intimidated or aware of her inferiority, which only fueled his arrogance. What is the matter? Lost your tongue? Dirt peasants should remain in their designated places and not obstruct others. Let us go. He gestured for his lackeys and turned to leave. Just as Li pivoted, he seemed to recall something, pausing momentarily to glance back at Yu Qing's face, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as if plotting something. Without uttering another word, he strode away with his entourage, leaving Yang Yuzi frozen in place. Why was he here in Yu Qing? A chilling thought invaded Yang Yuzi's mind. In her previous life, when Li had harassed her, he had boasted about his conquests and romance, mentioning the second beauty of the first high school. Could that second beauty be Yu Hanqi? Indeed, given Yu Hanqi's ethereal beauty, was his appearance here directed toward her? Chapter 22. A heavy burden. Watching Li's retreating figure, Yang Yuzi hurried toward Yu Qing's home. She could not allow this scoundrel to discover the Yu family's residence. It was absolutely imperative. Her pace quickened involuntarily, even taking a few deliberate detours to ensure Li was not following her. Once she confirmed she was not being tailed, she hastened her steps, nearly running back to the community where the Yu family resided. Fortunately, as a newcomer, Li was unfamiliar with the streets of Yu Qing. Upon pushing open the door, she finally exhaled in relief. For now, her priority was to mend her relationship with Yu Hanqi. In the kitchen, she expertly handled the fruits, brewing jasmine green tea and adding glistening grapefruit bits. The carefully concocted fresh orange jasmine green tea was poured into a cup, the orange-yellow pulp floating amidst the pale green brew, a sight that was simply delightful. She made several extra cups, sealing 2 carefully and placing them in the fridge for Yushu Sheng and Tang Shuejuan. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yuzi carried a cup of fruit tea to the tightly shut door of Yu Hanqi's room. She raised her hand and gently tapped 3 times on the door. Hanqi? She called softly, her voice as gentle as possible, yet there was no reply from within. Undeterred, Yang Yuzi rested her forehead against the door, her voice earnest. Hanqi, it's me. I wish to talk with you, to share some heartfelt words. Could you please open the door? Silence lingered behind the door. She continued, I know that saying I'm sorry seems too trivial to erase the days that have caused you pain. Inside, Yu Hanqi leaned against the door, listening to the words from outside, each syllable striking her heart like a tiny hammer. The grievances and anger she believed had solidified into ice were now quietly thawing. I realized that merely saying I'm sorry is insufficient. Yang Yuzi's voice carried a hint of pleading. But I assure you, from this moment forward, I, Yu Qing, will have no further association with Wang Lili. This cup of fruit tea is made with the flavors you once mentioned you liked. My skills may not compare to those of cafe, but each piece of fruit was peeled by my own hands. Consider my apology as well as a request. Xiaoxi, could you grant me a chance to be the brother who can protect you like I did in our childhood? A few seconds of silence stretched out like an eternity. Finally, the lock clicked softly and the door opened a crack. Yu Hanqi stood behind the door, her delicate features devoid of expression, her gaze fixed on the alluring cup of fruit tea in Yang Yuzi's hands. A surge of joy washed over Yang Yuzi, and she quickly extended the cup, saying carefully, Would you like to try it? I remember you like drinks with fruit bits. I made fresh orange jasmine green tea. Yu Hanqi hesitated for a moment, but eventually reached out to take the cup. The cool sensation made her fingertips tingle. She looked down at the floating fruit pieces, then back at the brother before her. His eyes seemed unfamiliar, lacking the previous impatience, now filled with an earnestness she could not decipher, even carrying a hint of nervousness. She took a small sip. The refreshing aroma of jasmine blended with the sweet and tangy flavor of orange burst in her mouth, with the grapefruit bits adding the perfect touch. It was indeed delicious, better than any bubble tea she had ever tasted. It's quite good, Yu Hanqi said softly, her voice tinged with awkwardness, yet the icy distance between them had noticeably melted. Come in. Standing at the door looks ridiculous. She stepped aside, granting Yang Yuzi permission to enter. Seeing Yu Hanqi finally willing to engage in normal conversation, Yang Yuzi breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoxi. She pulled out a chair and sat at a slight distance, not wanting to encroach too closely. I still want to ask you something. Is there a guy named Li at your school who often bothers you? Li? How do you know him? Yu Hanqi's tone was laced with evident disdain. Just recently, he blocked me a few times during breaks, trying to shove some junk my way. He even said something about taking me to the new Western restaurant in the city. Ugh, she scoffed, her face twisting in contempt. Who would want his stuff? Everyone knows about his pathetic antics. He used to relentlessly harass a girl named Yang Yuzi. I heard he drove her to transfer schools. Quite pitiful. As Yu Hanqi spoke, a note of sympathy crept into her voice. That Yang Yuzi, I heard she is academically excellent and quite pretty. What bad luck to be entangled with such a person. Yang Yuji felt a twinge of embarrassment listening to Yu Hanshi evaluate her past self with sympathy. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to cough to mask her discomfort. Yes. Indeed, that was quite over the line, she muttered vaguely in agreement. Yu Hanshi didn't notice her brother's odd demeanor and continued. So, I find him as disgusting as a fly. If he bothers me again, I'll just tell the class teacher or the year supervisor. I refuse to believe the school won't do anything. Exactly. That's how it should be. Yang Yuji immediately expressed her agreement. Such scum should never be shown kindness. And they should stay as far away as possible. If anything happens, you must inform the teacher immediately, or tell me. I'll help you. Seeing her brother so resolutely standing by her side, even offering protection, the last remnants of Yu Hanshi's icy resolve quietly melted away. She recalled how her brother had always protected her in their childhood. With a gentle she acknowledged him, her attitude noticeably warming. By the way, shall she? Yang Yuji recalled the look Lija had given her before leaving and felt a twinge of unease. How about you stay in today and not go out to play? We can study together at home, all right? You know my grades. She concocted a plausible excuse to keep Yu Hanxi at home. Yu Hanxi glanced at her brother, whose eyes were filled with a pleading expression, and recalled his earlier apology and assurances, as well as the delightful fruit tea in her hand, which softened her heart somewhat. She had indeed long harbored the hope that her brother would strive for improvement and alleviate their parents' worries. Now that he had taken the initiative to express his desire to study, she found no reason to decline. Very well, Yu Hanxi nodded, a faint smile finally gracing her lips. Considering your sincere apology and this cup of fruit tea, I'll agree. However, I must warn you, I can be quite stern when explaining the material. Do not expect to breeze through as you did before. With their relationship tentatively mended, Yu Hanxi felt a temporary sense of security. Yet, the appearance of Lija loomed over her like a dark cloud. She was eager to discuss a strategy with Yu Qing, but without their phones, they would have to wait until school tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the People's Hospital, Yu Qing sat on a chair beside the hospital bed, watching the four drip slowly infuse the medication into Yang Wanjing's arm. Xiao Yao sat on the other side of the bed, holding her husband's hand, her face bearing the strain of fatigue. Xiaoji, you've been through a long day. You should head home to rest. I'll stay here with your father tonight. Mom, I'm not tired. Yu Qing began to protest, but Xiao Yao interrupted her. Listen to me. You need to go to school tomorrow. I'm here for your dad. Xiao Yao's tone was resolute as she signaled for a nurse. Could you please call a cab for us? Unable to argue against Xiao Yao's insistence, Yu Qing reluctantly stood up. Before leaving, she cast one last glance at the stack of payment receipts on the bedside table. Over 200,000. And this was merely the beginning. In her previous life, she had been an ordinary teacher living on a stable salary, utterly unaware of quick money-making avenues. As the taxi departed from the hospital, Yu Qing leaned against the car window, her brow furrowed. Moreover, her current identity was that of Yang Yuji, a high school student, leaving her feeling as if she were at the brink of collapse. Upon returning home, the empty house felt even more desolate. Yu Qing hastily washed up, sat at her desk, and opened her books. Yet her mind was incapable of absorbing a single word. Thoughts swirled in a haze. Writing a novel? Submitting it? The timeline was lengthy, and distant solutions could not quench immediate thirst. The advantage of rebirth? Yet, all she could recall were a few significant events, with the specific timelines remaining nebulous. Engaging in small business ventures? What would she sell? Where would she find the startup capital? What identity would she assume? Were her parents consent? One notion after another surfaced, only to be cruelly dispelled by the harshness of reality. Frustrated, she tugged at her silky long hair. If you were here, Yuji, what would you do? She instinctively thought of the Chi-Chi fruit tea shop from her previous life. But what about the initial capital? The time? Most critically, given the current timeline, it was impossible for her to know those recipes. Time ticked away, and the night outside deepened. It was not until the wall clock struck 2 in the morning that a wave of fatigue washed over Yu Qing. She rubbed her throbbing temples and dragged her weary body toward her bedroom. Tomorrow, she would have to go to school. She would think of a way to address the financial issues later. With her heart heavy with worry, Yu Qing finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 23. The PK Competition. The morning of Monday dawned with a hint of chill. Yang Yuji stood at the entrance of the community, waiting as usual, her toes unconsciously scraping the ground. From a distance, she spotted a familiar figure approaching. Good morning, Yu Qing. Yang Yuji greeted, her voice momentarily faltering. As the figure drew closer, her brow furrowed immediately. The Yu Qing before her looked pale, heavy dark circles under his eyes, and he walked with a slight unsteadiness. What's wrong with you? Yang Yuji reached out to steady Yu Qing's arm. You look awful. Yu Qing forced a smile. Good morning. I'm fine. Just stayed up a bit late last night. He rubbed his eyes. Yang Yuji scrutinized him, her gaze sharpening. Stayed up late? You look as though you've pulled an all-nighter. What on earth happened? Is everything all right at home? A sudden pang of anxiety gripped her heart. Was it possible that Yang Wanjing's test results were unfavorable? Yu Qing, feeling exposed under her scrutiny, averted his gaze and spoke softly. Yesterday, your father's test results came back. He succinctly explained Yang Wanjing's diagnosis of mid-stage lung cancer, the immediate hospitalization, and the initial cost of over 200,000, deliberately omitting the fact that he had been troubled by how to make quick money until 2 in the morning. It's just, these matters have me a bit disoriented, which is why I read late into the night. He vaguely attributed his dark circles to his restless mind. Upon hearing that the issue was financial rather than a deterioration in health, Yang Yuzi felt a slight relaxation. Over 200,000, she pondered, recalling her previous life. In her past, when the illness had progressed to later stages, costs had doubled, yet they hadn't T-sold the house. Now, in this mid-stage, with family savings and the shop's working capital, they should be able to manage for a while. Thankfully, it was better than she had anticipated. She almost let slip her thoughts. With the family savings plus the shop's turnover, they should be able to hold on for a time, avoiding the need to sell the house for now. However, her brow furrowed again. With her father hospitalized, only her mother and Jinyu were managing the shop. She genuinely feared her mother would collapse from exhaustion. Yu Qing nodded, sharing her concern. He too had noticed Xiaoyao's fatigue. Yet, at this moment, he was more concerned about another issue. Did something happen to you yesterday? You seem troubled today. He had noticed that Yang Yuzi's eyes concealed something significant. Taking a deep breath, she confessed, on my way back from grocery shopping yesterday, I ran into Li Jia. Li Jia? Yu Qing's head snapped up, his weariness evaporating in an instant. The mention of that name instantly resurrected painful memories of being surrounded and beaten by Li Jia's minions at Jiangbei Park during his sophomore year. What was he doing here? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He wouldn't dare come to Qing High School to harass me. Would he? Just thinking about it was terrifying. He was loitering near the market with 2 lackeys. When he spotted me, he approached to provoke me, saying some unpleasant things. I managed to extract information from Xiaoxi, and it turns out this scoundrel is now harassing her in various ways, sending gifts, asking her out to eat, employing the same tactics he used with me back then. Harassing Hanshi. In his previous life, he had a poor relationship with his sister and was completely unaware of this situation. Now that he knew, Yu Qing began to strategize how to handle it. The first middle school was far away, but currently, he was Yang Yuzi, utterly defenseless. Going there now would be sheer folly. The home front was already a chaotic mess. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. We can't do anything about him right now. Next Sunday, bring Xiaoxi out to a quiet place. I want to hear the situation directly and offer her some advice. He needed to ensure his sister's safety with his own eyes. Xiaoxi mentioned that she had informed a teacher, and Li Jia wouldn't dare to overstep boundaries at school. As they walked toward school, Monday heralded the flag-raising ceremony at Qing High School. After singing the national anthem, the director, Qiu Wenqing, began a lengthy discourse on school rules and the week's schedule from the podium. Yu Qing stood among the class lineup, feeling as if Qiu's voice was a lullaby. He struggled to stand upright, his body swaying uncontrollably. Nearby, Zhou Xi quickly noticed something amiss. Hey, Yuji. Zhou Xi gently nudged her with her elbow. You look really unwell. Are you all right? Didn't sleep well last night? In her memory, Yang Yuzi had always seemed quite spirited. Yu Qing forced herself to muster some energy, managing a weak smile. Her voice lacking vitality. I'm fine. I just lost track of time while reading last night. She resorted once again to this clumsy, yet universally accepted excuse. Zhou Xi furrowed his brow slightly, finding the explanation a bit far-fetched, yet he refrained from probing further. After enduring the flag-raising ceremony, he finally returned to the classroom, where Yu Qing nearly collapsed onto his desk. The morning lessons had left him in a haze, sustained solely by sheer willpower. Upon the lunch bells ringing, he fell into a deep slumber. Yang Yuzi, seated beside him, couldn't help but smile at his instantaneous slumber. She turned sideways, resting her elbow on the desk and propping her chin in her hand, her gaze fixed on his peaceful face. Tentatively, she extended her index finger and gently poked his soft cheek. The texture feels quite nice, she mused internally, only to be swiftly overtaken by more pressing concerns. This foolish boy, surely he is not merely troubled by financial woes from studying, right? Observing his sleeping visage, she silently resolved that the clothing store needed to devise ways to boost its business. Relying solely on her mother was not a sustainable plan. As the afternoon classes concluded, the setting sun cast a warm golden hue over the campus. Wang Jin suggested, Yu Qing, let us go play basketball. We're short one for 3-on-3. Yang Yuzi immediately shook her head. I'm not going to play basketball. Let us play badminton instead. Wang Jin, puzzled, replied, but you used to play basketball, didn't you? Badminton can't possibly be as exciting. Yang Yuzi shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "You go ahead. I'll go play badminton with Yu Qing." She knew little about basketball and had no desire to embarrass herself on the court. More importantly, she glanced at her own slender frame, which felt inadequate compared to the boy's physique. She needed to practice more to better protect those who mattered. "Class monitor, Yuzi, shall we join in? A bit of exercise would do us good." She turned her gaze toward Zhou Xi and Yu Qing. Although Yu Qing was still somewhat dazed, he felt relieved at the prospect of not having to play basketball and nodded in agreement. Forcing him to engage in basketball would likely end with him being pelted by the ball. Zhou Xi readily accepted, and Wang Jin, seeing the two girls in agreement, had no choice but to follow suit. The badminton court was located on the second floor of the gymnasium, with a crisp sound of shuttlecocks and laughter soon filled the air. In the first match, Yang Yuzi faced off against Yu Qing. Although Yang Yuzi's skills were average, her male physique endowed her with ample energy and quick reflexes. In contrast, Yu Qing, still recovering from fatigue and hampered by the generally lesser stamina of girls, soon found himself breathless and defeated. "Yu Qing, you're not performing well," Wang Jin interjected, urging him to give Yuzi some leeway. Yang Yuzi merely smiled silently. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhou Xi picked up a racket and said, "Wang Jin, let us have a match." The result was a disheartening defeat for Wang Jin. Zhou Xi's agile movements and precise smashes sent Wang Jin running around the court, lamenting his misfortunes. In contrast, Wang Jin struggled with his shots, often flinging his racket due to overexertion. "Class monitor, you're formidable," Yang Yuzi applauded with a smile. "Zuchi, have you been practicing in secret? You're making me look bad," Wang Jin protested between breaths. "You're simply too inexperienced," Zhou Xi retorted with a laugh, his ponytail swaying as he exuded an air of confidence. The final match was a doubles game, with Yu Qing partnering Zhou Xi against Yang Yuzi and Wang Jin. A contest of good friends against good friends. Although Yu Qing was fatigued, Wang Jin proved to be a liability, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange. Rackets swung, and laughter and cheers echoed throughout the gymnasium. Gradually, Yu Qing loosened up, though still easily fatigued. He felt a long-lost sense of ease while watching Yang Yuzi dart and leap across the court, her face radiant with vitality. After several rounds, fatigue overtook Yu Qing, and he waved his hand to signal for a break, making his way to the sidelines for water. He sat on the bench, twisting open a bottle of mineral water and taking small sips, as his gaze casually roamed the corners of the gymnasium. It was suddenly drawn to an object covered with thick velvet cloth. Could it be a piano? Memories long buried surged forth. In his childhood, his parents had indeed bought him an electronic keyboard to cultivate his artistic sensibilities, and he had genuinely cherished the melodies that flowed from its black and white keys. Yet, the rebellious phase of adolescence had led him to cast aside all of this, along with his parents' expectations. Only after losing them did he find solace in the notes of the electronic keyboard during countless nights filled with regret, serving as a meager outlet for his guilt. An overwhelming impulse surged within him. Yu Qing set down the water bottle and, almost instinctively, approached the object. Lifting the velvet cloth revealed a well-maintained, upright piano. He gently caressed the piano lid before opening it and seated himself on the bench. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. At that moment, gazing at the piano and then at the badminton court where Yang Yuzi was engaged in a match against Zhou Xi, he closed his eyes. Yet, what flooded his mind was a torrential downpour. His own figure collapsed in the mud, and the girl who held him tightly, smiling with her last ounce of strength. Sadness, longing, and boundless regret intertwined within him. His slender fingers pressed down on the keys, producing a clear and slightly melancholic melody that flowed forth like a stream under the moonlight. The last page, chapter 24. Thank you, Yuzi. This song, released in 2010, was prematurely manifested in the form of piano notes by a certain reincarnated soul. The previously raucous gymnasium gradually succumbed to silence. The beautiful yet subtly sorrowful piano melodies seemed to possess an enchanting power, permeating the youthful clamor. Yang Yuzi, who had been engaged in a friendly match with Zhou Xi on the court, abruptly halted her swinging motion. This melody was all too familiar. In her previous life, she had often played this song on repeat at the Qing fruit tea shop, its lyrics seemingly etched into the depths of her regrets. She adored the feeling of bittersweet longing that the song encapsulated. Instinctively drawn to the sound, she followed it, her gaze landing on the figure seated at the piano in the corner. Yu Qing sat there, his long eyelashes lowered, fingers dancing gracefully over the keys. The setting sun streamed through the high windows, casting a soft halo around him. The concentration on his face, the gentle smile that naturally graced his lips, and his elegantly flowing technique formed a breathtaking tableau. Little did she know that had she been aware of the song's release date, she would have realized that Yu Qing, like her, was reborn with memories of a past life. Attracted by the piano's enchanting tones, students began to gather in small clusters, quietly making their way to the second floor of the gymnasium. Upon witnessing Yang Yuzi seated before the piano, her demeanor serene and composed, they collectively held their breath. Is that Yang Yuzi playing the piano? How lovely! She can play the piano? The sight of her playing was mesmerizing. It feels like my heart is melting. Whispers of admiration spread through the crowd, countless gazes fixated on the delicate figure. Her fluid fingerwork, the distinct blend of youthful purity and inexplicable world weariness, along with the poignant melody, created a striking image that resonated deeply within the hearts of every adolescent present. Even Wang Lili stood spellbound, oblivious to the racket falling from his grip. Zhou Xi watched quietly, appreciation gleaming in his eyes behind his glasses. Only Yang Yuzi remained stationary, observing the boy at the piano, feeling a sense of oddity. The music, his expression, the weight of emotion embedded within. What could it all mean? After a moment of contemplation, she realized this foolish boy was still dwelling on the past. As the final notes of the piano gently faded away, the lingering resonance echoed softly within the expansive gymnasium. Yu Qing slowly opened her eyes, as if she had just emerged from her own world. Upon lifting her gaze, she was startled to find a multitude of people gathered around her, countless pairs of eyes fixed upon her with unwavering intensity. A flush of crimson swiftly colored her cheeks, and she instinctively reached to close the piano lid. Just then, applause erupted from an unknown source. Clap, clap, clap. The sporadic clapping quickly swelled into a cacophony of admiration. That was exquisite. Wow, Yang Yuzi, you are remarkable. Play another. Her classmates expressed their heartfelt admiration, the applause resonating endlessly. Yu Qing surveyed the youthful faces before her, brimming with awe, and the initial panic within her was replaced by a warm sense of comfort. Rising to her feet, she offered a slight bow to the crowd, executing a gesture both elegant and natural. In this moment, she was no longer the reborn individual burdened by heavy secrets, nor was she the Yang Yuzi troubled by medical expenses. Instead, she was a girl immersed in music, bearing the memories of her past life while presenting an unexpectedly graceful facade. The glow of the setting sun seemed to linger upon her, and the tranquility that followed her focused performance, combined with her innate freshness, created an ineffable charm. Although her peers applauded enthusiastically, none dared to approach her directly. At that moment, Yu Qing's recently unveiled talent and poise emanated an alluring distance, akin to a newly discovered classical masterpiece, too beautiful to disturb. Embarrassed under the gaze of admiration, Yu Qing hastily returned to the side of the stage, where Yang Yuzi, Zhou Xi, and Wang Lili were already waiting, their expressions filled with astonishment. You've been hiding your talents, Sister Yuzi, Wang Lili exclaimed first, his tone brimming with admiration. Your piano skills are incredible. Zhou Xi added sincerely, that was truly beautiful. It felt so unique. Yang Yuzi said nothing but cast a deep, complex glance at Yu Qing, a mixture of curiosity and an indescribable thrill in her eyes. Silently, she picked up the water cup left on the bench for Yu Qing. Let us go, Yang Yuzi murmured, naturally positioning herself at Yu Qing's side, shielding her from the fervent gazes. The four of them departed amidst the continued enthusiastic attention and whispers of their classmates, leaving the gradually resuming clamor of the gymnasium behind. As Tuesday arrived, during the lunch break, Yu Qing rested her head on the desk, eyes closed in repose. Suddenly, she sensed a figure approaching. It was Yang Yuzi returning. Earlier, she had mentioned needing to dash home for a brief errand, leaving Yu Qing somewhat puzzled. Yang Yuzi carefully retrieved a thermos from her backpack, along with several disposable cups. A subtle glimmer of anticipation illuminated her face as she deftly twisted open the lid. Instantly, a delightful fragrance filled the air. Orange, jasmine tea, with a hint of grapefruit's tartness, refreshing and enticing. Would you like a try? Yang Yuzi offered the first cup to Yu Qing, the orange pulp floating in the pale green tea, crystalline and translucent. Yu Qing sat up in surprise, accepting the cup. She lowered her gaze and took a sip. The blend of jasmine fragrance with the sweet and sour notes, complemented by the slight bitterness and crispness of the grapefruit, created a perfectly balanced flavor, rich and layered. Yu Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. This taste was so familiar. Though it paled slightly in comparison to the fruit tea she had made in her previous life, the unique, refreshing quality was astonishingly identical. She realized her talent for crafting fruit tea had manifested long ago. A warm feeling blossomed within her heart. Wow, what is this? It smells amazing. Wang Jin, with a nose more acute than a dog ass, immediately approached, his eyes wide with eagerness as he looked at Yang Yuzi. Zhou Xi, too, was drawn in by the aroma, glancing over with curiosity. Yang Yuzi smiled and poured 2 more cups to hand to them. Fruit tea, would you like to try? Wang Jin eagerly gulped down a large mouthful. Wow. Yu Qing, your skills are divine. This is 100 times better than anything from a bubble tea shop. He gave a thumbs up. Zhou Xi also tasted a small sip, his eyes revealing astonishment. This is truly delicious. Yu Qing, I had no idea you had this talent. Their unreserved praise, combined with the enticing aroma, swiftly captured the attention of their surrounding classmates. What flavor is that? It smells so good. Wang Jin, Suchi. What are you drinking that looks so delectable? Is it made by Yu Qing? Is that for real? Several bolder classmates gathered around, curiously eyeing the thermos in Yang Yuzi's hands. In recent days, everyone had witnessed Yu Qing's transformation. She engaged attentively in class. Her answers became clearer and more coherent, and she had grown warmer and more polite, shedding her previous demeanor of volatility and submission to Wang Lili. It was as though she had been reborn, breaking free from the labels of a bad temper, poor grades, and a lack of resolve, revealing a serene, gentle, and even slightly mysterious aura. This significant change subtly bridged the gap between her and her classmates, quietly altering their perceptions of her. Many students, especially the girls, now looked at her with not only curiosity, but also a newfound appreciation and an almost imperceptible affection. After all, a handsome boy suddenly becoming more driven and improving his character exponentially increases his allure. That Yu Qing, a usually quiet girl, mustered her courage to ask softly, "Is there any left? It smells so good. I'd love to try some." "Yes, yes. Yu Qing, could you please share a little with us?" Other classmates chimed in, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Observing their eager yet slightly bashful expressions, Yang Yuzi chuckled helplessly. She glanced at the thermos, realizing there was not much left. Rubbing her head sheepishly, she said, "I didn't bring enough today. How about this? Tomorrow I'll bring a large jug for everyone to share. Sound good?" "Wow, that sounds wonderful. Long live Yu Qing. I'll be waiting for it tomorrow. You better keep your word." The classmates erupted into cheers, the atmosphere instantly becoming lively and harmonious. Yu Qing took another gentle sip, watching as Yang Yuzi became surrounded by her enthusiastic classmates, noting the helpless smile on her face. She whispered, "Thank you, Yuzi." Chapter 25, Old Acquaintances. On Friday morning, the air was fresh with the scent of rain-soaked earth. A couple of days prior, Yang Yuzi had indeed brought a large bottle of fruit tea as promised. Although the classroom was sparsely populated during the lunch break, the refreshing and sweet flavors still captivated every classmate who had the pleasure of tasting it, garnering a wave of sincere compliments. While Yang Yuzi maintained her outward smile, she secretly noted everyone's feedback, quietly contemplating. Today was different. Within Yu Qing's backpack lay 2 special gifts, as today was Teacher's Day. After discussing with Yang Yuzi, they decided to present them personally to Tang Xuezhuan and Yu Shusheng during the break. As the bell rang for the break, the 2 of them walked in tandem toward the Chinese language department's office. Inside, Tang Xuezhuan was deeply engrossed in grading assignments, her brow slightly furrowed in concentration. Upon hearing a knock, she looked up to find this pair, seemingly closer than ever, entering together, both hands hidden behind their backs, leaving her somewhat puzzled. "Teacher Tang, do you have a moment?" Tang Xuezhuan set down her pen, her tone imbued with a hint of gravity. She instinctively wondered if trouble had once again found its way to her, especially upon noticing her son's equally solemn expression. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi exchanged glances, and simultaneously revealed the gifts they had concealed behind their backs, presenting them with both hands. "Happy Teacher's Day, Teacher Tang," they exclaimed in unison. Tang Xuezhuan was momentarily taken aback. She stared at the 2 modestly wrapped, yet evidently heartfelt little gift boxes before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Teacher's Day? Gifts? 2 of them? One originating from her son, who had so often caused her worry. She scrutinized the gifts again, then lifted her gaze to the 2 students standing before her. A wave of unfamiliar warmth surged through her, and her eyes suddenly felt moist. After so many years of teaching, with a reputation that preceded her, her students had typically kept their distance, let alone offering her gifts. This was almost a first for her. "Is this really for me?" Tang Xuezhuan's voice, a rarity, trembled slightly. She cleared her throat, striving to maintain her composure, though the softening light in her eyes did not escape the notice of the 2 students. "This is just a small token of appreciation for your guidance, Teacher Tang," Yu Qing said, averting his gaze slightly, his tone sincere. He was acutely aware of the emotional turmoil within his mother at that moment. "Yes, thank you, teacher," Yang Yuzi quickly added, her heart aching at the sight of Tang Xuejuan's rare display of emotion. The other language teachers in the office were captivated by this heartwarming scene, casting envious glances. "Oh, how fortunate you are, Teacher Tang. Just look at these wonderful students." The playful banter from her colleagues caused a faint blush to rise on Tang Xuejuan's cheeks, and she accepted the gifts somewhat awkwardly, murmuring, "Thank you, I'm very happy." This happiness encompassed a myriad of complex emotions, particularly as she gazed into her son's earnest eyes. Carefully storing the gifts away, she could only muster the words, "Now, go back to your classes." After school, Yu Qing returned home. With young Wanqing's insistence and persuasion, Xiao Yao finally agreed to stay at home for the night, leaving the store temporarily in the hands of the staff. Sitting on the sofa, Xiao Yao's dark circles under her eyes were even more pronounced than those Yu Qing had displayed a few days prior. It seemed she had aged several years in just a matter of days. Mom Yu Qing looked at her with concern. He set down his backpack and silently approached her from behind. Little Z is back." Xiao Yao managed a weak smile. "You must be exhausted. How is everything with Dad?" Yu Qing gently placed his hands on Xiao Yao's shoulders, kneading them with just the right amount of pressure. Xiao Yao closed her eyes and exhaled deeply, relishing her daughter's thoughtfulness. "Your father is holding up well, but the chemotherapy side effects are quite severe, and he struggles to eat." Yu Qing continued to massage her silently, a bitter feeling welling up inside him. After these days of interaction, he had grown accustomed to this family. Especially after his recent bout of self-doubt, he had come to genuinely regard Yang Yuzi's parents as his own. Feeling the tension in Xiao Yao's neck and shoulders only deepened his sorrow. This situation was untenable. Her health would deteriorate. Thoughts raced in his mind, still clouded and unclear. The knowledge he had acquired in his previous life seemed solely focused on education, leaving him utterly clueless about the means to earn money swiftly. The clothing store was the family's only source of cash flow, but relying solely on Xiao Yao would inevitably lead to trouble. He needed to take action. "Mom, I'll come to the store to help you on Sunday," Yu Qing proposed softly, her hand stilling. "What do you need to go to the store for? Just focus on your studies." Xiao Yao immediately objected. "Studying also requires a balance of work and rest. I can help you organize the shelves and assist customers. It will be good social practice." Yu Qing offered a reasonable excuse. "Just let me go, please," she added, her tone slightly coaxing. Unable to refuse him, Xiao Yao finally acquiesced with a vague, "All right, just don't let it interfere with your studies." Yu Qing sighed in relief. He intended to assess the actual situation at the store, perhaps to improve the business operations. On Saturday afternoon, the weather cleared. Yu Qing asked Yang Yuzi to bring Yu Hanshi to the store, not only to provide Yu Qing an opportunity to bond with this younger sister he had not seen for over a decade, but also to gain deeper insight into Li Zhe's specific situation. Yang Yuzi signaled her agreement with an okay gesture. Upon arriving at the gymnasium, it was indeed more lively than usual, with many students ostensibly exercising while casting furtive glances toward the entrance. Since Tuesday's stunning piano solo, rumors had circulated among the boys about the new campus flower, who was both talented and beautiful. Consequently, Yu Qing had become something of a legend here. Unfortunately, after they had run on the playground on Wednesday, rain had kept them apart on Thursday and Friday, and no one had seen her again. As Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi entered side by side, the atmosphere seemed to pause for a moment, followed by a wave of hushed speculation. "They're here. It really is her. And they're Yu Qing? They must be quite close. Will she play the piano today?" Wang Jin and Zhou Ci were absent, claiming they had other matters to attend to. Delighted by the quiet atmosphere, they made their way directly to the badminton court. However, Yu Qing's gaze was irresistibly drawn toward the piano. Beside it stood a graceful middle-aged female teacher, smiling as she observed them. Yu Qing's steps faltered slightly, his heart fluttering as if gently struck by something. Teacher Yang Fang. In his previous life at Qing High School, this music teacher had patiently guided him in piano. He expected to encounter her so soon in this life. Yang Yuzi noticed his momentary pause and followed his gaze, recognizing the music teacher who frequently appeared at cultural events. "What's wrong?" she asked, sensing his unusual demeanor. Yu Qing quickly averted his eyes, shaking his head. "It's nothing." He refrained from saying more. The two of them returned their attention to the badminton rackets, preparing to start their game. As for the piano, Yu Qing had no intention of playing again for the time being. The emotional release he had experienced that day had been sufficient. Teacher Yang Fang regarded the pair of uniquely poised students, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. She had heard about the event of Tuesday, the high school student whose piano performance had been lauded to extraordinary heights, leaving her astonished. For the past few afternoons, she had been waiting on the second floor of the gymnasium, eager to witness if the rumors held any truth. She remained silent, simply standing quietly to the side. Chapter 26, Yang Fang's sulk. The sounds of badminton rackets striking the shuttlecock gradually subsided, and Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi, slightly breathless, walked to the sidelines to wipe their sweat. At that moment, the middle-aged female teacher who had been quietly standing beside the piano approached them with a smile. "Hello there." Her voice was gentle and melodious, imbued with a serene quality cultivated through artistic immersion. "I am a school's music teacher, Yang Fang. I apologize for interrupting your practice." The two quickly stood up straight to greet her. "Hello, Teacher Yang." "Hello, Teacher Yang." Yu Qing High School did not have regular music classes. The music teacher only worked with exceptional students, making her quite unfamiliar to most. Yang Fang observed them, particularly lingering her gaze on Yu Qing. "I've heard some rumors." Yang Fang's eyes fell upon Yu Qing. "There's a new female student at our school who is exceptionally skilled at the piano, and she practices here in the gymnasium." She smiled, a hint of resignation in her expression. "I've come for 2 days in a row, hoping to meet her, and today I finally caught a glimpse." Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi exchanged shy smiles, and Yu Qing explained, "Teacher Yang, a couple days ago on Wednesday, we were running on a playground, and on Thursday and Friday it rained, so we didn't make it to the gym." Understanding dawned upon Yang Fang as she nodded, her gaze shifting to Yu Qing with admiration. "Classmate Yuzi, would you be interested in accompanying me to the school's art building? I wish to hear your playing. Perhaps you could develop into a pianist in the future." Yu Qing hesitated momentarily, instantly glancing at Yang Yuzi. Yang Fang's invitation was earnest, and he felt a profound gratitude towards this teacher from his previous life, making it difficult to decline. Yang Yuzi immediately grasped his unspoken thoughts and encouraged Yu Qing. "You should go. If you can't return in time for evening study, I'll help you ask Teacher Tang for leave." She winked at Yu Qing, conveying her assurance. Warmth spread through Yu Qing's heart as he nodded in agreement. Turning to Yang Fang, he said, "Thank you, Teacher Yang." Following Yang Fang, Yu Qing traversed the tranquil campus bathed in the evening light, arriving at the art building situated in a secluded corner. Upon entering the music classroom, a spacious and brightly lit area adorned with various musical instruments greeted them. There were several upright pianos, violins, cellos, guitars, and even a guzheng, all gleaming softly. "This is where we usually conduct classes for students with musical talents," Yang Fang explained gently as she led the way. "The school has hired professional instructors for different instruments. I primarily oversee the piano section." She approached a grand piano that appeared to be the most meticulously maintained, lightly tapping its lid and then looking at Yu Qing. "This is the one. Please sit down and let me hear that piece once more." Yu Qing took a deep breath and settled onto the piano bench. He closed his eyes, once again immersing himself in the memories of that rainy night. The icy rain, the muddy ground, the gradually cooling body in his arms, and the vow, this time, "Let me protect you." A swirl of sorrow, longing, boundless regret, and a hint of relief intertwined within him. His slender fingers descended upon the keys, and the clear yet subtly melancholic melody of the last page flowed forth once again. Yang Fang stood by, her eyes intently following the dancing hands across the keys. From the foundational fingerings and dynamic control to the more advanced pedal techniques and tonal nuances, smooth, precise, and layered, imbued with a maturity that transcended his years. This is no amateur S-level, Yang Fang thought in astonishment. Without years of professional guidance and diligent practice, it would be challenging to reach such heights. Had he studied under a renowned teacher since childhood? As the final notes lingered in the air, Yang Fang erupted into genuine applause, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "That was magnificent. Classmate Yuji, your piano foundation truly astonishes me. May I inquire how old you were when you began studying? Which teacher did you study under?" Yu Qing found the question somewhat amusing. "Teacher? Wasn't it you?" However, the truth could not be voiced. He could only nod vaguely. "Yes, I've been learning for many years." And the teacher has taught very well, deliberately avoiding specifics. Yang Fang, relieved by his acknowledgement, remarked, "No wonder. Your technique is already quite mature, with a personal style that is nearly catching up to mine." She said this half-jokingly before becoming serious again. "However, striving for perfection is essential. I noticed that in several phrases, the pedal could be released more cleanly, allowing the melodic lines to be clearer." She moved beside the piano, patiently demonstrating a few extremely subtle details. Yu Qing listened attentively, reflecting on Yang Fang's consistent meticulousness. He humbly accepted her advice. Then, Yang Fang shifted the conversation. "This piece strikes me as a piano adaptation of a pop song, correct? The melody is beautiful, and the emotions are sincere. But I seem to have never heard this song before." Yu Qing's heart skipped a beat. "Yes, Teacher Yang, it is adapted from a song." "Oh, which song?" Yang Fang inquired with curiosity. This song." Yu Qing's mind raced as he hesitantly replied, "It hasn't been released yet." The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Sure enough, Yang Fong froze for a moment. Then her eyes lit up with incredulous delight, her voice brimming with excitement. It hasn't been released? Could it possibly be your original work? Did you compose both the lyrics and the music? Yu Qing instantly froze, a chill running down his spine as he met Yang Fong's fervent gaze, as if she had uncovered a rare treasure. This was it. Under her eager scrutiny, he could only nod awkwardly, his face flushed with embarrassment. My goodness, Yang Fong exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement, her eyes regarding Yu Qing as if he were a flawless gem. You are a genius, truly a genius, classmate Yuji. The melodic framework and emotional expression of your song are remarkably mature. It holds the potential to become a hit. With a little refinement in vocal technique and details, your future is limitless. Yu Qing blushed profusely at her praise, wishing for a hole to hide in. A hit? This was clearly a piece from 2 years into the future. Come, come. Yang Fong, brimming with enthusiasm, ushered Yu Qing back to the piano bench. Since this is your original work, the original singer must be you as well. I just happen to teach vocal music, so if you don't mind, shall we try singing while you play? I can help you listen and see where improvements can be made. Her eyes sparkled with the excitement of discovering a raw gem. Yu Qing was utterly flabbergasted. Sing. In his previous life, he could barely manage a tune, let alone claim any professional standing. Faced with Yang Fong's insistent enthusiasm, he could only muster the courage to respond. All right, teacher Yang. Thus, under Yang Fong's professional guidance, Yu Qing embarked on his first ever training session as an original singer-songwriter. Accompanying himself on the piano, he stumbled through the song The Last Page. His breath was uneven, his pitch faltered, and he did not convey the emotions as fluidly as when he played. Upon finishing, he felt somewhat satisfied. Not too bad, right? I didn't stray too far. However, to the discerning ears of the professional musician Yang Fong, the issues were numerous. As they began the second round, she commanded, "Stop. Your breath didn't settle here. The sound is floating. This phrase lacks the right emotion. You need to imagine that sense of release tinged with regret, not just pure sadness. Your resonance isn't open. The sound is trapped inside. Enunciate. Pay attention to the clarity of your diction." Yang Fong transformed into the strictest of coaches, pinpointing the myriad issues Yu Qing faced. From the most basic breath control to how to infuse emotion into his voice, and even to the utilization of resonance across different vocal registers. Yu Qing listened wide-eyed, realizing how naive he had been to think he was doing well. Singing was far more challenging than he had imagined. As Yang Fong tirelessly guided him and Yu Qing struggled, yet improved through practice, time flew by. It was not until the sky outside had darkened completely and the faint sound of the second evening study session's bell echoed that Yang Fong reluctantly paused. Let's call it a day. Your aptitude is truly commendable. Remember the key points I mentioned, and you can practice breath control and basic vocal exercises in your spare time. We shall continue next week. Upon hearing Yang Fong's words, Yu Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him as he nodded vigorously. All right, thank you, Teacher Yang. I appreciate your hard work. These 2 hours nearly left my throat on fire. He nearly floated back to the classroom of class 1 the 3rd year. Evening study had yet to conclude, and Tang Xuejuan was seated at the podium overseeing the class. Upon seeing Yang Yuzi enter the room, her face etched with weariness. Tang Xuejuan felt a twinge of surprise. However, recalling the leave of absence her son had previously arranged, she merely nodded, refraining from further inquiry. This child is surprisingly dedicated to music as well. It reminds her of Yu Qing in her younger years. Once Yu Qing returned to her seat, Yang Yuzi promptly leaned closer, lowering her voice and grinning. So, has Teacher Yang taken you under her wing like a precious gem? Yu Qing rested his chin on the table, burying his face in the crook of his arm, and muttered in a muffled tone, "Don't mention it, I'm utterly exhausted." He briefly recounted how Yang Fong had been teaching him piano, omitting any mention of singing lessons. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuzi was initially taken aback, but then couldn't help but chuckle, quickly covering her mouth. Observing Yu Qing's despondent expression, her gaze softened. Being valued so highly by Teacher Yang is indeed a good thing. Who knows, perhaps you will become a grand pianist in the future. Yu Qing lifted his head, meeting Yang Yuzi's cheerful gaze, and the embarrassment and exhaustion in his heart seemed to dissipate somewhat. Indeed, who can say, having been given a second chance at life, perhaps all things are possible. Chapter 27. Your smile possesses a unique charm. In the dead of night, within the Yang household, Yu Qing lay in bed, the vocal guidance from Yang Fong replaying in his mind. Do I truly need to learn to sing? This question lingered in his thoughts. Yang Fong valued what she presumed to be Yu Qing's ability to compose the last page. Yet, he was acutely aware that the songs he could vividly recall in his mind could be counted on one hand. Most others were merely hazy impressions. With lyrics he could hardly remember. After singing a few pieces, he would surely be at a loss for more. Yu Qing pondered, recognizing that perhaps he could write lyrics to adapt melodies on his own. However, he had scarcely penned a few love letters, let alone crafted words imbued with sentiment and rhythm. Even if he were to learn in the future, it felt akin to pilfering someone else's labor. As a teacher, this thought weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, another more tempting idea soon surfaced. If he mastered the art of singing and released a few songs, he could become a star. The allure of fame and fortune seemed tantalizingly close, capable of swiftly alleviating the financial burdens of the Yang family. His heart raced for a moment, but in the next instant, he vehemently shook his head, casting the notion aside. No, that won't do. In the pitch-black room, he felt as if he had returned to that cold, rainy night, where a girl, cradling his increasingly frigid body in the mud, softly declared, "This time, let me protect you." The heavens bestowed upon him a chance at rebirth, not for him to pursue stardom, but to bear the sufferings that Yang Yuzi endured in her past life, to remain by her side, safeguarding her, and to walk alongside her into the future. He had seen enough of the murky waters of the entertainment industry in the news during his previous life, its unspoken rules, treacherous rivalries, and the loss of autonomy. More importantly, once he stepped into that arena of fame and fortune, how much time could he truly devote to being with Yang Yuzi? That was certainly not the outcome he desired. But what a money! Transforming the Yang family's circumstances necessitated substantial funds. For days, he racked his brain, unable to conceive of any legal and swift means to earn money aside from this path of musical plagiarism. This was the harsh reality. Yu Qing exhaled deeply, filled with resignation. Perhaps it would be best to follow teacher Yang's guidance for now. Release a few songs, navigate through the immediate challenges, and consider the future later. A stopgap solution had become his solitary option at this moment. At the very least, music itself was pure. On a Sunday morning, Yu Qing accompanied Xiao Yao to Yaowang Apparel in the bustling shopping district. The expansive mall, just opening its doors, appeared desolate and empty. Upon entering their modest 80-square-meter store, they were greeted by a somewhat cramped display of racks adorned with the trendy styles of 2008. Vibrantly colored polo shirts, sequin t-shirts, and slightly loose-fitting jeans characterized the selection, lacking the diverse sophistication of future fashions. Xiao Yao was busy organizing the clothing racks. "Mom, is there anything I can help with?" Yu Qing approached her as she sorted the garments. Xiao Yao looked up, a hint of a smile gracing her face. "Over there, those few styles in size S are nearly sold out. Please head to the back storage and retrieve some stock to hang up. Just follow the labels on the racks." She briefly demonstrated how to hang and fold the clothes. Yu Qing attentively noted her instructions before turning to make his way to the storeroom. He felt compelled to contribute in some way, even if it was merely moving clothes to alleviate Xiao Yao's fatigue. Just as he emerged with an armful of garments, the wind chimes at the shop's entrance chimed. A young girl, around 18 or 19, with a neat ponytail, dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, entered with a bright smile, appearing quite familiar with the place. Yu Qing assumed she was the first customer and quickly set down the clothes, calling out to Xiao Yao, "Mom, we have a customer." Xiao Yao looked up upon hearing his voice, momentarily startled, then broke into laughter, casting a teasing glance at her daughter. "Xiaozi, have you woken up in a daze? You don't even recognize Jinyu?" Jinyu? Yu Qing's heart sank, freezing him in place. Memories of Yang Yu and the things she had mentioned resurfaced. Wang Jinyu, due to her family's circumstances, had dropped out of high school to work, and last year she had been hired as a waitress at the store. Generally, they called her Sister Jinyu, and they had a decent rapport. Cold sweat began to form on Yu Qing's brow. Surely she wouldn't discover the secret between him and Yang Yuzi. He felt trapped, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. His cheeks flushed slightly, eyes betraying his anxiety. He forced a smile, his voice tinged with awkwardness. Sister Jinyu, good morning. I was fully awake just now. Didn't see clearly?" Wang Jinyu observed Yang Yuzi's flustered demeanor, her cheeks slightly reddened, finding it both endearing and amusing. Naturally cheerful and generous. She didn't dwell on it, replying with a smile, "Good morning, Yuzi." As she spoke, she adeptly set down her bag, asking, "Annie Xiao, are there any styles you want to promote today? I can help adjust the mannequins at the entrance." Xiao Yao chuckled and shook her head, not taking her daughter's confusion to heart. "Jinyu, let's focus on promoting those new autumn outerwear styles today." "All right," Wang Jinyu replied, promptly getting busy, organizing the racks and adjusting the mannequin poses with practiced ease. Yu Qing breathed a quiet sigh of relief, grateful that his earlier slip had not raised any suspicion. He steadied himself and hurriedly resumed his task of restocking, all the while secretly observing Wang Jinyu. By around 9 o'clock, foot traffic in the mall began to increase. A casually dressed man in his 30s entered, his gaze wandering through the men's section. Wang Jinyu's face lit up with a sweet smile as she approached him quickly. "Good morning, sir. Are you looking for jackets or pants? We just received new autumn styles today. Please take a look. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, imbued with an inviting warmth. Rather than directly pushing a sale, she guided him naturally. The customer seemed charmed by her smile and recommendations, hesitating briefly before nodding. All right, let us give it a try. Wang Jinyu promptly stated the size and swiftly retrieved the clothing. Under her encouragement, the customer tried on a jacket, while she offered timely compliments. Her praise neither excessive nor insincere, but always hitting the mark. Yu Qing observed from the side, secretly impressed. He had always loathed the salespeople in malls, who buzzed incessantly in your ear while you were trying to make a purchase. However, Wang Jinyu was evidently not as she appeared through the lens of stereotype. Rather, she exuded a service attitude that was genuinely comforting. That smile, that tone, that rhythm of persuasion, it was simply remarkable. As expected, the customer promptly purchased the jacket and left with satisfaction. After bidding farewell to the customer, Wang Jinyu turned to see Yu Qing gazing at her with a hint of admiration. And she chuckled. What is the matter, Yuji? Are you mesmerized? Yu Qing snapped back to reality and sincerely praised. Sister Jinyu, you are truly impressive. It feels as if the customers are compelled to buy just from your words. Wang Jinyu, slightly bashful from the compliment, waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. It's merely about observing and saying pleasant things, making them feel that you are genuinely selecting what suits them, rather than selling for the sake of selling. She paused, gazing at Yu Qing's delicate features, and suddenly had a brilliant idea, leaning in with a smile. Yuji, would you like to give it a try? You're so beautiful. Your smile must be even more impactful than mine. When the next customer comes in, why don't you greet them? Huh? Me? Yu Qing exclaimed in surprise, quickly waving her hands. I can't do it. I don't know how to talk. How could someone who had spent a decade as a teacher, accustomed to standing at a podium, suddenly transform into a cheerful sales assistant? The contrast was simply too jarring. What is there to be afraid of? Wang Jinyu encouraged. Just think of it as a chance to build your confidence. I'll be right here watching over you, providing support. Look at you, such a lovely young lady. You're a living advertisement. Come on, give me a smile. Xiao Yao chimed in with a laugh. Yes, Yuji, you said you want to practice. You'll have to engage with society eventually. Yu Qing felt caught between a rock and a hard place. Taking a deep breath, she recalled Wang Jinyu's smile and tone. Here goes nothing. Mimicking Wang Jinyu's radiant smile, she practiced addressing the air. Welcome. What would you like to see today? The smile, 3 parts stiff and 7 parts determined, combined with her striking face, produced an astonishing effect. Wang Jinyu and Xiao Yao exchanged glances and burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Even a passing cleaning lady looked over curiously. Yu Qing's face flushed crimson. She wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Ahem. Wang Jinyu finally managed to stifle her laughter, wiping away a few tears of mirth. Yuji, your smile is quite a unique character. It's all right, take your time. I'll teach you. When smiling, think of something joyful, like for instance seeing a handsome guy. Jinyu, Xiao Yao playfully chided her, though her face was adorned with a smile. The small shop was filled with light-hearted laughter. In Chapter 28, A Living Advertisement, Wang Jinyu briefly instructed some fundamental etiquette. Yu Qing listened attentively, just as Wang Jinyu was about to teach Yu Qing some phrases. The tinkling of the wind chimes at the door announced the entrance of 2 young male customers who appear to be university students, casually scanning the surroundings. Yu Qing's heart leapt in her throat, instinctively shrinking back. She truly was prepared for this. Come on, Yuji, this is your stage. Wang Jinyu stifled a laugh, gently nudging the frozen Yu Qing with her elbow, ready to witness the unfolding drama. Taking a deep breath, Yu Qing steeled herself and stepped forward, displaying a sweet smile. Welcome. What styles of clothing would you like to see? The effect was immediate. The 2 male customers' gazes snapped to Yu Qing's face, visibly stunned for a few seconds. One of them, clad in a plaid shirt, blushed slightly and stammered, we'd like to buy a long-sleeve shirt. Yu Qing felt a wave of relief. As long as there was a need, it was manageable. She quickly guided them. The long sleeves are over here, please follow me. She led them to the long sleeve section, with women's styles on one side and men's on the other. Lady styles are here, and men's are over there. You can see which style you prefer. However, it was clear that the 2 male customers were not focused on the clothing. Their gazes remained fixed on Yu Qing's face. After Yu Qing politely gestured for them to continue, they awkwardly returned to reality, hastily grabbing 2 pieces of clothing from the women's rack and presenting them to Yu Qing. Just this, the plaid shirt guy said, his face reddening. Yu Qing looked down and felt a jolt. These were 2 black long-sleeve women's shirts, the only distinguishing feature being a black bow at the hem. In disbelief, he looked up at the 2 male customers. Excuse me, are you 2 planning to wear these? He simply could not fathom how these two young men would look in such attire. Huh, yes, yes, we will wear them ourselves. They both nodded, their eyes still glued to Yu Qing. Yu Qing was left speechless, regarding them with the same incredulity one might reserve for aliens. Had their aesthetic sensibilities been squashed by a door? The two customers, feeling uneasy under Yu Qing's scrutinizing gaze, glanced down at the clothes in their hands. The other guy in a short-sleeved shirt exclaimed, "Oh no. Women as styles." In an instant, they flung the garments back onto the rack, their faces burning even brighter. "We picked the wrong ones, my apologies." The plaid shirt guy stammered, hurriedly dashing to the men's section to grab 2 plain long-sleeve shirts. This will do. We both wear size XL. Yu Qing's mouth twitched slightly. All right then, just 2 individuals utterly captivated by Yang Yuzi's visage, unable to distinguish east from west. He glanced at Wang Jinyu, signaling her with his eyes. Wang Jinyu stifled a laugh and nodded. "Size XL, right? Please wait a moment. I'll go get them." She turned and went to the back. Yu Qing watched the 2 young men, who seemed desperate to find a hole to hide in, and couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Wang Jinyu quickly returned with the shirts, and the 2 practically snatched them from her hands, paying without haggling and leaving the store in a hurry. Yuji, what a fantastic start, impressive. Wang Jinyu gave Yu Qing a thumbs up. Yu Qing, he could only twitch his lips in silence. Was this what one would call impressive? This was a case of beauty misleading judgment. Earning this money made him feel a twinge of guilt. As time passed, the flow of customers in the mall increased. Xiao Yao and Wang Jinyu became busier. Wang Jinyu fully embraced the spirit of making the most of resources. Any young male customer who entered the store was immediately cheerfully directed toward Yu Qing. Come, handsome. Let our beautiful sales assistant recommend something. She has the best taste." Yu Qing could only grit his teeth and dive in, relying on the scant skills he had learned from Wang Jinyu and his irresistibly charming face to successfully close most transactions. When female customers arrived, Wang Jinyu would directly pull Yu Qing over to serve as a living model. "Look, beauty, this coat looks fantastic on her. It's flattering and elegant. Just look at the silhouette and the cinched waist." Without waiting for a response, she would drape the clothing over Yu Qing and spin her around for display. Yu Qing felt like a puppet, forced into action, her smile becoming somewhat strained. However, seeing the female customers persuaded and making their purchases brought her a sense of accomplishment. The morning passed in this blend of discomfort and delight. Just as she had sent off a satisfied female customer and was about to catch her breath, the shop door swung open again. "Oh, Yuji, are you here shopping too?" A familiar, melodious voice rang out. Yu Qing looked up in astonishment. Standing at the door were none other than her class monitor, Zhou Ci, accompanied by her close friend and the class's academic committee member, Su Qiu. "Monitor? Su Qiu?" Yu Qing was taken aback. Zhou Ci pulled Su Qiu into the store, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "We're here to buy autumn attire, and after that, we can enjoy some lunch." To her surprise, she discovered that you were also shopping for clothes. Her eyes wandered curiously around the boutique. Yu Qing explained, "This is my family's store. This is my mother, and over there is Sister Jinyu." He gestured toward Xiao Yao and Wang Jinyu, who were assisting other customers. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Yao's face broke into a warm smile upon recognizing her daughter's classmate. "Ah, it's a classmate of Xiao Zi. Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse, and let Xiao Zi assist you in selecting." Wang Jinyu also waved and greeted them with a smile. Zhou Ci and Su Qiu politely replied, "Hello, Annie." "Hello, sister." Listening to Xiao Yao's words, Zhou Ci turned to Yu Qing and said, "I wish to pick out a jacket for Su Qiu. Can you help us choose, Yuzi?" Yu Qing, eager to assist, responded, "Of course. The new autumn collection has just arrived." He led the 2 into the women's section. The trio quickly selected 2 distinct styles of jackets, deciding to try both on for effect. "Let's go to the fitting room," Su Qi exclaimed, seizing the garments and pulling Su Qiu along, inadvertently grasping Yu Qing's wrist. "Yuzi, you should come too and help us see how they look." "Ah, I don't need to go in, right? I'll wait outside." The words fitting room, girls, changing clothes, echoed chaotically in his mind. Despite Yu Qing currently inhabiting a female body, the concept of undressing oneself versus witnessing another's undress was vastly different, especially when the others were 2 blossoming young ladies. Moreover, Yu Qing's subconscious still identified as male, and he anticipated the day he might revert back. At that moment, the consciousness of a man who had been a teacher for a decade screamed within him, "No, absolutely not. This is utterly improper. Oh, it's all girls. What is there to fear?" Zhou Ci disregarded Yu Qing's reluctance and pulled the terrified Yu Qing into the fitting room. The door slammed shut with a bang. In the cramped space, a faint scent of youthful fragrance permeated the air. Zhou Ci had already begun to unbutton her outerwear, while Su Qiu blushed and started to remove her outer layer. Yu Qing stood pressed against the door panel, unsure where to direct his gaze. Wishing he could meld into the wall. He felt as though he were suffocating, the dissonance between his soul and body reaching a peak at that moment. Meanwhile, as Yu Qing grappled with an existential crisis in the fitting room, the wind chime at the store entrance chimed once more. Yang Yuzi entered, accompanied by Yu Han Xi. She intended to use the guise of a classmate to invite them out for lunch, hoping it would provide a better understanding of Yu Han Xi's situation. Gazing at the familiar Yao Wang apparel, a wave of nostalgia washed over Yang Yuzi. It had been 10 years since her parents' passing, and this small shop, which bore the fruits of their labor, had changed hands. She never anticipated encountering it again in this manner in her current life. What's wrong? Yu Han Xi keenly observed her brother's momentary distraction. Yang Yuzi snapped back to reality and shook her head. It's nothing. This is my classmate's family business. I brought you to take a look. She scanned the store, searching for Yu Qing's figure, but only saw Xiao Yao and Wang Jinyu bustling about. Where's everyone? Chapter 29, Candor in the Restaurant. Xiao Yao looked at the pair entering the store, a young man and woman, and her gaze lingered on the young man's handsome face, momentarily taken aback. This face seemed familiar. Memories flickered rapidly, settling on the polite and academically gifted boy from the middle school parent-teacher meetings. Is that Xiao Yu? A gentle smile spread across Xiao Yao's face, radiating delight at this unexpected reunion. It's been a while. You've grown quite a bit. I almost didn't recognize you. She remembered the boy named Yu Qing, whose mother was a high school teacher, and they had shared a congenial rapport. They had lost touch after high school, leaving her curious about how he was faring now. Yang Yuzi, observing her mother's familiar yet weathered visage, felt an overwhelming surge of bittersweet emotion. 10 years of yearning, separated by life and death, now reduced to a mere classmate's encounter. This injustice shattered her remaining composure. Tears welled up unexpectedly, cascading down her cheeks. Xiao Yao and Yu Han, she stood in stunned silence. Brother? Yu Han, she was taken aback by the sight of her brother's tear-streaked face. Following last Sunday's fruit tea and their parents' affirmation of his changes, any ice within her heart had melted, leaving only concern and heartache. She instinctively stepped closer, gently tugging at Yang Yuzi's sleeve, her voice laced with care. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Xiao Yao also regained her bearings, gazing at the tearful boy before her, utterly perplexed. She remembered him as a composed child. What had triggered this sudden outpouring? Moreover, the sorrow reflected in his eyes bore the weight of loss and longing that one could only acquire after enduring separation. This feeling was profoundly unfamiliar and heavy, causing her heart to tremble unexpectedly. Yang Yuzi took a deep breath, hastily wiping her face. And no, it's nothing, Auntie Xiao. I just haven't seen you in so long. Suddenly seeing you makes me miss you a bit too much. This explanation felt flimsy even to her own ears. Miss? Xiao Yao's confusion deepened. They had only met a few times during middle school parent-teacher meetings. Did she hold such significance in his heart? She patted Yang Yuzi's arm with a smile. Good child, don't cry. Annie is perfectly fine. Come in and sit down. Just then, the fitting room doors swung open. Zhou Xi, Su Qiu, and Yu Qing emerged. Zhou Xi, brimming with excitement, gestured toward the mirror. This color suits you, Su Qiu. Really? I feel like it's a bit tight around the waist. Yuzi, what do you think? Yes, it's lovely. Yu Qing nodded in agreement beside them. The trio was entirely oblivious to the unfolding scene at the entrance. Xiao Yao, noticing, promptly called out, Xiao Zi, look who's here. It's your classmate Xiao Yu and his sister. The trio turned around in response. Yu Qing, Zhou Xi, and Su Qiu were taken aback upon seeing the figures at the entrance. Yu Qing spotted Yang Yuzi and her companion Yu Han Xi, feeling a sense of relief that the plan was proceeding smoothly. What a coincidence, Yu Qing. Zhou Xi greeted with a smile, his attention quickly drawn to the elegant and beautiful girl beside Yang Yuzi. And who might this be? Yang Yuzi, huffing composite herself, though her eyes still bore traces of redness, regained her poise. She seized the moment to introduce Zhou Xi, Su Qiu. What a coincidence. This is my sister, Yu Han Xi. Han Xi, these are my current classmates, class monitor Zhou Xi, study committee member Su Qiu, and... Her gaze fell on Yu Qing, pausing momentarily. Yang Yuzi. Hello, Yu Han, she greeted politely, nodding, her eyes lingering on Yang Yuzi's face for an extra second. Yang Yuzi, the senior who was forced to transfer by Li Zhe at Shirizhong, she was astonished to find that she had become classmates with her brother. Full of questions, she realized now was not the time to inquire. Xiao Yao, listening to their conversation, suddenly dawned on her, her face lighting up with genuine surprise. Ah? So Xiao Zi transferred to AI Qing Zhong Shui, and is now classmates with Xiao Yu? What a delightful coincidence. She had been entirely unaware of her daughter's new deskmate. Suqiu settled the payment for the clothes, while Zhou Xi, observing the lively group, enthusiastically suggested, Annie Xiao, since it's mealtime, we'd like to find a place to eat with Yuzi. Is that all right? Yu Qing instinctively glanced toward Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao readily nodded. Of course, you young people go ahead and enjoy yourselves. During the quiet midday hours at the store, with only Jin Yu to oversee, she hastily departed to visit Xiao Zi's father at the hospital after giving a few instructions to Wang Jinyu. In the restaurant, a group of them settled into a cozy home-style eatery near the mall. Once the dishes were ordered, the atmosphere quickly became lively. Yu Hanshi glanced at her brother beside her, then at the serene and graceful Yang Yuzi sitting across from her, momentarily suppressing her doubts about Yuji. Her primary concern was whether the changes in her brother were indeed as significant as their parents had claimed. Jia, Qiujia, Yu Hanshi's voice rang out. Bright and curious, how's my brother been performing at school lately? Her gaze swept over Zhou Xi and Suqiu. Mom and Dad said he has changed so much that I can hardly recognize him. Is that true? This question seemed to open a floodgate. Changed? Zhou Xi set down her chopsticks. Let me tell you, Hanshi, your brother used to spend most of his classes sleeping, relying heavily on Wang Jin for his homework. But now, he is incredibly focused in class. Suqiu nodded in agreement. Yu Hanshi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at her brother, filled with delight. Their parents hadn't deceived her. Zhou Xi continued, increasingly amazed. The most remarkable change is in his character. He used to be somewhat, socially awkward. But now he is much more courteous and warm. It feels as if he has become a different person. She turned to Yu Qing, half jokingly and half seriously asking, Yuji, do you think it's because you transferred here that he has been inspired to change? The power of love, perhaps? Ha! Yu Qing, caught mid-sip of water, nearly choked. Her face instantly flushed as she waved her hands in protest. Don't say such things. Class monitor, sitting beside her, Yang Yuzi lowered her head, pretending to tidy up the utensils, her fingers a bit flustered. Zhou Xi chuckled at their synchronized blushes and discomfort, wisely deciding not to delve deeper. Just a joke. Just a joke. But really, Yu Qing, your brother's transformation is indeed quite sudden. It piques curiosity. Yang Yuzi steadied herself, her tone tinged with reflection. People inevitably grow. Sometimes it just takes a moment to understand certain things and see certain people clearly. One no longer wishes to leave regrets behind. Her words held dual meanings, explaining her current transformation while also reflecting on her past lives. Zhou Xi nodded thoughtfully, seemingly finding sense in her words. By the way, Yuji, she inquired with curiosity, you were doing well at Shi Yizhong. Why did you suddenly transfer to AI Qing? Shi Yizhong is a key school. After all, this question caused Yu Hanshi's expression to stiffen slightly. Yu Qing's voice turned icy, because I could no longer endure the harassment from scoundrel. Harassment? Zhou Xi and Suqiu frowned. Yu Hanshi immediately chimed in, her small face filled with indignation. Yes, that scoundrel Li Jia. Ever since Sister Yuji transferred, he has started harassing me. Finally finding an outlet for her grievances, she recounted Li Jia's recent actions, growing more agitated with each word, her small fists clenched tightly. That is absolutely disgusting. Suqiu responded, visibly opposite. Even the typically gentle Suqiu rarely wore a stern expression. Hanshi, doesn't your school take action against such individuals? If he isn't taught a lesson, he will keep pestering you. With a sigh of resignation, Yu Hanshi replied, the teachers have spoken to him. But he is like a stubborn gum, only quieting down for a few days after a warning before resuming his antics. Yu Qing's gaze turned frigid. Hanshi, do not touch anything he gives you. It's best to keep it intact or hand it over to the teachers as evidence. While at school, try to stick with your classmates and avoid going to secluded places alone. If absolutely necessary, you should kick him away. Yu Qing intended to suggest that she might need to kick Li Jia in a specific area, just as he had done to Huang Mingyang last week. However, realizing the potential risks, he quickly altered his suggestion. Yu Hanshi looked at her older siblings, genuinely strategizing for her well-being, her heart warming with gratitude. She nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll remember. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Jia, Suqiu Jia, and thank you, Yuji Jia. As she looked around at her companions, she felt for the first time that her brother's world seemed to have regained its warmth and trustworthiness, just like before. Chapter 30. A confrontation with a green tea loser. After satisfying their appetites and sharing laughter, the group departed the restaurant. The afternoon sun bathed them in warmth, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Zhou Xi, with her warm-hearted nature, recalled Xiao Yao's words upon leaving and curiously asked Yu Qing, Hey Yuji, I heard from Aunt Xiao that you're going to the hospital to see your dad. What illness does Uncle Yang have? Yu Qing's heart tightened. Yang Wanqing's lung cancer weighed heavily on their family, and it was also one of the roots of Yang Yuzi's tragic past. He did not want his newly acquainted friends to be burdened with such heaviness too soon, nor did he want to reveal the foresight of a reborn individual. He forced a smile and waved his hand. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Just, a minor issue." The doctor said he'll be fine after a few days of hospital observation and good rest. "Thank you for your concern." He tried to make his voice sound as optimistic as possible. After speaking, he instinctively glanced at Yang Yuzi, his eyes seeking confirmation. Yang Yuzi understood his silent cue and nodded slightly, calmly responding, "Yes, uncle will be fine. He has good fortune." The two shared a tacit understanding, keeping Yang Wang's true condition confined to just the two of them. Deep down, Yang Yuzi felt conflicted. She longed to see her father, but rationality reminded her that as Yu Qing, a male classmate visiting a female classmate's father alone would appear suspicious. Like a young man with ulterior motives meeting the parents too soon. If her parents caught wind of anything amiss, or if others misinterpreted the situation, it would be an inescapable predicament. As her mind wrestled with these thoughts, Josie's suggestion rang out like a harmonious melody. "Hey, since we all have time this afternoon, and your uncle is in the hospital, why don't we all go visit him together? It will be lively. And I'm sure uncle and aunt will be delighted to see that Yuji has so many new friends who care about him." She turned to Suchio and Yu Hanshi. "What do you think?" Suchio, always gentle and considerate, nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's only right. Visiting elders is a thoughtful gesture." Yu Hanshi immediately chimed in. Yes. I also want to see Sister Yuji's dad." Filled with sympathy for Yang Yuji's plight, and now knowing he was her brother's friend, she was naturally eager to go. Yang Yuji's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, going with everyone would completely eliminate any issues. It was straightforward, a pure demonstration of camaraderie among classmates. Her earlier concerns dissipated, and she looked at Zhou Ci with gratitude. Yu Qing clearly noticed the fleeting desire in Yang Yuji's eyes and felt relieved. He immediately smiled and replied, "Then I'll thank everyone on behalf of my dad. Let us go. There's a fruit shop ahead. Let us buy some fruit." Before he could finish, both Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi interrupted in unison. No. Class monitor, really no need." Yu Qing quickly waved his hands. "Your presence alone is more precious than anything. Truly, there's no need to spend money on fruit. The hospital doesn't lack for these." Yang Yuzi nodded in agreement, her tone firm. "Yes, class monitor, uncle needs to rest now. It's the thought that counts." Buying fruit would seem a bit excessive. Under the harmonious persuasion of the two, Josei finally relinquished the thought of purchasing a fruit basket, muttering, "All right, fine. I shall heed your advice." The People's Hospital was not far from the mall, and the group decided to walk there, conveniently burning off some calories. A few exceptionally attractive young men and women strolled along the path, attracting glances from passers-by in droves. Yu Qing, with his inherently handsome physique, paired with Yang Yuzi's current elegant demeanor, exuded an air of refined charm. Josei was radiant and poised. Suchio exuded a gentle delicacy. Yu Hanshi was youthful and vibrant, while Yang Yuzi, under Yu Qing's influence, radiated an aura of confidence and grace, captivating all who beheld her. This ensemble was nearly impossible to overlook. However, this delightful mood was abruptly shattered as they turned a corner, encountering two individuals approaching from the opposite direction. It was Wang Lili, hand in hand with the boy. The boy was rather unremarkable in appearance, yet he donned a full ensemble of designer labels. With meticulously styled hair and a gleaming watch on his wrist, projecting an air of affluence, albeit with an underlying pretense. Clearly, this was Wang Lili's latest conquest. Upon spotting Yu Qing and the others, particularly Yu Qing's stunning visage, her smile instantly froze, a flicker of envy flashing in her eyes. Just last week, Yu Qing had publicly humiliated her in the classroom corridor, reducing her to a mere shadow of her former self. And the memory still stung like a thorn in her heart. Now, fate had placed them in close proximity, especially in front of her new catch. Instinctively, she turned her head aside, feigning ignorance. The boy beside her sensed the shift in atmosphere, glancing back and forth between Wang Lili and the group. On Yu Qing's side, the mood had similarly soured. Neither Yu Qing nor Yang Yuzi held any fondness for Wang Lili. Josei and Suchio were well aware of her character, their expressions growing colder. It was this very woman who had once flaunted her brother's affections, strutting about with arrogance. During a chance encounter while shopping in their sophomore year, she had deliberately uttered hurtful words that had brought Yu Hanshi to tears. Old grudges surged to the forefront, just as both parties were about to pass each other. Treating the other as mere air, Yu Hanshi broke the silence, her voice laced with scorn. "Isn't that the green TBTCH Wang Lili from AI Qing High School?" She emphasized the term green tea with deliberate weight. Brimming with sarcasm, the group halted in their tracks. Wang Lili's face instantly contorted with rage. She whirled around, glaring at Yu Hanshi. Yu Hanshi, what nonsensical drivel are you spouting? To be branded a green tea BTCH in front of her new catch was an affront she could not endure. The fury in her eyes was palpable. Unfazed, Yu Hanshi crossed her arms, chin raised defiantly, unleashing her full verbal arsenal. Am I mistaken? Careful, dear brother. Our campus beauty here has such lofty standards. She only has eyes for those who can shower her with gifts. Her words flowed rapidly, each one striking at the core of Wang Lili's hypocrisy. You're talking nonsense. Wang Lili trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Yu Hanshi. Her voice sharp. The boy beside her shifted uncomfortably, regarding Wang Lili with a scrutinizing gaze. Although Zhou Xi and Su Qiu thought she was somewhat impulsive, they recalled recent rumors about Huang Mingyang, which she had orchestrated before casting him aside, and thus chose to remain silent. Yang Yuzi observed Wang Lili's discomfiture with a sense of satisfaction, but gently tugged at Yu Hanshi's sleeve, apologetically addressing the boy. I'm sorry. My sister can be rather blunt. She didn't mean to offend. Wang Lili was left speechless by Yu Hanshi's retort and further stung by Yang Yuzi's seemingly apologetic yet exacerbating comment. Seeing Yu Qing's expression of amusement only served to heighten her frustration. The boy beside her grew increasingly somber, acutely aware of the public mockery. All right, very well. Yu Hanshi and all of you. Wang Lili's chest heaved with indignation as she shot a glare at the group, particularly at Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi. We shall see about this. With that, she disregarded her image, yanking the boy's hand forcefully. Let us go. They hurriedly retreated, their backs appearing utterly disheveled. Watching Wang Lili leave in a flurry of fury, she proudly placed her hands on her hips. Humph. Now, that feels satisfying. Zhou Xi could not suppress a chuckle, patting Yu Hanshi's shoulder. Hanshi, you were brilliant. I admire you. Su Qiu also smiled softly, shaking her head in amusement. Yu Qing's lips curled into a delighted smile, her gaze toward Yu Hanshi brimming with admiration and affection. This girl, still the same as in their childhood. Yet, her performance was indeed commendable. A minor skirmish concluded with Wang Lili's utter defeat, leaving the group in high spirits, their steps toward the hospital seemingly lighter. The sun appeared to shine even more brightly. Chapter 31. Inside and outside the hospital room. Having bid farewell to the brief unpleasantness brought on by Wang Lili, the group soon arrived at the People's Hospital of Wucheng. Under Yu Qing's guidance, they entered a single patient room. On the hospital bed, Yang Wanqing was reclining, his hair shaved due to chemotherapy, his complexion somewhat pale, yet his spirit appeared relatively intact. Xiaoyao was peeling an apple nearby. Hello, uncle and aunt. Zhou Xi and Su Qiu greeted politely. Upon seeing this vibrant group of youngsters, especially her daughter, Xiaoyao's face lit up with a radiant smile. Oh my, what a pleasant surprise. You all came. Come in and sit down. Old Yang, look, Xiao Zi's classmates have come to see you. Yang Wanqing surveyed the youthful assembly. Pausing for a moment on the sole male, Yang Yuzi, before breaking into a warm smile. Thank you, children. Xiao Zi is just transferred, and I appreciate your care. Uncle, you are too kind. Zhou Xi quickly waved his hand. We are all classmates. It's only natural to look out for one another. How are you feeling? Su Qiu inquired with concern. Yes, Uncle Yang. You must take good care of yourself. Yang Wanqing, wishing to alleviate their worries and avoid a somber atmosphere, waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a light-hearted manner. It's nothing serious, just a minor issue. The doctor suggested a few days of observation and rest. I'll be fine. So don't fret. Yu Qing stood closest to the bed, echoing her father's feigned nonchalance. Dad is right. He'll be up and about in no time. Yang Yuzi lingered at the back of the group. When she truly beheld her father's face on the bed, weakened and haggard from cancer, the harrowing memory of her father's tragic suicide in her past life surged forth, accompanied by a letter steeped in despair and love, crashing through her defenses like a relentless tide. May you pursue true love, happiness, and well-being. The words from the letter now felt like daggers, piercing her heart with anguish. A profound sorrow enveloped her. Her throat felt constricted, and her eyes quickly welled with tears. She bit down hard on her lower lip, desperately trying to suppress the sobs, threatening to escape. Brother? Yu Hanshi, standing beside her, was the first to sense something amiss and gently touched her arm. That single touch became the final straw. Yang Yuzi suddenly bowed her head, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably as a hot tear splashed onto the floor. Yu Qing? Zhou Xi and Su Qiu also noticed, looking at her with confusion. Xiaoyao and Yang Wanqing cast concerned glances in her direction. Mifine. Yang Yuzi's voice trembled with an uncontainable quaver, and she scarcely dared to raise her gaze to meet anyone's eyes. Sorry. I need to step out for a moment. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, she abruptly turned and almost stumbled out of the hospital room. Brother! Yu Hangxi exclaimed in alarm. The room fell into an immediate hush, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Yu Qing's heart tightened painfully. Only he understood the reason for her breakdown. In a hushed tone, he explained he might be under considerable stress lately, or perhaps seeing father like this reminds him of someone from home. Xiaoxi, please go check on him. At that moment, Yu Qing yearned to follow her outside, yet he feared that Yang's parents might discern something amiss in the current situation. I'm sorry, Uncle and Auntie, Zhou Xi and Su Qiu. Yu Hangxi reacted swiftly, offering an apology to those in the room. I'll go see what is going on with my brother. With that, she hurriedly pursued Yang Yuzi. Xiao Yao sighed as she gazed at the door. That child Yang Wanqing appeared contemplative, choosing not to say anything further. Zhou Xi and Su Qiu exchanged worried glances. In the corridor, Yu Hangxi anxiously searched for Yang Yuzi. Finally, she discovered her in a small garden at the foot of the hospital building. Yang Yuzi sat alone on a bench in a pavilion. Her back turned to the direction of the hospital room, her shoulders trembling slightly as she wept silently. This was the first time Yu Hangxi had witnessed her brother in such profound sorrow. The sensation was utterly foreign. Earlier at the clothing store, she had seen Aunt Xiao in a similar emotional state. A bold yet absurd thought surged uncontrollably in her mind. Is this person before her truly her familiar, slightly rebellious, and somewhat foolish brother, Yu Qing? She tiptoed over and sat down at the opposite end of the bench, refraining from speaking immediately, instead silently offering a tissue. Yang Yuzi did not take it nor lift her head. Brother, Yu Hangxi's voice was soft. Are you all right? Can you tell me what happened? You've really been different lately. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, the boy walking alongside Wang Lili wore a troubled expression. Yu Hangxi's remark about only valuing someone who could indulge her in shopping felt like a thorn lodged in his heart. Lili, he finally could not contain himself. His tone laced with inquiry. Was what that girl said true? He did not articulate the rest of his question, but his meaning was unmistakable. Wang Lili's face instantly contorted with grievance. Zhanggu, how could you believe someone like her? They're just jealous of me, especially that Yang Yuzi and Yu Qing. They've been opposing me at school, and today they deliberately humiliated me in front of so many people. Can you trust anything they say? As she spoke, her eyes reddened, showcasing her acting prowess. Zhang Tao scrutinized her, his brow furrowed, his doubts not entirely assuaged, though his tone softened. That Yang Yuzi? Is she from your school? Just a transfer student trying to act all high and mighty. Wang Lili scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain and evident hostility. The boy disregarded her bitterness and pressed on. Where did she transfer from? He felt an inkling of familiarity with her name. Why do you want to know? Wang Lili immediately became wary, eyeing him suspiciously. You're not interested in her, are you? Where did you get that idea? Zhang Tao replied, slightly exasperated. I just suddenly remembered that I had a friend from City No. 1 high school who kept mentioning a girl he liked named Yang Yuzi last year. City no. 1 is quite far from Wu Qing. It can't possibly be the same person, right? Just asking. Upon realizing he had no romantic interest in her, Wang Lili sighed in relief, but was also a tad surprised. City No. 1? She just transferred from there this semester. What? Zhang Tao halted abruptly, astonished by the revelation. So she really did transfer from City No. 1? Then, is she exceptionally beautiful? Wang Lili, though reluctant to concede, huffed. She is so what? Just a pretentious woman. Zhang Tao's expression turned somewhat amused. Ah, it seems she truly is the one. My friend is almost obsessed with her. It's a pity she transferred away, and he is still inquiring about her. He took out his phone and swiftly composed a message. Lija, I have news about that Yang Yuzi you were looking for. After sending it, he glanced at Wang Lili, who was still sulking, a hint of detachment deep within his gaze. This situation seemed far more intricate than he had initially anticipated. Chapter 32 Zhou Xi. I must apologize. The hospital room was permeated with a fleeting sense of awkwardness and concern. After Yu Hangxi rushed out, Xiao Yao gently comforted Yang Wanqing, while Zhou Xi and Su Qiu exchanged anxious looks. Yu Qing stood by the bedside, ostensibly showing concern as he gazed toward the door. Yet his heart had already followed the figure that had dashed out. He could only silently pray that Yang Yuzi would hold strong and not reveal anything in front of Yu Hangxi. A few minutes later, the hospital room door creaked open. Yu Hangxi re-entered, accompanied by Yang Yuzi, whose demeanor had returned to calm. She bore a radiant smile, albeit one that still held a trace of lingering shadows. Brother, you're all right now, aren't you? Yu Hangxi inquired softly, her tone brimming with concern. Yang Yuzi had said nothing while in the garden. I'm fine now. I'm so sorry for worrying everyone. She smiled apologetically at the people in the room, especially Yang's parents, striving to sound more cheerful. As they witnessed her restored composure, the tension in the room began to dissipate. Xiao Yao quickly urged, "It's good that you're fine. Please sit down and rest for a bit." Yang Yuzi nodded in agreement, refraining from further questioning. Although Zhou Xi and Su Qiu were filled with curiosity about why a big boy would react so intensely to seeing a classmate's father ill. After all, such emotional responses seemed rather excessive. They chose not to pry into the matter, noting Yu Qing's evident reluctance to discuss it and the sigh of relief from both Yu Hangxi and Yang Yuzi. After all, who among them didn't harbor unspoken worries? Yu Qing observed Yang Yuzi's state, feeling a sense of reassurance. Phew, it seems she managed to hold it together. I hope Xiaoxi and the others delve deeper. For the next hour, the atmosphere in the hospital room transformed into one of warmth and ease. They engaged in light-hearted conversations with Yang Yuzi, sharing amusing anecdotes from school and deliberately steering clear of heavy topics. Xiao Yao watched her daughter with this group of kind classmates, a smile of gratitude gracing her features. During this time, Yu Qing discreetly slipped her a small note. Yang Yuzi feigned a trip to the restroom, finding the contents of the note somewhat amusing. It contained excuses for how to explain things to her friends later. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time to leave. Xiao Yao prepared to head to the store. Xiaoji, she called her daughter, why don't you see your classmates off? It's been quite a hassle for everyone to make this trip. She then turned to the group. Thank you for coming to see old Yang. Please be careful on your way back. You're too kind, Auntie. Uncle. Please take care of yourself. Zhou Xi and Su Qiu hurriedly bid farewell. Dad, Mom, I'll see them out, Yu Qing replied. The group exited the hospital room, descended the stairs, and arrived at a quieter spot near the hospital entrance. The afternoon sun remained bright, yet their spirits had shifted from the initial arrival. Yang Yuzi bowed, looking at everyone with a look of remorse. I'm truly sorry for earlier. I worried everyone and startled Uncle and Annie. Zhou Xi waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. Everyone experiences moments of emotional downer. Su Qiu nodded in agreement. Yang Yuzi, following the sentiments expressed on the note, explained with a tone imbued with nostalgia and a hint of regret. The primary reason lies in seeing Uncle Yang lying on the hospital bed, so frail and vulnerable. It suddenly reminded me of my own parents. She paused, her voice growing somber. As you all know, I used to be quite reckless. Skipping classes, getting into fights. Defying my parents, I caused them no small amount of worry. They would earnestly try to educate me, yet I never listened, often deliberately opposing them. A faint, bitter smile crossed her face as she continued. Earlier, in the hospital room, watching Uncle Yang, memories flooded my mind of how anxious and heartbroken my parents must have felt for me, especially knowing that my parents are also teachers, spending their days managing students and their evenings worrying about me. It makes me feel particularly remorseful and guilty towards them. That overwhelming sense of guilt surged forth, and I couldn't contain it. Her voice, tinged with a quiver, aptly conveyed the depth of her breakdown. This explanation was not only reasonable, but also suffused with regret for her past rebellion and guilt towards her parents. Though this was the rationale provided by Yu Qing, the guilt felt profoundly genuine. Even with a new identity, the memories still pierced her heart like a knife. Fortunately, this reasoning served to explain her emotional outburst. Zhou Xi's expression shifted to one of understanding and sympathy as she gazed at Yu Qing, realizing, so that's it. The prodigal son returns. You're doing splendidly now, and your uncle and aunt must be pleased for you. She gently patted Yu Qing on the shoulder. Su Qiu added softly, indeed, recognizing past mistakes is the greatest progress. Just continue to honor them well. Yes, I believe Teacher Tang and Teacher you can also see your transformation. Yu Qing chimed in to support her. Hearing this, Yu Hanqi felt her last lingering doubts dissipate significantly. Now it made sense why she noticed Aunt Zhao's unusual demeanor at lunch. Seeing Uncle Yang had triggered Yu Qing's emotional collapse. Her parents had undoubtedly worried themselves sick over her. It was no wonder she felt such regret. Now she finally understood. Watching her brother, the concern in her eyes transformed entirely into compassion. Seeing that everyone had accepted this explanation, Yang Yuzi felt a genuine sense of relief wash over her. She instinctively glanced at Yu Qing, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange of gratitude. Yu Qing perceived her gaze and offered a subtle smile, nodding gently. Just then, Zhou Xi suddenly seized upon another key point, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wait. Yuji, did you just mention Teacher Tang and Teacher Yu? Could it be? She pivoted sharply towards Yang Yuzi. Teacher Tang, Ms. Tang Shuejuan, is she your mother? And Teacher Yu, Mr. Yu Shusheng, your father? Su Qiu also caught on, her expression mirroring shock. So Teacher Tang and Teacher Yu are your parents? Yu Qing, how could you have kept this from us for so long? She uncharacteristically joined in the chorus of reproach. Yu Qing stiffened, an awkward smile gracing her features. Oh dear, I forgot about that. I unintentionally revealed my parents' identities. Josie's knack for focusing on critical details remained as sharp as ever. Yang Yuzi shot Yu Qing a reproachful glance, her eyes brimming with blame. This is all your fault. Yang Yuzi could only offer a sheepish smile as she explained. My parents believe it's better to maintain some distance at school to avoid giving me special treatment or causing me undue pressure, so, no way. You must treat us to fruit tea next time as an apology. Josie suggested, her mouth watering at the thought of Yu Qing's fruit tea-making skills. Yang Yuzi nodded in resignation. All right, no problem. Thus, a small bout of reproach concluded amidst laughter. The friends exchanged farewells. Josie and Suchio walked home together. Yu Hanqi turned to Yang Yuzi. Brother, shall we head home? Yang Yuzi nodded. She had actually wanted to accompany them to the clothing store to help and see her mother and sister Jinyu, but given her current identity, it felt inappropriate for a male classmate to frequently visit a female classmate's clothing store. Moreover, there were also extra assignments from Tang Xuejuan and Yu Shusheng awaiting her attention. The thought of that pile of papers made her inwardly groan. She could only helplessly return home with Yu Hanqi. Be careful on the way. You watched them leave before turning towards the mall. Upon returning to Yaowang Fashion, the weekend crowd was quite substantial. Xiao Yao and Wang Jinyu were busy attending to customers and organizing clothes. Upon seeing her daughter return, Xiao Yao smiled. Xiao Zi, you're back? Have you seen off your classmates? Yes, I have, Yu Qing replied, naturally walking over and mimicking Xiao Yao's actions, starting to tidy the clothes that customers had rummaged through. Although her movements were still somewhat clumsy, her desire to help was genuine. That's good. Xiao Yao nodded appreciatively, watching her daughter's earnest yet awkward efforts. Her heartwarming. Throughout the afternoon, Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi played the roles of human mannequins and helping hands in the clothing store. When customers came in to browse, she made an effort to maintain a smile, and during her free moments, she helped fold clothes, hang them up, and tidy up the place. Ugh, why is folding clothes so difficult? Oh no, this sleeve just won't cooperate. My face is about to cramp from smiling. However, seeing Xiao Yao and Wang Jinyu able to take it a bit easier made it all worthwhile. The three of them worked in tandem, successfully managing the weekend rush. Yu Qing has been quite diligent today, Wang Jinyu remarked with a smile. The child has grown up. Xiao Yao observed her daughter's busy silhouette, her gaze softening. As evening approached, the crowd finally began to thin. Wang Jinyu finished her shift and headed home. Xiao Yao, noticing her daughter's slightly fatigued but still determined demeanor, said gently, all right, Xiao Zi, you must be tired. Thank you for your help today. Go take a break. We'll head home together soon. Yu Qing wiped the perspiration from her brow and shook her head. I'm not tired, Mom. I'll come help every weekend. Yu Qing understood very well that the mall was busiest on weekends. During the week, students were in class and working adults were at their jobs, resulting in much lower foot traffic. As long as she persisted in coming on weekends, Xiao Yao would have it much easier. However, another more pressing concern surfaced in her mind. What about the inventory? She glanced at the somewhat empty shelves in the store, her brow furrowing. Previously, it had always been Yang Wanqing who handled the restocking, but now, as his daughter, her capacity to assist was limited, and her knowledge of the clothing industry was practically non-existent. Truly, just as one wave subsides, another rises. Chapter 33. What does he truly desire? In Jinhua City, in an upscale community, Lija sat in his gaming chair, engrossed in a video game. His character dealt an exaggerated 999,999 damage. The staggering number failed to evoke even a flicker of emotion within him. Boredom, a profound and penetrating boredom. The house was eerily empty. His parents had flown abroad for business, leaving him alone to guard this cold home. Ding-dong. The sudden ping of a text message shattered the silence, sounding particularly jarring in the still room. Lija lazily glanced at his phone screen. The sender was Zhang Tao. Upon reading the content, he sprang up, his heart racing. He fixated on the words on the screen, confirming them repeatedly. Wuqing County, AI Qing Middle School. Ha ha ha. A wave of euphoric laughter erupted, infused with a near-manic excitement. He found her. At last, he had found her. He immediately seized his phone, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement as he swiftly dialed Zhang Tao's number. Beep beep. After 2 busy signals, the call connected. Hello, Zhang Tao. Lija's voice brimmed with uncontrollable urgency and exhilaration. Is your text message for real? Yang Yuzi is indeed at Dance City Iching? Absolutely true. I made sure to verify it. Zhang Tao's voice came through the line. Great. That's wonderful. Lija exclaimed, pacing fervently within his room. Damn it, I finally found her. Zhang Tao, you've been an immense help this time. suppressing his overwhelming joy. Lige's tone grew serious. My parents have been keeping a close watch lately. It's not easy to sneak out before the National Day holiday. Once the holiday arrives, I'll treat you to a splendid meal. There is one more thing. Brother, I need your assistance again. Before I head over, could you find someone to keep an eye on her? It would be best if they could ascertain where she lives and where she usually goes. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Don't worry, I won't let you down, Lige stated with an unwavering tone. Just keep an eye on her. Make sure she doesn't slip away again. You know how much I care for her. Once this is settled, you won't be left empty-handed. Zhang Tao recalled his distant cousin Huang Mingyang, who was in his senior year at Yu Qing High School. That kid was quite popular at school and knew many people. It should not be difficult to have him help keep track of her. All right, you're a good friend. Lige felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing Zhang Tao's words and hung up, a look of anticipation blooming on his face. Yang Yuzi, you cannot escape. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the splendid nightscape of Jinhua City, as if he could already envision that beautiful figure within his grasp. The National Day holiday was approaching. Time passed quietly, and it had been a week since he last visited young Wan Qing in the hospital. Life in Yu Qing seemed to have returned to tranquility. Zhou Xiai and Su Qiu had not divulged the fact that Yu Qing's parents were teachers at the school. Since the incident when Wang Lili had retreated in embarrassment after being confronted by Yuangxi at the street corner, she had been unusually tame, not seeking any trouble, even avoiding Yu Qing in the hallways. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi's days continued in a rhythmic manner. They attended school together, left together, tackled exercises together, and occasionally exchanged knowing glances during breaks. Each evening, they studied lyrics techniques at Yang Fang's place. On weekends, Yu Qing continued to assist at Yao Wang fashion. Everything appeared serene. However, beneath this calm, Yu Qing felt an inkling of unease. On Thursday afternoon, as school let out, Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi walked home with their backpacks. The familiar shops and pedestrians lined the streets. Everything was as usual. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Yu Qing felt a chill creeping up her spine, as if someone was trailing her. Turning quickly at a corner, she glanced back. The crowd behind her moved as usual, seemingly without any oddity. Shaking her head, she dismissed it. Perhaps it was just the stress of late, making her overly sensitive? Maybe it was merely an illusion. On Friday, at the same time, following the same route, the sensation of being stalked returned. This time, it was even more vivid and persistent. Yu Qing's heart began to race. She deliberately slowed her pace. Pulling Yang Yuzi to a newsstand, pretending to browse through magazines while her peripheral vision scanned the surroundings. A few students strolled by, laughing, while a man in a gray shirt was absorbed in his phone. Everything appeared entirely normal. As they resumed walking, that unsettling feeling resurfaced. What's wrong? You seem all mysterious? Yang Yuzi's voice broke through Yu Qing's thoughts. Yu Qing felt a tightening in her chest. She didn't want to worry her, nor did she want to transmit this uncertain panic to her. Quickly, she forced a smile. It's nothing. I thought I saw someone I recognized. I must have been mistaken. We've reached the junction. Let us head back. She waved her hand, urging Yang Yuzi to move along. Watching Yang Yuzi's figure disappear around the corner, Yu Qing took a deep breath, suppressing her unease, and continued towards the Yang household. She deliberately chose a longer route that was slightly more populated. Yet, the feeling of being followed did not dissipate. On Saturday night, her remedial classes ran late. The night had deepened, streetlights casting a dim, yellow glow that blurred the shadows of passersby. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi walked side by side on their way home. As they approached the parting of their paths, Yu Qing's heart raced suddenly. It was happening again, and this time, she could see clearly, about 50 meters behind her. A figure clad in a black hoodie, head bowed, was following at a distance, neither too close nor too far. The face remained obscured, but the deliberate concealment of their presence was anything but coincidental. As she reached the intersection to part ways with Yang Yuzi, she felt a slight relief watching Yang Yuzi safely vanish from view. Intentionally, she did not head towards the residential area where the Yangs lived. Instead, she turned swiftly into an old neighborhood where the streetlights shone dimly. Holding her breath, she strained to listen for any sounds behind her. Top, top, top. The faint sounds of footsteps confirmed that she was indeed being followed. Yu Qing's heart leaped in her throat. No longer hesitating, she darted into a narrow alley and quickly concealed herself behind a pile of discarded items. Pressing against the brick wall, she could hear her heart pounding like a drum. Top, top, top. The footsteps grew nearer, echoing sharply in the silence of the old alleyway. The shadow appeared at the mouth of the alley under the dim streetlight. Hesitating for a moment before advancing toward her hiding spot, it was coming. Just as the shadow stepped into the corner, revealing itself to Yu Qing's view, she shouted, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" The figure, clearly startled by her sudden outburst and the sight of her emerging from the darkness, stumbled back, causing their hood to slip askew. The yellow light barely illuminated half of their face. Yu Qing's pupils dilated in shock. Huang Mingyang, it's you. The figure before her, clad in a black hoodie, appeared flustered yet somewhat menacing. It was unmistakably Huang Mingyang, the athletic student who had vanished for 2 weeks after she had kicked him where it hurt. How could it be him? Yu Qing's mind raced. Revenge? Was this due to the incident at the beginning of the school year? A chill of dread and regret washed over her. This corner had been deliberately chosen because she knew it was a dead end, intending to confront him for answers. But now, the person blocking her way was the tall and robust athlete, Huang Mingyang, and she was just a defenseless girl, a true danger. She had backed herself into a corner. Behind her stood a cold, unyielding wall, and the only exit was firmly blocked by Huang Mingyang. The likelihood of forcing her way past a sports student was nearly zero. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. Yu Qing's heart raced, threatening to burst from her chest. Yet she understood that in such moments, showing fear would be her undoing. In a narrow encounter, the brave would prevail. She could not lose her composure. Before Huang Mingyang could fully regain his bearings from the shock, Yu Qing seized the initiative. Huang Mingyang, I warn you. I just recorded our conversation. Your actions of stalking me have been captured. She raised her hand, pointing towards a nearby apartment building with lights on in the windows, her voice rising to a near shout. Do you see that? My parents are just upstairs. Dare you to move a single finger? Tomorrow, I shall have you arrested. You won't escape unscathed. Stalking, malicious intent. These are charges enough to keep you locked away. Huang Mingyang was utterly bewildered by this barrage of intimidation. Just days prior, he had received a request from his cousin to investigate the whereabouts of Yang Yuzi's family. Coincidentally, he also planned to take revenge on Yang Yuzi. Little did he expect such a fierce reaction from the other party. After several seconds, Huang Mingyang seemed to finally digest the threats. He swallowed hard and stammered, I'm not classmate Yang Yuzi. You must be mistaken. He immediately wished to apologize. Apologize? Yu Qing scoffed, her gaze unwavering and piercing, locked firmly on a Huang Mingyang. What do you need to apologize for? Does it require you to stalk me in secrecy? In this dark and desolate place? Huang Mingyang, do you take me for a mere child? Yu Qing caught a fleeting glimpse of defiance flickering in Huang Mingyang's eyes, an expression far from that of genuine contrition. I truly only wish to apologize. Huang Mingyang, unnerved by her penetrating stare, spoke with urgency. I was a fool the other day, and I should not have acted that way. I'm sorry. He hastily uttered these words, seemingly eager to conclude the awkward standoff. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze wandering, then tentatively inquired, Is your home nearby? This question was exceedingly abrupt, laden with evident ulterior motives. Yu Qing pressed her lips together, refraining from a response, instead fixing him with an even colder and more vigilant stare. Huang Mingyang felt increasingly uncomfortable under her scrutiny, casting a glance at the illuminated window, his bravado dissipating entirely. He murmured another apology, then, as if fearing Yu Qing might reconsider and report him, he abruptly turned and dashed out of the alley, his figure swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the old neighborhood. Once Huang Mingyang's footsteps faded into silence, an eerie stillness enveloped the alley, illuminated only by the dim glow of the street lamp. Yu Qing's taut nerves finally relaxed, her legs nearly giving way beneath her as she leaned against the cold wall, gasping for breath, her heart racing, and her back soaked in cold sweat. That brief confrontation had drained her of all strength and courage. How perilous it had been. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she gazed at the empty alleyway, haunted by the thought of what might have transpired had Huang Mingyang disregarded all caution and lunged at her. The consequences would have been unimaginable. She would have betrayed Yang Yuzi's body and her own promise to live anew. What was Huang Mingyang truly after? Was his intent solely to exact revenge for past grievances, or was there something more sinister at play? The inquiry about her address pierced her heart like a thorn. The undercurrents of intrigue had never ceased to churn. Chapter 34. An Embrace Beneath the Night Sky. Time quietly slipped to September 20th, a Monday. The bell signaling the end of the morning study session rang. Yu Qing sat at her desk, her brow furrowed, her thoughts lingering on the harrowing events of the previous Saturday. Huang Mingyang's last question about her address had unmistakably borne a sense of purpose. Who could be orchestrating this? Was it Wang Lili? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that Wang Lili was the prime suspect. After all, she had a history and a motive. I'm going to the restroom. Yu Qing whispered to her deskmate, Yang Yuzi, as she rose to leave the classroom. Instead of heading to the restroom, she made her way directly to the classroom of Class 6, senior year. Standing at the door, she politely asked the student leaning against it to summon Wang Lili. Upon hearing someone calling for her, Wang Lili, who had been laughing with her classmates, peeked out and her expression instantly shifted. The event from Sunday, when Zhang Tao had pursued Yang Yuzi for information, flashed through her mind. She is here to confront me? Is Zhang Tao causing her trouble? Panic surged within her, prompting an instinctive retreat as she waved her hand toward the door, signaling her reluctance to go outside. Yu Qing witnessed this scene with a cold smile. Her suspicions were confirmed. Wang Lili was indeed feeling guilty. Without hesitation, she stepped into class 6, causing an immediate hush to fall over the room as dozens of eyes turned to focus on her. Ignoring their scrutinizing gazes, Yu Qing approached Wang Lili's desk, leaned slightly forward, and spoke in a voice only the two could hear, cold and measured. If you wish to avoid being summoned by Director Chiu for tea, come with me. Wang Lili stiffened, her face draining of color. Director Chiu was notorious for his strictness at school. If she were to attract his attention for any reason, she shuddered at the thought of the consequences. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly stood up, following Yu Qing out amidst the astonished stares of her classmates. As they reached a secluded corner behind the teaching building, Wang Lili immediately voiced her impatience. What do you want? Her eyes were filled with suspicion. Yu Qing turned to face her, piercing her with a steely gaze. On Saturday night, Huang Mingyang stalked me. You were the one who instigated this, weren't you? Huang Mingyang stalked you? Wang Lili was momentarily taken aback before her expression morphed into one of disbelief. I know nothing of this. She instinctively denied it. But Zhang Tao's words flashed through her mind. Could the cousin he mentioned be Huang Mingyang? Had Zhang Tao sent him to investigate Yang Yuzi? This has nothing to do with me. I don't know what Huang Mingyang intends to do. Don't you dare accuse me. Yu Qing fixed her gaze on Wang Lili's face, capturing the fleeting surprise and subsequent denial that crossed her features. It appeared that while she was not the direct instigator, she was certainly privy to some knowledge, perhaps even aware of who was truly behind it. Oh, it has nothing to do with you? A cold smile crept onto Yu Qing's lips as she took a step closer, her commanding presence causing Wang Lili to involuntarily retreat. I have recorded the entire incident of Huang Mingyang stalking me, including his admission of who sent him. What? Wang Lili's pupils dilated, the color draining from her face. You mean, during the start of the school year, it was you who instructed him to cause trouble for me? Should I go confront Huang Mingyang right now? She paused, savoring the panic that washed over Wang Lili. Or perhaps I should simply deliver this recording straight to Director Chiu's desk. Tell me, how do you think Director Chiu would handle the situation if he were to discover that our exemplary student, Wang Lili, had secretly instigated someone to stalk and harass her classmates? Wang Lili felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body trembling slightly. She knew all too well Director Chiu's reputation. Should this matter be substantiated, a severe reprimand would be the least of her worries. It could jeopardize her entire future, even affecting her college entrance exams. What do you want from me? Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Her previous arrogance completely evaporated. Yu Qing observed her terror, realizing she had achieved her objective. Very simple, she replied calmly. Tonight, at the first evening study session, wait for me at the entrance of the arts building. If you dare not show up, she cast Wang Lili a meaningful glance. You shall bear the consequences. With that, she turned away from the pale-faced Wang Lili, striding back to Class 1 with a composed demeanor, leaving Wang Lili standing alone, her limbs icy with dread. After school in the afternoon, Wang Lili hurried to Class 7 to find Huang Mingyang. Under her pressing inquiries, Huang Mingyang confessed to having followed Yang Yuzi and being caught in the act, also admitting that the latter had mentioned a recording. However, when Wang Lili sternly questioned him whether he had betrayed her, Huang Mingyang vehemently denied it, swearing an oath. Yet, Wang Lili was utterly unconvinced. In her eyes, Huang Mingyang, the useless sycophant, would naturally betray her for his own self-preservation. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. She shot him a fierce glare before turning to leave, her disdain for Huang Mingyang reaching its zenith. As the preparatory bell for evening study rang, Yu Qing walked towards the arts building as usual, preparing to practice singing with Yang Fang. From a distance, he spotted Wang Lili pacing anxiously under the dim streetlight at the entrance of the arts building. As Yu Qing approached, Wang Lili immediately came forward, her face bearing a pitiful expression, her voice laced with desperation. Yuji, you're here. Please don't give that recording to Director Chiu. I realize my mistake, truly. Yu Qing, with an impassive expression, gazed at her performance. Speak, what do you know? Wang Lili, unable to conceal any longer, recounted the incident with Zhang Tao that occurred on Sunday. Yu Qing listened quietly, and upon hearing keywords like the guys from No. 1 high school who were looking for Yang Yuzi, his suspicions were instantly confirmed. It was indeed him, Lija. A surge of fury welled up within him, but simultaneously, a sense of gravity weighed upon him. He had heard of Lija's background and methods in his previous life. He was a genuine troublemaker. Enough, I understand, Yu Qing interrupted Wang Lili's incessant pleas. As long as you manage your own affairs and refrain from causing further trouble, I will not voluntarily disclose the recording. However, should you engage in any underhanded actions or inform anyone about today's events, especially Zhang Tao. His gaze turned icy as it swept over Wang Lili. You are well aware of the consequences. Understood, understood. I promise not to say a word. Wang Lili nodded repeatedly in assurance. Yu Qing no longer regarded her. Turning to enter the arts building, Wang Lili watched his figure disappear within, finally letting out a long sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, and hastily leaving, still shaken. On the way home that evening, Yang Yuzi walked alongside Yu Qing, noticing his unusual somberness over the past few days. Have you encountered something recently? Yang Yuzi asked softly. You seem burdened with thoughts these days. Yu Qing paused for a moment, glancing at her. The streetlight's glow outlined her silhouette, and in her familiar eyes lay pure concern. Yu Qing hesitated inwardly. Should he tell her about Li Jia? She was currently inhabiting his body, and Li Jia's target was her former appearance. Revealing this would only add to her worries. She was already under significant pressure managing her studies and adapting to life as a boy. It's nothing. Yu Qing shook his head, just a bit tired. Perhaps from helping out at the store over the weekend. He did not wish to embroil her in this predicament. Seeing his clear desire to avoid the topic, Yang Yuzi bit her lip, refraining from pressing further. Is this silly boy not wanting to worry me? Or is it something related to me? Soon, they arrived at the familiar fork in the road. Yu Qing halted, as usual, preparing to bid farewell. All right, you should head back, it's getting late. But before he could finish, he felt a force pull him closer. Without warning, Yang Yuzi extended her arm and tightly embraced Yu Qing. Caught off guard, his cheek instantly pressed against the chest that once belonged to him. Through the fabric of their school uniforms, he could distinctly feel the steady, powerful heartbeat resonating beneath. The warmth of masculinity enveloped him, imparting an indescribable sense of safety mingled with an unfamiliarity. His body stiffened, his mind blanked, and his cheeks uncontrollably flushed. Just as Yu Qing was about to struggle and ask what she was doing, he heard Yang Yuzi's deep, earnest voice resonate above him. The sound penetrated through his chest, imbued with a soul-stirring power. Yu Qing, I know you don't want to speak. You must have your reasons. Yang Yuzi tightened her embrace further, as if to transfer her strength to him. However, you must remember, no matter what you face, no matter how difficult or terrifying it may seem, I am here. I will stand unwaveringly by your side, using all my strength to assist you. Not for any other reason, but because. She paused, her voice carrying the weight of someone who had faced life and death. We are comrades, comrades rewriting the future. So, do not think you must bear it alone. If the sky falls, we shall support it together. The warm, yellow light of the street lamp cast long shadows over the two, while the night breeze carried a hint of early autumn's chill. It could not disperse the fervent warmth conveyed through the embrace. Yu Qing's rigid body gradually softened. The tension of facing Li Jia's threat alone seemed to dissolve in an instant, melted away by this powerful hug and her words. Yu Qing relinquished his struggle, allowing himself to lean into this warm, familiar, yet strange embrace. He reflected inwardly. Comrades, indeed, how could I forget? I am not fighting alone. He too extended his hand, gently returning the embrace of the body that housed Yang Yuzi's spirit, before slowly withdrawing. Their gazes met in the dim light. No words were needed. A tacit understanding of shared life and death flowed silently between them. Yu Qing nodded heavily, his voice hoarse yet unmistakably clear. I understand. Be careful on your way back. And you as well. Yang Yuzi cast a deep glance at him before turning towards the Yu residence, her silhouette appearing particularly upright and resolute in the night. Yu Qing stood rooted to the spot, watching her figure vanish around the corner before finally turning away. Li Jia, come at me. This time, I will not allow you to harm Yuji, harm Huanxi, or any one of those I hold dear. Chapter 35, The Turning Point. Last night's unexpected embrace from Yang Yuzi dispelled the shadows of facing Li Jia alone that loomed within Yu Qing's heart. They were indeed comrades, united as one, and there should be no secrets between them. Although he could not fully divulge the matter concerning Li Jia at the moment, he resolved not to bear the weight of another pressing issue alone any longer. During the lunch break, taking advantage of the sparse classroom, Yu Qing leaned over to his deskmate, Yang Yuzi, and quietly said, There is something I would like to discuss with you. Yang Yuzi set her pen down and turned to him. Yes, go ahead. Yu Qing elaborated on the inventory challenges faced by Xiao Yao's clothing store, with Yang Wanqing hospitalized. If Xiao Yao were to procure supplies, only Wang Jinyu would be left to manage the store, which would be utterly unsustainable. The task of restocking itself was labor-intensive and time-consuming, requiring visits to multiple places. More importantly, during Xiao Yao's absence, who would tend to Yang Wanqing in the hospital. For Yu Qing, as a daughter, to request leave from class to visit the hospital was something neither Xiao Yao nor Yang Wanqing would ever agree to. This is indeed a significant problem. Yang Yuzi furrowed her brows upon hearing this. In her previous life, after Yang Wanqing fell ill, Xiao Yao was overwhelmed by the burden of restocking. In this lifetime, she could not allow her mother to repeat that fate. They had to find a solution. Restocking was not a matter that could be resolved in a day or two, and the locations involved were rife with complications. It was too exhausting for her mother to handle alone. Furthermore, Jinyu could not manage the store by herself. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. I went to find Wang Lili yesterday. Yu Qing brought up another matter. This issue could not be concealed any longer. It would undoubtedly spread among the classmates of Class 6. Yang Yuzi was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, "What does she want?" In an instant, an absurd thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Yu Qing still harbored feelings for Wang Lili? However, she swiftly extinguished that notion herself. Not to mention that Yu Qing was currently inhabiting her body. The idea of a romantic inclination between women was far too ludicrous. Moreover, having gazed at Yu Qing's body, which originally belonged to her, for an extended period, she felt an unsettling sense of being swayed. This further solidified her belief that Yu Qing could not possibly have any lingering affections for Wang Lili. She had faith in Yu Qing. Observing the confusion in Yang Yuzi's eyes, she explained, "I intend to warn her. She should not allow that man to trouble Xiao Shi. Otherwise, I will inform Director Chiu that it was she who instigated Huang Mingyang to create trouble for me at the start of the semester." She omitted the part about coercing Li Zhe for information. Yang Yuzi nodded, her gaze growing colder. It is indeed time to warn her. She had no objections to Yu Qing's method of handling the situation. At that moment, the class bell rang, and the Chinese teacher, Tang Xuejuan, entered the room. She placed her textbook down and cleared her throat. "Students, I have two announcements to make." The classroom fell silent in an instant. First, before the National Day holiday, the school will organize a monthly exam scheduled for next week on September 28th and 29th. I hope everyone will seize this opportunity to review diligently and treat this exam as a means to evaluate your recent academic achievements, setting goals for the subsequent studies in senior year. This news was anticipated. A chorus of lamentations erupted from students below. Secondly, to commemorate the resilient spirit displayed during the 5/12 earthquake and to celebrate our country's successful hosting of the Olympic Games, the school has decided to hold a campus music festival after the monthly exam, specifically on the afternoon of September 30th. Wow, a music festival. How wonderful. This announcement instantly ignited cheers throughout the class. This would be the first time AI Qing High School hosted such an event. The monotonous life of senior year was finally infused with a splash of color. Even the students previously engrossed in their exercises lifted their heads, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Tang Xuejuan gazed at the suddenly exuberant classroom, both amused and exasperated, and clapped her hands firmly on the podium. "Quiet, quiet, let me finish." The classroom quickly settled, yet the excitement in the students' eyes remained evident. Students interested in participating in the performances, whether singing, playing instruments, or engaging in other musical forms, could sign up with the class monitor, Zhou Ci. The school would conduct preliminary screenings to ultimately select 10 performances for the music festival. Moreover, the top 10 students who made it to the final performance list would be awarded a monetary prize. Monetary prize. There's money to be made. The class erupted once more. For students, a prize was a tangible motivation. Tang Xuejuan had to restore order once again, emphasizing classroom discipline before continuing with her lesson. However, it was clear that many students' thoughts had already drifted toward the upcoming music festival. As soon as the class bell rang, Zhou Ci and Wang Jin immediately flocked to Yu Qing's seat. Yuzi, Yuzi. Zhou Ci's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Are you participating in a music festival? You absolutely must. Haven't you been learning piano from teacher Yang Fong all this time? Show us what you've got. With your talent, securing first place is definitely within reach." Wang Jin nodded in agreement. "Yes, Yuzi, the prize money. Although we don't know how much, it would be helpful, especially since Uncle Yang is in the hospital." He had learned about Yang Wanqing's situation from his deskmate, Zhou Ci. Yu Qing hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Yang Yuzi. "Participate in the music festival?" Yang Yuzi, sensing Yu Qing's inquiring gaze, offered an encouraging smile and nodded vigorously. Her eyes seemed to convey, "Go for it, this is your stage." Reassured by her comrade's affirmation, a smile graced Yu Qing's face as she replied to Zhou Ci. "All right, I will participate. Please help me sign up." "No problem." Suchi responded enthusiastically. The surrounding classmates observed this scene, particularly noting how Yu Qing simply smiled and nodded, while Yang Yuzi immediately agreed, their eyes brimming with envy for Yu Qing. Wow, Yu Qing is impressive, managing to keep the new school flower so compliant. Indeed. Did you see the way Yang Yuzi looked at Yu Qing? Incredible. Their whispers reached Yang Yuzi's ears, prompting her to helplessly touch her nose, while Yu Qing's cheeks flushed slightly as she bowed her head to feign organizing her books. This misunderstanding seemed impossible to clarify. However, it didn't appear entirely unpleasant. Fortunately, Class 1 was a key class, devoid of those mindlessly seeking trouble. Otherwise, given Yang Yuzi's current demeanor, she might have found herself in more predicaments. During evening self-study, Yu Qing routinely visited the art building to find teacher Yang Fang. After practice, Yang Fang called her over, a smile on her face. Yuzi, I have something to tell you. For the music festival on the 30th, I have invited a friend to attend. Yu Qing looked at her in confusion. This friend works in a music company and is somewhat established in the industry, Yang Fang explained. I shared your creative endeavors and your singing lessons with her. She is interested in a high school student who can independently compose such a well-completed song. Yu Qing's heart raced slightly. She said that if your performance at the music festival is outstanding and the song receives a good response, she would be willing to assist in officially producing and releasing your song. Really? Yu Qing's eyes lit up instantaneously. This exceeded all her expectations. Releasing a song? What did that signify? It meant potential income from royalties, perhaps even the first substantial earnings to address her immediate needs, and possibly a sustainable source of income. Thank you. Yang. Yu Qing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Yang Fang waved her hand with a smile. Don't thank me. It is your own talent and hard work that have impressed her. Prepare well and seize this opportunity. As Yu Qing exited the art building, the night air carried a chill, yet her heart burned with fervor. The music festival was no longer merely a campus event. It was a key that could alter Yang Yuzi's future trajectory. Chapter 36. The Emergence of National Style. Upon returning to the Yu household, Yang Yuzi's mind echoed with Tang Xuejuan's earlier words about the music festival and the celebration of the Olympics. The Olympic Games served as a grand platform to showcase Huagua cultural garments. A thought suddenly struck her. Yes, the Olympics had just concluded, and the nation was immersed in a wave of patriotism and cultural pride. The wildly popular national-style garments of later generations, which combined the solemnity of the Han dynasty, the magnificence of the Tang dynasty, and the elegance of the Song dynasty, cleverly infused with modern elements, formed a unique new national-style trend. The reason these garments would captivate countless young hearts and sweep the nation years later was precisely because they embodied cultural identity and aesthetic innovation. If they could be launched in 2008, the market potential would be unimaginable. An uncontrollable surge of excitement swept over her. She could almost envision long lines forming at her mother's clothing store. She dashed into her room, rummaging for paper and pen, sat at her desk, closed her eyes, and endeavored to recall the stunning national-style designs that would captivate time. The pen glided swiftly across the paper, sketching simple outlines. Soon, 5 distinct national-style themed women's autumn outfits appeared on the drawing. A dress featuring a modified Hanfu cross-collar design, a Tang-style half-sleeve paired with a modern A-line skirt, and a blend of Song-style jackets with wide-leg trousers. Each piece retains its classical charm while aligning seamlessly with contemporary aesthetics and wearing habits. Yang Yuzi set down her pen, gazing at her masterpiece with a satisfied nod. All done. Now it's just a matter of bringing it to fruition. With the design complete, the next step was to find a clothing company capable of production. The only computer in the house resided in her parents' room. Just then, the sound of keys turning in the lock announced the return of Tang Xuejuan and Yushu Sheng from school. Dad, Mom, I'm home, Yang Yuzi called as she stepped out of her room. Welcome back, Tang Xuejuan replied. Mom, may I use the computer for a bit to look up some information? Yang Yuzi endeavored to keep her tone casual. Go ahead, but don't take too long. It's bad for your eyes, Tang Xuejuan remarked, not paying much mind. Yang Yuzi slipped into her parents' room and powered on the computer. The desktop was immaculate, primarily filled with lesson plans and study materials. She opened the browser and typed into the search bar, Yu Qing City Clothing Company. The search results sprang forth, prominently featuring Yu Qing Apparel Company, Limited. A stroke of luck. Yang Yuzi felt a rush of joy as she clicked on the company profile, specializing in garment processing and design, with Chairman Zhou Zihong at the helm. However, a problem arose. Without a mobile phone, she was unable to take photographs. How could she send the design sketches on the paper? Yang Yuzi felt a pang of frustration. It seemed she would have to rely on drawing software instead. She accessed the built-in drawing tool, picked up the mouse, and began to replicate the designs from her sketches onto the computer. After a considerable amount of time, she finally managed to capture the general outlines and key details of the 5 garments. Though rough, the essence remained intact. She registered a new QQ account, found the QQ email address listed on Yu Qing Apparel's official website, and hastily dragged the 5 images into the attachment, including a note expressing her desire to collaborate with their company before clicking send. "What are you so serious about researching, you little rascal?" Tang Xuejuan's voice suddenly resonated from the doorway as she entered with a cup of water. Yang Yuzi jumped, hurriedly attempting to minimize the window, but it was too late. Tang Xuejuan immediately spotted the Yu Qing Apparel webpage on the screen, alongside the somewhat crude creations in the drawing software. What are you looking at a clothing company for?" Tang Xuejuan inquired curiously as she leaned in, her gaze quickly drawn to the more refined sketches on the desk. "Are these drawings yours?" she asked, her eyes widening with surprise as she picked up the sketches. Yes, they're mine," Yang Yuzi admitted, bracing herself. Tang Xuejuan perused the drawings, her eyes lighting up with each passing moment. "These are really quite good. They look lovely." After flipping through the designs, she raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Son, why are they all women's clothing? No men's styles?" Well, Yang Yuzi's mind raced. "It was just a whim. I was doodling." This excuse was evidently flimsy. Tang Xuejuan's gaze shifted between her son's slightly anxious face and the exquisite women's fashion sketches, gradually forming a knowing smile. "Oh, just a whim? And all women's styles? You little rascal. Are these for Yang Yuzi?" Trying to impress her. Tang Xuejuan was all too familiar with her son Yu Qing's tendencies, reminiscent of his attempts to win over Wang Lili last year in the 2nd year of high school. "Mom, no, it's not like that." She quickly waved her hands. "Her family runs a clothing store, and she knows I could draw a bit. So she asked me to help think of some new styles. Just helping out. It's nothing more than that. Absolutely nothing else." She spoke rapidly, deflecting the attention onto Yu Qing. Tang Xuejuan observed her son's hurried explanation, her smile deepening, clearly skeptical of every word. She slowly set down the sketches. "Oh, so you're designing new clothes for your classmate?" Tang Xuejuan patted his shoulder, her tone suddenly turning serious. "Son, I'm not old-fashioned. Just tell me the truth. Do you have feelings for Yang Yuzi?" Yang Yuzi felt as though she might suffocate. "Mom, no, I swear. She's just an ordinary classmate." The thought of Tang Xuejuan, both a teacher and a mother, presiding over matters of young love and bringing in Yu Qing for a double whammy filled her with dread. The scene of being reprimanded in the office at the start of the semester was still fresh in her mind. Tang Xuejuan observed her son's flustered and vehement denial, chuckling inwardly. During class, she could easily discern the subtle affections between the two students. As both a teacher and a mother, it was impossible not to notice. Yet, since they had not allowed their feelings to interfere with their studies, she had refrained from mentioning it. Moreover, she genuinely liked that girl, Yang Yuzi. All right. Look at how nervous you are," Tang Xuejuan laughed. "I'm not opposed to it. That girl Yang Yuzi, I like her. She's beautiful, has a good character, and is diligent in her studies." Pausing, she continued earnestly. "However, son, I must remind you, having feelings is perfectly normal. But your primary focus right now should be the college entrance examination. I hope you can keep those feelings tucked away for now, encouraging each other and advancing together. If those feelings persist by the time you reach university, wouldn't it be better to pursue them openly then? I believe you both are sensible kids." Yang Yuzi was utterly taken aback. She had not anticipated Tang Xuejuan's attitude. Far from disapproving, it held a semblance of appreciation and expectation, albeit with an emphasis on prioritizing academics. Yet, Yang Yuzi felt a twinge of disappointment when considering her current identity alongside Yu Qing. Was she regarded as a girl or a boy? At that moment, Yu Qing, drawn by the commotion, peeked in. "What are you two whispering about in here?" Tang Xuejuan smiled, raising the design sketches. "Look at your son. He is already contemplating his future career path, researching fashion design, and has even drawn up a few designs. Take a look." Yu Qing approached with curiosity, taking the sketches and displaying a look of surprise and admiration. "Wow. Not bad, son. So, are you interested in fashion design? Planning to pursue that direction?" Yang Yuzi, witnessing the pure astonishment in her parents' eyes, nodded in agreement with Yu Qing's words. "Yes, I just find it quite interesting. Just a casual thought." "All right, that is up to you. You can use it as a reference for She as well," Yu Qing encouraged. As Yang Yuzi observed her parents animatedly discussing the sketches, speculating on the potential outcomes if they were produced, she fervently hoped that President Zhou would soon see her email. The success of her mother's store hinged on this opportunity. Chapter 37. How to Stick. In the elegantly decorated residence of Jinhua City, Zhou Zihong was cozily nestled on the sofa with his wife Li Tingting, engrossed in a television drama. Their warm atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by the sudden ringing of a mobile phone on the coffee table. Zhou Zihong glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhao Chong. the manager of the company's research and design department. Given the timing, it was likely urgent. He pressed the answer button. Hello, Manager Zhao. On the other end, Zhao Chang's voice burst forth with excitement. Chairman Zhou, I just sent you 5 design sketches via email. You must take a look. Zhou Zihong was momentarily taken aback by his enthusiasm. Design sketches? What design sketches could possibly have you this excited? It's an anonymous design submission. It was sent directly to our company's official email. I just saw it, and it's simply breathtaking. The fusion of traditional Chinese aesthetics with modernity has emerged as a significant trend, particularly following the recent conclusion of the Olympic Games. This design blueprint, if it were to be ours. Zhao Chang spoke rapidly, his excitement palpable. Zhou Zihong's expression transformed into one of seriousness. Zhao Chang, a veteran within the company, possessed a keen eye. For him to display such uncharacteristic enthusiasm indicated that the designs were undoubtedly remarkable. All right, I'll take a look immediately. Zhou Zihong hung up the phone and turned to his wife, Li Tingting, who was casting a curious glance his way. There's a matter at the company. I need to step into my study for a moment. He hastily entered the study, opened his computer, and logged into his email. Indeed, within the email from Zhao Chang were 5 somewhat rudimentary computer-aided design files. He opened each one, magnifying them for a closer inspection. With every glance, his eyes widened and his breath quickened involuntarily. Each design strikingly balanced classical charm with modern aesthetics, brimming with sophistication and market potential. Tingting, come look. Zhou Zihong could not contain his enthusiasm. Li Tingting entered the study, leaning closer to the computer screen. What is all the fuss about? Upon a mere glance, she covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Who designed this? This style is completely absent from the market. An anonymous contributor submitted it directly to our official email, expressing a desire for collaboration. Li Tingting instantly grasped her husband's excitement. Collaboration. It is imperative that we collaborate. Zihong, if we produce these designs, they will undoubtedly ignite the market. The design concepts are far ahead of their time. Zhou Zihong nodded vigorously. As a businessman well-versed in the fashion industry, he understood the immense value of these 5 designs. They represented not just garments, but potentially a trend-setting opportunity that could elevate the company to new heights. He promptly picked up his phone and returned Zhao Chang's call, his tone resolute. Manager Zhao, spare no effort. Find this designer immediately. Inform them that Yu Qing Apparel is eager to collaborate, and the terms are negotiable. I wish to meet this designer in person. Zhao Chang on the other end responded affirmatively. After hanging up, Zhou Zihong exchanged a glance with his wife, both recognizing the excitement and anticipation reflected in each other's eyes. This unexpected email served as a beacon, illuminating a new direction for the company's growth. Meanwhile, in a lavish KTV room in Jinhua County, amidst the deafening music, Huang Mingyang downed a glass of beer and lamented to Zhang Tao, Brother Tao, you have no idea. That night, in the pitch darkness, she suddenly sprang out from a corner like a ghost. She even threatened to send me to the police, which scared me half to death. Zhang Tao, swirling his drink, listened nonchalantly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Oh, quite the encounter, I see. Did you manage to discover where she lives? It's an old residential complex. I'm not sure which building, though. And, Brother Tao, I stumbled upon something even more intriguing. That Yang Yuzi is quite close with Yu Qing from class 1 the senior year. They often walk to and from school together, chatting and laughing. It seems their relationship is more than ordinary. Yu Qing? Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow, recalling the name. It belonged to a boy whom Wang Lili had described as a rival. Yes, that Yu Qing, Huang Mingyang affirmed. He looks decent, but his grades seem rather lackluster. I sense Yang Yuzi harbors some feelings for him. A devious smile crept across Zhang Tao's face, his eyes gleaming with calculated intentions. How fascinating, truly fascinating. He envisioned how Li Zhu would react upon learning this information, and how he would deal with the situation. Should we inform Brother Zhou of this intel? Huang Mingyang ventured cautiously. Inform him? Zhang Tao scoffed, leisurely sipping his drink. Why the rush? Such an entertaining drama should be saved for its climax. When the National Day arrives, and Li Zhu witnesses the closeness between Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi firsthand, that will be the spectacle worth seeing. Now, that will be thrilling. He imagined Li Zhu's uncontrollable reaction, a malicious anticipation spreading across his face. Huang Mingyang shivered at Zhang Tao's expression, refraining from further comments. In Yu Qing County, a new day dawned. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi walked side by side on their way to school, as they always did. Strange. Yu Qing rubbed his temples, murmuring softly, did I not sleep well last night? Why do I feel so drained today, and there's a heaviness in my chest? Yang Yuzi's pace faltered slightly as a hint of embarrassment flickered in her eyes. Oh no, she nearly forgot that today was the 21st, calculating the days. Her relative was likely to arrive. Stealing a glance at Yu Qing's pale complexion and slightly furrowed brow, she felt a pang of concern. He surely has no inkling. During the lunch break, the classroom fell silent. Yu Qing felt the fatigue and pressure in his chest intensifying, with a dull ache in his lower abdomen. He slumped on his desk, yearning for a brief nap. I have to run an errand. Yang Yuzi whispered hurriedly to him. Yu Qing mumbled in a daze, not thinking much of it. Half an hour later, Yang Yuzi hurried back to the classroom, a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. She approached Yu Qing's desk and gently nudged him. Yu Qing groggily lifted his head, still not fully awake, and felt something soft and square being placed into his hand. Looking down, an electric shock surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. A sanitary pad. His mind blanked for a few seconds. And suddenly all the discomforts he had felt that morning found a clear explanation. Oh no! Yu Qing's face flushed visibly, turning crimson from the roots of his ears to his neck. How does one even use this? In his previous life, having experienced so much, he had never encountered anything like this. It was utterly overwhelming. He lifted his gaze, pleadingly looking at Yang Yuzi, his lips moving but no sound escaping, his face reddening further. Yang Yuzi could hardly contain her laughter. Oh, this silly boy, completely bewildered. She suppressed her amusement and leaned closer to Yu Qing's ear, whispering the instructions in the simplest terms possible, ensuring only the two of them could hear. Just stick it in the middle of your underwear, watch the position. Not too far forward or back, just make sure it's flat. After explaining, she observed Yu Qing's bewildered and terrified expression. Unable to hold back her laughter any longer, her lips curling into a wide smile. Hurry, go to the restroom and put it on. She gently pushed Yu Qing. If you delay any longer, the class bell will ring, and you'll face utter embarrassment. The phrase utter embarrassment echoed in Yu Qing's ears like thunder. He sprang to his feet, moving awkwardly toward the girls' restroom, his back exuding an aura of tragic determination. Inside the restroom stall, Yu Qing stared at the small item in his hand, utterly perplexed. Tear the packaging. Okay, I can manage that. Find the right position. Where's the middle? Is it straight? It feels like it's not sticking properly. Tear it off and try again. This side is on, but the other side isn't sticking well. Press it down more. Standing up, it feels. Ouch, a bit uncomfortable? Is it still not positioned correctly? Adjust again. After struggling for over 10 minutes, amidst various discomforts and awkward adjustments, Yu Qing finally managed to find a relatively comfortable spot for the pad. He let out a long sigh and finally pushed open the stall door. Yu Qing felt the foreign object nestle between her legs, causing her gait to become exceedingly awkward. Each step was taken with utmost caution, fearful that any significant movement would cause it to fall. She attempted to walk normally, but her body's instinctive resistance made her resemble a toddler just learning to walk. Curious glances from the occasional classmates passing in the corridor made Yu Qing's cheeks flush once more, her head bowed low. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen this before? After a laborious shuffle back to the classroom, Yu Qing plopped down heavily in her chair. She leaned on the desk, burying her burning cheeks in the crook of her arm, attempting to play the role of an ostrich. A suppressed chuckle, barely contained, floated from beside her. Yu Qing shot up her head abruptly, glaring fiercely at Yang Yuzi. You're still laughing. Embarrassment and anger welled up within her. Yang Yuzi quickly cleared her throat, striving to maintain a serious expression, though the mirth in her eyes was unmistakable. Ahem, I'm not laughing truly. It's just, congratulations on successfully unlocking a new life experience. Yu Qing, both humiliated and furious, turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge her. Yet her inner thoughts were in a frenzy. Unlocking what? Who wants this experience? Being a woman is far too difficult. With a sense of despair, Yu Qing buried her head back into the crook of her arm, feeling the weight of the word woman more acutely than ever before. Chapter 38, Interwoven Dreams. In the afternoon, Yang Yuzi's anticipated visit from Aunt Flo arrived as expected. To Yu Qing's surprise, the discomfort was nowhere near as intense as she had imagined. It was merely a dull, heavy sensation in her lower abdomen. Hiss, it seems manageable. Yu Qing murmured softly while sitting in her seat, unexpectedly touching her lower belly. Yang Yuzi, engrossed in her book beside her, turned her head at the sound. How do you feel? Yang Yuzi was well aware of her own physical state. It's fine. Just a little discomfort, completely acceptable. Yu Qing expressed her curiosity. Your body is truly resilient. I've heard girls going through this often liken it to a trial of suffering. Yang Yuzi couldn't help but chuckle, gently tapping Yu Qing's head. It's not that exaggerated. Most girls experience it this way. Those who suffer immensely are merely exceptions. Don't heed those exaggerated claims. She paused, her tone turning serious. But don't let your guard down. Remember to drink some hot brown sugar water before bed. And avoid letting your lower abdomen get cold, or it might hurt even more. Oh, Yu Qing elongated her response, wearing a face of feigned enlightenment. Then, with a bright smile, she leaned in closer, so it seems I've been quite uninformed. Thank you, Teacher Yang, for the enlightening lesson. Go to hell. Yang Yuzi lightly nudged her with her elbow, unable to suppress a smile. Stop being so cheeky and take good care of my body. As the school bell rang, the two began to pack their bags. At their familiar intersection, they parted ways. Remember to drink the brown sugar water, keep your bath water warm but not too hot, and get to bed early, Yang Yuzi reiterated with concern. I know. Yu Qing waved her hand with a smile. You hurry home too. Don't stay out too late. Upon returning to the Yu family home, Yang Yuzi headed straight into her parents' room. With a hint of anticipation, she opened her computer and logged into her QQ account. Sure enough, there was a small red dot indicating a friend request. Upon clicking it, she found the verification message. Wu City Fashion, Marketing Manager, Zhao Chong. Her heart raced as she swiftly clicked to accept. Soon, a message arrived. Manager Zhao, hello. I am Zhao Chong from Wu City Fashion. I'm glad to finally get in touch with you. We reviewed the design sketches you sent yesterday, and they're quite distinctive. After receiving the email last night, Zhao Chong had sent the friend request, but it seemed to have vanished in a thin air. He had waited all night without a reply. Yang Yuzi took a deep breath and quickly typed a response. Zhu. Hello, Manager Zhao. I'm delighted to hear that you like my designs. Manager Zhao. Indeed, they are impressive. You mentioned having many similar designs? We are very interested in exploring a deeper collaboration. I wonder if you have any specific ideas regarding the collaboration? This was the opportunity Yang Yuzi had been waiting for. She quickly replied, Ziyu. Yes, this is just a portion of my concepts. I have many similar series designs. My condition is that the produced garments must be sold in my designated stores. After sending the message, Yang Yuzi felt a slight flutter of anxiety. This requirement might seem rather demanding from the brand's perspective, but she had to fight for her mother's chance to turn things around. She couldn't let her hard work become just another ordinary item on someone else's shelf. There was a brief silence on the other end, as though he was contemplating. Manager Zhao, we need to evaluate the qualifications and geographical location of the specified sales channels. However, your designs have indeed impressed us. If convenient, could we arrange a face-to-face meeting to discuss the collaboration details in depth? A face-to-face meeting. Yang Yuzi felt an invigorating rush and quickly typed her response. Ziyu, that works. How about this Sunday, at 2 p.m. at the Times Cafe next to Times Square in Wu City? Manager Zhao, perfect. Sunday at 2 p.m., Times Cafe. I will bring a preliminary letter of intent for collaboration. Looking forward to our meeting. Ziyu, great, see you on Sunday. After closing the chat window, Yang Yuzi leaned back in her chair, exhaling deeply, an exhilarating thrill bubbling within her. It's done. The first step has been taken. She could almost envision her beautiful designs showcased in the window of Yaowang Fashion. Thinking of Yu Qing still worrying about the supply for Yaowang Fashion, a proud smile crept onto her face. It seems that my sister will have to step in to revive our mother's Yaowang Fashion. Upon returning to the Yang family, the first thing Yu Qing did was rush into the kitchen. She rummaged through the cabinets, and, just as Yang Yuzi had said, found a bag of brown sugar on the second shelf. Remembering Yang Yuzi's advice, she boiled a small pot of brown sugar water. Holding the warm bowl, she sipped it slowly. The warmth quickly spread to her lower abdomen, alleviating the dull discomfort considerably. Phew, that actually works. She sighed in relief, feeling admiration for her body's self-healing capabilities once again. Back in Yang Yuzi's cozy little room, Yu Qing sat at the desk. With the upcoming midterm exams, he was not overly concerned. His past experience as a teacher made him more than capable of handling high school exams. What occupied his mind more was the impending performance at the music festival. He took out the notebook where he had recorded the lyrics and melody of the last page. The voice of his music teacher, Yang Fong, echoed in his mind. The vibrato should sound natural, like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. The trailing notes should carry emotion, like a soft sigh, finishing cleanly yet lingering with resonance. Over the past week, he had dedicated himself to practicing these techniques during evening study sessions. Yang Yuzi's vocal abilities were exceptional, clear with a natural sweetness. Her high notes were vibrant, and her mid-range warm, yet she had previously lacked professional training. Under Yang Fong's careful guidance, he had begun to grasp the techniques of vibrato and the natural descent of trailing notes. No longer the novice who could only howl aimlessly. Clearing his throat, Yu Qing attempted to hum the chorus softly, deliberately keeping his voice low to avoid disturbing the neighbors. Though he had made progress in technique, perfecting a song, especially one rich in emotion, still required extensive practice and refinement. The delicate expression of emotion and the seamless integration of technique demonstrated by teacher Yang Fong left a profound impression on him, as he recognized this as the key to enhancing a song's emotional resonance. However, he found the transition notes somewhat stiff. Frowning slightly, he repeatedly murmured a particular passage. Glancing at the notations in his notebook, he firmly believed that this song, The Last Page, which emerged in 2010 and moved countless hearts, would undoubtedly create a tremendous stir, especially since it had resonated 2 years earlier at the 2008 Yu Qing Middle School Music Festival. As night deepened, the city's lights outside gradually diminished. Two entirely different souls were on diverging paths, one beginning to shine on the commercial blueprint, the other immersed in the refinement of musical melodies. Their intertwined lives and dreams, on this mildly chilly autumn night, were steadily progressing towards their respective goals. Chapter 39, A Fortuitous Encounter. Another weekend had arrived. Early in the morning, Yu Qing arrived at Wang Apparel. The shelves that had previously boasted a splendid array of autumn attire were now significantly diminished. The fashionable and eye-catching garments had long been sold out, leaving only a few slightly outdated pieces. Yu Qing was assisting Xiao Yao and Wang Jinyu in organizing the shelves, attempting to create aesthetically pleasing combinations with the remaining clothes. Customers came and went, most merely browsing and asking a few questions before departing, with only a scant few transactions taking place. Xiao Yao hesitated, observing her daughter's busy figure. There aren't many customers this weekend, and with the monthly exam approaching, why don't you head home to review? Jinyu and I can manage here. Yu Qing immediately shook her head. Mom, it's fine. You needn't worry about my studies. I'm confident in my preparations for this month's exam. Her eyes swept over the considerably emptied shelves. Though, I do notice that our inventory is rather low. Wang Jinyu, frowning, interjected, yes, Aunt Xiao. Uncle Yang is ill and hospitalized, so we can't restock supplies anytime soon. She glanced at Xiao Yao, her eyes reflecting concern. Xiao Yao's expression visibly dimmed. Sigh, I'm troubled by that too. We'll have to close the shop for a few days next week. Jinyu and I will make a trip to the wholesale market in the neighboring city. We can't just wait idly. She sighed, contemplating the heavy medical expenses compounded by the interruption in business, the consequences of which could be dire. Yu Qing felt a surge of anxiety, but was at a loss for what to do. In the afternoon, the store remained unusually quiet. Yu Qing was chatting with Wang Jinyu about amusing incidents at school when the door swung open and two familiar figures entered. Class monitor Zhou Ci and her deskmate Wang Jin. Hey, Sister Yuzi, Wang Jin greeted, curiously surveying the shop. Wow, so this is your family's store? Quite impressive. He had heard Zhou Ci mention it last week, and today, he decided to check it out. Zhou Ci smiled as she greeted Xiao Yao and Wang Jinyu. Hello, Aunt Xiao. Hello, Jinyu. She explained. My dad is downstairs in a meeting, and I came with him. Feeling a bit bored, I thought I'd come up to see Yuzi. Luckily, I ran into Wang Jin, so we came together. She turned her gaze to Yu Qing. Yuzi, how's your preparation for the monthly exam? Seeing them was a pleasant surprise for Yu Qing. Monitor, Wang Jin, come in and sit. The exam is going all right. The young people gathered together, discussing school gossip and amusing anecdotes about their teachers. The store's previously somber atmosphere was finally lightened by their youthful exuberance. Meanwhile, in the cafe downstairs, Yang Yuzi inhaled deeply and pushed the door open. She surveyed the surroundings, her gaze settling on a table by the window where 3 patrons sat, a composed middle-aged man, an artistically dressed middle-aged woman, and a gentleman who appeared to be an assistant, holding a briefcase. Regaining her composure, she approached with steady steps. Excuse me, are you Manager Zhao from Yu Qing Apparel? The man with the briefcase, Zhao Chong, promptly stood up. Yes, that's me. You must be the designer by Li Yu, right? A pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand. Yang Yuzi shook his hand. Pleasure to meet you, Manager Zhao. She then turned her attention to the other 2 individuals. Zhao Chong quickly introduced them. This is Mr. Zhou Zihong, our chairman at Yu Qing Apparel, and this is our design director and Mr. Zhou's wife, Ms. Li Tingting. Both Zhou Zihong and Li Tingting stood, their expressions filled with surprise as they assessed the youthful figure before them, who appeared no older than 17 or 18. The designer of the remarkable blueprint that had captivated their attention was, in fact, a student? This was utterly unexpected. Hello, Mr. Zhou and Director Li. Yang Yuzi nodded slightly, her demeanor calm and unperturbed by their scrutinizing gazes. Having managed a milk tea shop in her past life for many years, she possessed a certain poise in her interactions. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Zhou Zihong was the first to regain his composure, smiling as he gestured for her to take a seat. Please, sit down, Mr. Bai Li Yugoslavia. He recalled her nickname on the Penguin app was Bai Yu, yet her real name had yet to be disclosed. You may call me Bai Li Yu, Yang Yuzi replied, presenting the alias she had meticulously crafted. Mr. Bai Li is indeed impressive for his age, Li Tingting remarked with an admiring smile, her gaze reflecting not only surprise but also appreciation. As a designer herself, She could discern the depth of skill and market potential behind that blueprint. After some simple pleasantries, Zhou Zihong directly addressed the matter at hand, presenting an initial cooperation proposal to Yang Yuzi. She reviewed it for over 10 minutes, finding the terms even more favorable than she had anticipated, confirming that they genuinely recognized the value of her design. For the next hour, both parties engaged in a thorough discussion regarding various details of their collaboration. Despite her youth, Yang Yuzi's understanding of the market, her insights into design, and her clear articulation of Yaoguang Apparel's positioning left Zhou Zihong and his wife, along with manager Zhao, thoroughly impressed. Ultimately, they successfully established a framework for collaboration. Wucheng Apparel would handle production, granting exclusive authorization for Yaoguang Apparel to be the initial sales point. Furthermore, Wucheng Apparel would provide professional sales personnel to assist at Yaoguang Apparel, with their salaries covered by Wucheng Apparel. However, when the topic of design remuneration arose, Yang Yuzi proposed an unexpected condition that left everyone astonished. Mr. Zhou, Director Li, Manager Zhao, Yang Yuzi placed her coffee cup down, her tone calm. I have a request regarding my design fees. Oh, please go ahead, Mr. Bai Li. Zhou Zihong encouraged her to continue. I wish for all my design fees and copyright shares to be entirely allocated into Yaoguang Apparel's profit-sharing ratio. In other words, I will forego my personal share, and it will all be counted as income for Yaoguang Apparel. The three exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily speechless. You are foregoing your design fee entirely? Granting all benefits to that small clothing store? This is unprecedented. Manager Zhao could not suppress his curiosity. Mr. Bai Li, may I boldly inquire about your relationship with Xiao, the owner of Yaoguang Apparel? This is highly unusual. Yang Yuzi smiled faintly, a hint of complexity in her expression. She is quite an important person to me. I hope these designs can truly assist her in her shop, which is also one of the prerequisites for our collaboration. Her tone brooked no argument. Zhou Zihong observed the determination in the young man's eyes. Although he felt perplexed, the talent displayed alongside this selfless request only made him regard the young individual as even more remarkable and trustworthy. After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. Very well. Mr. Bai Li's loyalty is commendable. We accept this condition. May our collaboration proceed smoothly. He extended his hand once more. To a fruitful collaboration. Yang Yuzi felt a weight lift from her heart as she firmly shook his hand. The negotiations were successfully concluded, and the atmosphere had become considerably lighter. Zhou Zihong enthusiastically invited, Mr. Bailey, since we have reached an agreement, why don't we head upstairs to take a look at Yaoguang Apparel? It's conveniently located right above us. Yang Yuzi's heart raced at the suggestion. Go upstairs? Absolutely not. Yu Qing was up there. Any encounter now could lead to the collapse of all plans and secrets in an instant. She instinctively declined. I'm sorry, Director Zhou, but I have some urgent matters to attend to this afternoon, so I won't be joining you. Yang Yuzi stood up. It has been a delightful discussion today, and I look forward to our future collaboration. I must take my leave now, as she observed the young man's hurried departure. Zhou Zihong and his wife exchanged a meaningful glance. This enigmatic Bailey, you seem to harbor numerous secrets. Inside Yaoguang Apparel, Yu Qing and the others were engaged in conversation when the shop door swung open once more. Dad? Mom? Uncle Zhao? What brings you here? Cao, she exclaimed, astonished at the sight of her parents and manager Zhao entering. Zhou Zihong, surprised to see his daughter present, smiled and said, Xiao Ci, you're here too? Perfect timing. Let me introduce you. He turned to Xiao Yao and Wang Jinyu. This is Xiao, the owner of Yaoguang Apparel, correct? Greetings. I am Zhou Zihong, the chairman of Wucheng Apparel, and this is my wife, Li Tingting, and this is our marketing manager, Zhao. Xiao Yao and Wang Jinyu were utterly bewildered. Wucheng Apparel? That was a highly renowned local clothing brand. The chairman himself had come to their small shop. Zhou Zihong produced the recently signed letter of intent along with several design renderings and handed them to Xiao Yao, his smile warm and inviting. Boss Xiao, there is no need to be nervous. We are here to discuss a collaboration. A designer has taken a keen interest in your store and has specifically requested that his new autumn collection be launched exclusively here. Huh? Both Xiao Yao and Wang Jinyu gasped in unison, hardly able to believe their ears. Zhao Ci and Wang Jin also stared wide-eyed. Zhou Zihong continued. We have reached a collaborative agreement. Wucheng Apparel will handle production, while Yaoguang Apparel will manage sales. The profit split will be 30% for us and 70% for your store. Moreover, we will send a professional sales team to assist with sales and training, with all personnel costs borne by us. 70-30? They would even send personnel to help? They wouldn't require wages from them? Wang Jinyu stammered, her voice filled with overwhelming joy, her mind buzzing as she instinctively grasped Xiao Yao's arm. Aunt Xiao, this is like a windfall from the heavens. Quickly agree. Please agree. Xiao Yao's hands trembled slightly. She stared at the clauses in the letter of intent and the stunning design sketches, her feelings oscillating between immense confusion and delight. Yu Qing, standing to the side, furrowed her brow slightly. This style seemed destined to gain popularity only a few years later. How could it possibly appear now? A peculiar sense of familiarity mingled with a strong feeling of temporal dislocation surged within her. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, Uncle Zhou, if I may be so bold, why is this designer doing this? We do not know him. Zhou Zihong glanced at Yu Qing, taking a moment to appreciate the beautiful yet seemingly composed girl, and explained with a smile, this was a question we posed as well. He merely stated that Boss Xiao is a significant acquaintance of his, and he hopes to assist you. All I know is that his name is Bailey Yu. Acquaintance? Yu Qing felt even more puzzled. Zhao Ci whispered to Yu Qing, Yuji, this is extraordinary. Does your mother know such an impressive designer? She was unsure of Xiao Yao's social connections. Could it be an old friend from her youth? Xiao Yao was jolted back to reality by Wang Jinyu's tugging. Director Zhou, Manager Li, Manager Zhao. Taking a deep breath to steady her excited heart, Xiao Yao earnestly extended her hand. Thank you. Thank you so much. And please extend my gratitude to Mr. Bailey. We at Yaowang Apparel will certainly do our utmost to cooperate. Zhou Zihong smiled as he shook her hand. Excellent. I wish you a pleasant collaboration. Manager Zhao will be in touch shortly to finalize the details. Pleasant collaboration. Xiao Yao's hand trembled slightly, yet hope reignited in her eyes. Yu Qing observed Xiao Yao's ecstatic demeanor, feeling a sense of relief that their family could temporarily weather the storm. However, the name Bailey Yu and those avant-garde design sketches lingered in her mind. She instinctively gazed towards the bustling corridor outside the shop, as if searching for that mysterious figure among the crowd. Meanwhile, having exited through the side door of the Times Mall, Yang Yuzi cast a glance back at the towering structure, exhaling gently as a smile of relief graced her lips. The first step had finally been accomplished. She lowered the brim of her baseball cap and merged into the throng. On a brisk Monday morning, the autumn sun radiated a refreshing chill. Yu Qing sat in class, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk, her thoughts entirely disconnected from the textbook before her. The mention of Bailey Yu by Zhou Zihong, along with those forward-looking design sketches, pierced through her mind like a thorn. Rebirth? Once this thought emerged, it burgeoned wildly within her consciousness. Wasn't she a living example? Bringing the last page of 2010 back to 2008 paralleled Bailey Yu's act of introducing future fashion designs to the present. Could it be that she was not the only one to experience such an anomaly? Or had her rebirth triggered a butterfly effect, unwittingly altering certain trajectories? She attempted to convince herself of this rationale, yet the distinctiveness of those design sketches styles was too pronounced to be explained by natural evolution. This foreknowledge of the future instilled an instinctive sense of unease within her. As long as no one posed a threat to those she cared for, that was sufficient. Yu Qing's gaze settled into a serene resolve, tinged with determination. Yet, she could not place her hopes in the goodwill of others. She must grow stronger, be it through studies, music, or any other means, so that she could confidently face whatever may arise in the future. What are you thinking so deeply about? A familiar voice interrupted her reverie. Yang Yuzi had taken a seat beside her. Yu Qing snapped back to reality and briefly recounted the events that had transpired at Yaowang Apparel over the weekend. Frowning with deep confusion, Yang Yuzi remarked, What do you think this person is after? Why would he help us unconditionally? Did your mother perhaps know some influential designer friend named Bailey Yu? Yang Yuzi Listanet, almost bursting into laughter internally, while maintaining an expression of surprise and contemplation. She found Yu Qing's furrowed brow amusing yet tinged with concern. Feigning nonchalance, she shrugged. Perhaps it's just a case of encountering a kind-hearted person. The world is vast and full of wonders. Don't overthink it. As Yu Qing observed her seemingly unconcerned demeanor, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. He fixed his gaze on Yang Yuzi's eyes. By the way, where were you on Sunday? I didn't hear a peep from you all day. Yang Yuzi, sensing Yu Qing's curiosity, had already prepared her response and immediately adopted a long-faced expression. Don't even mention it. Your parents insisted on a midterm exam, and somehow they procured a mountain of test papers, forcing me to work through them all day. My head nearly exploded. Her tone carried a hint of complaint, yet she seamlessly turned the conversation back to him. What about you? How is your preparation going? Yu Qing paused, reflecting on how his parents often imposed similar demands on him. He smiled wryly. It's manageable. I prepared what I needed to. Oh well. He subtly shook his head. Fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape destiny. Rather than indulging in futile speculation about Bailey Yu, it is far more prudent to concentrate on the present. As the monthly examination approaches and the music festival looms ahead, It is essential to forge one's path and enhance oneself, for that is the most dependable strategy to confront the unknown. As the bell for the midday break rang, students gradually returned to the classroom. Those who initially intended to rest in their dormitories were compelled to return to study due to the impending examination. Wang Jin and Zhou Xi approached, books and chairs in hand, expressing their desire to study together. Zhou Xi, I never imagined your family had such significant connections, Wang Jin remarked while unfurling a physics paper, unable to suppress his astonishment. Zhou Xi, somewhat irked, tapped his head with her pen, admonishing, is this the time for such discussions? Focus on the questions. She pointed to a problem on the paper, swiftly steering the conversation back on track. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi exchanged smiles, joining the discourse. For this function problem, I believe we should first consider the domain, Yu articulated, elucidating his solution with clarity, aided by his previous teaching experiences. Yang Yuzi listened attentively, occasionally jotting down pivotal steps on her scratch paper. Having excelled in the arts in her past life, she found this moment opportune to utilize Yu Qing's explanations to fill in her gaps in understanding the sciences. The earnest atmosphere of their discussion soon inspired other classmates to emulate their focus, forming clusters to quietly tackle challenging problems. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the focused profiles of the youth. Amidst the pressure of the monthly examination, there lay a comforting camaraderie. While the doubts surrounding Li Yu were temporarily buried deep within Yu Qing, transformed into a driving force for advancement. Chapter 41. The bell signaling the end of the midday break shattered the tranquility of the campus. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of students organizing their books and shifting desks. I'm headed to the convenience store to buy some pens. I'll be back shortly, Yu Qing announced to Yang Yuzi as he rose, aware that several of his favorite pens were running dry. I'll join you. I need to grab a few things as well, Yang Yuzi replied, setting her book down and standing up effortlessly. Side by side, they exited the classroom and blended into the throng of students in the corridor, making their way toward the convenience store. After the midday break, the convenience store experienced a surge in activity. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi squeezed in front of the shelves, meticulously selecting the stationery they required. Not far off, Wang Lili was scrutinizing snacks with a few girls, and the sight of the familiar figures, particularly Yang Yuzi, ignited a sudden flare of anger within her. Ever since she had been threatened by Yu Qing with that damned recording, she had adopted a more subdued demeanor, feeling quite stifled. Despite her discontent, she found herself unable to confront Yu Qing directly. That recording loomed over her like a sword hanging by a thread, threatening to ruin her at any moment. Her greatest fear was that Yu Qing might, on a whim, present the recording to the disciplinary head. Watching Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi laughing and selecting items together before heading to the checkout, Wang Lili's irritation intensified. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through her mind, and a daring plan took shape. She refused to believe that she could be outperformed by the underachieving Yu Qing in academics. If she won, she could rightfully reclaim that damning recording. Losing was out of the question. How could Wang Lili possibly lose to Yu Qing? Observing the two exiting the convenience store, she quickly shoved her snacks into the hands of her companions, exclaiming, "Wait for me." With that, she hastily pursued them. Yang Yuzi, Yu Qing, stop right there. Her voice rang out, crisp yet tinged with evident displeasure. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi instinctively halted, turning to see Wang Lili, and their previously light-hearted mood soured. Yu Qing furrowed his brow, pondering what scheme she was concocting this time. Before he could contemplate further, Wang Lili had swiftly approached them. Yang Yuzi, do you dare to make a bet with me? Her gaze fixated on Yu Qing. A bet with me? Yu Qing blinked, momentarily taken aback, and then feigned disinterest. Not interested. He instinctively braced himself against any proposition from Wang Lili. Yang Yuzi, seemingly acting as a spokesperson, interjected coolly. We have no interest in participating in your gambling games. Wang Lili shot a glare at Yang Yuzi. I wasn't talking to you. What is it to you? She then turned her attention back to Yu Qing, a mocking smile gracing her lips. What is the matter? Yang Yuzi, are you scared? Afraid to accept? This clumsy provocation left Yu Qing feeling somewhat exasperated. Before he could respond, several classmates passing by and exiting the convenience store were drawn by the commotion, gradually converging to witness the spectacle. With so many eyes upon them, simply walking away felt inappropriate. With a resigned sigh, Yu Qing spoke in a calm, steady tone. All right, let us hear what you wish to wager. He was curious to see what scheme Wang Lili had devised. Sensing she had hooked him, Wang Lili's eyes sparkled with triumph. She raised her voice, ensuring the onlookers could hear her clearly. The monthly exam is approaching. Let us wager on our test scores. If my total score surpasses Yu Qing's, you will hand over that item you possess. She dared not explicitly mention the recording, opting for vague references to avoid unnecessary associations or misunderstandings. The moment her words left her lips, the crowd erupted in a buzz of astonishment. Wow, bet on scores? Isn't that just bullying? Someone exclaimed. Who doesn't know Yu Qing's previous academic standing? Another chimed in. Exactly. Wang Lili ranked in the top 50 at the end of sophomore year, right? This wager is exceedingly unfair. It's as if she's openly trying to steal. Murmurs of disdain for Wang Lili filled the air, while sympathetic glances were directed towards Yu Qing. Wang Lili, unfazed by the murmurs, remained fixated on the duo before her. Almost everyone presumed Yang Yuzi would undoubtedly reject this blatantly inequitable wager. Yet, unexpectedly, Yang Yuzi spoke up, a hint of subtle mockery in her tone. All right, we accept this wager. What? What? The crowd gasped, incredulous that Yu Qing had agreed. Had he lost his mind, allowing Yang Yuzi to speak for him? The onlookers were taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Upon hearing Yang Yuzi's acceptance on his behalf, Yu Qing first paused, then caught the glint of mischief in her eyes. Remembering Wang Lili smoke damano. He couldn't help but smile with a hint of malice. Indeed, Wang Lili was utterly oblivious to the fact that residing within Yu Qing was none other than the top scholar of the city's first high school. Yang Yuzi, wagering on academic performance against her? Yu Qing nodded at Wang Lili. Yes, I accept this wager. Seeing both agree. Wang Lili raisit hereibros tirimpanti. I commend your courage. It's settled then. The monthly examination results will reveal all. Wait, Yu Qing raised a hand, interrupting her self-satisfied celebration. If you win, I'll give you what you desire. But if I win, what will you offer? Wang Lili, you win. Wang Lili was momentarily taken aback, as she had never considered the possibility of losing, thus had not contemplated stakes. Stammering, she struggled to find her words. How could I possibly lose? Huh? Yu Qing chuckled lightly, laced with unmistakable sarcasm. Since it was a wager, fairness was paramount. You lost, so you must return everything Yu Qing previously gifted you, without exception. Particularly that exquisite fountain pen he bestowed upon you during your second year of high school. Upon hearing the mention of the gifts, Wang Lili's face bore a hint of disdain, dismissing their worth. Returning them was no issue. However, upon hearing the reference to the fountain pen, her expression subtly shifted. The pen was crafted with finesse, adorned with cherry blossoms, and she had deemed it valuable enough to accept back then, having kept it used in her drawer ever since. To her surprise, the opponent specifically requested this item. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she reassured herself that losing was out of the question. It was a mere pen. She readily agreed, exclaiming, all right, it's just a pen. After all, it's a deal. Fearing a change of heart from her opponent, she hastily solidified the agreement. It's settled. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi chimed in unison. Wang Lili, observing their unspoken understanding, felt a surge of indignation and coldly snorted before pushing through the crowd of onlookers and departing. As the surrounding students witnessed the excitement dissipate, they began to disperse, many expressing concern for classmate Yang Yuzi, deeming her too impulsive. Let us go, Yang Yuzi said, patting Yu Qing on the shoulder, her tone lighthearted. Yu Qing smiled back, his expression brimming with anticipation. He was determined to personally return the fountain pen to his sister. Chapter 42, Monthly Exam. On the morning of the monthly exam, a unique atmosphere permeated the campus, a blend of tension and anticipation. As Yu Qing had anticipated, the wager from the previous day at the canteen had spread like wildfire throughout the senior year. In the hallways and classrooms, discussions surrounding the bet echoed. Have you heard? Wang Lili has wagered with the school beauty, Yang Yuzi, over Yu Qing's exam results. Wow, isn't Wang Lili taking it too far? Who doesn't know about Yu Qing's previous grades? Clearly, she's after something. But Yang Yuzi is really bold to accept, and Yu Qing actually agreed to it? Are they out of their minds? We'll just have to wait and see the spectacle. What if the school beauty finds out Yu Qing is so inept? Wouldn't she be disappointed? I doubt it. I've heard Yu Qing has changed quite a bit lately. Public opinion had evidently divided into 3 factions. One group consisted of Wang Lili supporters or mere spectators eager for Yu Qing's downfall, hoping Yang Yuzi would see through his facade. Another group sympathized with Yang Yuzi, deriding Wang Lili's oppressive tactics, and while they did not hold high hopes for the outcome, they quietly offered their support. The majority remained indifferent. However, in Class 1, the atmosphere was markedly different. As Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi entered the classroom, they were met with encouraging and expectant gazes. Yu Qing, go for it. Show Wang Lili what you're made of, shouted a boy enthusiastically. Yang Yuzi, don't worry. We're rooting for Yu Qing. Yes. Class 1 will always support its own. Let us crush that arrogant girl. Yang Yuzi glanced at Yu Qing in surprise, her eyes silently questioning. What is going on? Yu Qing smirked slightly, gesturing toward the back of the classroom. There, Wang Jin was surrounded by a group of classmates, passionately educating them. Let me tell you, Wang Lili is not a good person. Do you remember the incident with Huang Mingyang at the beginning of the school year? She orchestrated the whole thing. And now, look at her. She won't even acknowledge Huang Mingyang. TSK, this bet over grades is clearly bullying. She is just trying to take something from Yang Yuzi. His words were highly inflammatory. Coupled with the ambiguities surrounding the earlier incident, and considering the significant change in Yu Qing's demeanor lately, the admiration from his classmates surged. With Wang Jin's revelation, the scales of opinion tilted dramatically. So that is how it is. Wang Lili is utterly repulsive. We must support Yu Qing. Class 1's reputation rests on your shoulders, Yu Qing. Yang Yuzi was enlightened, mentally giving Wang Jin a thumbs up. This guy, though a bit mouthy, was quite reliable when it mattered. The bell signaling the end of morning self-study rang, enveloping the classroom in palpable tension as the exam approached. Yang Yuzi meticulously selected a black gel pen, a 2B pencil, and an eraser from her pencil case, checking her ruler before neatly arranging these tools on Yu Qing's desk corner. Here, everything's ready, she said gently, infused with concern. Then, quite naturally, she reached out and softly ruffled the top of Yu Qing's hair. Don't be nervous, just do your best. Let some people see what true ability looks like. This affectionate gesture was imbued with evident reassurance and a hint of disdain for Wang Lili. Yu Qing felt the warmth on his head and was momentarily moved. This sensation was rather pleasant. If only he could experience it more often. He raised his gaze to Yang Yuzi, his eyes sparkling with warmth. He responded softly, pulling out a brand new set of exam supplies from his backpack, which he had specifically prepared for Yang Yuzi. He extended his slender, fair hand, delicately grasping Yang Yuzi's larger hand. In the face of her slightly surprised expression, Yu Qing placed the new stationery into her palm. You too. Do well on the exam. His voice was gentle. A warm current surged through Yang Yuzi's heart as she firmly grasped the stationery in her palm, intertwining her fingers with Yu Qing's cool ones. Don't worry, leave it to me. This scene, imbued with warmth and a touch of budding intimacy, was once again captured by observant classmates. Wow, it's early in the morning, and this is quite the feast, they exclaimed, reveling in the sweetness of the moment. I'm all in for this couple. Yu Qing, you've got to win for the sake of the school beauty. The exam time commenced. Yu Qing was situated in Class 1, not far from the podium, while Yang Yuzi was assigned to Class 5. The first subject was Chinese. As the exam papers were distributed, Yu Qing quickly skimmed through them. The difficulty level was moderate, and some questions and knowledge points were precisely those he had emphasized during his previous life as a teacher. Taking a deep breath, he began to tackle the questions. On the podium, Tang Xuejuan, the invigilator, scanned the room. She quickly noticed Yang Yuzi in the front row. Her pace in answering the questions was almost unceasing. Tang Xuejuan felt a surge of curiosity and feigned a patrol of the exam hall, moving closer to Yang Yuzi. Her gaze fell upon the test paper, which was filled with neat and elegant handwriting, nearly all the answer sections completed, including the essay, which was evidently not a hasty effort. How is this possible? It's only been an hour. After years of teaching, this was the first time Tang Xuejuan had witnessed someone finish a Chinese exam paper so swiftly. Seemingly sensing her scrutiny, Yu Qing looked up from checking his answers, meeting Tang Xuejuan's gaze. A sweet smile blossomed on his delicate face, radiating confidence. Tang Xuejuan felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart and returned a gentle, encouraging smile, nodding for her to continue checking. The more she observed him, the more she liked him. Yu Qing meticulously reviewed his exam paper once more, ensuring its accuracy, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, permitting early submissions. Without hesitation, Yu Qing gathered his stationery and stood up to hand his paper. In the hallway, several students who had submitted early were already mingling or quietly discussing. Yu Qing did not linger, making his way directly to the familiar little garden in front of the teaching building. He chose a stone bench partially shaded by trees and sat down. The autumn sun of a serene morning filtered through the sparse leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced upon him. The young girl sat quietly on a stone bench, tilting her head slightly to bask in the warmth of the sunlight. Her profile rendered exceptionally soft and beautiful in the halo of light, resembling a tranquil oil painting. He waited for approximately 10 minutes, his gaze attentively fixed on the direction of classroom 5. At last, a familiar, upright figure emerged from the classroom. It was Yang Yuzi. Standing on the second-floor corridor, Yang Yuzi's eyes scanned the area below, almost instantly capturing the sight of the quiet figure awaiting in the small garden. The sunlight outlined the girl's delicate silhouette, and the serene beauty of the moment warmed her heart. Yu Qing also spotted her, immediately raising her hand to vigorously wave. Yang Yuzi hurried down the stairs, approaching the stone bench and naturally settling beside Yu Qing. How'd it go? They both inquired almost in unison, followed by shared laughter. Yu Qing made an okay gesture, her smile radiant. I feel good about it. What about you? With a relaxed and confident demeanor, Yang Yuzi nodded. A piece of cake. Her tone exuded the calmness characteristic of a top scholar. That's wonderful. Yu Qing sighed in relief, retrieving her mathematics textbook and notes from her bag. While we still have time, shall we review a few key formulas and common pitfalls? Sure, Yang Yuzi readily agreed, also producing her revision materials. The sunlight was just right, and the shadows of the trees swayed gently. By the stone table, the two youths sat side by side, their heads slightly inclined towards one another as they quietly discussed formulas and example problems. The sound of pencil tips gliding across paper intertwined with the rustling leaves in the breeze, composing a serene and beautiful tableau. Chapter 43. Teacher Yang, consider yourself a creator. The 2 days of the monthly examination swiftly passed. After finishing the last biology exam, the taut nerves finally relaxed. Students returned to classroom 1 of the senior year in small groups, the air filled with fervent discussions. What did you choose for that last multiple choice question? C, right? Oh, I picked B. Oh no. Some rejoiced and applauded for correctly answering difficult questions, while others sighed in regret over their mistakes. As most of the students gathered, class monitor Zhou Ci stood up. Everyone, please settle down and return the desks and chairs to their original positions. After a cacophony of moving furniture, the classroom returned to its usual order. Wang Jin quickly approached Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi seats, followed closely by Zhou Ci and Su Qiu. How'd it feel? Are you confident? I heard Wang Lili felt great about her performance this time. Zhou Ci and Su Qiu also looked towards Yu Qing, their eyes filled with similar concern. Though Yu Qing appeared confident over the past 2 days, Wang Lili was, after all, among the top 50 in the grade. Yang Yuzi raised her eyes, her expression neutral. Simply nodding, I performed normally. Just 4 simple words, yet they carried an undeniable certainty. Observing her composed demeanor, Zhou Ci and Su Qiu exchanged glances, and their lingering worries dissipated. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Tang Xuezhuan, entered the classroom. The clamor immediately subsided. Tang Xuezhuan's gaze swept across the class, a gentle smile gracing her face. Students, you have worked hard. The monthly exams are over. Regardless of how you feel, let it go for now. If you did well, remain humble and composed. If not, do not be disheartened. Analyze your test papers diligently. Identify your shortcomings, as next month's midterm exam is our next target. Let us keep striving. After a few brief words of summary and encouragement, the afternoon bell rang promptly. Students left in small groups, swiftly shifting the conversation from exam questions to dinner plans and evening arrangements. Just as Yang Yuzi stood up, Tang Xuezhuan called out, Yu Qing, come with me for a moment. Yu Qing watched, sighing helplessly in her heart. Her mother was surely going to inquire about the monthly exam results. She could only watch as Yu Qing followed Tang Xuezhuan out. Yuzi, shall we head to the cafeteria? Qiu Qiu is coming too. Zhou Ci and Su Qiu approached, smilingly inviting her. Yu Qing, worried about being left alone, immediately nodded. Sure. In the cafeteria, the 3 of them filled their trays and found a relatively quiet corner to sit. By the way, Yuji, Zhou Ci swallowed a mouthful of food, asking curiously, how is the preparation for the music festival going? Did you pass the selection? Su Qiu, equally intrigued, chimed in, yes. I heard you play the piano exceptionally well. It's a pity I missed your performance at the gym last time. Yu Qing put down her spoon, smiling slightly. Yes. I passed the preliminary round at the art building on Monday. Wow, you really made it. Su Qiu's eyes brightened, filled with anticipation. Can you let me hear it? I'm super curious since I missed it last time. Zhou Ci nodded eagerly, wanting to hear it again as well. Seeing the sparkle in their eyes, Yu Qing realized she indeed needed to practice a bit more, and she nodded in agreement. All right, I need to practice too. Let's head to the art building after we finish eating. Fantastic. Zhou Ci and Su Qiu cheered in unison. In the evening, the art building was even more vibrant than during the day. The sound of flowing practice pieces resonated from the piano rooms. Rhythmic beats faintly echoed from the dance studio, and snippets of various instruments tuning could be heard in the corridor. Everyone was making a final push for the music festival the next day. Yu Qing led Zhou Ci and Su Qiu toward the piano room where she usually practiced, only to find it occupied. Let us use another room, she suggested, confidently guiding them to a slightly smaller spare piano room at the end of the corridor. Opening the door, they found it indeed unoccupied, with only a black upright piano quietly standing by the window. The room was modest in size, but blessedly quiet. Zhou Ci and Su Qiu settled into chairs against the wall, gently closing the door. Yu Qing approached the piano, lifted the lid, and nodded to her two audience members. As her fingertips descended, a clear yet slightly melancholic prelude flowed forth like moonlight. Soon after, her bright and emotive voice gently soared. The rain lingers suspended in the sky, like tears swirling in the eyes. This may be our last meeting. Yu Qing was completely immersed in the song's emotion. Yang Yuzi's naturally exceptional voice, combined with her profound understanding of the song from her previous life and the diligent practice over time, conveyed a rich tapestry of regret, longing, and eventual acceptance with exquisite depth. Every modulation and pause in her breath was perfectly timed. Zhou Xi and Su Qiu were entranced, as if the song had transported them to another realm. As the final notes lingered in the air, it took several seconds for Zhou Xi to come back to her senses, excitedly whispering, "Oh my, this piece actually has lyrics. It feels entirely different now. Even more beautiful than just the melody." Previously, she had only heard Yu Qing play the accompaniment, and she never expected the lyrical rendition to be so impactful. Su Qiu nodded vigorously, a blush still lingering on her cheeks from the enchantment, her voice slightly trembling. "Yes, it's truly beautiful. I almost cried listening to it. Especially that line about it possibly being our last meeting. It made my nose tingle." She had not anticipated that a single song could evoke such intense emotional resonance. Observing their sincere reactions, Yu Qing felt a warmth and sense of accomplishment swell within her. This song, The Last Page, bore the weight of the complex emotions shared between her and Yang Yuzi, and to receive their recognition filled her with confidence for the upcoming music festival. Zhou Xi couldn't help but press on, "Yuzi, what is the name of this song? I've never heard it before. Is it a new piece?" Yu Qing paused momentarily and told Zhou Xi a fib. "Oh, this song? It was composed by teacher Yang Fong herself. It's still in the refining stage and hasn't been officially released yet. She asked me to give it a try first." She deftly shifted the credit onto Yang Fong. Composed by teacher Yang Fong, Zhou Xi and Su Qiu were taken aback, their faces quickly transforming into expressions of admiration. "Teacher Yang is truly remarkable." Yu Qing smiled and earnestly reminded them, "Yes, but this song is meant to be a little surprise for Yu Qing at tomorrow's music festival. So please don't mention it to him beforehand. Rest assured, absolutely confidential." After spending approximately half an hour in the art building, Zhou Xi and Su Qiu expressed the need to return and prepare for evening self-study. Thus they departed. Yu Qing remained alone in the piano room, practicing a few more times. Just as she stopped, the door of the piano room was gently pushed open, and teacher Yang Fong stepped in. "Have you come to practice early? How does it feel?" Yang Fong inquired with concern. Yu Qing nodded. "It feels fine. I want to solidify it further to ensure everything goes perfectly tomorrow." "Yes, it's wise to be cautious." Yang Fong acknowledged with approval. Looking at Yang Fong, Yu Qing suddenly recalled her earlier conversation with Zhou Xi and Su Qiu, and with a hint of entreaty in her voice, she spoke up. "Teacher Yang, I have a favor to ask regarding the song The Last Page. During the performance tomorrow, may I attribute it to you? Mainly because the song hasn't been officially released yet, and I'm a bit worried it might attract unnecessary attention or inquiries. Of course, your guidance during this time has been immensely helpful, and I am truly grateful." Yang Fong was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood Yu Qing's concerns. Observing this delicate and talented girl who desired to protect her privacy, she felt both moved and resigned. "Oh, you child." Yang Fong sighed and eventually nodded. "All right then, since you are so insistent, it would indeed be a pity to keep such an excellent work hidden. We shall proceed as you suggest. However, remember, I feel unworthy of this credit. If the opportunity arises in the future, we must ensure everyone recognizes the true genius behind the creation." Yu Qing sighed in relief, revealing a grateful smile. "Thank you, Teacher Yang." Chapter 44. As the lights begin to shine, awaiting the bloom. On September 30th, Aiqing High School was enveloped in a joyful atmosphere. This was not solely due to the upcoming opening of the inaugural campus music festival that afternoon, but also because it heralded the commencement of a 7-day National Day holiday. A temporary stage had been erected on the playground, with workers engaged in final adjustments and decorations. During the break, outside the classroom, Yang Yuzi rested her chin on one hand, gazing at the bustling playground while her thoughts drifted towards the impending holiday. Zhou Zihong from Dance City had invited her to visit the company yesterday, but she had politely declined. The reasoning was simple. The few designs were selling remarkably well at Yaoguang Fashion, and there was no rush to visit. Zhou Zihong could only acquiesce, gaining additional admiration for the composed and confident Yu Qing. According to the progress at Dance City, the outfit she designed would officially be available for sale at Yaoguang Fashion on the first day of the holiday. Yang Yuzi contemplated, planning to visit Yaoguang on the first day to see her mother, Xiao Yao, and to witness firsthand how her designs had materialized. As for the following days, she turned her head to Yu Qing, who was also gazing at the playground, and asked, "Hey, what are your plans for the days following National Day?" "Of course, I'll be helping at Yawang. Your mother will surely be overwhelmed alone. Then I'll find time to visit Uncle Yang at the hospital," came her response, tinged with concern for both families. "Hey, Yu Qing," Wang Jin interjected, squeezing in beside Yang Yuzi, his curiosity piqued. "Where are you off to for National Day?" Yang Yuzi shot him a glance and replied coolly, "To Yawang fashion. To assist Aunt Xiao." "Oh," Wang Jin elongated his tone, wearing a knowing expression. He nudged Yang Yuzi with his elbow. "Not bad. Helping out at your future mother-in-law's shop during the holiday." Yang Yuzi felt a pang of annoyance at his teasing and shot him a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm just going to help." At that moment, Zhou Ci approached and happened to overhear the latter part of their conversation, smiling as he chimed in. "What a coincidence. I'm also heading to Yawang Fashion during National Day. My dad said he'd detail me to check out the opening." Wang Jin, upon hearing this, felt a surge of dismay at the prospect of being left out. He immediately raised his hand. "Then I'll go too." Yang Yuzi's eyelids twitched at the thought of Zhou Zihong being there. This simply wouldn't do. It would expose her identity as Bai Li Yu. I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to. I'll come back later." The others paid little mind to Yang Yuzi's comment. As long as they could meet at Yawang, time swiftly slipped away until noon. Yu Qing recalled something and turned to Yang Yuzi, saying, "Your mom asked me to come back for a bit at noon. She said there is something she wants to give me." A hint of confusion crossed her face. She didn't specify what it was. Yang Yuzi nodded. "All right, then hurry back." About an hour later, Yu Qing returned, her cheeks still adorned with a faint blush, as if she had run back, or perhaps was simply shy. What drew attention was the elegantly designed paper tote she held in her hand. "What did you get? Why is your face so red?" Yang Yuzi inquired curiously, leaning closer to see what was inside the bag. Yu Qing, however, concealed the bag behind her, her gaze evasive. "It's nothing. You'll find out this afternoon." After saying this, her cheeks seemed to redden even more. Observing her demeanor, Yang Yuzi instantly grasped Yu Qing's secret intentions. This silly girl. How could she hide anything from her? Last night, she had personally designed an outfit she deemed the most beautiful, instructing Dance City to have it ready and delivered to Xiaoyao that very morning. Moreover, it was limited to just one piece. She was somewhat eager to see how Yu Qing would look in that outfit. Just then, the campus broadcast resonated with a clear announcement. "Attention all faculty and students. Attention all faculty and students. The first campus music festival, Caring for Wenchuan, Embracing the Olympics, will officially commence tonight at 6 o'clock on the school playground stage. All classes are to enter in an orderly manner under the guidance of their homeroom teachers by 5:40. Yay, it's finally about to begin." As the announcement concluded, a thunderous cheer erupted from the entire teaching building. The afternoon classes flew by in a whirlwind of restless anticipation. Just as the final bell rang, music teacher Yang Fong appeared at the door of Class 1. "Yang Yuzi, come to the art building. Let us do a final rehearsal." "Teacher Tang, I'm taking her." Yang Fong called to Tang Xuejuan in the classroom. Tang Xuejuan, seeing her future daughter-in-law being called away, smiled and nodded. Go on, prepare well." "Thank you." Yang. Yu Qing followed Yang Fong out of the classroom for the final rehearsal before the performance. As dusk fell and the lights began to shimmer, by 6 o'clock, the playground of Yiqing High School was already bustling with activity. Students from all 36 classes, led by their homeroom teachers and class leaders, sat in orderly fashion in designated areas. The stage lights sparkled, adorning the deep blue night sky like a suspended galaxy. At the center of the stage, a male and female student host, dressed elegantly, held microphones and beamed smiles as they began the opening remarks. "Good evening, esteemed leaders, distinguished guests, dear teachers, and fellow students." The female host's voice resonated with infectious enthusiasm. In this splendid season brimming with hope and harvest, all the faculty and students of Yiqing High School gathered together to celebrate our long-anticipated grand event, the Yiqing High School Caring for Wenchuan, Embracing the Olympics' first campus music festival. After delivering a heartfelt opening address and acknowledging the presence of various leaders and honored guests, the performance commenced in earnest. The male and female hosts announced, "Now, we declare the Caring for Wenchuan, Embracing the Olympics' first campus music festival officially begins." The audience erupted in thunderous applause. The female host continued, "Music is the wings of the soul. Dreams take flight here. Let us now embark on tonight's musical journey. First, let us welcome the first performer, Li Xinyu from Class 3 of Grade 2. She will present to us a warm and powerful song, The Best Future. Let's give her a round of applause." The music festival unfurled in an atmosphere of fervor, with a succession of meticulously prepared performances. There were soulful solos, exuberant band performances, graceful piano recitals, and harmonious ensemble singing. The interaction between the stage and the audience was vibrant, filled with applause and cheers that rose and fell. Each performance bore the imprint of youth and a unique charm. However, the meticulous arrangements of the music instructor, Yang Fong, carried deeper significance. She was acutely aware that the piece The Last Page, brought forth by Yu Qing, would serve as the crowning highlight of the evening. The originality of the song, its artistic resonance, and the impactful presentation by the singer would far surpass the preceding acts. Thus, she intentionally scheduled this performance as the grand finale. As the time slipped away amidst the splendid performances, the ninth performer took a bow, and the stage lights dimmed momentarily for a transition. The audience's enthusiasm had been thoroughly ignited, brimming with anticipation for the upcoming finale. In the backstage area, Yu Qing took a deep breath. She had already donned the outfit prepared by Xiaoyao, a limited edition design by Yang Yuzi, a cream-colored embroidered cross-collar blouse paired with a matching skirt adorned with delicate blue floral patterns. This ensemble, blending classical elegance with modern simplicity, accentuated her ethereal grace, making her appear as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting, a princess, exuding a serene yet breathtaking beauty. Many students and teachers backstage could not help but cast awestruck glances her way. As the stage lights brightened once more, focusing on the hosts, the female host expressed, "We are grateful for the remarkable performance just witnessed. The musical feast of this evening is nearing its conclusion, but the most exhilarating moment is about to arrive. Let's extend the warmest applause to welcome tonight's finale performer." The male host raised his voice. She, with her celestial voice, first revealed her brilliance. She, through the melodies of her fingertips, articulates her innermost feelings. She is the last beam of light this evening, here to present a brand new song, crafted with passion by our music instructor Yang Fong. Let us welcome Yang Yuzi from Class 1 of Grade 3. The applause and cheers reached a crescendo. Suddenly, all the lights dimmed, leaving only a spotlight gently illuminating the stage entrance. Under the gaze of the multitude, guided by the spotlight, a figure slowly emerged. The cream-colored embroidered jacket shimmered with a soft luster under the lights, while the matching skirt swayed gracefully with her elegant steps. Her long, lustrous hair framed a face of exquisite beauty, untouched by cosmetics, yet captivating. Like a classical beauty transcending time, she radiated a tranquil, breathtaking allure, accompanied by a sense of unapproachable grace. The entire playground fell into an extraordinary silence, with all eyes fixated on that figure bathed in the spotlight, embodying both ancient charm and modern aesthetics. Yu Yang stood backstage, watching the soul that once occupied her body now basking in the glow of public adoration. A tumult of indescribable emotions swirling within her, pride, anticipation, anxiety, and a hint of bittersweet tenderness that only she could comprehend. Yu Qing stood at the center of the spotlight, slightly nodding in acknowledgement. She approached the grand piano set at the center of the stage and gently seated herself. Her slender, fair fingers caressed the black and white keys. The clear yet slightly melancholic prelude flowed forth like a babbling brook under the moonlight, imbued with heartbreakingly beautiful melodies, setting the stage for the last page to resonate in the stillness. Chapter 45. Surprised? On stage, the spotlight enveloped her ivory figure. Yu Qing closed her eyes, the piano's notes imbued with profound sorrow, instantly transporting everyone's thoughts back to that torrential rainy night. She parted her lips, and an ethereal, emotive voice reverberated through the silent playground. The rain lingers between the skies like tears swirling in the eyes. This may be our last meeting. The thousands of faculty and students in the audience, still entranced by her breathtaking entrance just moments prior, were immediately captivated by this soul-stirring, celestial voice. The deep sorrow, boundless regret, and the complex emotions of ultimate acceptance woven into her song ensnared every listener. Many sensitive girls, reminded of the pain caused by the Wenchuan earthquake through the poignant lyrics, found their eyes welling with tears, silently streaming down their cheeks. The entire playground was enveloped in a profound, silent resonance. On the judging panel, Yang Fong turned to her friend, the renowned music producer Liu Baochuan, and quietly inquired, "What do you think? Was it worth coming?" Liu Baochuan, filled with admiration, replied, "Yang Fong, your student is simply a prodigy. This charisma, this control of voice, this emotional expression rivals that of a seasoned professional. She has only been learning for a month." He emphatically tapped Yang Fong's arm. "After the National Day holiday, you must bring her to my studio. It would be a crime to keep such talent hidden." Yang Fong, gazing at the radiant figure on stage, felt a mix of pride and profound helplessness. She could only respond vaguely, "I'll ask her about her willingness." Liu Baochuan furrowed his brow in confusion. But I truly cannot fathom it. Such a beautiful song, with the original author's renown. How could she possibly let it go to you? It's like winning 5 million and then throwing in the trash. Yang Fong smiled bitterly within. This child may have her own struggles and considerations. Trust me, this matter. We can discuss it later. Unable to explain, she redirected her attention back to the stage. In the audience, Yang Yuzi was equally shaken by the song. Recalling the host's mention of Yang Fong as the song's creator, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. In her past life, this song did not seem to belong to Yang Fong. She strained to remember, but she had only ever heard the finished product, leaving the original author and release date hazy. Perhaps Yang Fong had given it to someone else later? That thought flitted by, and she did not pursue it further. More importantly, she felt acutely the intense emotion radiating from Yu Qing's voice, a palpable sense of guilt and deep love directed towards her. Is he singing this to me? Is he expressing his remorse? A warm, bittersweet tide surged in her heart, and her body instinctively swayed gently to the poignant, sorrowful melody. This subtle movement was noticed by her classmates nearby. Soon, the entire class joined in this silent show of support. This small gesture quickly spread, touching the surrounding classes. In but a moment, the entire playground transformed into a silent, rhythmic ocean. Thousands of teachers and students, illuminated by the stage lights, swayed their bodies in unison to the melody of the last page. As the song reached its zenith, the voices gradually ebbed, accompanied by a sigh of relief. Ultimately, surrendering to tranquility, the playground fell into a profound silence, as if everyone were still ensnared within the emotional tapestry woven by the song, unable to extricate themselves for what felt like an eternity. The intricate emotions of sorrow and release lingered in their hearts. Time seemed to stretch. It could have been mere seconds or perhaps a minute. Suddenly, a faint applause broke the stillness, emanating from a tear-streaked girl in the back row. This seemingly innocuous sound ignited a conflagration of thunderous applause that swept across the playground. The clapping, whistling, and cheers rang deafeningly, serving as the most direct tribute to the performance. Under the spotlight, Yu Qing exhaled deeply, her taut nerves finally unwinding. Facing thousands of fervent gazes below, she felt far more anxious than she ever had before, standing before a mere handful of students in her previous life. Slowly, she rose and bowed deeply to the audience. In the spotlight, the silhouette of the girl appeared delicate and ethereal. Embracing that serene beauty, she gradually retreated into the backstage shadows amidst the still resounding applause. The male and female hosts swiftly took the stage, their faces still flushed with residual excitement. The female host's voice trembled slightly, imbued with emotion. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to classmate Yang Yuzi for her rendition of the last page. Teacher Yang Fong's creation evokes the profound sorrow of those who have lost their loved ones in calamity, reminding us of the indelible longing and the bravery it takes to ultimately let go, urging us to cherish the present and those around us. The male host chimed in, his voice resonant and powerful. Indeed, let us carry this emotion and strength forward, and once more shower our applause upon classmate Yang Yuzi and teacher Yang Fong. The applause surged once again like a tidal wave. Although the song itself leaned towards the lamentation of personal emotions under the guidance of the hosts, it seamlessly intertwined with themes of remembering pain, valuing the present, and envisioning the future, rendering it not at all jarring. At the backstage entrance, Yang Yuzi was already waiting. As she spotted that familiar figure approaching, she stepped forward, her eyes betraying unabashed astonishment and pride. "Are you tired?" she inquired softly, offering a bottle of water. Yu Qing accepted the water, her cheeks still flushed from a hint of nervousness. She shook her head, gazing at Yang Yuzi, her lips curling into a smile that bore a hint of playful pride. "Not tired at all. What do you think? Surprised? With the lyrics, doesn't it feel entirely different?" Yang Yuzi regarded his expectant demeanor, internally amused by the naivete. This silly boy, she certainly knew there were lyrics. She had listened to them countless times. However, she chose not to reveal this, as in her understanding, Yu Qing had not been reborn. Yang Yuzi beamed a radiant smile. "I'm indeed surprised. You sang beautifully. I was moved to tears." This latter sentiment was not entirely a falsehood. Upon receiving her sincere praise, Yu Qing's last vestiges of anxiety dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of accomplishment and joy for being recognized. Before long, the judges completed their scoring. The outcome was inevitable. Yu Qing claimed victory in the inaugural campus music festival with an overwhelming score. Amidst the fervent applause and cheers, she was once again invited onto the stage. The principal personally presented her with an honorary certificate and a symbolic monetary reward, delivering a brief congratulatory speech. Finally, She posed for a commemorative photograph with the County Education Bureau leaders who had come to observe. As the camera flashes illuminated the scene, they captured the moment of the girl holding her certificate, clad in a resplendent hanfu, her smile gentle yet radiant. Returning backstage, Yu Qing carefully changed out of her exquisite performance attire, folding it neatly before placing it back into her handbag. At that moment, the voice of the headmaster echoed through the loudspeakers. Please exit in an orderly manner, wishing all teachers and students a joyful National Day holiday. Thus, the National Day holiday officially commenced. Chapter 46, The Invitation. Yu Qing, clutching the bag containing her performance outfit, walked back to Class 1 with Yang Yuzi. As they approached the lineup, they were warmly surrounded by enthusiastic classmates. Yuzi, you were incredible. Champion, truly well-deserved. Your outfit is stunning. Like a fairy descended from the heavens. You've brought glory to our class. The faces of her classmates radiated genuine pride, as if this honor belonged to each one of them. Congratulations erupted in a chorus. Yu Qing basked in this pure joy and recognition, feeling warmth envelop her heart. Thank you, everyone, she said, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she slightly bowed in gratitude. Wang Jin squeezed to the forefront, his eyes fixated on the certificate and the envelope containing the monetary award in Yu Qing's hands. Let me see. What does the champion certificate look like? How much is the prize? His voice immediately drew the attention of nearby classmates, all curious to see. Yu Qing, unfazed, graciously extended the red honorary certificate and the thin envelope to Wang Jin. He accepted them, weighing the envelope in his hand, wrinkling his nose. TSK. The school is so stingy. Then, flipping open the hardcover certificate, he flicked the cover with his finger, exclaiming, wow, this certificate is really sturdy. Suchi approached, delivering a playful slap to Wang Jin's arm. Wang Jin, be careful. He gingerly took the certificate, scrutinizing the elegant script and seal. Truly impressive, Yuji. Not far away, Wang Lili watched Yang Yuzi, surrounded by admirers like a luminary, feeling a tightness in her chest. That face, that song. When it came to looks, she couldn't compete. In terms of talent, she was utterly crushed. As for grades, the results remained to be seen. Once the monthly exam scores were released, and after she won the bet and deleted that wretched recording, Wang Lili's eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve. She would relish the moment when Zhang Tao would deal with this insufferable girl. Upon returning to the classroom, the atmosphere remained jubilant. Josie's gaze landed on the exquisite handbag resting on Yu Qing's desk, and he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Yuji, where did you buy the outfit you wore for today as performance? It's so beautiful. I've never seen a style like that before. It feels like ancient clothing, yet particularly modern. Her tone was filled with awe and longing. I want to buy a set too. Wang Jin chimed in, uncharacteristically serious in his agreement. Yes, yes. The class monitor is right. The first time I saw you walk out, wow. That feeling was like a fairy descending from the heavens. He scratched his head. What is that outfit called? Hanfu? Yu Qing pointed to the handbag. It's not store-bought. It was given to me by my mom at noon today. She nearly let slip another detail. Aunt Xiao, Yaowang fashion? Zhou Ci paused for a moment, her brows furrowing slightly. But the 5 new outfits from Yaowang are only being launched tomorrow. My dad brought them home for me to try on. And while each one is beautiful, they differ entirely in style for what you wore today. Yours feels far more exquisite. Huh? Yu Qing was taken aback. It's not one of Yaowang's 5 pieces? Then where did this come from? Could it be another exclusive design by that mysterious Bailey Yu? But why would Zhou Ci, the heiress of the Dance City's fashion, not know about it? Could it be a specially customized edition? Or perhaps an unreleased sample? Su Qiu also joined in the speculation. If it were a sample, Zhou Ci must have seen it, right? Wang Jin pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, my father showed me everything he could bring back, Zhou Ci asserted confidently. After an extensive discussion, the group failed to reach a definitive conclusion. In her heart, Yu Qing was left with a significant question mark, her curiosity about the elusive Bai Li Yu deepening. Sitting nearby, Yang Yuzi listened to their conversation, unable to suppress a subtle smile that played at the corners of her lips. This garment? Ha! It is undoubtedly one of a kind. She had designed it specifically for that little fool last night, a singular piece crafted solely for his debut this evening. As for the future, there will forever be only this one. Just then, Yang Fong appeared at the classroom door, smiling as she beckoned to Yu Qing. Yang Yuzi, come to the art building. Yu Qing acknowledged her with a nod, bid farewell to her companions, and rose to follow Yang Fong. Upon entering the familiar office in the art building, Yu Qing noticed a stranger seated alongside Yang Fong, appearing to be in her 30s. Yu Qing, this is the friend I mentioned, my good friend, Lu Baochuan. She is the head of Echo Music Studio and a highly experienced music producer, Yang Fong introduced warmly. Lu Baochuan stood up with an appreciative smile and extended her hand. Hello, Yang Yuzi. You may call me Sister Lu or Bao Chuanjia. Hello, Sister Lu. Yu Qing replied politely, feeling a twinge of nervousness. What would this professional think of his performance today? Lu Baochuan seemed to sense his anxiety, and her smile softened. Don't be nervous. Yang Fong has praised you numerous times, and having heard you live today, I can confirm she speaks the truth. Your stage presence, vocal control, and ability to infuse emotion into your singing truly impressed me. You hardly seem like a novice who has only been learning for a few weeks. Yu Qing felt at the blush of modesty at the compliments and quickly replied, It's thanks to Teacher Yang's excellent guidance. Oh, don't attribute all the credit to me. Yang Fong interjected with a chuckle. Your own effort and talent are what truly matter. Sister Lu seldom gives such praise. Lu Baochuan shook her head with a smile. This is not mere flattery. It is the truth. You underestimate yourself. She shifted her tone, adopting a professional and expectant demeanor. I must say, I thoroughly enjoyed your composition, the last page, both the melody and your rendition. I would like to invite you to my studio during the National Day holiday to officially record this song. Record? Yu Qing's eyes lit up. Yes, Lu Baochuan nodded. It need not be complex. Just perform it as you did tonight, accompanied by the piano. We will handle the post-production mixing in the studio. What do you think? This was an unexpected delight. Yu Qing hardly hesitated and promptly agreed. Okay, Sister Lu, I'm on board. Lu Baochuan beamed, pulling out her phone. Shall we exchange contact information for scheduling purposes? Yu Qing felt a bit awkward. Sister Lu, I currently don't have a phone. In this era, it was quite normal for a high school student to lack a mobile device. Yang Fong and Lu Baochuan exchanged glances, quickly understanding the situation. Yang Fong Laogit, trying to ease the moment. Look at me, I completely forgot about that. It's typical for a high school student. No worries. How about we arrange a time during the National Day holiday? We can meet up, and I'll take you directly to the studio. Yu Qing contemplated, realizing that the launch of the new collection at Yaoguang was a priority, and he would need to assist. Sister Lu, would the first evening of National Day work? There's a lot to manage at home during the day, and I might not be free until the evening. Lu Baochuan thought for a moment before agreeing. Sounds good. Let us meet at the entrance of AI Qing Middle School at 7. Okay. Thank you, Sister Lu. Yu Qing expressed his gratitude once more. Exiting the art building, the evening breeze caressed Yu Qing's face, and his heart raced at the thought of Lu Baochuan's invitation. Recording his song. This was something he had never dared to imagine in his past life. He could hardly wait to share this excitement with Yang Yuzi. However, as he quickened his pace, a thought caused him to hesitate. Should he tell her? She would surely be delighted. Yet, recalling his previous lack of accomplishments, the sudden prospect of releasing a song seemed utterly absurd. Would it make her suspect that he had been reborn? The thought of his secret caused his desire to share to deflate like a punctured balloon. Perhaps it would be better to wait for a more suitable moment. For now, it was best not to burden her with unnecessary worries. Upon returning to the classroom, Yu Qing found that much of it was already empty. Most of the students who lived nearby had eagerly rushed home to enjoy their holiday. Those remaining were primarily boarders, preparing to leave early the next morning, rendering the classroom rather quiet. Yang Yuzi leaned against her seat, quietly perusing a book, clearly waiting for him. Upon seeing Yu Qing return, she closed the book and stood up. All done. Yes, finished, Yu Qing nodded, attempting to convey that it was merely a mundane matter he had attended to. Heading home, Yang Yuzi inquired softly, glancing at the girl beside her. Yu Qing felt a sense of comfort from her presence, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Yes, heading home. Chapter 47. The holiday begins. On the first day of the National Day holiday, just as dawn began to break, Yu Qing awoke early out of habit. Remembering that Yaoguang was launching new items today, he immediately got up, intending to lend a hand. Just as he was finishing dressing, Xiao Yao's voice floated in from the kitchen. Xiao, Z, why are you up so early? Xiao Yao poked her head out, spatula in hand. You stayed out late at the music festival yesterday. You should rest today. She pointed to the prominent display of honor certificates in a small red envelope in the living room. Last night, she had visited young Wan Qing in the hospital, proudly recounting how her daughter had won the music festival championship, garnering both a certificate and a monetary prize, which had greatly lifted young Wan Qing's spirits. Mom, I'm not tired. I want to help you and Jin Yujie at the store, Yu Qing insisted. No need. Xiao Yao approached, gently pushing Yu Qing back toward his room. 3 girls from Dan City are coming to help, and with Jin Yu, we will have plenty of hands. I'm just going to check in. You should stay home and enjoy your holiday. Unable to resist Xiao Yao's insistence, Yu Qing relented. All right, Mom. Satisfied? Xiao Yao smiled and hurried out to the store. Once she left, the house fell into a serene silence. Holding the certificate, Yu Qing felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Since his rebirth, he had either been adapting to his new identity or dealing with various matters. Suddenly being idle left him feeling somewhat lost. His gaze fell on the certificate, and an idea struck him. If Uncle Yang knew that his daughter had won the championship, it would surely brighten his mood, perhaps even aid in his recovery. With that thought, he resolved to act, carefully placing the certificate in his bag before heading out to the hospital. In the hospital room, Yang Yuzi appeared significantly improved since Yu Qing's last visit, his complexion showing signs of vitality. It seemed the treatment was yielding positive results, offering a glimmer of hope in his battle against illness. "Dad!" Yu Qing entered with a cheerful smile, his voice bright. "Xiaozi, is it you?" Yang Yuzi exclaimed, sitting up with surprise. Yu Qing presented a paper bag, eager to showcase an exquisite item. He recounted the amusing events of the past few days, the tension surrounding the monthly exams, the exuberance of the festival, the astonishment of classmates, and, of course, the triumph of the champion. The monthly exam was manageable. The questions were not particularly difficult. You cannot imagine the anxiety of gazing down from the stage at a sea of faces. He also mentioned that Xiao Yao now has a capable assistant in the shop, which surely bodes well for business. When Yang Yuzi unveiled the beautifully crafted certificate, the sight of Yang Yuzi's name emblazoned with the words "first prize" brought a hint of moisture to his eyes. "How wonderful! My daughter is truly remarkable." Yang Yuzi's voice quivered with emotion. "I am genuinely happy for you." The father and daughter exchanged laughter and warmth in the hospital room for over an hour. Observing Yang Yuzi's evident improvement, Yu Qing's heart brimmed with hope. Clearly, timely detection and proactive treatment render cancer a conquerable foe. In this lifetime, Yang uncle must recover. It was only when the nurse reminded them it was time to rest that Yu Qing rose to bid farewell. "Dad, please rest well. I will visit you again tomorrow. I need to check on the shop." "Ah, very well. Take care on your way." Exiting the hospital, Yu Qing glanced at the time. According to their arrangement, Zhou Xi and Wang Jin should soon arrive at Yaowang Apparel. As he stepped out of the elevator on the second floor of the mall, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The entrance to Yaowang Apparel was nearly thronged with customers, particularly female shoppers. Yu Qing exerted considerable effort to squeeze into the store, quickly spotting Zhou Zihong, the couple Li Tingting, as well as Zhou Xi and Wang Jin, standing in a relatively less crowded area. "Oncle Zhou, only. Class monitor, Wang Jin." Yu Qing greeted them enthusiastically. Inside the store, Wang Jinyu and 3 salesgirls dispatched by Wu Qing Apparel were busily attending to customers, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, yet their faces radiated excitement. The 5 new styles of traditional Chinese garments were evidently a hit, with patrons lining up at the fitting rooms, their discussions never ceasing. "What a scene!" Wang Jin exclaimed. Impressed. Observing the bustling atmosphere, Zhou Zihong chuckled at Li Tingting. "Tingting, it seems we underestimated Mr. Bailey's designs. We must inform Zhao Chong to allocate more staff. And let's double-check the inventory to prevent any stockouts." Li Tingting nodded in agreement, smiling. "Indeed, I never anticipated such a positive market response." Watching the shop teeming with customers, Yu Qing felt a wave of frustration. It was utterly impossible to lend a hand. He had intended to assist, but now it seemed even entering the fray was a challenge. Just then, a bright voice chimed, "Hello." Yu Huanqi squeezed in, carrying a bag filled with several drinks. "My brother sent these for everyone. He said he went fishing with Dad and couldn't get away, so he asked me to bring this as an apology." She distributed the fruit tea to Zhou Xi, Wang Jin, Yu Qing, and Xiao Yao. Zhou Zihong and Li Tingting, intrigued, each took a cup as well. This batch of fruit tea featured a delightful blend of mango and coconut milk, its appearance a striking array of colors. "Wow, this is delicious," Wang Jin exclaimed, taking a hearty sip, his eyes sparkling. "Even better than the one we had at school." Zhou Zihong savored a sip, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. As someone with a keen commercial instinct, he immediately recognized its potential. Smiling at the young ones, he remarked, "This craftsmanship, my goodness. Huanqi, tell your brother that with just this fruit tea, he could easily open a chain store." Yu Huanqi proudly lifted her chin, "Of course. My brother is incredibly talented." Suddenly recalling something, Wang Jin asked Yu Huanqi, "By the way, Huanqi, how long will your brother be fishing with Uncle Yu?" "I'm not sure." Yu Huanqi shook her head. "He left early this morning, saying they have a big fish dinner tonight." Though the group felt a tinge of regret that Yu Qing had not joined them, they expressed understanding. After observing the store's bustling scene and confirming everything was running smoothly, Zhou Zihong and Li Tingting bid farewell to Xiao Yao, saying, "Boss Xiao, may your business flourish. We'll head back now. Feel free to reach out if needed." Zhou Xi and Wang Jin, realizing they could not contribute, lingered a bit longer before departing as well. Yu Huanqi mentioned she needed to return home to complete her homework. As Xiao Yao gazed at the steady stream of customers, she mused, "I never expected to be this busy." Checking the time, she turned to Yu Qing and asked, "Xiao Zi, could you please take this lunch to your dad?" I truly cannot step away. Of course, Mom, Yu Qing replied, taking the insulated lunchbox. As he stepped out of the mall with the lunch prepared by Xiao Yao, the afternoon sun cast a warm glow. After delivering the meal to Yang Wanqing, he stood at the hospital entrance, observing the bustling street, pondering Yu Huanqi's words. Fishing? By the riverside? He recalled that his father, Yu Shusheng, had always enjoyed fishing, often mentioning plans to take him along. Yet he had consistently made excuses to evade those invitations. Now, Yang Yuzi had fulfilled that promise on his behalf. A surge of curiosity and a myriad of emotions washed over him. After some contemplation, Yu Qing resolved to head to the riverside to witness how Yang Yuzi accompanied his father in fishing, hoping to catch a glimpse of his father's genuine, relaxed smile. He hailed a taxi driver. To Binjiang Park, please. Chapter 48, Childhood Embarrassments. Yu Qing paid the fare and stepped into Binjiang Park. The October breeze carried a chill, but the afternoon sun shone perfectly, illuminating the river with glimmers of gold. Many people were out for walks or exercising in the park, while numerous anglers gathered on the wooden paths by the riverside, quietly tending to their fishing rods. As Yu Qing strolled along the path, his gaze swept over the various figures, some focused, others leisurely. After approximately half an hour, he finally spotted his target. Near a small cove, an elder and a young person sat side by side, both holding fishing rods. The middle-aged man, upright in posture, was Yu Shusheng. The youth, with a concentrated profile, was none other than Yang Yuzi, occupying the space that once belonged to him. A smile involuntarily crept onto Yu Qing's lips as he tiptoed closer. He paused a few steps behind them, refraining from interrupting immediately. At that moment, Yang Yuzi's fishing rod suddenly bent sharply, nearly forming a right angle. Got one, Yang Yuzi exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Instinctively, she attempted to pull it up with force, clearly inexperienced, and glanced at Yu Shusheng with a hint of desperation. Don't rush, don't rush. Yu Shusheng promptly set down his own rod and began to guide her. Steady now. Raise the rod. Don't let the line go slack. That's it. Gently hold it. Don't yank it. Tire it out slowly. Feel its direction. Yang Yuzi ajustet her stanje, engaging in a tug-of-war with the power beneath the water. Her arms trembled slightly, indicating that the fish was quite substantial. The two were intensely focused on their underwater duel, completely oblivious to Yu Qing's silent presence behind them. Standing quietly, Yu Qing watched this scene unfold, observing Yang Yuzi's earnest expression and his father's patient guidance. A warm wave of indescribable emotion surged within him. This was the simple warmth he had yearned for and missed in his previous life, a tranquil moment with family. The fish beneath the water seemed to be exhausting its strength, its struggles diminishing as Yang Yuzi gradually reeled it closer to the surface. A carp weighing 3 to 4 pounds was carefully pulled from the water by Yang Yuzi, its tail still thrashing in resistance. Goodness, that's quite a catch. Yu Shusheng beamed with delight. As Yang Yuzi attempted to haul the fish directly onto the bank, a hand clutching a green fishing net reached out from the side, deftly ensnaring the thrashing fish. Both Yang Yuzi and Yu Shusheng were momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning their heads. Upon recognizing Yang Yuzi, astonishment flashed across their faces. Just as Yu Qing was about to offer them a smile of coincidence, the fish in the net made a vigorous leap. The sudden force caused Yu Qing to lose her grip, and it seemed the net would tumble back into the river along with the fish. Be careful. Yang Yuzi and Yu Shusheng reacted swiftly, almost in unison. Yang Yuzi seized the slipping handle of the net, while Yu Shusheng firmly supported the bottom of the net bag. Their teamwork was impeccable, and together they hoisted the heavy net, quickly tipping the still struggling fish into a nearby large bucket. Phew! Yu Qing exhaled in relief. That was close. It nearly got away. Only then did Yang Yuzi have the leisure to glance at Yu Qing, her face radiating pure delight. What brings you here? Didn't you say you had plans this afternoon? Yu Shusheng also inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Yang, what a coincidence. Yu Qing steadied herself. Good afternoon, teacher Yu. I was feeling a bit stifled reading at home this afternoon, so I thought I would come to the riverside for some fresh air and a stroll. I never expected to encounter you both fishing. Huh, that is indeed a stroke of luck. Yu Shusheng quickly retrieved a spare folding stool from the side, enthusiastically beckoning. Come, take a seat. Standing for too long can be tiring. Outside of school, feel free to call me uncle or something similar. Yu Qing chuckled. Then Uncle Yu. Please refrain from calling me Yang. Just my name will suffice. Having heard quite a bit about this charming classmate of his son from his wife, Tang Xuejuan, and witnessing her remarkable performance at school lately, Yu Shusheng held a very favorable impression of this sensible young lady. Seeing her alone at the park, he felt a strong urge to look after her. Yuji, would you care to give it a try? It's quite interesting. Yang Yuji pointed to her fishing rod. Yu Qing shook her head with a smile. settling onto the stool. No, I'm content just to watch you fish. A gentle river breeze caressed the scene, the water rippling in harmony. A quiet girl sat by the riverbank, observing the focused duo of an elder and a youth as they fished, with sunlight casting its warm glow upon them. The only sound were the soft plop of the fishing line entering the water and the splashes of fish thrashing in the bucket. The inexplicable flutter in Yu Qing's heart intensified. This was the familial time she had longed for yet never possessed. In front of Yushu Sheng, she endeavored to maintain the appropriate boundaries of a classmate, refraining from displaying any affection towards Yang Yuzi. Yushu Sheng, attentive to the bobber, began recounting amusing anecdotes from Yu Qing's childhood. This little rascal was quite the handful when he was young. He loved to squeeze into every nook and cranny, and once got stuck in a hole in the neighbor's wall. It was only after I applied some soapy water that I managed to pull him out. Ha ha! Yushu Sheng animatedly narrated. Yu Qing felt her ears flush with warmth, lowering her head slightly to feign adjusting her already tidy clothes. Meanwhile, Yang Yuzi couldn't contain her laughter, her expression utterly delightful. Yushu Sheng continued, and there was that time he became obsessed with collecting cards from snack packets, neglecting his meals just to complete a set of water margin cards, which drove his mother up the wall. Yang Yuzi observed Yu Qing's lowered head, noting the faint blush that colored her earlobes, finding her both intriguing and endearing. Dad! Yang Yuzi feigned indignation to prompt Yushu Sheng to pause. Yushu Sheng noticed Yang Yuzi's rosy cheeks and bowed head, then glimpsed the unmistakable look of fondness in his son's eyes. It seemed the bond between these two youngsters was closer than he had initially perceived. During this time, the fishing rod stirred with activity several times. Occasionally, Yushu Sheng would reel in a small crucian carp, while at other moments, Yang Yuzi would catch a little fish. Each instance led to a flurry of small, delightful chaos, passing nets, securing fish, and unhooking catches, filled with the warmth of life and simple joy. Amidst this tender flow of time, not far behind a large tree, Huang Mingyang strode through the park with a sullen expression, aimlessly wandering. Earlier that day, accompanied by Zhang Tao and Li Zhe, he had ventured to the vicinity where he had tracked Yang Yuzi the previous night, hoping to confirm her home's location. However, after inquiring among the local residents, none had seen the beautiful girl they described. Zhang Tao had scolded him mercilessly for his incompetence. Frustrated and with no outlet for his anger, Huang Mingyang sought solace by the riverside. He irritably kicked a small stone at his feet, his gaze wandering over the crowd of fishermen by the river. Suddenly, his eyes fixated on a particular direction, the serene silhouette of the girl seated on the stool, alongside the handsome youth. Wasn't that Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi? And that was Teacher Yu. Huang Mingyang immediately pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and stealthily zoomed in to capture a photo of the trio. He quickly opened the chat with Zhang Tao and sent a picture. Huang Mingyang, Tao, I found them. They're at the fishing platform on the east side of Binjiang Park. The reply came almost instantaneously. Zhang Tao, send me the location. We're on our way. He tucked away his phone and sought a more concealed spot to hide, keeping a watchful eye on the three from a distance. The gentle river breeze continued to caress the scene. Yet beneath this tranquility, dark currents began to stir. Chapter 49. I don't know you. Huang Mingyang did not wait long before his phone vibrated. Zhang Tao had sent a message. I'm here. Send me the location. Soon, Zhang Tao and Li Zhe appeared at the entrance of a shaded path nearby, prompting Huang Mingyang to hurry over to meet them. Li Zhe had rushed from the city to Yu Qing this time, without his usual entourage. His eyes immediately landed on Yang Yuzi seated on the stool. After 2 months, her exquisite face still made his heart race, the feeling of infatuation as fresh as ever. However, when his gaze shifted to Yu Qing beside Yang Yuzi, his expression instantly hardened. Who is that middle-aged man? Li Zhe inquired. That middle-aged man is a teacher at the school. Yushu Sheng, Huang Mingyang explained. A teacher? Li Zhe curled his lips in disdain. Just a teacher. Let us go over. He began to stride toward the riverbank. Yes. Huang Mingyang quickly grabbed him. No. That Yushu Sheng is a teacher. He recognizes me. If he sees me with you, I might as well give up on my studies. Li Zhe frowned, ignoring Wang Mingyang, and turned to Zhang Tao. Tao, come with me. Zhang Tao shook his head in refusal, unwilling to offend anyone over Li Zhe's romantic pursuits. With Huang Mingyang adamantly refusing to go and Zhang Tao appearing detached, Li Zhe lost interest in their concerns. He adjusted his collar, instantly donning what he considered his most charming smile, and walked toward the three by the riverbank. At that moment, Yushu Sheng glanced at the sky. It's about time. Let's pack up and head back. Today had been one of Yushu Sheng's best fishing days recently, with 5 or 6 sizable fish over 2 pounds in the bucket, not to mention countless smaller ones. Naturally, Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi had no objections. and the three began to gather their fishing gear, adhering to the principle of only keeping enough to eat. They retained the two largest carp and returned the rest of the smaller fish to the river. As they prepared to depart, a somewhat familiar voice echoed from a distance. Yuzi. The trio turned around. Yu Shang regarded the approaching Li Zhe, assuming he was a friend of Yang Yuzi. However, the expressions of Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi darkened instantaneously. Do you know him? Yu Shang sensed the ominous atmosphere and quietly inquired of Yu Qing. I do not know him. Yu Qing decisively shook her head, her voice soft yet distinctly clear. Li Zhe had quickly reached Yu Qing, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Yuzi, it's been months. I've truly missed you. How have you been? He blatantly disregarded the presence of Yang Yuzi and Yu Shang. His gaze fixated solely on Yu Qing. Uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Yu Qing felt a surge of revulsion, goosebumps prickling her skin, struggling to suppress her nausea. She turned to leave. I do not know you. For a moment, Li Zhe's smile faltered, but it promptly returned. In the past, while Yang Yuzi would occasionally refuse him, her rejections were generally polite. Seeing her current display of impatience filled him with an uneasy premonition. Attempting to intervene, Li Zhe reached out, saying, Hey, don't be shy. It's almost mealtime. Let me treat you to a nice meal and then take you home. Yu Qing recalled how, in her previous life, Li Zhe had used such persistent tactics to harass Yang Yuzi, and now he was here to torment Yuan Shi. Get lost, Yu Qing coldly uttered, her word piercingly clear. It struck Li Zhe like a slap, and his feigned smile finally shattered, replaced by a dark scowl. Observing Li Zhe's grim demeanor, memories of past harassment surged within Yang Yuzi. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, clasping Yu Qing's hand, pulling him away down the path they had come. This gesture confirmed Li Zhe's suspicions and ignited his fury. Damn it, who allowed you to touch her? Li Zhe Walua, charging forward and forcefully shoving Yang Yuzi aside. As Yu Qing contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament, he was instantly provoked by Li Zhe's audacity to lay hands on Yang Yuzi. Without a second thought, he raised his hand, reflexively aiming a fierce slap at Li Zhe's face. However, he had underestimated Li Zhe's reaction speed and physical prowess. Just as his hand swung midway, Li Zhe seized his wrist with a powerful grip, rendering him immobile. Stop it! At that moment, Yu Shang's furious shout rang out. He had quickly discerned the ill intentions of this unfamiliar youth from their brief exchange. Seeing him dare to lay hands on his son, he could not let this transgression go unchallenged. With a swift stride, he positioned himself between Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi, forcefully prying Li Zhe's grip from Yu Qing, firmly shielding the two children behind him. He glared at Li Zhe, demanding, What do you think you're doing? Harassing a female classmate in broad daylight, and even resorting to violence. If you continue, I will call the police. The mention of the police jolted Li Zhe back to reality. He glanced around, noticing that numerous passersby had gathered, drawn by the commotion. In a public setting, provoking a police intervention would undoubtedly spell trouble for him, potentially leading to serious repercussions. Suppressing his anger, he shot a venomous glare at Yang Yuzi. Oof. He scoffed heavily, refraining from issuing further threats before turning to leave. Zhang Tao, who had been standing nearby, watched the unfolding drama with a sense of anticlimax. Is that it? How boring. He approached Li Zhe, feigning ignorance. Zhigo, are we just going to let it end like this? Didn't you see the crowd that gathered? If that old man calls the police, I might end up in serious trouble. However, he thought, to simply let it go? No way. Yang Yuzi, since you care so much for that Yu Qing with that, he departed without a backward glance, with Zhang Tao and Huang Mingyang quickly following suit. As Li Zhe vanished down the shaded path, Yu Qing and the others finally exhaled in relief. The surrounding onlookers gradually dispersed. Yu Shang turned to the two children with concern. Are you both all right? That rascal didn't harm you, did he? Yang Yuzi shook her head. Dad, iem mifine. Yu Qing also flexed his wrist, slightly reddened from Li Zhe's grip, but otherwise unscathed. Thank you, Uncle Yu. I'm fine too. Yu Shang's brow furrowed. What was that individual's issue? Do you know him? Yu Qing gathered his thoughts and explained. His name is Li Zhe, a student from the first high school. He frequently harassed me while I was attending there. I transferred here to escape his clutches, but I never expected he would track me down. He refrained from mentioning Li Zhe's harassment of Yuan Shi, fearing that Yu Shang might impulsively confront Li Zhe, which would be perilous. Upon hearing this, Yu Shang's expression grew solemn. So that is how it is. Such a delinquent is truly a scourge to society. Yuzi, it's too dangerous for you to return home alone. Moreover, it's nearly mealtime. Why don't you join us for a simple dinner? Afterward, I can take you home. Dinner at home. Yu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Since his rebirth, he had yet to truly step foot into that house. A profound longing surged within him. However, recalling Xiao Yao's busy figure at the Yao Wang apparel shop and her need to deliver dinner to the hospitalized Yang Qing. He realized he had a tight schedule. Additionally, he was to meet with Lu Baochuan from the music studio at 7 o'clock. The timing was too tight. An unmistakable hesitation crossed Yu Qing's face. Yang Yuzi immediately understood his concerns. Dad, our family usually has dinner quite early, around 5 o'clock, and never later than 6. Her words were directed at Yu Sheng, but were also meant for Yu Qing's benefit. Instantly, Yu Qing grasped the implication. Although time was tight, it was still feasible if he hurried. Coming to this realization, a smile brightened Yu Qing's face as he nodded at Yu Sheng. Thank you, Uncle Yu, for the invitation. However, I must first call my mother to inform her. Of course. Yu Sheng promptly handed his phone to her. Yu Qing accepted the phone, dialing Xiao Yao's number and briefly explaining the situation. Upon hearing it was her daughter's teacher extending a warm invitation, Xiao Yao naturally had no objections. She also informed Yu Qing that 2 additional staff members had been sent over from Wu Qing Apparel to assist that afternoon, making things considerably easier. She would personally deliver dinner to Yang Qing and reminded Yu Qing to enjoy the meal at the teacher's home without causing any trouble. Hearing Xiao Yao's relaxed tone and arrangements, Yu Qing felt utterly reassured. Got it, Mom, I will. After ending the call, he returned the phone to Yu Sheng. Uncle Yu, my mom has agreed and said thank you for your kindness. Not at all. Yu Sheng chuckled heartily, picking up a bucket containing 2 large carp and a fishing gear bag. Then let us head home and let your Aunt Tang show you her culinary skills. The setting sun bathed the trio in its golden glow as they walked home, casting long shadows behind them. A tempest had temporarily subsided. Chapter 50, The Taste of Home. The taxi halted at the entrance of Wu Cheng Garden Community. This aged neighborhood, shaded by verdant trees, exuded a sense of nostalgia. It housed many teachers and their families from AI Qing Middle School. As the 3 entered the community, several elderly gentlemen lounging beneath the trees spotted Yu Sheng. Old Yu, how is the catch today? Inquired an elder wearing reading glasses with a smile. Yu Shu raised the bucket in his hand. Today is quite fortunate. 2 large catches. Enough to stew a pot. Another aunt approached. Oh, who is this young lady? Yu Shu smiled and introduced, this is Yang Yuzi, a classmate of my son. We happened to meet by the river today, so I invited her over for a meal. Oh, welcome. The elderly neighbors greeted warmly. Yu Qing felt a warmth in her heart. This was the place where her parents had lived for over a decade, filled with the familiar warmth of community. In her previous life, she often frequented this area, albeit with a different identity, leading to a vastly different experience. Yu Shu exchanged pleasantries with the neighbors as he led the 2 children toward one of the buildings. Ascending to the 3rd floor, he retrieved his keys and opened the door. A rich aroma of stewed chicken wafted over, enveloping everyone. Dad, brother, you're back. A small head peeked out from the kitchen door. It was Yu Hangxi. She hurried over, curious about the fish in the bucket. Wow, so big, and 2 of them. Yu Hangxi exclaimed with delight. Dad, did you strike gold today? I've never seen you catch such large ones before. While speaking, she reached for Yu Shu's fishing gear bag. Go on, you little rascal. Stop undermining your father. Yu Shu chided with a smile, handing her the fishing gear, inhaling deeply. It smells wonderful. Did your mother stew chicken? Yes. Mom said we're having a special meal for National Day. Yu Hangxi nodded. At that moment, Tang Xuejuan, hearing the commotion in the living room, also wiped her hands and emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing her husband and son, a smile spread across her face. She felt joy seeing her son take the initiative to go fishing with his father. Her gaze shifted to the slender figure behind her son, momentarily taken aback. This boy. Didn't I tell him to keep a low profile? How'd he bring someone home? However, her surprise lasted only a fleeting moment. Observing Yang Yuzi's gentle and graceful demeanor, and recalling her performance at school, the teacher's principles in Tang Xuejuan's heart were instantly subdued by the thoughts of a future mother-in-law. A warm smile immediately graced her face. Oh, Yuji is here too? Go mean, make yourself at home. Yu Qing slipped on the slippers Yu Hangxi had handed her, listening to Tang Xuejuan's enthusiastic words, feeling both amused and touched. It seemed that Yang Yuzi's presence was genuinely appreciated by her parents. Yu Shu, stop dawdling, come in and help. Tang Xuejuan called Yu Shu into the kitchen. To win over a potential daughter-in-law's heart, one must first capture her appetite. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Yang Yuzi and said, Dear, don't just stand there. Come in and help too. In Tang Xuejuan's mind, a boy who could cook was a definite plus. Yang Yuzi understood Tang Xuejuan's intentions and followed her into the kitchen, leaving Yu Hangxi in the living room with Yu Qing. The living room fell silent for a moment. Yu Hangxi moved to sit beside Yu Qing on the sofa, her tone slightly tense. Sister Yuji, I heard at school that Leisure really ran over from the city to Wu City. You should be careful. Seeing her worried expression, Yu Qing felt her heart soften and smiled. Don't worry, Xiaoxi, we already ran into him while fishing by the river this afternoon. Ah, Yu Hangxi nearly jumped up in fright. Did he trouble you? Yu Qing gently patted her hand to soothe her. Don't fret, Xiaoxi. He was just about to cause trouble when Uncle Yu chased him off. Yu Hangxi let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest. That's good. You scared me. After a casual chat lasting several minutes, Yu Hangxi was thoroughly captivated by Yu Qing's gentle and considerate nature. Feeling that this elder sister was both beautiful and amiable, reminiscent of her brother before high school. Dinner is ready. Tang Xuejuan's voice echoed from the dining room. The dinner was sumptuous, featuring 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. Mushroom stewed chicken, steamed carp, braised pork, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, along with 2 seasonal vegetable dishes. The food was a feast for the senses, infused with the essence of home. Come on, Yuji, don't be polite. Eat more? Yushu placed a piece of chicken leg into Yu Qing's bowl. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Tang Xuejuan also served Yu Qing. Yuji, I hear your family runs a clothing store in the Time Shopping Mall. Yes, on the 2nd floor. It's called Yaowang Apparel. Yaowang Apparel is a lovely name. Tang Xuejuan thought to herself that she must pay a visit to her future in-law store someday. As Yu Qing savored the long-awaited flavors of home, the taste she had yearned for over the past decade, she was suddenly interrupted when a fish bone accidentally lodged in her throat. Cough, cough. The sudden pain in her throat caused Yu Qing to cough violently, her face turning crimson. What happened? Yang Yuzi, sitting beside her, reacted swiftly, gently patting her back with one hand while offering her water with the other. Did you choke? Quickly, drink some water, take your time. Yu Qing drank a few sips from her cup, coughed forcefully a couple of times, and finally dislodged the bone. She looked up, only to find the atmosphere at the dining table had become somewhat tense. Tang Xuejuan, Yu Shu, and Yu Hangxi had all paused their chopsticks, their gazes fixed on her and Yang Yuzi, filled with astonishment. In an instant, Yu Qing realized the implications of her instinctive actions in front of her family. The ordinary classmate image she had painstakingly maintained that afternoon instantly crumbled. It was utterly mortifying. Yang Yuzi, however, remained composed. Tang Xuejuan had made her intentions clear a few nights ago. She even thoughtfully handed Yu Qing a tissue before picking up her chopsticks again, as though nothing had happened. The meal concluded amidst this subtle atmosphere. Yu Shu and Tang Xuejuan rose to clear the dishes for the kitchen. Yu Qing sat on the sofa, suddenly reminded of a crucial matter. At this moment, there were several drafts of love letters addressed to Wang Lili still in her room. The mere thought of this made Yu Qing unable to remain seated. Observing Yu Qing's expression, Yang Yuzi pondered for a moment and guessed the situation. She was aware of Yu Qing's past infatuations during high school. Suddenly, a mischievous idea sparked in her mind. With a serious expression, she walked to her room door and then turned to Yu Qing. Yu Qing, come in for a moment. Yu Qing felt an ominous premonition. Why should I go into your room? I have something to ask you, come in. After Yang Yuzi said this, she stepped inside. Yu Qing had no choice but to follow, praying it wouldn't be about that matter. Upon entering the room, Yang Yuzi strode directly to the desk, pulled open the top drawer, and retrieved 2 neatly folded draft papers. Yu Qing recognized them immediately. Oh no. This is an upgraded version of Social Death. It's too embarrassing. Yang Yuzi maintained a serious expression, her voice low. Care to explain? She deliberately slowed her pace, stepping closer to Yu Qing. Believing she was genuinely angry, Yu Qing felt alarmed and instinctively stepped back. No, listen to me, that was in the past. He was already standing by the bed, and, as he stepped back, his calf struck the bed frame, causing him to lose his balance and gasp as he fell backward. Seeing him truly about to fall, Yang Yuzi's face instantly shifted to panic. Reacting swiftly, she took a step forward, her right hand quickly wrapping around Yu Qing's waist while her left instinctively braced against his thigh. Yu Qing reclined languidly against Yang Yuzi's arm, so close that they could feel each other's breath. Instinctively, his hands clutched the nape of Yang Yuzi's neck due to the fall. In that moment, suspended in an atmosphere laden with ambiguity and awkwardness, I knew it. Dad, Mom, come quick. After eavesdropping for quite some time at the doorway, Yu Hangxi could no longer contain herself and shouted. In the kitchen, Yu Shu, Sheng, and Tang Xuejuan, hearing the commotion, assumed something grave had occurred, almost dropping the bowls in their hands, and hurriedly rushed towards Yu Qing's room. As the couple appeared at the doorway, the air became instantly thick with tension. Chapter 51, Tickling. The atmosphere was somewhat frozen. Yang Yuzi was the first to regain her composure, gently assisting the still half-reclining Yu Qing to stand upright. Yuzi, are you all right? Did you twist your ankle? She inquired, her gaze scanning Yu Qing from head to toe, as if she had not just been the one pressing him so closely. Yu Qing, having shaken off his shock, quickly shook his head. Mifine. Just tripped a bit. In that fleeting moment, locked in proximity with those familiar yet flustered eyes, an inexplicable urge to embrace her surged within him. This thought startled him awake, and he hastily straightened up, wishing to distance himself from Yang Yuzi by a good 8 meters. His face flushed. He avoided the petrified trio at the doorway, lowering his head to explain, "Uncle Yu, Aunt Tang, truly it's nothing. I was just not paying attention to my feet while talking and tripped. Thankfully, Yu Qing caught me." At the entrance, Tang Xuejuan and Yu Sheng exchanged a knowing glance. As a couple with years of shared experiences, they quickly donned a reassuring smile. Oh, as long as you're fine, that's good." Tang Xuejuan waved her hand dismissively. Yes, as long as no one is hurt." Yu Sheng quickly chimed in, simultaneously grabbing the collar of Yangxi, who was craning her neck with an expression that screamed, "I saw everything. Come along, Xiaoxi, go watch TV with your parents. Don't interrupt your brother and, his classmate." Tang Xuejuan added, "Little girls shouldn't concern themselves with such matters." Yangxi exclaimed, "Mom, I'm only an hour younger than my brother. What do you mean by little girl?" Her protest fell on deaf ears as she was ruthlessly dragged away from the scene. The door was gently closed by Tang Xuejuan, sealing off the outside world. Inside the room, only the two remained. Yu Qing exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. He turned to glare at the instigator. "Yang Yuzi, you did that on purpose." He had finally come to the realization that it was likely this girl who had orchestrated the entire scene. "How dare she?" He huffed audibly, expressing his strong displeasure and resolutely ignoring her. Watching the sulking figure before her, Yang Yuzi couldn't help but let a smile creep onto her lips. Leaning in closer, she teased, "Are you upset? Really upset? Can't I admit I was wrong?" Yu Qing remained obstinate, choosing to play along with her game. "Oh, what exactly did you do wrong? Doing me. I shouldn't have deliberately teased you with a love letter. I shouldn't have frightened you. I shouldn't." Yang Yuzi's words trailed off as she caught sight of a glimmer of mischievous mirth in Yu Qing's eyes, revealing that he was not genuinely angry at all. "Uh-huh. So you're pretending to be mad, are you?" In an instant, Yang Yuzi understood. Having inhabited this body for over a decade, she was well aware of its vulnerabilities. Before she could finish her accusatory remark, Yu Qing's eyes widened in alarm as he saw her crouch down and grasp his right ankle. "Yang Yuzi, let go." In that moment, Yu Qing sensed an impending disaster, his tone shifting as he instinctively tried to retract his foot. However, it was too late. Yang Yuzi's fingers had already begun to tickle the sole of his foot. "Ha, stop. It tickles. Let go." Yu Qing erupted into uncontrollable laughter, writhing and struggling, tears streaming down his cheeks. The sensitivity of this body's souls was utterly outrageous. In the living room, the television blared loudly, showcasing a tedious advertisement. Waves of laughter and pleas for mercy echoed from the room. Tang Xuejuan and Yu Sheng exchanged glances once more. "Ah, youth. Playful banter signifies a healthy relationship." Yangxi fidgeted restlessly on the couch, her curiosity piqued. "Mom, what are they doing? Why are they laughing so much? Let me see." Just as she attempted to stand, Tang Xuejuan firmly pressed her back down. "Watch TV. This advertisement is truly well made." Yangxi stared at the screen, showing a festive advertisement, her heart sinking into despair. In the room, Yu Qing lay sprawled on the bed, laughter rendering him weak, his hair disheveled, his face flushed, gasping for breath. "Stop. I surrender. I truly can't take it anymore." Yang Yuzi raised an eyebrow, triumphantly, momentarily halting her assault. "So you acknowledge your wrongdoing? What exactly did you do wrong?" Yu Qing, eyeing the hand that could descend upon him at any moment, felt his resolve waver. He quickly exclaimed, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have pretended to be angry to bait you. I shouldn't have." Flustered, he grasped at straws, bringing up an old incident. "I shouldn't have written a love letter to Wang Lili back in the day. I was wrong." Only then did Yang Yuzi reluctantly release her hold. Savoring the sensation of her once familiar foot, Yu Qing hurriedly withdrew his foot, also attempting to neaten his disheveled clothing and hair from their playful tussle. Yang Yuzi observed him with crossed arms, intrigued by his flustered state. As she noticed Yu Qing's cheeks flushed from their earlier antics, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and his appearance slightly disheveled yet adorably oblivious, a peculiar feeling blossomed within her. She leaned closer to his ear, softly blowing a breath, and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Hey, have you noticed you're becoming increasingly feminine?" Yu Qing stiffened, abruptly lifting his head. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is merely basic grooming. What is wrong with a dignified man being mindful of his appearance?" A man indeed," Yang Yuzi nodded with a grin. "What was that saying? The observer is often blind." Once they had composed themselves and adjusted their expressions, they emerged from the room. In the living room, the family of three was engrossed in the television show. Yu Qing glanced at the wall clock. It was already 6:40. Uncle Yu, Aunt Tang, Xiaoxi, it's getting late. I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave. Tang Xuejuan warmly urged. You're leaving already? Stay a little longer, one to you? Really? I have an engagement. I'll visit again next time. Uncle and Aunt Yu Qing politely declined. Very well. Take care on your way. Come visit often. Yu Sheng and Tang Xuejuan accompanied him to the door. Yang Yuzi followed suit. Let me walk you downstairs. Together, they descended, exiting the community. Yu Qing declined Yang Yuzi's offer to walk further and briskly made his way towards the school. Along the way, he reflected on Yang Yuzi's words. Was he truly becoming more feminine unconsciously? Was it merely the influence of the body, or was his soul also undergoing subtle transformations? Yu Qing steadied himself. Casting aside these tangled thoughts, he needed to focus on dealing with Lu Baochuan now. At 6:55, he arrived punctually at the gates of Yu Qing Middle School. As expected, a black luxury sedan was parked by the roadside. Yu Qing took a moment to compose her emotions and expression before stepping forward to gently tap on the passenger window. The window slid down, revealing Lu Baochuan's smiling face, with Yang Fong seated beside her. Sister Lu, Teacher Yang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. We've just arrived as well, she said with a smile as Lu Baochuan unlocked the car door. Let us proceed. Taking a deep breath, Yu Qing opened the car door, her heart brimming with anticipation for her career, yet tinged with a hint of caution in the face of the unknown. Chapter 52. Yu Qing, let me disguise my voice a bit. The sleek black business sedan glided smoothly through the night. The atmosphere within the vehicle relaxed. Lu Baochuan was at the wheel. Yang Fong occupied the passenger seat, while Yu Qing settled into the back. Throughout the journey, Lu Baochuan and Yang Fong praised Yu Qing's performance at the recent music festival. Yu Qing felt a touch of embarrassment at the accolades. Sister Lu, Teacher Yang, you're being overly generous. Perhaps I was just particularly engaged at that moment. The poignant farewell amidst the torrential rain and the myriad emotions of rebirth infused her performance with an unexpected vigor. The trio engaged in lively discussions about the festival's details until they soon arrived at the Echo Music Studio. The hour was late, and most areas of the studio lay shrouded in darkness, exuding a tranquil atmosphere, with only a few rooms still illuminated. Lu Baochuan led Yang Fong and Yu Qing through the corridor, stopping before a door marked Recording Studio A. She pushed the door open and gestured them inside. The sight within the recording studio captivated Yu Qing. The walls, excellently soundproofed, enveloped the entire space, while the floor was covered in sound-absorbing carpet. At the center stood a well-maintained, black, upright piano, silently inviting her. Here, this is specially prepared for you. Why not try it out? Lu Baochuan indicated the piano. I will fetch the contract and arrange for the sound engineer. You two take your time. With that, she turned and briskly exited the studio. Yu Qing approached the piano and seated herself on the bench. Rather than launching into the full song, she began by warming up her fingers, playing a few scales and chords to attune to the piano's timbre and touch. Gradually, she transitioned to playing a fragment of the melody from the last page. Seeking the ideal resonance, Yang Fong stood nearby, listening quietly, occasionally nodding in approval, her demeanor radiating encouragement. Immersed in the music, Yu Qing practiced twice, her fingers growing more familiar with the keys, and her grasp of the song becoming increasingly precise and fluid. At that moment, the studio door swung open once more. Lu Baochuan returned, accompanied by a female staff member in her 30s. Yu Qing, how does it feel? Lu Baochuan inquired. The piano sounds wonderful. I found my rhythm, Yu Qing replied, nodding. That's splendid. This is Lin Wei, the recording and mixing engineer, Lu Baochuan introduced. Lin Wei, this is Yang Yu Qing, our star for tonight. Hello, Yang, Lin Wei said, pushing up her glasses with a smile. All the equipment is checked and ready. We can start recording at any time. I will head to the control room to prepare. She then walked through a small door leading to the adjoining control room. Lu Baochuan retrieved a document from her briefcase and handed it to Yu Qing. This is the contract. Please review it. It primarily concerns the copyright ownership, distribution, and revenue sharing for the last page. Pay particular attention to Article 7, the section on artist earnings. Yu Qing took the contract and examined it closely. Upon discovering that the revenue share for the lead vocalist was set at 10, she appeared somewhat surprised, as this figure was lower than she had anticipated. Yang Fong, sensing her concern, gently explained, Yu Qing, this percentage is exceedingly generous for a newcomer in the industry. Many emerging artists are fortunate to receive 5 to 8. Even top-tier artists typically see revenue shares of around 12 to 15, depending on the contract specifics and negotiation skills. Sister Lu's offer of 10 reflects her genuine belief in your potential and that of this song. After hearing Yang Fong's clarification, Yu Qing's initial surprise swiftly dissipated. Her intent was never to amass wealth through this song. Receiving any share was already a pleasant surprise, especially as 10 was quite favorable at this stage. What mattered more to her was that the contract explicitly assigned the rights for arrangement and lyrics to Yang Fong. Upon confirming this detail, she affixed her signature, Yang Yuqing, to the contract. Seeing Yu Qing's signature, Lu Baochuan carefully stored the document. Excellent. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Shall we commence the recording now? She asked, looking at Yu Qing. Yes, let us proceed. I feel ready, Yu Qing affirmed. Lu Baochuan and Yang Fong exchanged glances before stepping out of the recording studio and into the control room next door. Through the soundproof glass, Yu Qing could see Lin Wei give an OK gesture, signaling that they were prepared. With a press of a button, a melancholic piano prelude flowed effortlessly, filling every corner of the recording studio. Leaning close to the microphone, she began to sing the first line of the lyrics. Her voice resonated clearly through the monitoring headphones, enveloping her in the song's emotional depth. Those themes of missed opportunities, regrets, and unfinished sentiment struck a profound chord with her own experiences. As the song concluded, Yu Qing exhaled softly, lifting her gaze to the control room and giving an OK gesture to those inside. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wei's voice came through the studio intercom. Young, that was absolutely fantastic. Both your emotional expression and technical skill were commendable. Please take a moment to rest. I will extract the details for review. About 10 minutes later, Lin Wei contacted her again. Yang, we're ready. We listened to the playback, and the results are superb. Would you prefer to receive the original audio file for backup? Or shall we proceed directly with post-production? Yu Qing returned to the microphone. Please proceed with post-production directly. However, I have a request. Could you disguise my voice somewhat during the processing? Ideally, I would prefer that my classmates and friends find it challenging to recognize me singing. This request momentarily stunned the trio in the control room. Lu Baochuan, with a hint of playful curiosity, picked up the intercom and asked, Oh, Yu Qing, what is the reasoning behind that? Are you aiming to maintain an air of mystery, or are you concerned about being recognized by someone? Well, somewhat. I wish to keep a low profile for now, and don't want too many people at school to know, Yu Qing replied. While Lu Baochuan found the request somewhat peculiar, she could empathize with the young girl's sentiment. She turned to Lin Wei. Xiao Lin, is that technically feasible? Absolutely, Sister Lu, I will ensure the balance is just right. Lin Wei responded. All right, we'll proceed, as Yu Qing suggested. How long will it take? Lu Baochuan inquired. If all goes well, we should have the final audio file ready in 2 to 3 days, Lin Wei estimated. Very well, Lu Baochuan agreed, and then, as if recalling something, turned her attention back to Yu Qing behind the glass. By the way, Yu Qing, you still don't have a phone, do you? It's rather inconvenient to contact you. She then pulled out a smartphone from her bag. This is a spare phone I used previously. It's fully functional. You can use it for now. I've removed the SIM card, so you can get one on your own later. Yu Qing quickly waved her hands. Sister Lu, I can't accept this. It's too valuable. Take it. Lu Baochuan insisted, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Consider it a work communication tool. Otherwise, every time I need to reach you, I'll have to rely on Teacher Yang or chase you down at school. How troublesome. Furthermore, with the song recorded, we'll need to communicate for post-production and file transfers. How can you manage without a phone? This old device is just gathering dust. Let it serve some purpose. She approached the matter with practicality, indeed for the sake of convenience in her work. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Qing acknowledged that not having a mobile phone was undeniably inconvenient. He ceased to decline further and accepted the phone, exclaiming, Thank you, Sister Lu. I truly appreciate your kindness. That is more like it. Lu Baochuan replied with a satisfied smile. Please jot down my QQ number and add me later. Once the audio is ready, I'll send it to you directly via QQ. As they departed from the studio, Lu Baochuan took Yu Qing to a nearby mobile phone store that was still open. Yu Qing purchased the cheapest phone card plan with his own money. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Baochuan topped it up with 100 yuan. Thank you, Sister Lu. You've been so generous. Yu Qing expressed his gratitude once more. Don't mention it. It's a trifling expense. Just focus on producing great work in the future. That'll be the best thanks you can offer me. As dusk deepened, Lu Baochuan's car finally brought Yu Qing to the entrance of his residential complex. Observing Yu Qing's silhouette as he entered the building, Lu Baochuan leaned back in his seat and remarked to Yang Fong in the passenger seat. Yang Fong, this student you introduced is quite the intrigue. He sings well and harbors a few secrets of his own. Chapter 53. The branch store plan pushing open the door to his home, Yu Qing was met with silence, save for the occasional sound of honking from outside. Xiao Yao had yet to return. At this hour, she was likely still at the hospital keeping company with Yang Wangking. He changed his shoes and walked directly into his small room. From his pocket, he retrieved the spare phone Lu Baochuan had given him. In 2008, the wave of smartphones had yet to sweep the world. He found the familiar QQ icon and proceeded to download and install the application. In his previous life, he indeed possessed a QQ account filled with an array of garbled text and nonsensical posts, which upon reflection felt like a public execution of his past mistakes. With a twitch of his lips, he decisively opted to start anew. Before long, he had created an 8-digit number, struggling to come up with an appealing nickname. He settled on Konjac. His first added contact was naturally the number given by Lu Baochuan, noted as Sister Lu Echo Music. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the office of the general manager at Yu Qing Fashion was starkly different. Zhao Chong, are you certain there are no errors in the statistics? Zhou Zihan's voice trembled slightly. Chairman Zhou, absolutely. As of midnight last night, each model has surpassed 100 units sold. This has broken our single-day new product sales record. Zhou Zihan gasped in astonishment. One day, 5 models, each over 100 units sold? The impact of these numbers far exceeds my expectations. I initially thought Bai Li Yu's unique design would yield a decent opening, maybe a few dozen units at most. I never anticipated such fervent market response. This is not merely a good start. It's akin to a volcanic eruption. He sprang to his feet. Quick, Zhao Chong. Contact all the factories immediately and instruct them to maximize production capacity. Also, notify the design and marketing departments to convene an emergency meeting this afternoon. We must initiate the branch store plan at once. With this momentum, Zhou Zihan clenched his fist. Bai Li Yu is our ace in Yu Qing Fashion's bid for the national market. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. The following morning, while Yaoguang Fashion did not boast a throng scene on the first day of National Day, there remained a line at the fitting room. Yu Qing stood near the entrance, observing the scene and recalling the sales figures Xiao Yao had shared with him the previous evening. Over 700 sets had been sold in a single day. At 200 yuan per set, deducting costs and the share for Yu Qing, they had made a profit of 100,000 yuan in just one day. 100,000 yuan. Even though Yu Qing was a reborn individual and aware that future prices would soar in the small town of 2008, this figure still bore an astonishing impact. A typical worker's annual salary might only reach 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. What could Bai Li Yu possibly be after? Such a dazzling design with remarkable market value, yet only collaborating through a modest store of Yaoguang Fashion, sharing the bulk of the profits? Was he a recluse who regarded money as mere refuse? Or was there another motive at play? At that moment, the wind chimes at the store entrance chimed melodiously. Yu Qing looked up to see Zhou Zihong entering with his daughter, Zhou Si. Today, Zhou Si wore a simple yet elegant dress, exuding a quiet grace. Chairman Zhou, you've arrived. Xiao Yao promptly set aside her work to greet them. Boss Xia, your business is thriving. Zhou Zihong responded gratefully. All thanks to you, Chairman Zhou, Xiao Yao replied. Zhou Zihong waved his hand and got straight to the point. Boss Xia, I'm here to discuss the opening of a branch store. I reviewed the sales data that Zhao Chong shared with me yesterday. Limiting ourselves to this single location is too constraining. I plan to open another branch in the city's commercial center. What do you think? Opening a branch? Xiao Yao appeared momentarily taken aback, her expression revealing hesitation. Wasn't this a leap too far? Managing the small store had already consumed all her energy. The fact that Yaoguang Fashion had survived until now felt like a considerable achievement. The thought of opening another branch had never crossed her mind, and instinctively, she felt apprehensive. Managing one store had drained her. How could she possibly handle another? The concerns of funds, staffing, and risk loomed large in her mind. Zhou Zihong gestured dismissively. We will send people over to provide training and guide you step by step. Xiao Yao's brows relaxed slightly, yet her worries lingered. Just then, Zhou Si gently tugged at Yu Qing's sleeve and whispered, Yu Qing, shall we go out together later? Yu Qing hesitated. His original plan was to assist in the store. However, with the 5 professional salespeople sent by Yu Qing Fashion, his help was no longer needed. Standing idly by seemed somewhat superfluous. A faint smile of resignation graced his lips. I intended to help in the store, but it appears seeing Yu Qing's expression, Zhou Si giggled. They were all handpicked by my father, so you want to be needed. Yu Qing nodded, slightly exasperated. So where shall we go? Zhou Si momentarily pondered, unable to think of a suitable place. An idea struck Yu Qing. How about we consult Yu Qing? His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of anticipation known only to himself. Zhou Si's eyes brightened as she sensed Yu Qing's hidden intentions. She was quite fond of that pairing as well. Great idea, Zhou Si readily agreed. The two bid farewell to Xiao Yao and Zhou Zihong before departing from Yaoguang Fashion. At Yu Qing's home, Yang Yuzi was busy with household chores, the sound of Yushu Sheng chopping vegetables wafting from the kitchen. This ordinary, warm family life felt like a treasure she had long yearned for in her past life. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Yang Yuzi set down her cloth and hurried to open it. Class monitor? Yuzi? What brings you here? Please come in. She stepped aside to allow them entry. Teacher Tang. Teacher Yu. Zhou Ci greeted Yu Sheng and Tang Xuejuan, who was hanging clothes on the balcony. Oh my, Zhou Ci is here. And Yuzi too. Please have a seat. Tang Xuejuan cheerfully welcomed them, and Yu Sheng nodded with a smile. They held a positive impression of Zhou Ci as the class monitor and increasingly favored Yang Yuzi, whom they viewed as a future daughter-in-law. Teachers, we were hoping to find Yu Qing and go out together. Zhou Ci stated their purpose. Going out? Absolutely. Tang Xuejuan immediately supported the idea. Young people should get out and engage. Don't just stay cooped up at home. Just then, the door to Yu Hangxi's room swung open with a loud bang. With disheveled hair, Yu Hangxi emerged, rubbing her eyes, her pajamas barely fastened. Who wants to take my brother out to play? Is it Sister Yuzi and Sister Zhotzi? She had just drowsily heard some commotion, especially the phrase about going out, which instantly invigorated her like a shot of adrenaline. Take me with you. I want to go too. Before she could finish her sentence, she dashed back to her room like a gust of wind, slamming the door behind her. The others in the living room exchanged glances, bemused. Tang Xuejuan shook her head in exasperation. Let her go. The more, the merrier, Yu Sheng chuckled. Soon, the exuberant Yu Huanqi burst forth, exclaiming, I'm ready. Let's go. Where are we headed? We plan to find a place to eat first and discuss where to go while we dine. Yu Qing informed Tang Xuejuan and Yu Sheng. All right, no problem. Have fun. Tang Xuejuan readily agreed. She was eager for her son to socialize more with his classmates, steering clear of those dubious friends. At that moment, as if struck by a sudden thought, Tang Xuejuan turned and walked into her bedroom, quickly emerging with a mobile phone. Oh right, son, this is for you. A phone? Yang Yuzi received the phone box, puzzled. Tang Xuejuan looked at her son with pride in her eyes. This is your reward. You performed exceptionally well in the recent monthly exam. You're firmly among the top 10 in your grade. Xiaoxi, you share in this as well. Though we'll have to wait for the midterm results to see your performance. You pouted, Mom. You're biased. You only reward brother in advance. Tang Xuejuan tapped her daughter's forehead gently. Your brother truly worked hard this time. He deserves this reward. Nearby, Zhou Ci was taken aback by the mention of the top 10 results. The recent buzz about the bet between Yu Qing and Wang Lili resurfaced in her mind. Could it be that Yu Qing truly achieved it? It seemed Wang Lili was inescapably caught. Thank you, Mom. Yang Yuzi expressed her gratitude. All right, enough with the thanks. Yu Huanqi waved the 50 yuan Tang Xuejuan had given her brother, Sister Yuzi, Sister Zhotzi. Let us hurry. Chapter 54. The Breeze by the River. The four arrived at a newly opened hot pot restaurant near AI Qing High School. Yu Qing, Youzi, Yang Yuzi, and Yu Huanqi squeezed into a window-side table under the guidance of the waiter. This place was hyped up by Wang Jin for several days when school started. Yu Huanqi leaned in between Yu Qing and Zhou Ci. Quick, what kind of broth should we order? Yin Yang or pure spicy? Yin Yang, since Xiaoxi can't handle too much spice. Yu Qing replied. All right, we'll go with Sister Yuzi's choice. Yu Huanqi agreed cheerfully. Yu Qing scanned the menu, his gaze drifting over the meat section. How about 2 portions each of beef rolls and lamb rolls? Let's also order some vegetables, tofu, and enoki mushrooms. Everyone can suggest what else we might want. He looked towards Zhou Ci and Yang Yuzi. That's enough. We'll waste food if we order too much. Zhou Ci laughed. Waving her hand, Yang Yuzi nodded in agreement. Yes, let's start with this. We can order more if needed. The four settled down, choosing the classic yin yang broth, with beef and lamb rolls piled on an ice plate, complemented by fresh green vegetables, greatly enhancing their appetites. While waiting for the broth to boil, Yu Qing recalled something and turned to Zhou Ci. Class monitor, do you have Wang Jin's QQ number or phone? Should we invite him to join us? He remembered Wang Jin mentioning this restaurant, wishing to include his good brother from past life. Zhou Ci gently shook her head in response. I do. But his family lives in the countryside, quite far from the county seat. He would make it if we contacted him now. Wang Jin lives in the countryside. This was news even to him, as Zhou Ci was not particularly aware of this detail from their past lives. He merely acknowledged with a soft "oh," suppressing his curiosity. Never mind. Some things are best left to fate. As they waited for their dishes, the three took out their phones to add each other as friends. Yang Yuzi didn't use her previous ID Yu, worried it might reveal her identity as Bailey Yu. Instead, she registered a new account, whimsically naming it Bittermelon. Bittermelon? Konjac? Zhou Ci chuckled at their lack of creativity. Yu Huanqi made a face, lamenting her lack of a phone and QQ account, ultimately resorting to using Yang Yuzi's phone to register. Before long, the dishes began to arrive in succession. The rich aromas immediately whetted everyone's appetite. With the food before them, the conversation swiftly turned to their plans for the afternoon. Yu Qing proposed, how about we go to Binjiang Park to fly kites? The weather is perfect. Flying kites? Yu Qing felt a twinge of resistance, deeming it too childish. However, seeing Yang Yuzi nod in agreement and Zhou Ci smilingly support the idea, he reluctantly held back his objections. After flying kites, let us stroll around the pedestrian street? Yu Qing continued. Sounds good. Both Zhou Ci and Yang Yuzi had no objections. Then we can have dinner together and finally catch a movie. Yu Qing meticulously arranged their itinerary. Yu Qing wasn't particularly keen on shopping. He thought it tiring to walk for long without anything he particularly wished to buy. However, the prospect of watching a movie afterward was somewhat enticing. Thus, their plans were joyfully set. They relished their hot pot feast, thoroughly satisfied. Upon settling the bill and stepping out, the four decided to walk to Binjiang Park for some exercise. Half an hour later, they reached the northern beach of Binjiang Park. The sky was already adorned with numerous kites of various shapes. Yu Qing dashed toward a nearby stall, quickly returning with an adorable cartoon animal kite. Yang Yuzi, and Yu Qing opted for the most ordinary long kites. Yet, while their aspirations were grand, reality proved quite challenging. None of them were adept at flying kites. They either nosedived or spun uncontrollably. Yang Yuzi had some recollection of how to fly a kite, but the practical execution felt foreign. How do you wind this line? Yu Qing fumbled with the kite string, appearing quite flustered. Yu Qing was equally puzzled. In his previous life, he was not one to engage in such activities. Do you need to run? Against the wind? Zhou Ci also felt uncertain. Oh no, it fell again. Yu Qing stomped her foot in frustration. The line seems to be released too quickly, Zhou Ci lamented. Fortunately, their appealing looks soon attracted the attention of some enthusiastic passersby. A lady with a child and two college-age boys approached to offer guidance. Run against the wind. Yes, run. Let out the lines steadily. Feel the tension before slowly releasing more. Steady your hands. Control the direction. With the kind teachers providing on-site instruction, the group quickly grasped the technique. Before long, for kites were wobbling and soaring into the sky, ascending higher and blending into the vibrant tapestry above. Laughter and cheers echoed along the riverside. Time flew by. 2 hours later, watching the sun slowly dip in the west, they reluctantly gathered up their kites. For Yu Qing, it was his first experience of the joy of kite flying. According to their plan, they then headed towards the bustling commercial pedestrian street at the county center. In the evening, the pedestrian street was still not at its peak foot traffic. Yu Qing and Zhou Ci eagerly scanned the shops lining the street, while Yu Qing feigned interest but followed along. Yang Yuzi quietly walked beside Yu Qing, occasionally glancing at the street scenery, though more often her gaze lingered on him. Passing by a beautifully decorated pet store, Yu Qing was captivated by a blue-eyed ragdoll cat in the display window, her face nearly pressed against the glass. So cute, she exclaimed in delight. The shop assistant emerged at the opportune moment, enthusiastically proclaiming, "What a discerning eye you have, beautiful lady. This is a purebred ragdoll, boasting exceptional traits. And it's currently available at the special price of only 8,800. 8,008? The smile on Yu Qing's face instantly froze. As she began to count her pocket money on her fingers, her expression collapsing into one of disappointment. Yang Yuzi gently patted her shoulder in consolation. Xiaoxi, it's never too late to raise one after you start working. Feeling somewhat fatigued from their excursion and with mealtime approaching, the group decided to frequent a noodle shop that appeared to offer delectable fare. The establishment was not overly crowded, and they settled into a cozy spot inside, ordering several bowls of the house specialty noodles. At the entrance of the pedestrian street, Lija exited a high-end restaurant, his gaze casually scanning the throngs of people. Suddenly, his eyes fixed upon a familiar silhouette not far from the noodle shop. It was Yu Qing. Beside her sat Yang Yuzi. And Yu Qing? Recalling the incidents that transpired at Binjiang Park the previous day, Lija knew he wouldn't act out in public. However, that did not preclude him from taking some form of action. He averted his gaze, his demeanor adopting a nonchalant air once more. He beckoned a companion clad entirely in black, whispering a few words while discreetly slipping a 100 yuan note into the latter's hand. The man's eyes lit up, swiftly stashing the bill away, thumping his chest with assurance. "Don't worry, Zhigo, I've got this." With that, he melted into the crowd, finding an inconspicuous position. His eyes trained on the table within the noodle shop. Lija, accompanied by another follower, turned to leave, as if merely having given a casual instruction. Yet, the lingering chill in his gaze betrayed his true emotions. As Yu Qing picked up her chopsticks, poised to begin her meal, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her, as if some unseen malevolence lurked in the shadows. Instinctively, she glanced up, scanning the entrance and the bustling throng outside, yet found nothing amiss. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? What's wrong? Yang Yuzi, seated across from her, noticed her momentary distraction. Oh, nothing. Chapter 55 Yang Yuzi remarqued, Yu Qing. You silly goose. After finishing their noodles, the four of them joined the flow of pedestrians, making their way to the Starlight Cinema situated at the street corner. Before a giant poster, Yu Hanshi pointed to the poster for Painted Skin, exclaiming, "This one. I've heard it's a bit terrifying." Zhou Ci surveyed the imagery on the poster, mumbling, "Do we really have to watch this? I'm a bit afraid of ghosts. What's there to be afraid of?" Yu Hanshi declared, thumping her chest. "It's all make-believe. Besides, you have my brother and me here, right, Sister Yuji?" Yu Qing nodded resignedly. Yes. There's nothing to fear. However, her thoughts remained preoccupied with her surroundings, as an unsettling sensation persisted, reminiscent of the night Huang Mingyang had stalked her. Ultimately, they purchased tickets for Painted Skin. As the screen illuminated the moment when the fox spirit, Xiao Wei, shed her human skin, the startling imagery elicited gasps throughout the cinema. Oh! Both Yu Hanshi and Zhou Ci shrieked in unison, clutching Yu Qing's arms tightly. The soft warmth of their bodies against his own caused him to stiffen momentarily, evoking memories of certain scenes he was forbidden from writing about. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to such closeness over the past month during showers. Turning his head to gauge Yang Yuzi's reaction on the other side, he noticed her body slightly tense, her fingers instinctively tightening on the armrest. Although she did not scream like the two beside her, the tightly pressed lips and the hint of anxiety in her eyes revealed that she too had been startled by the sudden horror on screen. Observing the rare vulnerability on a face that usually exuded confidence, Yu Qing felt a gentle nudge at her heart. Instinctively, she tugged her right arm free from Yu Hanshi's grasp, placing her hand tenderly over Yang Yuzi's. The sudden warmth of her touch took Yang Yuzi aback. She turned in surprise, meeting Yu Qing's gaze. The soothing warmth in his beautiful eyes instantly assuaged her fright, and she unconsciously reciprocated by lightly grasping his hand, a smile inadvertently gracing her lips. As the film concluded, the clock struck 9 in the evening. The throngs in the pedestrian street surged even more than before, and the four of them struggled to navigate through the crowd, preparing to hail a taxi home. Wow, there's so many people. Brother, stay close and don't get separated. Yu Hanshi called out as she forged ahead, glancing back to ensure everyone's safety. Got it, Yang Yuzi replied. Just then, a man clad in black suddenly burst forth from the crowd, his intentions unmistakable as he seized Yang Yuzi's arm. Thief! It's him! He stole my wallet! The black-clad man shouted at the top of his lungs. The abrupt turn of events left Yu Qing, Zhou Ci, and Yu Hanshi momentarily stunned. The surrounding crowd was drawn in by the commotion, converging their gazes upon Yang Yuzi. What are you doing? Let her go! Yu Qing was the first to react, moving to separate the two. However, the assailant was quicker, not granting anyone the chance to defend themselves. As he shouted thief, his other fist landed squarely on Yang Yuzi's face. With a dull thud, the tremendous force sent her staggering backward. Fortunately, Yang Yuzi instinctively raised her palm to deflect most of the impact. Yet, the force still caused her lip to split, a crimson droplet trailing down her chin. Damn, thief. Still daring to resist, the black-clad man spat, a glimmer of triumph flashing across his face. That smile was captured distinctly by Yu Qing, who had rushed to Yang Yuzi's side. This was no case of mistaken identity. It was a deliberate act. Seeing the blood trickling from Yang Yuzi's lip, memories of the painful scars on her face from a past life surged forth, nearly driving him to madness. Scoundrel! Yu Qing lunged at the man, attempting to escape amidst the chaos, seizing his arm with all her strength. You think you can just hit someone and run away? Not a chance. Yang Yuzi tried to assist, but was halted by a sharp look from Yu Qing. Don't move. Let me handle this. You focus on keeping yourself safe. She understood, enduring the pain and dizziness, refraining from making any rash movements. Let us settle this fairly. Yu Qing held on tightly to the man's arm, her voice trembling slightly with rage. You claim he stole your belongings. Fine. Tell me, what exactly did he steal? A wallet? A phone? Be specific. The black-clad man had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate girl would possess such strength. Stammering, he faltered. It was a wallet? With money and how much? What color? What brand? What identification was inside? Speak clearly. Yu Qing pressed relentlessly. I just know he stole it. I saw it with my own eyes. The man retorted weakly, though his words lacked conviction. The onlookers were not fools, observing the man's incoherence. The balance of judgment began to tilt, and murmurs of speculation grew louder. What is happening? What is going on? At that moment, two individuals donned in security uniforms squeezed through the crowd. They were the cinema's on-duty security personnel, evidently alerted by the commotion outside. Security. This man assaulted my classmate without cause and falsely accused him of theft. Yu Qing immediately responded. The security personnel surveyed the scene, taking in the visibly anxious man and the injured youth, their experience telling them that the situation was far from simple. One of the security guards restrained the struggling man, commanding, "Do not move. Come with us to the security room. The surveillance cameras at the entrance will reveal whether any theft has occurred." Meanwhile, another guard assisted Yang Yuzi. Soon, the surveillance footage retrieved from the security room vividly restored the truth. Yang Yuzi had merely been walking with the crowd when the man in black deliberately rushed from the side to assault her, without any act of theft throughout. The truth was unveiled. The moment Yu Qing saw the footage, his fury could no longer be contained. Before anyone could react, he raised his hand and struck the man in black across the face with a resounding slap. Crack! The sound echoed sharply. This slap contained all his anger, fear, and the deep sympathy he felt for Yang Yuzi. The force was such that the man's head jerked to the side, a clear imprint of his hand appearing on the man's face. That slap was a repayment for you. Get lost. Yu Qing's voice was icy and piercing. The final word, get lost, laced with a chilling menace. The security guards, witnessing Yu Qing's action, contemplated intervening. But upon noticing the blood at the corner of the boy's mouth and the trembling rage of the girl, they glanced at the surveillance footage and ultimately chose to acquiesce, merely reprimanding the man in black. Why aren't you leaving yet? The guard's authoritative voice made the man in black shudder, too intimidated to utter a threat, and he fled in disgrace amidst the contemptuous murmurs of the crowd. Once they exited the cinema, the cacophony faded into the distance. The night breeze brushed coolly against their faces. Brother, Sister Yuji, are you all right? Yu Huanqi's voice quivered with lingering fear, tinged with a hint of tears. Zhou Si's complexion paled as he anxiously regarded the injury at the corner of Yang Yuji's mouth. I'm fine, Xiao Si, don't be afraid, Yang Yuji reassured. Suppressing her pain, Yu Qing remained silent, his gaze scouring the streets. Soon, his eyes brightened as he spotted a community clinic still illuminated. Wait for me, he exclaimed, darting toward the clinic. Before long, he emerged with a cotton swab and a small bottle of disinfectant. Sit down. He guided Yang Yuji to a stone bench by the roadside, squatting down before her, delicately twisting open the cap of the disinfectant. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, Yu Qing's movements were gentle. He dipped the cotton swab in a small amount of disinfectant and carefully applied it to the cracked corner of Yang Yuji's mouth. The solution stung the wound slightly, causing her to instinctively hiss in response. Just bear with it. It'll hurt less soon, Yu Qing spoke softly, his voice imbued with an indescribable tenderness. He softened his touch even further, as if tending to a precious artifact. Beside them, Zhou Si and Yu Huanqi watched the scene, momentarily forgetting their earlier fright, their eyes widening involuntarily. Beneath the streetlight, one focused intently on tending to the wound, while the other gazed up with complex emotions. This moment exuded an indescribable intimacy, causing the hearts of the two girls to quicken unexpectedly. Wow, brother is so gentle. Yuji's gaze toward her brother was imbued with a particular sentiment. What was that word? Deep affection? Ah, I'm shipping this. Yang Yuzi sat coolly, feeling the slight pain at her mouth and the gentle touch of the cotton swab, her gaze resting on the worried expression before her. It was always like this. Every time danger approached, this foolish boy was the first to rush to her defense. It had been so in her past life, and it remains so now. It should be me protecting you. Yu Qing, you silly fool. In that moment, gazing at Yu Qing's face, which had once belonged to her, certain unnamed feelings within her gradually began to dissipate. Chapter 56, National Day Task Force. Morning. Yu Qing leaned against the headboard of his bed. The chaotic scene from the cinema last night, the glaring blood at Yang Yuji's mouth, and the triumphant smirk of the man in black replayed in his mind like a film. Who would target Yang Yuji? Who would resort to such despicable and cunning tactics? A surge of anger roiled within him. As he pieced together the recent events, he quickly zeroed in on one individual. Yu Qing was 99% certain it was Li Jia. The enemy lurked in the shadows, while he remained in the light. Yang Yuji, bearing his identity, was like a living target. He glanced down at his slender wrists, a wave of irritation washing over him. If only this damn soul swap had never happened. The thought of Yang Yuji brought forth a wave of concern that eclipsed his anger. He swiftly unlocked his phone and opened the chat window with Kumu. Magic Taro, Yu Qing, good morning, Yuji. Have you had breakfast? Kumu, Yang Yuzi, morning. Yes, I had. Your mom made porridge and eggs. How about you? Smiley face. Magic Taro, just finished eating. Do you have any plans today? Staying at home? Kumu, yes, just reading at home. How about you? Seeing the words at home. Yu Qing's taut nerves relaxed somewhat. He was apprehensive about Yang Yuji encountering anyone Li Jia might have dispatched. Magic Taro, I'm also at home. You must have been scared yesterday, right? Is your mouth still hurting? Kumu, it's nothing, just a little bruise. But you? Next time don't be so impulsive when you rush to catch someone. Take care of yourself. Magic Taro, got it. Focus on your reading. I won't disturb you. Kumu, okay, you too. After concluding their brief conversation, Yu Qing set his phone down and let out a long sigh. He refrained from mentioning his analysis of Li Zhe in the messages. What good would it do to share it with her? It would only cause her unnecessary worry. She was so strong-willed, she might even consider confronting Li Zhe herself. Absolutely not. This burden was one he would bear alone. He turned his gaze toward the window. The Yang family's predicament had also seen some improvement. Xiao Yao's shop continued to thrive, with the second day's revenue remaining stable at around 50,000. Yang Wenqing's condition, under expert treatment, had been assured by the doctor to fully recover in another 2 to 3 months. Thus, the greatest threat now was Li Zhe, lurking in the shadows. But how to resolve this? Where was the evidence? Where was the strength? Yu Qing ran a hand through his hair in frustration, feeling as if he were striking a fist into cotton. Meanwhile, Zhou Xi sat at her desk in her room. She had just recounted the thrilling events outside the cinema last night to Wang Jin. There was a brief silence on the other end of the chat, followed by an eruption of messages. Old Wang from next door. Wang Jin, what the hell? Old Wang, which scoundrel did that? Dares to touch my brother? Old Wang, is Yu Qing okay? Is he hurt badly? Is his mouth split? Damn it, don't let me find out who it was. Old Wang, Zhou Xi, were you there too? Were you scared? What did the person look like? Did you catch him? A barrage of messages exploded like a Gatling gun. Zhou Xi looked at the screen, the rapid-fire texts, echoing Wang Jin's booming voice in her ears. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. This guy reacted more intensely to Yu Qing's situation than anyone else. One might think he was the one who got beaten. Zhou Xi silently mocked to herself. She replied with a smile. Zhou Xi, Yu Qing isn't badly hurt, just a bit of skin broken at the corner of his mouth. Yang Yuzi reacted quickly, called security to check the surveillance, proving that the man was intentionally looking for trouble and that the assailant was scolded and chased away by the guards. She continued, I'm fine, just a bit startled. The man was wearing a hat, and it was dark, so I couldn't see his face clearly. Neighbor Wang, damn it, that scoundrel got away with it. If I were there, I would have kicked him twice. Neighbor Wang, no, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Yu Qing must be feeling repressed too. Class leader, how about inviting them over to my house for some fun during the National Day holiday? Neighbor Wang, it's early autumn now, and the scenery in my home is absolutely beautiful. Go to Wang Jin's house? In the countryside? Zhou Xi was momentarily taken aback. This is indeed a splendid idea. Suddenly, she felt a little tempted. Zhou Xi swiftly created a new QQ group, aptly named National Day Squad. She then added Wang Jin, Yu Qing, and Yang Yuzi to the group. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The incessant notifications from QQ interrupted Yu Qing's reverie. It was a new group created by class leader Zhou Xi. Yu Qing opened the group chat, and messages flooded the screen. Neighbor Wang. Attention all members, listen up. The class leader just told me which bastard dared to mess with my brother last night. Kuwa, are you alright? Are you hurt? Tell me. I'll bring my weapon and take him down. Rage, rage, rage. Kuguo, Yu Qing Moyu, Yang Yuzi Wang Jin, Zhao Dawan. It's just a surface injury, nothing serious. He said with a chuckle. Wang Jin, are you really bringing a weapon? Do you want to end up in jail with him? Neighbor Wang, class leader. I'm just too furious. He said with a chuckle. Alright. Wang Jin just suggested going to his house to play during the National Day. The autumn scenery in the countryside is said to be lovely, with fresh air, and you can pick fruits and such. Kuwa, what do you think? Neighbor Wang, behind my house is a mountain, and there is a lake in front. Most wild fruits in the mountains are ripe now. Kuwa, sounds great. The air in the countryside is indeed fresh, perfect for relaxing. Moyu, Kuwa, are you going? If you are, I'll accompany you. Kuwa, Moyu, sure, let us go together. Neighbor Wang, then it's settled? We'll set off tomorrow morning, the 4th, and return on the 6th. I have several guest rooms at my place. There is plenty of space. He said with a chuckle. 2 days is fine, but we need to check with our families first. Kuwa, Moyu, can you ask your parents? Kuwa, okay, I'll let my mom know, it should be fine. Moyu, Kuwa, my mom would love for you to go out and have fun with classmates. She'll definitely agree. Kuwa, oh. Moyu retracted a message. Soon, the 4 of them received their parents' consent at home. Yu Shuisheng and Tang Xuezhuan naturally supported their son going to the countryside with classmates, but Yu Hanqi insisted on going along. Yang Yuzi inquired in the QQ group if it was alright to bring another person. The group quickly deduced who that additional person was, and all agreed it was fine. Xiao Yao nodded in approval when she learned her daughter was going to play at Zhou Xi's and Yu Qing's classmates' house. Zhou Zihong had no objections to his daughter participating in a collective outing with classmates, only reminding her to be cautious. He said with a chuckle, attention all members. Report in, my family has approved. Hooray. Kugwa. My mom agrees too. Xiaoxi is already packing her luggage. Moyu, me too. Kugwa. See you tomorrow. Thanks, Wang Jin. And also a hassle for your uncle and aunt. Neighbor Wang. Kugwa, why are you being so polite? We're brothers. By the way, remember to bring a jacket. It gets quite cool in the countryside in the early morning and evening. Chapter 57. Dreamy Village in the early morning. Sunlight streamed through the window and bathed Yu Qing in warmth. He gazed at the small suitcase sprawled open on the bed, feeling somewhat helpless. Inside the suitcase were the clothes meticulously selected by Aunt Xiao. A pair of fitted blue jeans, a white long-sleeved shirt, a similarly hued denim jacket, and on top, a pristine white dress paired with an equally white knitted cardigan. As Yu Qing looked at the dress, an indescribable sense of discomfort surged within him. Since the soul exchange, his principle of dressing had been simple: practicality, comfort, and a preference for neutrality. School uniforms were the norm, and casual wear was standard. A dress? That was an absolute taboo. The last time he wore a performance outfit at the music festival was out of necessity, an experience he could barely tolerate. But now, to wear this for a 2-day trip to the countryside? Aunt Xiao was indeed resigned. He stuffed all the clothes into the suitcase, along with his toiletries, and closed it up. Well, let us just consider it an extra outfit. As he dragged the suitcase out of the building, he spotted two familiar figures waiting at the entrance of the community. Yang Yuzi and Yu Hanqi stood together, flanked by two massive suitcases. Yu Qing's gaze darted between the two enormous suitcases and his own small one, his lips twitching. Are you two moving or going to the countryside for just 2 days? Why the excessive luggage? He pointed to Yang Yuzi's sizable suitcase, asking, What's that? Is it daily necessities too? Yang Yuzi nodded. Yes, some change of clothes, toiletries, and, a few things that might come in handy. Yu Hanqi chimed in. Me too. Sister Yuzi, is that small suitcase really enough? Can hold everything? She leaned in to peek at Yu Qing's suitcase. Yu Qing quickly hid his suitcase behind him. It's enough, let us go. We shouldn't keep the class leader waiting. The three of them arrived at the entrance of Iching Middle School, where Zhou Xi was already waiting. Beside her stood a large black SUV, with a middle-aged driver respectfully standing by the vehicle. Wow, Zhou Xi, is this your family's car? Yu Hanqi exclaimed as she circled the vehicle, her eyes filled with awe. Zhou Xi smiled slightly, feeling a bit shy. Yes, my dad arranged it. He said the mountain roads are treacherous, so he specially sent Uncle Zhang to drive. Yu Hanqi gave a thumbs up. Uncle Zhang helped everyone load their luggage into the spacious trunk. Sister Zhou Xi, did you bring a tent? Yu Hanqi asked curiously. Zhou Xi explained. Wang Jin's house said there's a place to stay, but just in case. Plus, camping can be quite fun, right? She patted her camera bag. I also brought my camera. We can take pictures together later. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi silently inhaled. No wonder she is the daughter of a wealthy family. The group boarded the vehicle, with Zhou Xi taking the passenger seat. Yu Hanqi quickly hopped into the back, claiming the window seat. Sister Yuzi, you sit in the middle, and I'll sit on either side with my brother. The car smoothly started and left the urban area, with the scenery outside gradually replaced by rolling green mountains and fields. After more than 2 hours on the mountain roads, under Uncle Zhang's skilled and steady driving, no one felt uncomfortable. Initially, Yu Hanqi chattered away, but eventually leaned back at her seat to doze off. Yang Yuzi remained quietly gazing at the fleeting landscape outside the window. Zhou Xi occasionally exchanged hushed words with the driver regarding the route. Finally, guided by QQ under Wang Jin's directions, the SUV came to a steady stop at the village entrance. A stone tablet bore the inscription, Chongquan Village. Wang Jin was already waiting there, waving at them. We arrived. Everyone, get out, Uncle Zhang announced. Everyone disembarked, inhaling the crisp mountain air, and stood transfixed by the scene before them. The first thing that caught their eye was a vast shimmering lake beside the village. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky and white clouds. Beyond the lake, roughly a kilometer away, lay the gently rolling green hills. Further in the distance, even higher mountains loomed, their peaks shrouded in white mist, appearing ethereal and elusive. Looking back at the village itself, it is nestled against the mountains, its houses arranged in a picturesque manner as they ascend along the slopes, reaching halfway up the hillside. Despite being early October, the vegetation on the mountain remains lush and vibrant. The path leading into the village is meticulously paved with uneven slabs of blue stone, extending deep into the heart of the settlement. Wow! Exclaimed Yu Hanqi, the first to express her awe. This is absolutely breathtaking. Brother, Sister Yuzi, Sister Zhou Xi, quick, look at that lake, that mountain, that mist. This is my dream village. Zhou Xi had already raised her camera, capturing the intoxicating beauty of the lake and mountains with a series of clicks, her face alight with admiration. I never imagined there could be such a beautiful place. Yu Qing was equally moved, instinctively glancing at Yang Yuzi beside him, who was gazing at the mist-shrouded distant peaks, a relaxed smile gracing her lips. Wang Jin observed his friend's reactions with a hint of pride. So what do you think? I told you I wasn't lying. He casually wrapped an arm around Yang Yuzi's shoulders. Come on, stop standing around in awe. Let us drop our luggage at my house. Yang Yuzi's body tensed momentarily before she relaxed, allowing him to lead her away. Uncle Zhang, the driver, helped carry everyone's luggage to the entrance of Wang Jin's home. It was a modest two-story building situated not far from the lake, merely 20 to 30 meters away. A small courtyard greeted them, adorned with drying chili peppers and corn. Dad, Mom, my classmates are here. Wang Jin called out towards the house. A middle-aged couple emerged, their faces beaming with smiles. Wang Jin's parents. Welcome, welcome. Come inside and rest. Wang's mother greeted them warmly. Hello, uncle and aunt. The group responded politely. Come in, Wang's father added with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the remarkable group of youngsters, especially lingering on Zhou Ci and the striking off-road vehicle, his eyes reflecting a touch more courtesy. In the village of 2008, cars were a rarity, reserved for wealthy families, let alone an off-road vehicle like that. Uncle Zhang set down the luggage and said to Zhou Ci, Miss, your bags are all set. I will come back to pick you all up around 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. All right, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Please drive safely, Zhou Ci replied with a nod. Uncle Zhang gave a slight nod to the group before departing in his vehicle. Wang Jin's home, though not particularly spacious, was impeccably tidy. They piled their luggage in a corner. Wang Jin began to introduce Chongquan Village. Our village is now focused on tourism. We've built roads and opened a few homestays and agritourism spots. There are quite a few visitors during the National Day holiday. I'll take you around later. He pointed towards an open area near the lake. Do you see what is drying over there? Yu Qing followed his gaze and saw a large expanse of shiny objects on the flat ground by the lake, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. As they approached for a closer look, they discovered it was a collection of shells in various shapes. Are these shells? Yu Hanqi asked curiously. These are called luminous shells. Wang Jin explained. It's a traditional craft of our Chongquan village. We use these shells to make mother-of-pearl inlays. Once processed, they can be embedded into furniture, boxes, and musical instruments. They are quite valuable. Mother-of-pearl? Yu Qing's pupils dilated slightly at the mention of the term. He had encountered this exquisite traditional craft in museums and literature in his previous life, and it surprised him to find that such artistry was preserved in this picturesque village. Chapter 58. A Captured Moment. By noon, the enticing aroma of delicious food wafted from Wang Jin's courtyard. Indeed, his mother's culinary skills did not disappoint. Wow, it smells amazing. Yu Hanqi was the first to dash to the table, her eyes sparkling. Auntie, your cooking is simply superb, Su Qi exclaimed, pulling out her camera to snap a picture of the feast. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi nodded in agreement. Merely inhaling the delightful scents had already alleviated much of their travel fatigue. Wang's parents watched the children enjoy their meal, their faces beaming with joy. Eat up. There is plenty more in the pot, Wang's mother urged warmly. As they dined in joyous harmony, the afternoon sun shone brightly. Wang Jin led everyone to the back mountain to pick wild fruits. This season, many wild berries were ripe for the picking. The winding path through the woods beckoned, and the group followed Wang Jin into the forest. Yu Hanqi, filled with curiosity, looked around eagerly. Growing up in the city, they were accustomed to urban life and yearned for the scenes they had only seen in magazines. Zhou Ci raised her camera to capture the interplay of light and shadow among the trees and the figures of her friends, occasionally asking others to take a photo of her. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi walked side by side, whispering softly to each other from time to time. Soon, they spotted their target perched on the branches, a tree laden with bright red wild hawthorns. Wow, this one is huge. Yu Hanqi stood on tiptoe to reach a hawthorn on a branch, but it was evident she couldn't quite grasp it, even with a jump. Be careful. I'll help you. Wang Jin climbed a nearby low tree and plucked one, handing it to her. Zhou Ci quickly captured the moment as Yu Hanqi beamed with delight while receiving the fruit, and Wang Jin wore a proud expression. Meanwhile, Yang Yuzi discovered a cluster of hawthorns that were a deep shade of purple. She picked one, wiped it with a tissue, and offered it to Yu Qing. Want to try? Yu Qing accepted it, popped it into his mouth, and the sweet and tart juice burst forth, making his eyes light up. Zhou Ci's camera was poised to capture this tender moment of sharing wild fruit. Next, Wang Jin led them to the lakeshore. Come, get on the bamboo raft. I'll take you for a spin in the middle of the lake. He untied a bamboo raft from the shore and picked up a long bamboo pole. The raft glided away from the bank, skimming across the mirror-like lake surface. The water was so clear that one could see the aquatic plants swaying gently beneath the surface. It's so beautiful, Zhou Ci murmured the shutter of her camera clicking almost incessantly. Yu Hanshi perched at the edge of the raft, kicking off her shoes and dipping her feet into the refreshing water, closing her eyes in bliss. Zhou Xi's lens silently focused on the bow of the raft, where Yang Yuzi was slightly turned, gazing back with her head tilted. Behind her, Yu Qing, balancing himself against the swaying raft, instinctively held his knee with one hand, while the other gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind his ear. Their faces radiated a natural joy. Click! The sound captured that fleeting moment. When they returned to the stone pier by the lake to rest, Zhou Xi browsed through the photos on her camera. Oh my! I've taken nearly 300 pictures this afternoon, and I feel like every single one is beautiful. Really? Let me see. Yu Hanshi immediately leaned in closer. Wang Jin also peeked over. Do I look especially handsome in any of them? Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi exchanged a knowing smile, curious as they drew nearer. The photos chronicled a day filled with joy. There were shots of Wang Jin teaching Zhou Xi how to operate the bamboo pole, her laughter ringing out at his awkwardness. There was also a delighted Yu Hanshi holding up a freshly picked hawthorn beside the equally radiant Yang Yuzi, and moments of everyone squeezing into the frame, pulling silly faces for a goofy group shot. When they reached the photo of the two at the bow of the raft, a hush fell over the group. The interplay of light and shadow, the composition, the poses and expressions of the individuals in that image were nothing short of perfect. It was a genuine joy and an unspoken understanding that, under the picturesque backdrop of the lake and mountains, appeared exceptionally enchanting. This is absolutely stunning. Wang Jin could not help but exclaim. Wow, brother, sister Yuzi, this photograph of yours is simply magnificent. Yu Hanshi's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhou Xi nodded in satisfaction. This one captures the atmosphere perfectly. Yu Qing gazed at her own image in the photo, where she was gently tucking her hair behind her ear, wearing a soft smile, and felt a bit dazed. Is this really me? Did I just make that expression? A subtle blush crept up to her ears unbeknownst to her. Yang Yuzi's gaze lingered on the picture, her eyes softening with warmth. Wang Jin led everyone to the village's only small photography studio, selecting a dozen of their favorite photos to hand to the proprietor. During the half-hour wait, they perused through other tourist photos, sharing laughter and conversation. Finally, when they received the freshly printed photographs, Zhou Xi eagerly admired each one. Yang Yuzi looked up at the shopkeeper. Excuse me, do you have albums? I would like to preserve these photographs properly. What a splendid idea. Zhou Xi immediately chimed in. Boss, could you please print these photos for us? Let us have multiple copies so that each of us can take our favorites home. After the entire process, each person spent 100 yuan. Fortunately, their parents had given them ample money before they set out. Otherwise, such extravagant spending could have led to financial ruin by nightfall. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group returned to Wang Jin's home after a day of fun. Dinner consisted of delectable farmhouse cuisine. After the meal, the accommodation situation, as Zhou Xi had anticipated, turned out to be a bit strained. Wang's mother expressed her apologies. I'm terribly sorry, children. A guest arrived this afternoon and booked one of the rooms. Now, only 2 rooms remain. The group understood and did not take it to heart. It's all right, Mom. Yu Qing and I are like brothers. We can share a room. This way. The class monitor and her friends 1T have to squeeze into one room, Wang Jin said, casually draping an arm around Yang Yuzi's shoulders. No way. Yang Yuzi stepped back. ILL sleep in a tent. What are you joking about? Sharing a bed with Wang Jin? Absolutely not. Although he was currently male, the extent to which she could tolerate physical closeness with him was already at its limit. Were it not for the knowledge of Yu Qing's relationship with Wang Jin, even that would have been unacceptable. Yu Qing almost simultaneously spoke up, right? That 1T work. His voice was even more urgent than Yang Yuzi's. Their synchronized objections left Wang Jin momentarily stunned, observing Yu Qing's evident discomfort and recalling how the dynamics between them had shifted since Yang Yuzi's arrival. He suddenly felt as though Yu Qing no longer regarded him as a brother. Yang Yuzi watched Wang Jin's expression and felt a mix of urgency and helplessness, opening her mouth but unsure how to articulate the delicate reason behind her feelings. Surely, she couldn't confess that she was, in fact, female. Seeing this, Yu Qing approached Wang Jin, formulating a reasonable excuse. Wang Jin, it's not what you think. Yu Qing, yes. The remainder of his sentence was too awkward to articulate, so he could only ambiguously state, it's just inconvenient. It has nothing to do with you. P.S. Still your best buddy. Wang Jin, still reeling from the perceived fracture in their brotherhood, seemed to grasp something from Yu Qing's explanation. Oh. Wang Jin slapped his forehead. Got it. Inconvenient. Indeed, inconvenient. I understand. His rapid shift in demeanor left Yang Yuzi feeling both exasperated and amused, fully aware that he had completely misinterpreted the situation. Wang Jin, what exactly have you understood? Yu Qing and I merely share a platonic deskmate relationship. Although Yang Yuzi herself was beginning to think it was anything but platonic, she felt the need to maintain some decorum in front of her classmates. Moreover, she was still uncertain about how a certain clueless idiot felt about her at present. Yes, absolutely platonic. Especially platonic. Wang Jin nodded with a grin. Wang Jin. Zhou Xi could no longer suppress his irritation, as Wang Jin's remarks grew increasingly absurd. He walked over and kicked Wang Jin's calf. Shut your mouth. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll keep hitting you. Hearing Zhou Xi's slightly irritated words, Wang Jin realized he had taken the joke too far. All right, I'll keep quiet. I'll go help you set up the tent. With that, he hurried off to fetch the tent. As night fell, the stars twinkled above. Zhou Xi and Yuhan, she shared a room, while Yang Yuzi's tent was set up under a tree in the corner of the yard, not far from the shimmering lake. Yu Qing helped Yang Yuzi check the tent and handed her a small flashlight he had retrieved from his bag. If anything happens tonight, use the flashlight. Don't fumble around in the dark. Okay, got it, Yang Yuzi replied, her fingertips accidentally brushing against Yu Qing's palm, causing both of them to shiver slightly. Get some rest early, Yu Qing said softly, his gaze appearing particularly gentle in the moonlight. You too, Yang Yuzi nodded. Slipping into the tent, Yu Qing returned to his room, lying on his bed but feeling restless. Scenes and sensations from the day swirled through his mind. He turned over and gazed out the window, catching sight of the small tent's silhouette quietly standing under the moonlight. Inside the tent, Yang Yuzi was also awake. She took advantage of the faint light filtering through the tent's top to pull out the photograph once more. Her fingers caressed the girl's gentle smile, lingering on the young man's eyes, and a bittersweet pang surged within her heart. After an unknown period, she carefully pressed the photo to her chest, listening to the subtle chirping of insects outside the tent and the gentle lapping of the lake against the shore, slowly closing her eyes. Chapter 59. The Yearning of the Heart. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, imbued with the crisp scent unique to the mountains and forests. Yu Qing gazed at the white long dress inside his suitcase, his heart a tumult of emotions. His fingers brushed over the delicate lace trim of the dress. To wear it, or not to wear it, a voice clamored in his mind. Put it on. You are now Yang Yuzi, a vibrant and youthful girl. This dress is so beautiful. Why not get a try? What harm could it do to experience it? The thought carried a hint of temptation, causing his heart to race slightly. Imagining himself walking in the morning light, perhaps he would indeed look lovely. Yet in the next moment, a chilling voice resonated sharply in his mind. Rational? Yu Qing, wake up. You are in this situation out of necessity. What will happen when your soul returns? You, a grown man, accustomed to wearing dresses, used to being perceived as a girl. How will others view you? A pervert? A lunatic? The two conflicting thoughts clashed violently in his mind. One side yearning for the beauty of the moment, while the other clung to a deeply ingrained male identity and a profound fear of the future. Ultimately, he resignedly grabbed a pair of blue jeans and a white cotton t-shirt. After freshening up, Yu Qing pushed open the door. He immediately spotted a figure sitting by the stone bench in the backyard. Yang Yuzi was already there, dressed in practical dark sportswear, and the area where the tent had been set up was tidied up neatly. You're up so early? And you've already cleaned up? Yu Qing approached and sat beside her on the stone bench. Yang Yuzi turned her head at the sound, a hint of helplessness on her face. I was awakened by Wang Jin. Before dawn, he was dragged by Annie to help prepare breakfast. As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Jin emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray laden with 2 steaming bowls of white porridge and several plates of side dishes. Sister Yuzi, you're up too, he exclaimed, flashing a broad smile upon seeing Yu Qing. Perfect timing. The porridge has just been cooked. Let's savor it while it's hot. I'll fetch you a bowl. Without further ado, he dashed back to the kitchen. Before long, Zhou Xi and Yuhanshi, rubbing their eyes, joined them one after the other. The group gathered around the stone table, relishing the simple yet heartwarming farmhouse breakfast. At that moment, the door of the adjacent guest room swung open, revealing the guest who had rented a room the previous afternoon. He appeared to be in his 30s, sporting a crew cut and dressed in casual attire. Good morning. Yuhanshi greeted him sweetly. Would you like to join us for breakfast? Thank you, little sister, but I have already eaten, the man replied, waving his hand as he settled onto a nearby stone bench. As they dined and chatted, the atmosphere quickly grew familiar. Yu Qing learned the man's full name was Yang, a veteran who had recently retired and was taking time to relax. After a brief conversation, Yang stood to take his leave, expressing his intent to explore the village. Once they had tidied up the dishes, the group convened in the small courtyard to discuss their plans for the day. We hiked to see the lake yesterday. What shall we do today? Su Chipondid, resting her chin on her hand. After a moment as contemplation, Yu Qing spoke up. I wish to visit the place where they craft mother-of-pearl inlay. I want to learn about it. The others looked at him in mild surprise. Mother-of-pearl inlay? Zhou Si asked, curiosity piqued. Yuzi, are you interested in this? Yu Qing nodded. Indeed, I came across it in a book. It's a form of intangible cultural heritage. Since we are here, I want to witness it firsthand and perhaps learn a few basics. Intangible cultural heritage. Yu Hanshi mused, somewhat understanding, but sensing its significance. Then I want to see it too. Yang Yuzi and Zhou Si expressed their agreement as well. Wang Jin, eager to be their guide, chimed in, all right. That's my uncle's workshop. I'll take you there. Wang Jin led the group along the lakeside for roughly 20 minutes, distancing themselves from the lively center of the village until they arrived at a relatively secluded spot. A somewhat aged house nestled by the water bore an unassuming wooden sign, Changquan, Mother-of-Pearl Workshop. The sound of tinkling clinks echoed from within. Wang Jin pushed open the ajar door. Uncle, I brought my classmates to see. Inside, the workshop was dimly lit but impeccably tidy, with numerous finished products displayed on shelves against the wall. The girls' eyes sparkled with wonder as they gazed at the wares. A man in his 50s with dark skin looked up at the sound. It was Wang Jin's uncle. Ah, Xiaojin, you brought classmates. Welcome, he exclaimed, setting down his tools and smiling warmly. Wang Jin introduced everyone, and Yu Qing stepped forward politely, saying, Hello, Uncle Wang. I'm Yang Yuzi. I heard from Wang Jin about mother-of-pearl inlay yesterday, and I found it incredibly beautiful. I wonder if you could teach me how it's done. I just want to understand it better, and won't take up too much of your time. Uncle Wang looked at the eager young girl before him with delight. It was rare to find young people interested in such traditional craftsmanship. Come, sit down and let us talk. For the entire morning, Yu Qing immersed herself in Uncle Wang's explanations, each step of the process revealing the artisan's patience and ingenuity. Under Uncle Wang's hands-on guidance, she cautiously picked up a small hammer and specialized tools, her focus and dedication so palpable that Zhou Si couldn't resist capturing the moment with her camera. A twinge of regret washed over Yu Qing. If only she had brought a video camera. Such a precious craft process deserved to be documented. If only it could be promoted, allowing more people to appreciate it. Meanwhile, Yang Yuzi quietly slipped away from the workshop. She whispered to the others, I'm going to explore elsewhere. Without further explanation, she turned and departed. Although the group felt puzzled, they respected her wishes. It wasn't until lunchtime, when they returned to Wang Jin's small courtyard, that they discovered Yang Yuzi's whereabouts. On the other side of the courtyard, she was seen practicing martial arts with Yang. Dressed in the same sportswear from the morning, beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Yet her expression was one of unprecedented concentration as she mimicked Yang's movements, practicing the most basic fighting techniques. Yu Qing was momentarily taken aback. He watched her, drenched in sunlight and sweat, tirelessly repeating monotonous motions, his heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand. Fool! Yang Yuzi, you great fool! In an instant, he comprehended her reason for leaving alone. He understood why she chose to spend her precious leisure time learning from a veteran. It was for him. It was for the promise to protect her. It was to ensure she would never again feel powerless in the face of danger as she had in her past life. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged in Yu Qing's eyes, mingling with feelings of heartache, gratitude, and an indescribable complexity. He refrained from intervening, silently taking a seat on a nearby stone bench, his gaze unwaveringly following the figure diligently throwing punches in the sunlight. The sunlight outlined her taut muscles, and sweat cascaded down her cheeks, splattering onto the earth beneath her feet, as if also falling upon Yu Qing's heart. It became clear that some resolve requires no words, and some forms of protection had already begun. Chapter 60. Protection should be mutual. In the small courtyard, under the radiant sun, Wang Jin, Zhou Si, and Yu Hanshi quietly observed Yang Yuzi as she repetitively practiced fundamental combat movements. Her sportswear was completely soaked with sweat, each punch revealing signs of fatigue. Yet she persisted, as if imprinting each motion into her very bones. Finally, after completing a set of basic exercises, Yang Yuzi paused, gasping for breath and wiping her sweaty face with her arm. Brother, are you tired? Yu Hanshi rushed over, concern etched on her petite face as she offered a bottle of water. Not too bad, Yang Yuzi replied, taking a few sips. Suchi approached, perplexed. Yu Qing, why the sudden interest in this? Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Wang Jin scratched his head in agreement. Yeah, Brother Qing, this training seems intense. It's making me feel exhausted just watching. Yang Yuzi took a moment to steady her breathing. She raised her eyes, scanning the group before her gaze settled briefly on Yu Qing, who sat quietly on the stone bench, before quickly averting her eyes. She bit her lip and said, Nothing special. I just want to be prepared after what happened with Huang Mingyang, Li Zhe, and that man in black a few days ago. She paused, her expression resolute. I don't want to find myself in a position where I can only passively wait for danger or rely on others to shield me. I want to have the ability to protect myself and those around me. As soon as the words left her lips, the courtyard fell silent. Wang Jin opened his mouth, recalling Huang Mingyang's arrogance, Lijia's cunning, and the ferocity of the man in black, as described by Zhou Xi. He found himself at a loss for words. Zhou Xi looked at Yu Qing with a complex expression. The Yu Qing she knew, while occasionally impulsive, was more often laid back and carefree. She had never witnessed such a near, self-destructive determination before. The weight of the moment stirred an ache in her heart. At that moment, the previously quiet Yang approached. His gaze fell upon Yang Yuzi, filled with admiration. Young lady, I see that fire in your eyes. I have encountered it before. Yang Yuzi looked up at him. In the eyes of those who truly wish to protect something. Yang's voice was low, yet resonant with strength. You just mentioned protecting those around you. And I believe that. That determination is embedded in every one of your actions. He paused, his gaze drifting toward the distant lake, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Looking at you reminds me of some missed opportunities and people from my youth. Back then, I always thought I had plenty of time. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. So, I understand you. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. But remember, martial arts cannot be mastered in just a few days. The fundamentals I impart must be practiced diligently to form muscle memory, so they're truly effective when it matters most. Thank you, Brother Yang. I will persevere, Yang Yuzi replied, nodding vigorously, gratitude shining in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xi exhaled in relief, feeling a twinge of pride for Yu Qing's sense of responsibility. Her gaze shifted to Wang Jin, who appeared somewhat dazed beside her, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. With an elbow nudge, she said, Hey, Wang Jin, look at how hard Yu Qing is working, and then take a good look at yourself. You spend all day just goofing around, seemingly devoid of any sense of urgency. What will you do if trouble really arises? Are you planning to rely on your bulk to shove someone out of the way? I don't. Wang Jin's face flushed at Zhou Xi's admonishment. I am strong too, you know. He glanced at Yu Qing, then at Zhou Xi, who stood with her hands on her hips. Exuding an air of disappointment, and an inexplicable surge of determination welled up within him. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Yang, his expression growing serious. Brother Yang, this afternoon I want to learn too. I want to acquire some skills to protect everyone. He instinctively cast a glance at Zhou Xi. Yang chuckled at the sudden enthusiasm from the young man. All right, wanting to learn is commendable. Let us go together this afternoon. Yang Yuzi observed this scene, a slight smile playing on her lips. However, as her gaze returned to Yu Qing seated on the stone bench, that sense of ease vanished. She understood what Yu Qing was thinking. Although they had exchanged bodies, in Yu Qing's eyes, she would always be the girl in need of protection and care. He must be feeling pained by her current struggles, perhaps even wanting to stop her. Remembering how Yu Qing had referred to them as comrades, she recalled every instance where he had shielded her from harm. A wave of bitterness and resolve surged within her. She did not want to remain in that position indefinitely, nor did she wish to always be the one needing protection. She too yearned for strength, to stand by his side when danger approached, or even to shield him. This desire for guardianship should be reciprocal. Yu Qing noticed the way Yang Yuzi averted her gaze, a silent stubbornness reflected in her demeanor. He felt a pang of sympathy, witnessing her struggle, drenched in sweat. Her determination, unwavering, tugged at his heartstrings. Each time he stood in front of her, it was out of love, born from that irreversible rainy night in their past lives. Etched deep within his soul, he only wished to shelter her beneath his wings, unwilling to let her suffer even the slightest harm. Yet, the echoes of that rainy night reverberated in his mind, the girl clutching his cold body, whispering with the last of her strength, this time, let me protect you. Love has never been a one-sided endeavor. It can drive one to protect unconditionally, yet it can equally ignite the flame of selfless guardianship in another. Romance is a mutual journey, and so is the act of protection. He had once told her they were comrades. Yet true comrades fight side by side, rather than merely shielding each other from danger while facing the storms alone. What kind of comradeship is that? It is merely another form of excessive protectiveness. With a long, weary sigh, he exhaled a mixture of helplessness, heartache, and, more prominently, a sense of acceptance and understanding. He lifted his head, offering a smile filled with encouragement and approval to the somewhat apprehensive figure before him. That smile seemed to convey, all right, I understand. Go forth. Yang Yuzi caught that smile, interpreting the unspoken support in his eyes, her heart lightening as if a great burden had been lifted. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. The group returned to the house for a simple farmhouse lunch. After the meal, Yu Qing observed Yang Yuzi, Wang Jin. and Yang preparing to continue their training in the yard. A thought crossed his mind. As a man, it is only natural to learn some self-defense. After a moment's hesitation, he stood up. I'd like to learn the basics too, just in case. No. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Yuzi interrupted him decisively. She walked up to him, her tone slightly stern. What do you need to learn that for? Girls practicing this will end up with muscular arms and tan skin. It won't look good. Absolutely not. Yu Qing. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Looking at her youthful face, adorned with an expression reminiscent of a mother chastising him, he could only shake his head in resignation and chuckle. All right. If you say so, I want to learn. I'll go learn shell inlay from Uncle Wang instead. After all, I'm quite capable myself. I'll accompany you, Yuji, Zhou Ci interjected. She cast a glance at Wang Jin, who was already starting to hum and laugh in the yard, rolling her eyes. Okay, let's go together. Yu Qing nodded in agreement. Thus, in the small courtyard, Yang began instructing Yang Yuzi and Wang Jin in basic combat techniques, while Yu Hanshi perched on a small stool nearby, watching her brother with a blend of concern and burgeoning pride for his efforts. Meanwhile, Yu Qing and Zhou Ci returned to Uncle Wang's shell inlay workshop. The familiar clanging sounds filled the air as Yu Qing picked up his tools, guided by Uncle Wang, continuing the attempts he had left unfinished earlier. His focus soon enveloped him entirely. Time slipped by uncounted until Yu Qing's phone softly vibrated in his pocket. He set down his tools, wiped his hands, and pulled out his phone. It was a file sent by Lu Baochuan, accompanied by a message. Lu Jia, Yuji, give it a listen. I've polished it according to your requests, and the accompaniment has been rearranged. Let us see how it sounds. If all is well, we'll release this version. The file titled The Last Page, Final Version MP3. Yu Qing opened the file and borrowed Zhou Ci's headphones. A clear, ethereal female voice flowed forth. The very piece recorded in Lu Baochuan's studio on National Day, now enhanced through professional post-production. The accompaniment was no longer merely piano. It incorporated various instruments, amplifying the emotional impact. Most satisfying to Yu Qing was the quality of his own voice. Though traces of his original timbre remained, it was altered enough that even those closest to him would be unable to recognize it solely by sound. The result was strikingly close to the version he remembered from his past life, even surpassing it in some nuances due to Yang Yuzi's inherent vocal advantages. He replied to Lu Baochuan, expressing his delight with the outcome and confirming that they would proceed with this version for release. Chapter 61, His Gift. Back in the workshop, just as Yu Qing set down his phone, he caught Zhou Ci's curious gaze directed at him. She was fixated on the headphones he had just returned. Yuji, what were you listening to? You look so serious. It's a new song by teacher Yang Fong, the one I performed at the music festival. It's ready for release. She sent me the final version to check the sound quality. As he explained, he tilted his phone screen towards Zhou Ci, displaying the recently received audio file. Would you like to listen? The effect is fantastic, with many more instruments added. Teacher Yang Fong's new song. Zhou Ci's eyes brightened, instantly piqued with interest. Of course, I want to hear it. She took the headphones that Yu Qing handed over and inserted them into her ears. As the ethereal and clear voice flowed forth, Zhou Ci was instantly captivated. Yu Qing observed Zhou Ci's expression and felt a sense of relief. Excellent. She had completely failed to detect any familiarity, nor would she associate it with herself. Yu Qing manipulated her phone. I'll send you a copy. It's been transferred via Penguin. After Zhou Ci finished listening, she removed the headphones, her face still aglow with excitement, and hurriedly took out her phone to confirm the file's reception. Unable to resist, putting the headphones back on to listen again. Watching Zhou Ci immerse herself in the music, Yu Qing moved over to the nearby workstation. The pieces she had been working on these past few days were also nearing completion. With tweezers and glue, she carefully embedded the last few fragments into their designated spots, gently sanding the edges with fine grit paper. Yu Qing gazed at her first inlay work, although it did not possess the exquisite craftsmanship of Uncle Wang's creations. It was nonetheless precious because she had made it with her own hands. Oh, little girl, have you finished? Uncle Wang remarked upon seeing the completed piece in Yu Qing's hands, his eyes brimming with approval. Remarkable. For a first attempt, the quality is quite impressive. Yu Qing felt a bit shy at the praise. Thank you, Uncle Wang. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. She placed the small butterfly into a fabric pouch, exchanged a farewell with Zhou Ci, who was still engrossed in the music, and the two departed from Uncle Wang's home, returning to Wang Jin's small courtyard. In the courtyard, the training continued. Yang Yuzi and Wang Jin were repeating basic movements under Yang's guidance. Yang Yuzi's movements were noticeably more precise. Wang Jin, on the other hand, appeared somewhat clumsy. Despite his earnest efforts, his execution always fell short. Either his balance was off or his strength misapplied. Yang devoted most of his energy to correcting his postures. Steady those legs. Wang Jin, don't be so limp. Move your feet more nimbly. Don't be glued to the ground. Wang Jin grimaced under the reprimand, clearly finding it much more challenging than Yang Yuzi. Wang father and Wang mother, aware that their guest was a retired soldier generously teaching their son martial arts for free, felt immensely grateful and occasionally brought over sliced fruits and cool tea. Expressing their thanks profusely, upon seeing Yu Qing and Zhou Si return, Yang glanced up at the sky, clapped his hands, and announced, "All right, that will be all for today. Go home and reflect, practice more, especially you, Wang Jin. Finally, it's over," Wang Jin exclaimed, collapsing onto a stone bench with a sigh of relief. "Brother Yang, this martial arts training is too difficult." Yang shook his head in exasperation and pointed to Yang Yuzi beside him. "You should learn from Yu Qing. Mastery in martial arts doesn't happen overnight. Without dedication, practice is futile." Wang Jin felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and nodding in agreement. Yang bid everyone farewell, stating he needed to attend to some matters in the village before leaving. Yu Qing approached Yang Yuzi, offering her an open bottle of mineral water. "Here, have some water." Yang Yuzi replied, taking the bottle and drinking several large gulps. Yu Qing then retrieved a small wrapped item from her pocket. Opening her palm, "This is for you." "A gift?" Yang Yuzi blinked in surprise as she accepted the pouch. Nearby, Yu Hanqi and Wang Jin immediately leaned in with curiosity. "What is it, Sister Yuzi?" Yu Hanqi inquired. Yu Qing gestured for Yang Yuzi to open it. "I made this myself. My craftsmanship might not be the best." Yang Yuzi, Buzlet, opened the fabric pouch and revealed a delicate, small purple butterfly. "Wow, what a beautiful little butterfly!" Yu Hanqi exclaimed, her face lighting up with awe. She instantly adored the butterfly, gazing enviously at Yu Qing. "Sister Yuzi, did you make this? I want one too." Yu Qing smiled gently. "Yes. I learned to make it from Uncle Wang. I only had time to make one this time. Next time, if I have the chance, I promise to make you one." Yu Qing almost slipped and called her brother, but thankfully caught herself just in time. As her elder sister, she naturally wanted to indulge her younger sibling. Though Yu Hanqi felt a slight pang of disappointment, her spirits lifted instantly upon hearing Yu Qing's promise, and she clung to Yu Qing's arm affectionately. "Really? It's a promise then?" Wang Jin scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "Inlay work? I have plenty at home. Sister Yuji, Xiao, Shi, Zhou Si. I'll pick out a nice one for each of you later." Zhou Si shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "Wang Jin, what do you know? Sister Yuji made this with her own hands. The significance isn't the same at all." As she spoke, she cast a pointed look at Wang Jin. Suddenly aware of the implications, Wang Jin's face flushed, and he turned to the unique little butterfly in Yu Qing's hand, nodding with understanding. "Right? Made by hand. The sentiment is what truly matters." Yang Yuzi disregarded Wang Jin's and Zhou Si's comments. From the moment she laid eyes on the purple butterfly, her gaze remained fixated upon it. A warmth enveloped her heart. This was the first time this little fool had genuinely given her a gift. Not the white pearl that Wang Lili had discarded and passed on to her in her previous life, but a purple butterfly he had crafted by hand over the course of an entire day. She lifted her gaze to the soul occupying her body. The girl before her wore an expression tinged with a hint of nervousness and brimming with anticipation, like a child awaiting praise. The soft profile illuminated by the setting sun caused her heart to flutter unexpectedly. An indescribable warmth and excitement surged within her. Almost instinctively, she raised her hand to gently ruffle Yu Qing's hair. "Thank you, it's beautiful." In that moment, gazing at the butterfly in her palm and feeling the delicate strands of hair beneath her fingertips, Yang Yuzi's lingering resentment towards Wang Lili evaporated entirely. She was certain that in Yu Qing's heart, there was no longer any place for anyone else. This affectionate gesture of tousling Yu Qing's hair drew knowing smiles from their companions, a scene they had grown accustomed to. Wang Jin was the first to react. "Here we go again. Yu Qing, you're killing me. Brother, you're feeding me dog food." Upon hearing Wang Jin's words, Yu Qing snapped back to reality. Instinctively, she attempted to evade the hand above her head, but Yang Yuzi had already retracted it, her eyes now sparkling with deeper mirth. Yu Qing quickly cleared her throat, casting a fierce glare at Wang Jin, her expression a silent warning. That look immediately reminded Wang Jin of certain unfortunate incidents involving Huang Mingyang. He shrank back, suppressing any further teasing remarks. This was someone truly not to be trifled with. Chapter 62. Has a thief intruded? The sunlight in the courtyard remained bright, but Yu Qing felt an itch on his body. While working on the inlay, he had inevitably gotten some shavings and shell powder on himself. Unable to resist, he scratched his arm. "I've got a bit of dust on me. It's itchy. I'll go wash up." "Hey, now that you mention it, I feel a bit itchy too. Zhou Ci remarked, stretching her shoulders. I must have picked it up in the workshop as well. I'll go wash up too. With that, she rose and headed toward her room. Wang Jin, already exhausted, eagerly sought rest and, seeing the two girls returning to their rooms, said, "Then I'll head back to lie down too. I feel like I'm falling apart." Yu Hanshi, watching Yu Qing's retreating figure, leaned into Yang Yuzi and whispered, "Brother, let me tell you. Last night, I visited Sister Yuji's room and saw a beautiful white dress in her suitcase. It was so lovely. Brother, just think how pretty Sister Yuji would look in that dress. Should we take a look?" Yang Yuzi was taken aback. A dress? In her previous life, she had endured countless hardships and had scarcely donned a dress. A flicker of curiosity and anticipation quietly blossomed within her. She glanced at Yu Hanshi and whispered, "Do you have a plan?" Yu Hanshi chuckled mischievously, signaling an okay gesture. With stealthy grace, she tiptoed to the door of Yu Qing's room, pressing her ear against the door to catch the sound of water flowing from within. Cautiously, she twisted the doorknob and peered inside, immediately spotting the clean leisurewear hanging on the hook behind the door, ready for a change. Swiftly, she retrieved the outfit and slipped onto the small balcony to collect the denim attire Yu Qing had washed earlier that morning. After confirming the continuous sound of water from the bathroom, she cradled both outfits in her arms and quietly exited the room. She hurried back to her own chamber, tossing the garments onto her bed. Having completed her task, she dashed back to the stone bench, revealing a triumphant smile to Yang Yuzi, as if seeking praise. Yang Yuzi, observing her antics, gave her an approving thumbs up. "I'll prepare you some new fruit tea," she promised. Yu Hanshi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, steam enveloped the air. Yu Qing turned off the shower, dried himself with a towel, and wrapped himself in a bath towel. He reached for the clothes on the doorknob, only to find nothing there. Puzzled, he peeked out, looking towards the doorknob's location, which was completely bare. Huh? Yu Qing was taken aback. He distinctly remembered hanging them there. Tightening his grip on the bath towel, he cautiously opened the bathroom door to find the room eerily silent. How strange, he muttered to himself. Instinctively, he headed toward the balcony to check if the denim outfit had dried, hoping he might make do with it. However, the balcony too was devoid of any clothing. Yu Qing was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Has someone broken in? His heart raced as he quickly checked the wallet he had placed beside his pillow. The money remained untouched, not a cent missing. Everything else in the room seemed undisturbed. Just as he was trying to make sense of the situation, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Yuji, open the door quickly. My brother needs you urgently." Yu Qing's heart raced. Yang Yuji needed him? Had something happened during training? Xiaoxi, what's wrong with your brother? What's happened? Yu Qing called out anxiously through the door. "I don't know the details, but he looks really anxious and wants you to hurry." Yu Hanshi's voice was laced with urgency. This only heightened Yu Qing's panic. Yang Yuji was not one to easily claim urgency. His mind raced, but he was still wrapped in a bath towel, and all his clothes had mysteriously vanished. What to do? His gaze fell upon the suitcase in the corner of the room. That little white dress was his only option. Not wearing it? Was he to dash out wrapped in a bath towel? The thought was too absurd to entertain. Wear it. But it was a dress. Time was of the essence. Yang Yuji was waiting, and something serious might have occurred. Gritting his teeth at the thought, Yu Qing decided to take the plunge. He quickly opened the suitcase and retrieved the white strapless gown. Without a second thought for matching or aesthetics, he hurriedly donned the dress, pulled up the side zipper, and barely managed to adjust his undergarments before slipping into a pair of brown loafers. Ignoring his damp hair and the absence of an outer garment, he flung open the door. "Xiaoxi, where's your brother?" Before he could finish, he was met with Yu Hanshi standing at the door, her eyes wide with surprise. At that moment, Yu Qing had no time to consider his sister's expression and pressed on. "Where's your brother? What happened?" Yu Hanshi snapped back to attention and quickly pointed towards the small courtyard. "He's sitting on the stone bench over there." Following her gesture, Yu Qing looked to see Yang Yuzi sitting calmly on the stone bench, toying with the small butterfly brooch he had gifted her, completely devoid of any urgency. He quickly jogged over to her. "Xiao," she said, "you needed me urgently. What's wrong? What happened?" Yang Yuzi looked up, her gaze falling upon the girl in the white dress, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, slightly breathless from a run. A flash of astonishment flickered in her eyes, quickly transforming into a warm smile. "Urgent? Not at all. I'm perfectly fine." Yu Qing turned to glance back at Yu Hanshi, who wore an immensely innocent yet mischievous grin. Clinging to Yu Qing's arm and pouting, "Yuji, don't be mad. I just wanted to see how pretty you looked in a dress. Look how lovely it is." As she shook Yu Qing's arm, a realization struck him, connecting the dots with the mysterious disappearance of his clothes. Yu Hanshi. He was both amused and exasperated, playfully flicking her forehead. "I knew it was your doing. Stealing my clothes, This girl had always enjoyed teasing him, and even in a different body, her playful nature remained unchanged. Yu Hanqi rubbed her forehead and grinned, unabashedly confessing, "Yes, indeed. Who told you to have such a beautiful dress and not wear it? Look, Yuji, doesn't she look absolutely stunning?" She sought affirmation from Yang Yuzi. Hearing her words, Yu Qing finally took a moment to inspect himself. The strapless design revealed his shoulders and collarbone, subtly accentuating the contours of a well-defined waistline. The long skirt and lace trim added an enchanting touch of femininity. Admittedly, the dress did suit him quite well. Yang Yuzi stood up and approached Yu Qing, gently tidying his slightly tousled damp hair. "Yes, you look wonderful." The warmth of her gesture and compliment set his ears ablaze, and just as he was about to respond, Yang Yuzi gazed out at the shimmering lake and suggested, "Your hair is still wet. Since there is sunlight, why not take a stroll by the lake to dry it?" Yu Qing nodded, glancing at her profile. Sound good. "You two go ahead," Yu Hanqi chimed in cheerfully. "I'm tired and will rest for a bit." She had no desire to play the third wheel. Watching her brother and Yang Yuzi walk side by side towards the lakeside, she secretly flashed a victorious V sign, her face alight with pride. Chapter 63. The top of the school, the National Day holiday, flew by in a blink. In Yu Qing, Yaowang fashion. The bustling scenes leading up to the grand opening had subsided, and the store's foot traffic had returned to a relatively stable state. This was anticipated by Xiao Yao and Wang Jinyu. The 5 exquisite designs of traditional Chinese women's clothing provided by the enigmatic by Li Yu were indeed stunning. But the styles were ultimately limited and the target demographic was primarily female. Once the local clientele interested in purchasing had reached saturation, sales naturally declined. Nevertheless, the explosive success over just 7 days had yielded a staggering profit exceeding 300,000. This figure brought Xiao Yao to the brink of tears with joy, as it was precisely enough to cover all of Yang Wanjing's subsequent cancer treatment expenses. Manager Zhao of Yu Qing Fashion recognized the market potential, but also acknowledged the limitations of a singular women's line. He reached out to Yang Yuzi again, expressing a desire for her to design a few complementary men's outfits in the same traditional style, hoping that once a series was established, it could attract a broader customer base and expand into the surrounding counties. Yang Yuzi readily agreed. Designing men's clothing was comparatively easier than women's, as the focus on details varied in direction. In less than an hour, 5 distinct male fashion design sketches were crafted and promptly dispatched to manager Zhao via email. Under the guidance of specialized management personnel from the Dance City Apparel, Xiao Yao made remarkable strides in her understanding of store operations and personnel allocation. With the confidence gained from her initial earnings, she has begun searching for suitable locations for branch stores. The plan for the first branch of Yaowang Apparel has quietly been set into motion. Meanwhile, the single The Last Page, released by the music studio where Liu Baochuan works, created an uproar during the National Day holiday. The ethereal and crystalline female voice, combined with the rich layers and emotional depth of the exquisite arrangement, swiftly captivated an audience of countless listeners. Within just a few days, both the listening and download figures surpassed 100,000, propelling it to the forefront of the new song charts. The melody began to echo through the audio systems of video stores, clothing shops, and cafes across the streets. The artist, credited as Yang Hanqi, bore a mysterious and unfamiliar name that sparked a flurry of speculation. On Monday, October 8th, AI Qing High School resumed its usual order following the holiday. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows of Class 3-1, where students congregated in small groups, animatedly sharing tales from their breaks. Laughter and exclamations filled the air. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi entered the classroom side by side. As Yu Qing's figure appeared in the doorway, the chatter within the classroom shifted direction. "Hey, Yuzi, the song you sang has been released." "Yes, the artist is called Yang Hanqi. However, this version seems to be even better." Of course, Yang the school beauty was merely doing a trial recording for teacher Yang Fong that day. The equipment and venue could not compare to a professional studio, a classmate asserted confidently, prompting a wave of agreement. "Exactly, but Yuji, given your close relationship with teacher Yang Fong, do you know this Yang Hanqi?" Listening to her classmates' discussions, Yu Qing remained unfazed. She settled into her seat and explained to the students who had gathered around her, "Teacher Yang Fong asked me to do a trial recording because she trusted me. However, the officially released version was recorded by a professional singer in a proper environment, so naturally, the quality is far superior to mine. As for Yang Hanqi, I do not know her. Perhaps she is a newcomer discovered by teacher Yang Fong?" Her measured distance regarding Yang Hanqi effectively dispelled the majority of her classmates' doubts. Yang Yuzi had already heard the final version during the National Day small group activities, while the accompaniment differed slightly from what she had heard in her previous life. She did not dwell on it. Yet, The name Yang Qing evoked a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered it before but could not recall where. Unable to untangle the thought, she decided to let it go, attributing it to a minor butterfly effect stemming from a rebirth. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Tang Xuejuan, entered the classroom. The previously boisterous room fell silent in an instant. "Students, did you enjoy your holiday?" Tang Xuejuan's voice radiated happiness, leaving the class somewhat puzzled. Their usually stern teacher seemed unusually cheerful today. "I have good news to share. Our Class 3-1 has surpassed Class 3-3 in the recent monthly exam, achieving the highest average score in the grade." After a brief silence, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Surpassing the class that had always loomed over them was a testament to their collective effort. Tang Xuejuan beamed, having received commendation from school leadership for the class's outstanding performance. Moreover, she continued, raising a hand to signal for quiet, "The top individual score in the grade is also from our class." A hush fell over the room, with many students glancing toward the class monitor Zhou Ci or the academic committee member Su Qiu, the two highest achievers in Class 1. Observing the students' reactions, Tang Xuejuan smiled. "This time, one of our classmates has made remarkable progress. Everyone should aspire to emulate their spirit of perseverance." As soon as her words were spoken, nearly every pair of eyes in the class turned in unison toward a certain spot at the back of the classroom, the once underperforming Yu Qing, who had now undergone a complete transformation. Feeling the collective gaze, Yang Yuzi remained composed. Tang Xuejuan picked up the report card she had brought. "Class monitor, please read out the total scores from this month's exam." Zhou Ci stepped up to the podium and took the report card. Upon hearing Tang Xuejuan mention that the top individual score was also from Class 1, she instinctively wondered if it might be her, given that her scores from the previous year typically range between 640 and 680, consistently placing her among the top 5 in the school. When her eyes fell upon the top 2 names and the astonishing scores that followed, she froze, her fingers trembling slightly as they clutched the report card. The classroom was enveloped in silence, every heart racing in anticipation of the class monitor's announcement. Zhou Ci took a deep breath to steady her voice, though it trembled with disbelief as she clearly pronounced the first name. "First place, Yang Yuzi." She paused, reconfirming the figure. Total score, 725 points. First in the grade. This score, even in the illustrious history of AI Qing High School, could not have been achieved by more than 5 individuals. Missing perfection by merely 25 points signified that aside from the Chinese essay and a few subjective questions, her performance in other subjects was nearly flawless. Wow, 725? Oh my goodness, did I hear that correctly? If the classroom had erupted in cheers when the homeroom teacher announced the class's first place standing, now it descended into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sounds of collective gasps. 725 points. First in the grade. Young school beauty. All the students stared, wide-eyed in disbelief, at the beautiful figure sitting quietly by the window. This was not merely beauty. She was a veritable academic prodigy. Yang Yuzi was equally taken aback, though she had heard Yu Qing claim that his previous poor grades were an act. 725 points? This far surpassed her highest score of 710 from her previous life. The disparity was utterly astonishing. Each point above 700 represented countless hours of practice. She abruptly turned to Yu Qing, her eyes filled with shock and inquiry. "Isn't this a bit too extraordinary for an act?" Receiving Yang Yuzi's astonished gaze, Yu Qing smirked slightly, as if to say, "See, I wasn't lying." With his extensive knowledge acquired from his previous life as an exemplary teacher, combined with a month of diligent study in this life, achieving this score was entirely within the realm of possibility for him. Chapter 64, An Unexpected Invitation. Tang Xuejuan raised her hand to signal the students to quiet down. "Silence. Let the class monitor continue reading," she commanded authoritatively. Zhou Ci endeavored to calm her own astonishment, her gaze once more fixed on the report card. When she read the next name and score, the classroom, which had only just settled, erupted into an even greater tempest of astonishment. "Second place, Yu Qing." Zhou Ci read, her voice trembling with disbelief. Total score, 688 points, second in the grade. "What? 688? Second in the grade? Am I hallucinating?" The classroom erupted into chaos once more. The classmates are well aware of the remarkable transformation that Yu Qing has undergone this semester. She has become diligent in her studies and has submitted her assignments. Yet, who could have anticipated her astounding leap from the depths of her class to securing the second position in the grade? This is not merely progress. It is akin to a meteoric rise. On the podium, Tang Xuejuan gazes at the utterly chaotic scene below, her expression tinged with pride. During the National Day holiday, when the results were announced in the homeroom group, she promptly engaged in a conversation with Yu Qing. Faced with Tang Xuejuan's astonishment and inquiries, Yang Yuzi could only resort to the words Yu Qing had previously shared with her. Mom, my poor grades were just a facade. Tang Xuejuan and the nearby Yu Shusheng, upon hearing this, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, as if they had been thoroughly affronted by this mischievous child. A facade? Were you trying to drive us to despair? Yu Shusheng jestingly reprimanded. Nevertheless, amidst the jest, the couple felt an overwhelming sense of joy upon witnessing their son's profound metamorphosis. Who can truly fathom the thoughts of a rebellious teenager? As long as their child has matured and become responsible, the past can be regarded as merely the price of growth. Silence. Silence. Tang Xuejuan was compelled to raise her voice once more, rapping her knuckles on the podium. What are you all doing? Listen to the class monitor finish reading the results. Under Tang Xuejuan's authoritative command, the classroom reluctantly regained a semblance of order. The subsequent results returned to the familiar rhythm. Third place, Zhou Ci. Total score, 652. Sixth in the grade. Fourth place, Su Qiu. Total score, 631. 17th in the grade. Wang Jin. Total score, 563. 95th in the grade. The students in the class experienced a spectrum of emotions, as this is the typical state of affairs for high school seniors following a monthly examination. Some rejoiced at their slight improvements, while others lamented their marginal declines. After Zhou Ci reported his score, Tang Xuejuan signaled the class representative to start distributing the Chinese exam papers, preparing to discuss the questions. After class, Tang Xuejuan asked Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi to accompany her to the office of the grade director. As the three departed the classroom, the classmates erupted into excited chatter, feeling as though they had awoken from a dream. In a single night, their class had produced two prodigies. Upon reaching the door of the director's office, Dan Sudu the Nukget Yan Li, come in, came Qiu Wenqing's voice from within. Tang Xuejuan opened the door, followed closely by Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi. Upon seeing the trio enter, Qiu Wenqing rose to greet them. Teacher Tang, you've arrived. Please take a seat. He personally guided them to the guest sofa and brewed tea for them. Tang Xuejuan quickly waved her hand. Director Qiu, I have a class shortly, so I'll one tea sit. I brought them for you. Please have a chat with them. She turned to Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. Director Qiu has a few matters to discuss with you. Have a good conversation. Qiu Wenqing nodded with a smile, escorting Tang Xuejuan to the door. At the threshold, he lowered his voice, saying, Teacher Tang, your child. Who would have thought there would be such a splendid surprise in this senior year? Tang Xuejuan's face lit up with joy, though she humbly replied, Director Qiu, you flatter me. It is entirely due to the child's awakening and newfound diligence. You speak with them. I'll return to the classroom now. After bidding farewell to Tang Xuejuan, Qiu Wenqing closed the office door and settled back into the main seat of the sofa, carefully scrutinizing the pair of golden children before him. One was serene and beautiful, while the other was tall and handsome, both exuding an air of admiration and satisfaction. Yang Yuzi, Yu Qing, Qiu Wenqing began, first and foremost. I congratulate you both on your remarkable achievements in this monthly examination, one securing first place and the other second in the grade. You have brought glory to your class, your grade, and indeed to our school. He spared no praise. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi maintained polite smiles, having long since developed immunity to such platitudes as reborn individuals. Their hearts unfazed, Qiu Wenqing shifted the focus of his conversation. The reason I have called you here today is to discuss an important matter. Ever since the incident with Huang Mingyang at the beginning of the semester, I have been deeply impressed by both of you. Now, with your academic breakthroughs, particularly you, Yu Qing, your progress is nothing short of miraculous. Therefore, I would like to invite you both to take the stage after the flag-raising ceremony during the next recess, to share your study methods with the entire school. Especially you, Yu Qing. Your experiences could serve as an exemplary model for many students, far more impactful than any lecture. Speak on stage. Both Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi's hearts sank simultaneously at the mention of sharing study methods. Their method was essentially leveraging the knowledge they retained from their previous lives to excel among high school students. Could they disclose this? They instinctively exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of resignation. Observing their discomfort, Qiu Wenqing assumed they were merely nervous. Don't be anxious. Just share casually how you study, how you overcome difficulties, and how you manage your time. Yu Qing, please emphasize how you resolved the change and achieved your current results. Just a few minutes will suffice. No need for lengthy speeches. With Qiu Wenqing's earnest demeanor, they realized there was no escaping this. All right, Director Qiu, we will do our best. Yu Qing nodded. Since they could not evade the situation, they might as well fabricate a narrative. As someone who had been a teacher for a decade in their past life, providing some motivational insights about diligent study would be a piece of cake. Seeing Yu Qing acquiesce, Yang Yuzi also agreed. Although her nature was somewhat reserved, having weathered numerous storms, this situation was not enough to fluster her. Upon their agreement, Yu Qing beamed with delight. Then it's settled. While we still have some time, could you briefly tell me how you typically study? It will help me have a better understanding. Thus began the performance of the two reborn individuals. Yu Qing described forming study groups with Zhou Ci, Wang Jin, and others, collaboratively tackling difficult problems, a quintessential portrayal of an exemplary student, impeccable in every respect. Yang Yuzi endeavored to embody the role of an underdog, expressing her prior ignorance and gratitude for the support from the study group. Yu Qing nodded approvingly, particularly lauding the study group model. Time flew by swiftly, and as the recess approached, Yu Qing glanced at his watch. All right, I have a general understanding of your situation. You may return to the classroom and prepare for the flag-raising ceremony. I will call you to the stage. As they exited the office, Yu Qing sighed softly, whispering in a tone only Yang Yuzi could hear, "Ugh, now, I have to speak in public." Yang Yuzi's lips curled into a slight smile. "There's no other way. Yu Qing, for the sake of your reputation, quickly tell me how you changed. Otherwise, I won't have anything to say later." Yu Qing shot her a disgruntled glance, one that lacked any real menace and instead carried a playful reproach. The two walked side by side towards the classroom, where Yu Qing swiftly shared some of his past misadventures and the evolution of his mindset. Yang Yuzi struggled to suppress her laughter. Chapter 65, A Heart-Stirring Speech. On the playground, all teachers and students of Yu Qing High School stood in solemnity, singing the national anthem, heralding the commencement of a new week. Director Yu Qing took the microphone, standing on the dais, first emphasizing the importance of refocusing on studies post-National Day, articulating the discipline and expectations. He then shifted his tone. "Students, in this monthly examination, our senior year has made commendable progress overall. Particularly noteworthy is Class 1 of Senior Year 3. He paused, casting his gaze over the audience. It is likely that many have already heard the news. Yang Yuzi, a new transfer student in Class 1 of the senior year, achieved a remarkable score of 725 in the recent monthly examination, securing the top position in the entire grade. A wave of astonished whispers erupted from the audience. Although the news had circulated among various classes, the confirmation of such an extraordinary score by the headmaster still left an immense impact on them. Yu Qing raised his hand to signal for silence. In order to promote collective progress among all students, we invite Yang Yuzi to the stage to share her learning insights. Let's extend a warm round of applause. The applause resonated instantly, particularly from the section representing Class 1 of the senior year, where the clapping was especially fervent. Each student's face radiated pride. "Look, this is our class's academic prodigy." Zhou Ci, standing behind Yuzi, gently patted her back and whispered, "Yuzi, you can do it. Don't be nervous." Yuzi nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and walked towards the podium, meeting the gaze of the entire school's faculty and students. The murmurs from the audience gradually subsided. Tang Xuejuan stood at the forefront of the first class S row, watching Yuzi ascend the stage, her heart swelling with pride and satisfaction. Such an exemplary daughter-in-law is indeed irreplaceable in the entirety of Yu Qing, and I must frequent visits with my future in-laws more often. Yuzi accepted the microphone from Yu Qing, first bowing graciously to all the teachers and students present. Standing upright, her clear voice resonated through the microphone, reaching every corner of the playground. "Good morning, teachers and fellow students. It is a great honor to stand here and share with you today. Before I begin my sharing, I would like to tell you a story." Her gaze drifted into the distance, as if transcending time and space. This story was one she had experienced in her previous life, albeit with slight modifications. "When I was young, I had a friend who was a few years older than I. He was exceptionally bright and excelled in middle school. However, upon entering high school, the rebelliousness of adolescence led him astray. He associated with a dubious crowd, began to skip classes, engage in fights, and his focus shifted entirely away from his studies, resulting in a dramatic decline in his academic performance. By the time he reached his senior year, his situation worsened. He even found himself in police custody on the day of the college entrance examination due to a brawl outside of school. A profound silence enveloped the audience. The beginning of this story reflected the shadows that lingered in the hearts of many students. Yuji's voice lowered, imbued with sorrow, when his parents learned of this. They were frantic and drove through the night to resolve the situation. Tragically, they encountered a severe car accident on the way and both lost their lives. This sudden turn of events struck the audience like a thunderbolt, leaving many students gasping in disbelief, their faces etched with shock, while even the teachers wore grave expressions. Yuji's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her voice grew even more resolute. When my friend received this devastating news in the police station, his entire world crumbled. All his past rebelliousness and indifference transformed into haunting remorse and anguish in that moment. He questioned himself. If he had only worked hard back then, would he have avoided this fate? Would he have spared his beloved parents the disappointment of departing from this world? Her gaze swept across the youthful faces in the audience, imbued with a penetrating weight. Why am I sharing this story? Because youth is beautiful, yet fleeting. Every indulgence and moment of laziness we embrace now may leave us with irreparable regrets in the future. When we face failure in our exams or disappoint our parents and teachers, we must ask ourselves, do we deserve the love and sacrifices of those who care for us? Effort is not solely for the purpose of gaining admission to a prestigious university or securing a good job. Effort is also to honor the expectations of those who look upon us with hope, to prevent ourselves from regretting our choices one day in the future. Yuji's voice carried a powerful resonance. Do not wait until you lose something to learn its value. Do not wait until it is too late to regret not giving your all. The atmosphere in the playground was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Many students, particularly those struggling academically, felt a tumult of emotions, with intense guilt and a fervent desire to change surging within them like a tidal wave. Instantly, the floodgates of their emotional resonance burst open as they yearned to bury themselves in study for days and nights on end. Yuji's tone softened, returning to the theme of sharing experiences. As for study methods, I believe the most important aspects are attitude and perseverance. For instance, our class has spontaneously organized study groups to discuss problems, assist one another, and complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. While one may travel swiftly alone, it is only through the support of a group that we can journey further. She bowed deeply once more to the audience. My sharing has concluded. Thank you all. Silence. A silence that resonated deeply. Then, as if a tsunami had surged forth, an overwhelming round of applause erupted, tenfold more fervent than at the beginning. This applause was not only for Yuji's astonishing score, but also for the profound questions that pierced the soul within her story. Many students' eyes glistened with tears, clapping vigorously. Yu Qing, standing to the side, felt a swell of emotion, his eyes misty as he took the microphone, his hand trembling with excitement. The impact had far exceeded expectations. This student, Yang Yuzi, not only excelled academically, but also possessed remarkable depth of thought and expressive ability. After finally managing to quell the applause, his voice trembled with unrestrained emotion. We are immensely grateful to Yang Yuzi for her captivating share and profound insights. The story she imparted is worthy of deep reflection and learning for each and every one of us. Yu Qing paused for a few seconds before continuing. Next, we are privileged to invite a student who can be regarded as a miracle that has never been witnessed since the founding of Yu Qing High School. He has exemplified the truth of the saying, a wayward son returning is worth more than gold, through his actions. He is Yu Qing from class 1 of the senior year, who has ascended from a ranking beyond 1,000 to become the second in the grade. His score in this monthly examination is 688. Let's extend the warmest applause to welcome Yu Qing to the stage to share his journey of resurgence. Second in the grade? Yu Qing, from beyond 1,000 to second in the grade. My goodness, is it really him? The announcement of the results by Yu Qing triggered an even more intense reaction than before. Everyone was left in stunned disbelief, almost forgetting to applaud. Countless gazes, filled with shock, skepticism, and curiosity, converged on the young man stepping onto the stage. Yang Yuzi appeared calm as she took the microphone from Yu Qing. Her gaze swept across the audience, not shying away from the complex expressions, her voice clear. Hello everyone, I am Yu Qing. The story shared by Yang Yuzi deeply resonated with me. As you may know, I have not always been this way. A ripple of low laughter arose from the audience. As most students were evidently aware of his past, Yang Yuzi faced them with poise. Indeed, I once squandered my academic pursuits due to some immature feelings and rebellion, causing my parents great distress and disappointing my teachers. She did not name Wang Lili, but everyone understood whom she referred to. Every time I saw them saddened by my actions, witnessing the disappointment and worry in their eyes, I too felt a profound sense of guilt. Her voice carried a sincere reflection. As Yang Yuzi mentioned, infatuation may be an inevitable part of adolescence. Yet, I gradually came to realize that she and I were not meant for each other, and that this feeling would not yield any fruitful outcome. More importantly, I cannot allow a momentary impulse to betray the genuine love and high hopes that my parents and mentors have placed in me, nor can I betray my own life. Yang Yuzi's tone grew resolute and powerful. Thus, I have resolved to change. I will study diligently and ask questions whenever I encounter confusion. I am immensely grateful for the support and encouragement I have received from my classmates Zhou Xi, Wang Jin, and Yang Yuzi. The results of this monthly exam serve as a small testament to myself and to all those who care for me, proving that as long as one is determined to strive, it is never too late. There was no deliberate sentimentality, yet it was imbued with sincere contrition and unwavering determination. She did not mention Yu Qing's past misdeeds, choosing instead to explain her progress through the guilt and regret recently expressed by Yu Qing. That concludes my sharing. Thank you all. Yang Yuzi bowed and stepped off the stage. Applause erupted once more. Among the faculty, Yu Qing listened with moist eyes as he observed his son speaking on stage. Many teachers around him cast congratulatory glances, whispering, "Old Yu, how fortunate you are. Your son has truly excelled." Yu Qing nodded vigorously, his face betraying an unmistakable pride and satisfaction. The two speeches echoed across the playground of Yiqing High School like spiritual detonations, resonating within the hearts of everyone present. Chapter 66. A chance encounter by the bulletin board. On the playground, Yu Qing provided a brief summary of the monthly exam, reiterating the importance of focused study, before announcing the orderly dismissal of each class. In Class 6 of the senior year, Wang Lili sat restlessly in her seat, her mind preoccupied. The story of the friend that Yu Qing had recounted replayed incessantly in her thoughts. Although she had lost the wager with Yu Qing, that was not the source of her agitation. Her family was of modest means. Both parents worked in a factory, toiling tirelessly for meager wages. Having grown up amidst the compliments of those around her, due to her striking beauty, her parents, preoccupied with making a living, had neglected to instill proper values in her. They satisfied her material desires, but never taught her how to discern right from wrong or to respect the feelings of others. Over time, she had become accustomed to leveraging her physical allure, reveling in the gifts and attentions of her suitors. Internally, she had come to regard such behavior as entirely justified, dismissing the boys who pursued her as mere sycophants. Yet, Yu Qing's words pierced through her ingrained mindset like a thorn. Had she ever felt guilt towards those boys who sincerely cared for her and made sacrifices for her? Was it truly right to exchange their feelings for material pleasures? A faint, unprecedented self-doubt began to take root within her. However, the nascent guilt was swiftly drowned by her deeply entrenched green tea mentality. What was wrong with that? She scoffed inwardly. It was those sycophants who willingly offered gifts and treated her to meals without any coercion. Moreover, thoughts of the wealthy heir she had recently met during the National Day holiday lifted her spirits instantly. He was generous, gifting her designer handbags and taking her to upscale restaurants. The cosmetics she casually mentioned wanting were often delivered the same day. Nearly everything she desired was at her fingertips. Those 7 days had been the most carefree and splendid of her recent years, fully satiating her cravings for material wealth and vanity. This was the life she yearned for. Wang Lili cast aside that trivial sense of guilt to the farthest reaches of her mind. What she needed was someone who could provide her with an affluent lifestyle, not those impoverished students who merely wrote love letters and offered cheap gifts. Yu Qing? What good is scoring well in exams? Can he buy her the latest model of a smartphone? Can he take her to fine dining establishments? Yet, the memory of the lost wager and that damned pen still gnawed at her, leaving her feeling unsettled. What if Yu Qing saw her and took that wretched recording to the principal? She didn't want her parents to find out, fearing a punishment akin to Huang Mingyang's suspension. Wang Lili sighed, suddenly filled with anxiety. In Class 1 the senior year, the atmosphere was as lively as a festival. As Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi returned to their seats, they were immediately surrounded by excited classmates. Yu Qing, after hearing your story, I can't wait to go home and see my parents. Yu Qing, you're amazing, going from 1,000th place to second. An idol. The admiration in her classmates' eyes sparkled not solely because of her remarkable score, but also due to the heartfelt and thought-provoking words she had delivered from the podium. Once everyone had returned to their seats, Wang Jin excitedly proposed, "Let us celebrate after school. This time, we should honor Sister Yuji and Brother Qing for taking the top 2 spots in the grade." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Oh? Is Jin Gu treating us again? What grand feast do you have planned? A seafood buffet? Or that new barbecue place?" Wang Jin's excitement instantly faltered, his face falling as he lamented, "Sister Yuji, this week my allowance." He cast a pitiful glance at Yu Qing, hoping for mercy. Zhou Xi beside him found Wang Jin's demeanor amusing. "Look at you, a grown man, being so stingy when it comes to treating others." Wang Jin retorted, somewhat indignant, "Class monitor, you're a wealthy young lady. How could you possibly understand the struggles of us country folk? Who are you calling a young lady?" Zhou Xi shot back, momentarily caught off guard. "I still eat in the cafeteria with everyone. When did I ever get special treatment? Speak carelessly again, and I'll give you a good thrashing." As she spoke, she reached out to twist Wang Jin's arm. Observing the impending bickering, Yang Yuzi swiftly intervened with a smile, saying, all right. Wang Jin, Yuji was just teasing you. We can celebrate, but let us split the bill. With that, she playfully rapped Yu Qing on the head. And you, always making Wang Jin treat us. How was that any different from certain others? Yu Qing shielded the spot that had been tapped, although it didn't hurt. The instinctive reaction made his eyes glisten with unshed tears, giving him a pitiful appearance. Internally, Yu Qing mused, isn't this how friends joke around? After a morning of intense excitement. During the break, murmurs filled the corridors and cafeteria. Coupled with her stunning performance at the music festival, Yu Qing had undeniably become the belle of Iching High School. Many students from other classes, particularly those familiar with Class 1, gathered to inquire, hey, is it true that Yang Yuzi from your class sings that beautifully? Of course. Didn't you attend the music festival? It was absolutely incredible. That song The Last Page is all over the internet. She got to audition thanks to her connection with teacher Yang Fong. 725 points. Is that even a score a human can achieve? Is she always this impressive? Certainly. She is our class as academic prodigy. As the classmates of Class 1 responded, each stood tall with pride, as though they themselves had scored 725 points. However, when the conversation turned to the relationship between Yang Yuzi and Yu Qing, the students' demeanor shifted. The laughter that had previously filled the air vanished, replaced by an icy silence, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them. Uncontrollably, flashes of someone's remarkable achievements at the beginning of the school year raced through my mind, images of them consistently entering and leaving alongside the illustrious Yang, and the occasional glances she cast in their direction. Damn it, some people truly deserve a bitter fate. Why should he monopolize all the good fortune? Yet, upon reflecting on Yu Qing's recent demeanor, his composed speech from the podium juxtaposed with Yang's extraordinary talent, an undeniable thought crept into several classmates' minds. Perhaps they do indeed complement each other? This complex emotion lodged itself in their throats, causing the class to swiftly lose interest in gossip, leaving only a dry remark. No romantic entanglements in high school. Yang has no one she fancies. At noon, Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi emerged from the cafeteria, preparing to return to the classroom for a brief respite. From afar, they noticed a throng gathered around the bulletin board along the main path of the school, the raucous chatter resonating even from a distance. What's happening over there? It seems quite lively, Yang Yuzi casually inquired, her gaze directed at the crowd. Yu Qing cast a glance at the bustling assembly, shaking his head. It's probably just the monthly exam rankings. What else could it be? We already know the results. There's no point in squeezing in to take a look. Yes, quite so, Yang Yuzi nodded in agreement. As they prepared to circumvent the crowd and proceed towards the academic building, Yu Qing's eyes inadvertently swept across the periphery of the gathering, where a familiar figure emerged, Wang Lili, who seemed to have just extricated herself from the throng, her expression far from cheerful. Yu Qing's pace faltered slightly as he gently tugged at Yang Yuzi's sleeve, indicating her to look. Following his gaze, Yang Yuzi glanced at Wang Lili, her eyes registering indifference, akin to viewing an inconsequential passerby. To her, Wang Lili had long since become a relic of the past, unworthy of a single emotion. Let us go. It's time to collect on our bet. Chapter 67. The English Communication Competition. Wang Lili kept her head down, her gaze fixed on her monthly exam results, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over her. The outcome was not as favorable as she had anticipated. In fact, her score had significantly dropped. Frustrated, she pushed her way out of the bulletin board crowd. Just as she lifted her gaze, she collided with Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi, who strolled side by side. Yu Qing's brow furrowed. Regarding Wang Lili, he felt nothing but disdain. If it weren't for his sister Yu Han, she's constant yearning for that pen, he wouldn't even bother uttering a word to her. In a past life, this woman had caused him immense suffering and indirectly led to his parents' tragic fate. Merely refraining from seeking her out was a form of mercy. Keeping his distance was the wisest choice for now. With a frosty demeanor, he succinctly reminded her, remember to bring me the pen tomorrow. Yang Yuzi's gaze was fixed elsewhere, feigning ignorance of Wang Lili's presence. Wang Lili felt heat rising to her cheeks. Her flustered nod and mumbled response barely audible as she quickly averted her gaze and nearly fled from their sight. Watching her retreating figure, a flicker of curiosity crossed Yu Qing's mind. He recalled that Wang Lili was typically accompanied by her close friend Yang Zhonglan, inseparable from one another. Why was it that only Wang Lili appeared this time? A brief contemplation led him to the conclusion. Given Wang Lili's exceedingly self-centered nature, prone to exploiting others, it was indeed remarkable that she could maintain such a so-called friendship. Most likely, Yang Zhonglan had discerned the truth and distanced herself. What are you pondering? Yang Yuzi's voice broke through his thoughts. laced with a hint of inquiry. She had noticed Yu Qing's fleeting distraction. He recounted his musings regarding Wang Lili and Yang Yuzi. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuzi's eyes flashed with disdain as she commented coolly, "That's quite normal. Don't dwell on her. She is not worth it," her tone tinged with aversion and sympathy for Yu Qing's plight. Yu Qing nodded. Yes, understood. He shared the sentiment. The brief exchange at the bulletin board had not gone unnoticed by a few nearby classmates. They quickly recalled the sensational wager made before the National Day holiday. Was that Wang Lili just now? Was Yang asking her for the pen? Oh right, the bet before the holiday regarding Yu Qing's scores. Aren't the results posted? How many points did Wang Lili get? I think I saw 542? 542? She couldn't even break into the top 50, let alone the top 100. If I recall correctly, the cutoff for the top 100 was around 560? Haha, then she has surely lost. Soon, the news of Wang Lili's crushing defeat in the wager spread among the classmates, many sporting expressions of eager anticipation as they awaited her to fulfill the bet. Oblivious to the discussion surrounding them, Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi returned directly to their classroom for grade 3, class 1. During the lunch break, the classroom was sparsely populated. After the monthly exams, most students had retreated to their dormitories for rest, leaving only a few dozing on desks or quietly engrossed in their books. Yang Yuzi settled into her seat, fatigue evident on her face. She had stayed up late designing 5 male outfits for Dance City. Tilting her head, she whispered to Yu Qing beside her, "I'm going to take a nap." "Sure. Go ahead," he replied with a nod, his voice barely above a whisper. Before long, the gentle rhythm of Yang Yuzi's breathing filled the air. Yu Qing set aside his book, turning to gaze at her defenseless, sleeping face, a thought crossing his mind. She was sleeping with her head down, and the window was open. What if she caught a chill? Without hesitation, he removed his school jacket, carefully stood up, and draped it over Yang Yuzi's shoulders. After completing this act of kindness, he lifted his head to find the eyes of several classmates upon him. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling them to be quiet, his gaze pleading. The classmates immediately understood. Some nodded slightly, while others silently gestured an okay. Tang Shuewan had just finished lunch and was preparing to return to her office. She recalled the school administration's directive regarding the English communication competition organized by the county for 4 key high schools. Since both students had achieved perfect scores in the recent monthly exam, the administration had specifically requested their participation. Thus, she made her way toward the classroom to inform the two of them. As she approached the back door of the classroom, her gaze inadvertently fell through the glass window, granting her a clear view of a silent yet heartwarming scene within. The future daughter-in-law she cherished was tenderly draping a school jacket over her son, who was peacefully asleep at his desk, her movements brimming with care. The subsequent gesture she made to hush her classmates filled Tang Shuewan's heart with warmth, akin to being wrapped in a cozy embrace. This child, Tang Shuewan silently marveled, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. What a wonderful girl. Attentive, considerate, and so nurturing towards her silly son. Observing her son's serene expression while sleeping and the devoted profile of his future bride, Tang Shuewan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The hand she had intended to push open the door withdrew. The notification about the English competition faded into the background. How could she bear to interrupt such a tender moment between her future daughter-in-law and son? In such moments, it is best to allow them to remain in tranquil solitude. The English exchange competition? She could hardly bear to disrupt this beautiful scene. Seizing the opportunity, while no one noticed her in the corridor, she decided to postpone discussing the English exchange until the afternoon. For now, she would let them rest well. As the final period of Chinese class approached, Tang Shuewan stood at the podium announcing an important matter. "Students, may I have your attention for a moment to share an announcement? The County Education Bureau has decided to organize an English exchange competition among 4 key high schools in Yu Qing, scheduled for this Friday. In order to foster communication and enhance English proficiency, our AI Qing High School is one of the participants." Instantly, the students perked up with interest. The competition will take place at the first high school of the city, featuring both written and oral assessments. Ultimately, the top 3 individuals will be awarded trophies and prizes. But more significantly, it will bring honor to our school. Tang Shuewan surveyed the class and continued, after careful consideration. The school will select 5 of the most outstanding English students to represent us in the competition. The school bus will be responsible for transportation. No sooner had she finished speaking than the expressions of most students dimmed. An English exchange competition? Competing at the first high school? Just the thought sent shivers down their spines. Given their own capabilities, it would be best to refrain from participation. All eyes turned to the 2 individuals at the back of the classroom. These 2 prodigies had both aced their English exams during the monthly assessment. If they did not participate, who would be deemed worthy? Yu Qing, Yang Yuzi, you must do your best. Bring glory to our class. Indeed, you too can surely secure first place. We have faith in you. You are the pride of Class 1. After a brief silence, the classroom erupted with cheers of encouragement from their classmates. In that moment, the sense of class honor transcended personal feelings of inadequacy. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. Yu Qing gave a gentle nod. It was a perfect opportunity to see how Yu Huanqi was faring at the first high school. Raising her head to meet the eager gazes of Tang Xuejuan and her classmates, she declared, "Teacher Tang, we will participate." Yang Yuzi nodded in agreement. Chapter 68. It's him again. Time moved on to Tuesday. Shortly after the bell for the long break rang, a figure appeared at the doorway of Class 3-1. It was Wang Lili. Look, Wang Lili is here. Something interesting is about to unfold. The onlookers in the class instantly buzzed with excitement, their gazes fixed on the entrance. Upon seeing Wang Lili, Yu Qing quietly remarked to Yang Yuzi, "I'll step out for a moment," before making her way toward the door. In the corridor, a crowd of curious classmates had gathered. Yu Qing extended her hand. "Where's the pen?" Wang Lili, visibly anxious, retrieved the pen from her uniform pocket and handed it over. Upon receiving it, Yu Qing immediately noticed a distinct dent on the barrel. Looking up at Wang Lili, her voice turned icy. "What happened? Did you break it?" Wang Lili flinched under Yu Qing's cold gaze and hastily shook her head. Just then, Yang Yuzi stepped outside. Having sensed that Yu Qing had been out for too long and concerned that something was amiss, she approached Yu Qing, her eyes reflecting her inquiry. Yu Qing remained silent, merely presenting the pen to Yang Yuzi. Yang Yuzi's gaze fell upon the dent, and her previously calm demeanor darkened instantly. This pen was a cherished gift from Yu Huanqi, imbued with profound significance. She lifted her eyes to Wang Lili, her expression now laced with frost. Wang Lili trembled under Yang Yuzi's penetrating stare, her panic escalating. "Can we discuss this in the small garden? I can explain everything." The three of them gathered by the stone table in the small garden. Yu Qing placed the pen on the table. "Speak. What exactly happened?" Taking a deep breath, Wang Lili recounted the tale as instructed by Zhang Tao. Forcing herself to sound credible, "It was Li Zhe. He accidentally stepped on it. He wanted to take a look at the pen, but he lost his grip, and then he accidentally stepped on it." Li Zhe. Both Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi paused in surprise. The mention of his name caught them off guard. Yu Qing recalled that in her previous life, Wang Lili and Li Zhe had no interaction during high school. Observing Wang Lili's evasive eyes, a cold smile crept across Yu Qing's face. It was evident she was lying. A thought flickered through her mind. With a disdainful expression, Yu Qing mocked, "Oh, Li Zhe, since when did you start associating with that short, chubby fellow? TSK. Did he gift you something delightful that makes you wish to keep company with such a character?" Wang Lili immediately retorted, "What's wrong with being chubby? He may be plump, but he has good character, and he is honest and endearing too. Plus, his academics are excellent. He is not inferior to you, the top student in the entire school." Yu Qing laughed aloud. "You don't even know that Li Zhe is tall and lean, and you dare call him chubby? Wang Lili, your lies are just too amateurish." Yang Yuzi listened quietly, though she found some of Yu Qing's remarks puzzling. She quickly grasped that Yu Qing was setting a trap to test Wang Lili, and thus remained silent, her gaze coldly fixed on Wang Lili. "Spill the truth." Yu Qing's demeanor shifted to a stern one. "How did this pen get damaged? Who is responsible? You should recall what happened to Huang Mingyang, right? Punishment." Wang Lili's face turned ashen instantly. She felt as if the world was crumbling around her. Each time she spoke of Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi in front of Zhang Tao, she seemed to be the one getting hurt. "What right do you have? The bet was to return your pen." "I have done so." Yu Qing picked up the pen from the table, pointing at the dent. "Returned? A pen that has been deliberately damaged? Something that was once intact, now looks like this, and you call that returning?" Yang Yuzi nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Exactly. The pen was in perfect condition when it was given to her." Wang Lili froze completely, staring at the icy gazes of the two before her. She opened her mouth, but not a word emerged, her heart racing with panic as she felt a chill envelop her entire being. Seeing her at a loss for words, Yu Qing, uninterested in further dialogue, scoffed, "It seems you have no intention of telling the truth. Very well, you shall bear the consequences." He seized the pen from the table, grasped Yang Yuzi's hand, and turned to leave. Feeling Yu Qing's cool grasp around her hand, Yang Yuzi was momentarily taken aback, but soon allowed herself to be led away. As they walked away, Wang Lili wrestled with her inner turmoil. During the National Day holiday, she had recounted the betting incident to Zhang Tao, who had immediately asked her to show him the pen. When Wang Lili handed it to him, he had stomped on it without hesitation. He insisted that regardless of winning or losing, she must return the pen to Yu Qing, without elaborating further. Afterward, he promised to gift her a gold necklace. Zhang Tao had told her that claiming Li Zhe was responsible for the damage definitely served a purpose, but she wished to remain uninvolved. She only desired the necklace he had promised her. Yet, Yu Qing's words from the previous day echoed in her mind. She could not help but envision her parents laboring in the noisy factory, hunched over, faces smeared with grime, drenched in sweat. Their rough, cracked hands. Their frugal efforts solely to provide her with a decent outfit. A wave of guilt pierced through her heart. If she were to face disciplinary action and have her parents called in due to this matter, how could she confront the disappointment reflected in their eyes? Wang Lili still cherished her parents dearly. After much inner turmoil, she ultimately resolved to divulge the truth to Yu Qing. After all, as long as Zhang Tao remained oblivious, she could still retrieve the necklace. No, wait. Just as Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi were about to step into the teaching building, Wang Lili's voice halted them. Yu Qing paused, a knowing smile gracing her lips. With her head bowed and her voice trembling, Wang Lili confessed, it was Zhang Tao. He broke the pen. She recounted Zhang Tao's actions to Yu Qing. Zhang Tao? Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi exchanged glances, both registering confusion in each other's eyes. Previously, he had instigated Huang Mingyang to follow her, and now he had deliberately damaged the pen to frame Li Jia. Yu Qing furrowed her brow in frustration. She couldn't recall ever having wronged such a person. Why was he targeting her? Why go to such lengths to use Wang Lili as a pawn to implicate Li Jia? Yu Qing found herself at a loss. She had yet to address the situation with Li Jia, and now there was an enigmatic Bailey Yu and a new complication with Zhang Tao, adding to her growing list of worries. Wang Lili, sensing their disbelief, urgently added, I swear, everything I said is true. Please. Yu Qing regarded Wang Lili with a penetrating gaze, as if peering into her very soul. This scrutiny sent a chill down Wang Lili's spine. I've told you everything. Please, don't inform the teacher or let me be punished. My parents. Her voice faltered, pleading silently with Yu Qing. Yu Qing said nothing further, merely exchanged a glance with Yang Yuzi, and together they turned to enter the teaching building, leaving Wang Lili standing alone at the entrance of the small garden. Chapter 69. The Hormones of Adolescence. After school in the afternoon, Yu Qing, Yuji, Zhou Xi, and Wang Jing gathered outside to dine at a well-reviewed restaurant. They evenly split the bill. Upon their return to school, they parted ways with Wang Jing and Zhou Xi. In preparation for the upcoming English exchange competition on Friday, 5 representatives chosen by the school would undergo rigorous training under the guidance of English group leader, teacher Chao Li Wei. During evening study sessions, instead of heading directly to the study room, Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi decided to take a detour to the arts building. Due to a scheduling conflict with Yang Fang's teaching and competition training, Yu Qing needed to clarify the situation. Pushing open the door to the piano room, she found Yang Fang seated at the piano, organizing sheet music. Upon noticing their entrance, a warm smile spread across her face. Yuji, you're here. Yang Fang set aside her sheet music. Is there something you need? Yu Qing stepped forward to explain, Teacher Yang, I apologize. The school requires us to attend the English exchange competition at City No. 1 High School this Friday, which means I won't be able to attend vocal classes for the next few evenings due to training. Oh, an English exchange competition? That's wonderful. Yang Fang's expression was one of genuine delight rather than displeasure. Representing the school is an honor. You both must be excellent at English. She glanced at Yang Yuzi, who nodded in affirmation. Fair enough. Yang Fang returned her attention to Yu Qing. No problem. The important matters take precedence. She recalled the small test she had given Yu Qing the previous Monday, which had showcased a remarkable grasp of technique once again. Yuji, your current skill level is commendable. Honestly, you've nearly mastered the technical aspects. What you lack now is time and experience to refine them into your own. She paused, her tone growing earnest as she added. Both vocal and piano are arts that require persistent practice. In the future, make sure to keep at it. Not only is it a hobby, but it may also open up additional pathways for you. While she hinted at Yu Qing's creative talents, she refrained from divulging her secret due to Yang Yuji's presence. Having promised to keep the creative secret, she remained true to her word. Thank you, Teacher Yang. I will persevere. Yu Qing expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her respect for Yang Fang growing even deeper. After bidding farewell to Yang Fang, the two left the arts building and walked side by side towards the study room. The campus at night was serene and tranquil. Yang Yuzi glanced sideways at the girl beside her, suddenly wearing a teasing smile. It seems Teacher Yang really values you. However, I find it a bit strange. Strange about what? Yu Qing asked casually. If she holds you in such high regard, why didn't she let you sing the last page and instead chose, Yang Hanxing? Yu Qing offered a resigned smile. Teacher Yang appreciates my piano accompaniment skills. Not my singing. The fundamental vocal techniques she taught me. My skills can't compare to those who study singing professionally. Yang Yuji found her reasoning entirely plausible. She knew Yu Qing had been practicing piano since childhood. The electronic piano in her room was proof of that. Being proficient at the piano didn't necessarily equate to being an exceptional singer. She nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. True, every field has its own specialists. They arrived at the designated study room. English teacher Chao Liwei was already there, seated at the podium, reviewing her lesson plans. Gao Liwei, the English teacher for class 1 of the senior year, was known for her cheerful demeanor and earnest teaching style, earning her students' affection. Upon seeing Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi enter, her face lit up with a radiant smile. Here come our top 2 students. Please have a seat. She rose, her gaze sweeping over both girls with unabashed pride. You two truly surprised me this month, especially you, Yu Qing. Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi quickly responded with humility. It's all thanks to teacher Chao. Chao Liwei waved her hand dismissively, though the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. It's your hard work. Now, find your seats. The other 3 students should be arriving shortly. They acknowledged her and settled into adjacent seats in the middle of the 3rd row. Yu Qing took out her notebook and pen, while Yang Yuzi organized her desk. Shortly after they sat down, the other 3 selected English prodigies arrived one after the other. 2 girls and 1 boy, all of whom were top performers in English within their grade and had previously participated in competitions. Hello, Teacher Chao, the trio greeted. All right, everyone find your seats and prepare to begin, Chao Liwei instructed with a nod. Among them was a tall, slender boy wearing black glasses, exuding a scholarly aura named Chun Mo. He hailed from class 3 of the senior year and was a well-known English whiz, albeit somewhat introverted and shy. Upon entering the classroom, his gaze scanned the room, and when it landed on Yu Qing in the center of the 3rd row, his eyes lit up instantly. The image of the radiant girl at the piano during the music festival, her ethereal voice resonating, was indelibly etched in his memory, coupled with her astonishing score of 725, which had secured her the top spot in the grade during the recent monthly exam, and her poignant speech at the flag-raising ceremony. In his eyes, Yu Qing was the embodiment of brilliance, beauty, and wisdom. Now, standing so close in proximity, his heart raced uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yuxuan walked straight over, deliberately bypassing the numerous empty seats nearby to nervously take a seat beside Yu Qing. Both Yu Qing and Yang Yuzi were taken aback, turning to regard the boy who had unexpectedly settled next to them. With so many vacant seats in the classroom, why had he chosen to sit here? Particularly, Yang Yuzi furrowed her brow slightly upon noticing a boy seating himself closely beside Yu Qing, an enigmatic emotion silently bubbling to the surface. Yu Qing, however, remained largely indifferent, attributing it merely to coincidence. Chun Mo, acutely aware of the gazes directed at him, especially the penetrating gaze from Yu Qing's crystalline eyes, felt his cheeks flush with warmth. He hastily lowered his head, feigning the act of organizing his backpack, his heart racing with fervor. Yet, when Yu Qing discerned the faint blush gracing the boy's face, coupled with a slight quickening of his breath, she couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. The tumultuous hormones of adolescence. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, she merely offered a courteous nod to Chun Mo before diverting her gaze. Having once traversed the path of youthful infatuation herself, she perceived the innocent sentiments of the young boy with clarity, finding them both naive and endearing, and paid them no mind. Adjusting her posture slightly to avert any unnecessary contact, she turned her attention towards the podium. All right, class, let us commence, Chao Liwei announced, clapping her hands to gather everyone's focus upon her. Time is of the essence, and the tasks are considerable. Today, we shall first outline the types and key points of the competition questions, followed by some targeted speaking exercises.